Chapter 1 My girlfriend of 3.5 years dumped me for a broken BMW? Shanghai City, Philo Western Restaurant. The perfectly cut Swarovski crystal chandelier crushed every ray of light into golden dust, which lazily sprinkled on the dining table covered with a white tablecloth. The air is filled with the rich aroma of roasted top-quality Wagyu beef, mixed with the scent of expensive perfume. Every breath seems to carry the symbol of money. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. The washed-out shirt he was wearing was his battlesuit that he had ironed 3 times for tonight, but in this place, it looked like a joke. In order to reserve this window seat and have this 3.5 anniversary dinner with a per capita 4-digit price tag, he ate instant noodles for a whole month and drank every drop of the soup that came with the seasoning packet. But the girl opposite him, Lin Shueyue, whom he had loved for 3.5 years, never even glanced at the steak he had carefully cut. She was wearing exquisite makeup, but her eyes revealed an undisguised irritation and disgust, as if sitting at the same table with him was a torture. Jiang Chen, let's break up. Lin Shueyue's voice was cold, like a scalpel, precisely cutting open Jiang Chen's heart. Crack! The silver knife and fork in Jiang Chen's hand slipped onto the plate with a sharp, crisp sound, attracting several contemptuous glances from the people at the next table. He didn't care about that, he just looked up in disbelief, his voice hoarse from shock. Shueyue, are you kidding? Today, I know. It's the 3.5-year anniversary. I haven't forgotten. Lin Shueyue interrupted him. She finally raised her eyes. The eyes that were once full of love now only held cold indifference and determination. But I've had enough, Jiang Chen. I don't want to play the role of a poor couple with all their sorrows anymore. My best friend got the latest Louis Vuitton bag as a birthday gift, and she's picked up by her boyfriend's sports car whenever she goes out. And what about me? She stretched out her hand with exquisite manicure, and the diamonds inlaid on the nails seemed to be mocking Jiang Chen's poverty. I can only squeeze into the subway with you during the morning rush hour, looking at the lipstick I like, and calculating next month's living expenses. I don't want to live like this for even a single day. Every word was like a hot steel needle, piercing Jiang Chen's dignity. His cheeks burned, and he felt the eyes of the entire restaurant were focused on him. Those eyes were full of pity, mockery, and disdain. Shueyue, give me a little more time, just a little. Jiang Chen pleaded almost humbly. He reached out and wanted to grab her hand that was placed on the table. When I graduate, I swear, I will work hard to make money and let you live a good life. Lin Shueyue suddenly retracted her hand as if she was touched by something dirty, her face full of disgust. Effort? She scoffed, her laugh sharp and mean. How much is your effort worth? She raised her chin, pointed her slender fingers out the window, and her tone was full of show-off and cruelty. See that white BMW 3 Series? My new boyfriend, Wang Hao, gave it to me. Can you afford a tire even if you work hard all your life? Jiang Chen looked over with a dull gaze. Under the lights of the restaurant, the brand new BMW gleamed with a cold and expensive luster, like a monster, smashing his pitiful dream to pieces. Just then, a figure blocked his view. A young man wearing a Versace t-shirt and a shiny gold Rolex watch on his wrist walked over in a casual manner, a cigarette in his mouth. He is Wang Hao, a top-rich second generation known to everyone in Shanghai University. Wang Hao walked to the table as if no one was around, pulled Lin Shueyue into his arms, and kissed her lipstick-covered lips hard. Then he looked down at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at garbage. Baby, are you done chatting with this poor bastard? A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. I can't wait. Lin Shueyue's body softened instantly. She snuggled in Wang Hao's arms like a docile cat, her voice so sweet it was cloying. Master Wang, don't be anxious. I'm just trying to make it clear to him so he won't bother me again. Wang Hao made an impatient tisk sound, took out a thick stack of red banknotes from his pocket, and threw it contemptuously on the table in front of Jiang Chen with a paw. The paper tape that bound it broke, and the red banknotes scattered like snowflakes, covering the steak that Jiang Chen had not yet had time to eat. Boy, you don't understand what people say, right? Wang Hao knocked on the table with his knuckles wearing a gold watch, making a dong-dong sound, as if knocking on Jiang Chen's dignity. This money is your breakup fee. Take the money and get out of here. Remember, a woman of Shueyue's level is not someone a toad like you can touch. After saying this, he didn't look at Jiang Chen again. He hugged the shy Lin Shueyue in his arms and walked away amid the whispers of the spectators. From beginning to end, Lin Shueyue never looked back. The 3.5 years of love, the thousands of days and nights of companionship, at this moment, were completely buried by the thousands of dollars on the table and a BMW. Jiang Chen's body was shaking violently. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness. It was like an invisible hand, tightly strangling his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. He could clearly hear the discussions around him. TSK, this is so realistic. Someone is stealing my girlfriend right in front of me. That guy looks like a poor student. How dare he bring his girlfriend to a place like this? Serves you right. Don't date if you don't have money. These voices, like countless poisonous thorns, pierced him to pieces. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Drops of bright red blood seeped out from between his fingers and dripped onto the white tablecloth, blooming a flower of despair. Why? Just because he has no money, does that mean he deserves to be humiliated, trampled on, and treated like a dog? Just when his sanity was about to be completely burned by the raging anger, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice, like an oracle, exploded directly in his mind. The host's emotional level has reached a critical point, meeting the system activation criteria. The godly rich indulgence system is binding. 20%. 60%. 100%. Ding. System binding successful. The newbie gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Physical Strengthening Fluid Basic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Consumer Rebate Card Permanent. A series of information completely shut down Jiang Chen's brain. He was suddenly distracted and thought he was hallucinating due to the stimulation. But the next second, his mobile phone screen lit up with a buzz, and an official text message from the bank appeared clearly in front of him. China Construction Bank, Dear Jiangchen VIP, a transfer of 1 billion renminbi was completed into your savings account with the last digit 8888 at 5:24 p.m. on September 27, 2025. Your current account balance is 1,342 renminbi and 50 cents. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Jiang Chen's fingers trembled as he counted the string of zeros over and over again, which made him dizzy. 1 billion. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and intense pain and the taste of blood instantly spread in his mouth. This is not a dream. All of this is true. An indescribable ecstasy and excitement, like a volcanic eruption, instantly washed away all his humiliation and anger. Just then, a greasy voice sounded in his ears. Manager Lu from the restaurant came over at some point. He had a beer belly and his hands were behind his back. He looked Jiang Chen up and down with a look as if he were examining merchandise, his eyes full of contempt and disdain, almost overflowing with it. He pointed at the pile of money left by Wang Hao on the table, then pointed at Jiang Chen, his tone arrogant. Sir, your table's total bill is 2,888 yuan, and the money left by that gentleman isn't enough. Do you want to pay the rest by card, or should I call the police for you? Chapter 2 Congratulations to the host, your godly rich indulgence system has arrived. Facing Manager Lu's smug look, Jiang Chen smiled. It was not a wry smile, nor a self-deprecating smile, but a smile that came from the heart, with a hint of coldness and playfulness. There was no trace of the previous humility and restraint in that smile, and instead, there was an unprecedented calmness and indifference. It was as if at that moment, he had shed a layer of cicada shell and was reborn. 1 billion in cash is his greatest confidence at the moment. Jiang Chen slowly leaned back on the soft chair. This action made the cheap shirt he was wearing seem to have a high-end texture. He didn't look at the pile of money on the table that Wang Hao threw like dog food, nor did he even look at Manager Lu's greasy face. His eyes lightly fell on the dazzling crystal chandelier in the center of the restaurant. Call the police? Jiang Chen uttered 2 words softly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the area, causing the diners who were watching the excitement to quiet down. His tone was very flat as if he was asking, how's the weather today? Manager Lu was stunned by Jiang Chen's sudden change in aura, and then became angry and embarrassed. Why would a poor student pretend to be so powerful? What? You still want to shirk your debt? He raised his voice and pointed at Jiang Chen's nose. I'm telling you, kid, don't think you can get away with it by playing dumb. Our Philo Western restaurant is not a place for people like you to run wild. The laughter around rang out again. Is this kid going crazy because of this stimulation? It's hilarious that he can't even pay but still act so pretentiously. Call the police quickly. Don't let people like this ruin our mood for dinner. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to the harsh noises. He withdrew his gaze and finally looked directly at Manager Lu, with a meaningful smile on his lips. How much is this meal? Manager Lu answered subconsciously, 2,888. Jiang Chen nodded, then asked a question that made everyone present's brains freeze instantly. I mean, how much does it cost to buy this restaurant? Quiet. Deathly silence. The entire restaurant seemed to have been paused, and all the ridicule, discussion and disdain came to an abrupt end at this moment. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen as if he were a madman. A few seconds later, there was a burst of laughter even more violent than before. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? He wants to buy Folosai? Ha 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 ha. Is he crazy because of poverty? Do you know how much the monthly rent here is? A broke bastard who can't even afford a 3,000 yuan meal actually dreams of buying one of Shanghai City's top Western restaurants? The funniest joke of the year has been born. Manager Lu also seemed to have heard a huge joke. He exaggeratedly covered his stomach and laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He pointed at Jiang Chen and breathlessly said to the people around him, "Did you hear that?" He said, "He wants to buy our restaurant." Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen ignored these stupid ridicules. He just quietly took out a black bank card from his pocket. The card was completely black, without any extra patterns. Only the 4 small words China Construction Bank were printed in gold font in the corner, making it look low-key and mysterious. He threw the card casually on the table, making a soft paw sound. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Then he looked at Manager Lu and spoke word by word. Now, answer my question. How much does it cost to buy this place? 100 million? Or 200 million? Jiang Chen's voice was still calm, but the unquestionable aura in it made Manager Lu's laughter stuck in his throat. He stared at the black card intently. Although he didn't know what level of card it was, the oppressive feeling that came over him made him feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. Could it be that this kid is kidding? You, stop trying to be so mysterious. Manager Lu shouted in a timid tone. If you have the guts, just take out the money right now. As you wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and picked up his phone. He didn't even bother looking for the restaurant owner's phone number, but instead directly dialed the 24-hour VIP service line on the back of his bank card. The call was connected almost instantly, and an extremely sweet and respectful female voice came. Dear Mr. Jiang Chen, good evening. I am Lin Wan, your exclusive account manager. How may I help you? Jiang Chen turned on the speakerphone and placed the phone on the table. He picked up the lemonade on the table, took a sip to moisten his throat, and then spoke slowly. My name is Jiang Chen, and I'm currently working at a Western restaurant called Folosai in Shanghai City. I'm going to buy it, please help me deal with it. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone was shocked, but her professionalism prevented her from showing any abnormality, and her voice remained respectful and efficient. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. We are currently searching for complete information on Shanghai Folosai Catering Company, Limited. Query completed. The company's current market capitalization is 130 million yuan, and its legal representative is Mr. Li Guofu. Our bank happens to be the company's primary creditor. I have informed our Mergers and Acquisitions Department of your acquisition intention with the highest priority. Our team will contact Mr. Li Guofu within 10 minutes. Lin Wan paused and continued, Mr. Jiang, given your credit rating, we can advance the full purchase price. Do you authorize us to immediately initiate the mandatory premium acquisition process? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Authorization. Also, tell that guy named Li Guofu that I'm giving him 150 million. Tell him to come to me right now, immediately, with the ownership transfer contract. Okay, Mr. Jiang, your will is our mission. The phone was hung up. You could hear a pin drop in the entire restaurant. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, with shock, horror and disbelief written all over their faces. They heard everything that happened on the phone clearly. Dedicated account manager? Forced premium acquisition? 150 million? These words that have only appeared in TV dramas are now playing out in their ears with incredible realism. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary young man is actually a hidden tycoon? Manager Lu's face had long since turned from red to blue, from blue to white, and finally became completely bloodless. His legs went weak and he could hardly stand. Cold sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead and down his fat cheeks. He finally realized that he seemed to have kicked a piece of iron plate that was strong enough to shatter the entire galaxy. Thump! Manager Lu could no longer hold on, his knees softened, and he actually knelt straight down in front of Jiang Chen in front of everyone. He crawled to Jiang Chen's desk, hugged his thighs, and cried with tears and snot. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. No, Master Jiang. Master Jiang, I'm blind and don't recognize a great man. I'm a dog that looks down on people. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. Jiang Chen frowned in disgust and kicked him away. He picked up the napkin and slowly wiped his trouser leg as if there was something disgusting on it. He looked down at Manager Lu, who was lying on the ground, his eyes as cold as a knife. You just said you would help me call the police? Chapter 3, starting with 1 billion in cash, I have never seen so much money in my life. Jiang Chen's icy question was like a basin of cold water mixed with ice chips, poured over Manager Lu's head, causing every fat cell in his body to tremble violently with fear. Call the police? Now he only hated himself for not calling the police earlier, so that he might have been able to escape this disaster in the police station. Master Jiang. Master Jiang, I was wrong. I'm a bad mouth. I'm not a human. Manager Lu burst into tears and no longer cared about his dignity. Like a pug, he moved to Jiang Chen's feet on his knees, raised his hands and slapped himself in the face. I was blind and offended you. Please treat me like a dog and forgive me this time. The diners around were stunned and didn't dare to breathe. The restaurant manager, who was so arrogant and domineering a second ago, is now kneeling on the ground and slapping himself in the face. The impact of this scene is really too shocking. Jiang Chen looked at him with disgust, as if he was looking at a pile of disgusting garbage. He slowly picked up the expensive glass of Romane Conti on the table, gently swirled the scarlet wine, and there was no warmth in his voice. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, I'll have you thrown out of here and both of your legs broken. 2nd, get out of here and never show up in Shanghai City again. Manager Lu's crying suddenly stopped. His face was ashen and his eyes were full of despair. He knew that the young man in front of him was definitely not joking. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Manager Lu crawled to his feet, not even daring to look back, and rushed towards the restaurant door like a madman. He looked so miserable, like a stray dog. After dealing with the fly, Jiang Chen's mood did not fluctuate at all. He gently put down his glass and turned his gaze to the other staff in the restaurant. The waiters were all silent, with their heads down, not even having the courage to look him in the eye. From now on, all employees' salaries will be doubled. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. After a brief silence, the entire restaurant suddenly erupted in uncontrollable exclamations and ecstasy. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. All the employees were so excited that their faces flushed, and their eyes were full of fanatical admiration and gratitude when they looked at Jiang Chen. Simple and crude, but the most effective. That's the power of money. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the door. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a beer belly, and wearing an Armani suit ran in breathlessly, accompanied by 2 bank employees. He was sweating profusely and his face was pale. As soon as he entered the room, he looked around with a terrified look. When he saw Jiang Chen sitting leisurely by the window, his body trembled violently and he hurried over. You are Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, right? The person who came was the owner of this restaurant, Li Guofu. 10 minutes ago, he was singing karaoke with a young model in the club, and the next second he received a series of life-threatening calls from the head of the bank's mergers and acquisitions department. When he heard that the bank was going to launch a forced premium takeover of him, he was completely shocked. His wealth is not even enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of a real capital tycoon. Jiang Chen didn't stand up, but just raised his eyelids slightly. Did you bring the contract? I brought it. Like a pug, Li Guofu quickly took out a prepared equity transfer contract from his briefcase, handed it over with trembling hands, and bent his waist to 90 degrees. Mr. Jiang, please take a look. 150 million. Just sign your name, and from now on, this restaurant, no, this company, along with all its subsidiaries, will be yours. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to read it. He just turned to the last page and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. The whole process is smooth and takes no more than 10 seconds. The diners around were completely numb. Today they witnessed with their own eyes what it means that poverty limits my imagination. A business worth over 100 million, completed in just a few sentences and seconds? This is even more casual than buying cabbage at the vegetable market. Just as Jiang Chen finished signing, a discordant voice suddenly rang out from the door. Li Guofu? You're acting like a grandson here, fawning over someone? Everyone looked back and saw Wang Hao hugging Lin Shuiyue and coming back. There was a hint of impatience on Wang Hao's face, and he shook the car keys in his hand. Damn it, I forgot my phone on the seat. A broken phone almost delayed my work. As he spoke, he walked straight towards Jiang Chen's seat. But when he saw the mess left by manager Lu kneeling on the ground and Li Guofu standing respectfully beside him, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Lin Shuiyue, who was beside him, had an undisguised look of disgust and contempt in her eyes the moment she saw Jiang Chen. She thought Jiang Chen was still here and refused to leave, intending to continue to pester her. Jiang Chen, do you still have any shame? I've already given you the breakup fee, but you're still refusing to leave. Do you want me to call security? She said sarcastically. Jiang Chen smiled. He stood up slowly, and an invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire venue. He ignored Lin Shuiyue and looked at Wang Hao, who was confused, with a playful smile on his lips. This restaurant is mine now. So, as the new owner of this place, I declare that from today on, you two, and the dog, are not allowed to enter. Wang Hao's brain froze for 3 seconds. Then, he laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard some huge joke. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? This restaurant is yours? Boy, are you fucking crazy because you're broke? He pushed away Li Guofu, who was blocking his way, and pointed at Jiang Chen's nose arrogantly. Do you know who owns this restaurant? Li Guofu. My dad's business partner. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? However, the scene he imagined of Li Guofu supporting him did not occur. Li Guofu, on the other hand, took several steps back in fear, as if he was avoiding the plague, and distanced himself from him. Wang. Young Master Wang, please stop talking nonsense. Li Guofu's voice was trembling. This Mr. Jiang is now he is indeed the only master of Philosophy. Wang Hao's laughter stopped abruptly. His eyes were as big as copper bells as he looked at Li Guofu in disbelief, and then at Jiang Chen, who was calm and composed. You, what did you say? At this moment, Lin Shuiyue's face turned pale. Her heart was beating wildly, and an absurd and terrible thought emerged from the bottom of her heart uncontrollably. Could it be? Could it be that what Jiang Chen said was true? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was just a poor student, a loser who could barely afford to eat. How could he possibly afford philosophy? There must be something wrong. Jiang Chen didn't give them any further explanation. He just took out his cell phone and dialed the VIP hotline again. The call was still answered immediately. Mr. Jiang, what do you want me to do for you? Lin Wan's respectful voice came. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the white BMW 3 Series outside the window, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Buy me a car. Okay, Mr. Jiang, what brand and model do you need? Jiang Chen uttered 4 words lightly. Bugatti Veyron. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, but immediately regained her professionalism. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Shanghai City happens to have a Bugatti Veyron Supersport in stock for 120 million yuan. I've already locked it up for you. Do you want to pay in full? Jiang Chen hung up the phone. The whole world seemed to be quiet. If we say that buying a restaurant just now only shocked Wang Hao and Lin Shuiyue, so at this moment, casually buying a supercar worth over 100 million yuan is like a nuclear bomb exploding in their minds. The BMW 3 Series that Wang Hao was so proud of was not even a piece of scrap metal in front of this Bugatti Veyron. The family background and money that he was proud of were a complete joke in front of Jiang Chen. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Hao retreated in despair, his face full of fear and collapse. Lin Shuiyue had already collapsed all over. If she hadn't been leaning against the wall, she would probably have collapsed to the ground. The blood drained from her face, her lips trembled, and her eyes were filled with endless regret and despair. What on earth did she miss? The man who was thrown away by her like trash turned out to be a billionaire that even Wang Hao could only look up to. She exchanged 3.5 years of love for a broken BMW, but threw away a mountain of gold that she would never be able to reach. Tears of regret flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Chen looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at a stranger. He walked in front of her, squatted slowly, and his voice was as soft as a devil's whisper. You just said that even if I work hard my whole life, I still can't afford a tire? Now, I give it to you. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door without looking back. When passing by Wang Hao, he paused slightly, turned his head, and spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Remember, today is just the beginning. Just as Jiang Chen was about to walk out of the restaurant door, his cell phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call casually, and a mature, pleasant female voice with a hint of superiority came from the phone. Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Mr. Jian? I am. Hello, I'm Su Wanqing. Chapter 4, Looking Down on Others? Sorry, this Western restaurant belongs to me now. The female voice on the other end of the phone sounded like a top-grade red wine that had been stored in a cellar for many years. It was warm, mellow, yet had a hint of intoxicating clarity. The pronunciation of each word seemed to have been precisely calculated, elegant and calm, with an unquestionable aura of superiority. Su Wanqing. The information about this name instantly flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The business queen of Jianghai City, the founder and CEO of Tianjin Capital, is a legendary woman who, at only 28 years old, has carved out a path for herself in the male-dominated world of capital with her amazing skills and vision. It is said that she is as beautiful as a fairy, but her personality is as cold as ice. Countless wealthy sons and business tycoons want to have a taste of her beauty, but they are not even allowed to have dinner with her. Why would she call herself? Jiang Chen's mind was racing with thoughts, but he remained calm on the surface and responded in a flat tone. It's me, what's up? Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised by Jiang Chen's almost rude and cold attitude. She laughed softly, and that laughter was like a feather, gently scratching people's ears, making people feel itchy. Mr. Jiang is indeed a man of quick words. I'm calling to confirm with Mr. Jiang that the Bugatti Veyron you just purchased in full through CCB was indeed delivered to the entrance of Philo Western Restaurant, correct? This car happens to be in the Supercar Club under my name. I see. Jiang Chen understood instantly. It seems that his consumption of more than 100 million yuan has alarmed this beautiful snake in Jianghai City. That's right. Jiang Chen said concisely. Okay. Su Wanqing's smile deepened. That beast will be delivered to its new owner soon. Also, I'm personally very interested in Mr. Jiang, who was able to spend 300 million in cash in half an hour without blinking an eye. She paused, then extended the invitation in a tone that brooked no refusal. Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, on the top floor of Jianghai International Hotel, I wonder if Mr. Jiang would be willing to do me the honor of having a simple meal together? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He knew that this meal was a test, a way to find out the truth, and also a ticket to enter a top circle. Good. After receiving a positive answer, Su Wanqing seemed to be in a good mood. She left a message waiting for good news and hung up the phone neatly. Jiang Chen put away his phone and slowly turned around. The entire restaurant was still dead silent. Everyone's gaze was like iron filings attracted by a magnet, glued to him. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of awe, fear, and fanaticism. He didn't even look at Wang Hao, who was already scared silly, and Lin Xueyue, who looked as pale as death. Instead, he waved to the waitress who looked the smartest in the restaurant. May I have your name? The waitress was startled and ran over quickly, her cheeks flushed with excitement and her voice trembling. Boss. My name is Zhang Meng. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. From now on, you are the acting manager of this restaurant. Your salary will be 10 times your previous salary. He pointed to the pile of scattered bills on the ground and the untouched steak. Clean up this garbage for me. Yes. Boss. Zhang Meng was so excited that she almost cried on the spot and bowed desperately. Jiang Chen said no more, took a step forward, and walked straight towards the restaurant door. With every step he took, the diners around him would involuntarily take a step back and make way for him, as if he were an emperor ruling the world. When he walked up to Lin Xueyue, who was slumped in the corner, he did not stop, not even a glance at her. Ignoring is the ultimate form of contempt. This feeling of being completely ignored like air was more heartbreaking to Lin Xueyue than any vicious curse. The venom of regret was madly corroding her internal organs. How she wanted to rush up, hug Jiang Chen's thighs, beg for his forgiveness, and tell him that he was wrong. But she didn't dare. She didn't even have the courage to look up. Between her and Jiang Chen, there was a chasm made of money that could never be crossed. just when Jiang Chen was about to walk out the door. Boom! An engine roar like a wild beast suddenly exploded from outside the door. The terrifying sound seemed to be able to tear people's eardrums, and the crystal chandeliers in the entire restaurant began to buzz. Everyone looked out the door in horror. I saw a super sports car that was completely black, with smooth and ferocious lines, full of futuristic technology. Under the illumination of two dazzling headlights, it was like a demon awakening from hell, slowly driving down from a huge transport truck. Bugatti Veyron. The ultimate king in the automotive world. A walking work of art. Price, 120 million. In front of its oppressive aura, Wang Hao's BMW 3 Series parked not far away looked as small as a cheap plastic toy. A staff member in a racing suit trotted up to Jiang Chen and respectfully presented him with a sci-fi looking car key with both hands. Mr. Jiang, your car has been delivered. Jiang Chen took the key casually. He turned around, his eyes passed over everyone, and finally fell on the distraught Wang Hao. He weighed the Bugatti key in his hand, then took out the BMW key that Wang Hao had thrown in his face from his pocket. He snapped his fingers. The BMW key that carried all of Wang Hao's pride drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and with a click, it fell accurately into the trash can on the side of the road. After doing all this, Jiang Chen opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron. Boom! The engine roared again. Under the gaze of everyone who was shocked and numb, the black land monster turned into a phantom and disappeared at the end of the traffic flow in an instant. At the scene, only the stunned people were left, and Wang Hao, whose dignity had been completely shattered, collapsed to his knees and collapsed on the ground. And Lin Xueyue, who was so regretful that she let out a desperate whimper. Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Jiang Chen's fingers gently slid across the steering wheel made of top-grade leather and carbon fiber, feeling its incomparable cool texture. Powerful, in control, and at your will. This feeling fascinated him immensely. At this moment, his cell phone rang again at an inopportune time. Jiang Chen frowned and glanced at the caller ID. It was a number marked Aunt Qin. The floodgates of memory were instantly opened. This is his best friend in high school and the white moonlight in his heart, Qin Mangyao mother. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged woman's anxious and crying voice was heard immediately. Hello, is this Xiaochen? I'm Aunt Qin. Mangyao is in trouble. Chapter 5. The ex-girlfriend was petrified on the spot and regretted it so much. Mangyao is in trouble. On the other end of the phone, Aunt Qin's tearful, almost collapsed scream was like a red-hot steel needle, fiercely piercing Jiang Chen's eardrum. Jiang Chen's heart sank suddenly, and his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened instantly. Qin Mangyao. This name is deeply buried in his memory and represents the most beautiful memories of his entire youth. She was his deskmate in high school, the only girl who would share half of her breakfast with him when he was most inferior and poor, and would encourage him with a smile, "You will definitely be admitted to Jianghai University." She was like a ray of white moonlight, illuminating his darkest days. After graduating from high school, Qin Mangyao was admitted to a university in the south, and the two had less and less contact, but Jiang Chen never forgot this kindness. Aunt Qin, don't be impatient, tell me slowly. What happened to Mangyao? Jiang Chen's voice was steady and powerful, as if it carried a power that could soothe people's hearts. Xiaochen. Aunt Qin's sobs were filled with despair. Mangyao, she came back to see me a few days ago during her vacation, but she suddenly fainted today. She was taken to the first city hospital, and the doctor said it was a sudden heart attack. She needs immediate surgery. The cost is $500,000. You know our family's situation. How could we possibly come up with that much money? I begged and pleaded with everyone, but I could only borrow a few tens of thousands of yuan. The hospital said they wouldn't arrange the surgery unless they could raise enough money. Mangyao, she's still lying in the emergency room. What should I do? Woo. The first city hospital, huh? Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Aunt Qin, don't worry about the money. Don't say a word to anyone at the hospital. I'll be there soon. No one can touch Mangyao until I get there. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Boom! The terrifying W16 engine of the Bugatti Veyron lets out an earth-shaking roar. The black car body turned into a lightning that tore through the night sky, performing a real version of Fast and Furious on the road. Countless vehicles were left behind by it in an almost brutal manner, leaving behind only a series of shocked horns and the dull gazes of the car owners. In the interval between rushing, Jiang Chen dialed the 24-hour VIP hotline again. Lin Wan, I need you to help me with a few things, right now. Mr. Jiang, please give your instructions. First, immediately contact the best cardiac surgeon in the country, no, the world. No matter where he is, get him to Jianghai City First Hospital as quickly as possible. Second, immediately transfer 5 million to the account of the City First Hospital. Remember, 5 million. Write the purpose as Qin Mengyao's exclusive medical fund. Third, find me all the information about the director of the city's #1 hospital. I want him to kneel down at the hospital entrance and wait for me within 3 minutes. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone, although her heart was in turmoil, her voice remained absolutely calm and professional. Got it. Mr. Jiang, your will is our mission. We guarantee that all tasks will be completed before you arrive at the hospital. Jianghai First Hospital, at the entrance of the emergency room. The corridor was filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant. Qin Mengyao's mother, Zhan Lan, was squatting in the corner in a daze, her face covered with tears and her eyes empty. In front of her stood a middle-aged male doctor wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked very respectable. The male doctor was called Sun Tao, the chief physician of cardiac surgery. At this moment, he was looking at his watch with an impatient look on his face, his tone cold and harsh. Ms. Qin, have you made up your mind? Half an hour has already passed. If you delay any longer, your daughter will be beyond saving. 500,000, not a penny less. Pay the money and I'll arrange the surgery immediately. If you can't pay, then go and prepare for your funeral and don't take up the emergency room's resources. Zhan Lan suddenly looked up, her red eyes full of pleading. Director's son, I beg you. Please give me a little more time. I'm already thinking of a solution. Think of a solution? Sun Tao sneered. Just you? I'm telling you, stop dreaming. Even if the surgery is successful, the subsequent treatment and medication for your daughter's illness will be a bottomless pit. A family like yours simply can't afford it. He looked down at Zhang Lan, his eyes full of the capitalist's contempt for the poor. I advise you to be realistic and pretend you never had this daughter, so you don't have to be dragged down by her for the rest of your life. These words were like a poison knife, stabbing into Zhang Lan's heart. You bastard. You're not a doctor. You're a devil. Zhang Lan roared in despair. Just then, a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps came from afar. Who is the devil? A cold voice exploded in the corridor. Sun Tao turned around impatiently and saw a young man in ordinary clothes but with a suffocating aura walking towards him with big strides. The young man's eyes were like two unsheathed swords, so sharp that he dared not look directly at them. Who are you? Sun Tao shouted with a frown. The person who came was Jiang Chen. He ignored Sun Tao and walked straight to Zhan Lan and gently helped her up. Aunt Qin, I'm here. Xiaochen? The moment she saw Jiang Chen, Zhang Lan's tears burst out again. As if she had found her backbone, she tightly grasped Jiang Chen's arm and burst into tears. Jiang Chen patted her back gently, then turned around, his eyes like knives, piercing Sun Tao. You are the director here? Sun Tao was intimidated by Jiang Chen's aura, but his professional arrogance still made him stand up straight. That's right. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, this is a hospital, no making trouble. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen had already taken out his phone, clicked on a bank text message he had just received, and slammed it directly in his face. China Construction Bank, your account ending in 8888 successfully transferred 5 million yuan to Jianghai First Hospital at 17:35 on September 27. 5 million. When Sun Tao saw the long string of zeros on the text message, his brain went blank with a buzzing sound. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme shock. Jiang Chen slowly put away his phone, a cruel smile on his lips. He leaned close to Sun Tao's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You just said, get out if you don't have money? Chapter 6. This stunning aunt is actually my ex-girlfriend's mother? You just said, get out if you don't have money? Jiang Chen's voice was like the devil's whisper from the ninth nether hell. Every word turned into an icy poisonous thorn, piercing Sun Tao's eardrum with precision and instantly penetrating his entire central nervous system. The color on Sun Tao's face disappeared completely the moment he uttered this sentence. His brain completely shut down due to extreme fear and shock. 5 million. A full 5 million. Just for a poor bastard in his eyes, a countrywoman whose dignity he wantonly trampled upon, this young man threw 5 million into the hospital without blinking an eye? What is the concept? This amount of money is more than enough to buy his position as department director, let alone a heart surgery. Aye. Sun Tao's lips trembled violently, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with a large ball of cotton, so he couldn't utter a complete word. Beads of cold sweat oozed out of his greasy forehead, slid down his fat cheeks, and wet his white coat that symbolized his noble status. His legs were shaking violently and uncontrollably, as if they would be unable to support his fat body at any moment and collapse to the ground. He finally realized what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, the cruel arc in his eyes becoming more intense. He put away his phone, looked around at the stunned nurses and patients' families in the corridor, then slowly raised his hand and slapped Sun Tao hard in the face. Bang! A loud and crisp slap exploded in the silent corridor. Jiang Chen used all his strength in this slap. Sun Tao's body, weighing more than 180 pounds, spun twice on the spot like a spinning top, and with a thump, he fell to the ground in a miserable state. Half of his cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and 5 clear fingerprints were deeply engraved on his face like branding irons. You, a beast in a white coat, are you qualified to talk about money? Jiang Chen looked down at him condescendingly, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into reality. Don't you like money? Jiang Chen took out his wallet from his pocket and pulled out all the cash inside, about a few thousand yuan, and then threw it at Sun Tao's head like throwing away garbage. Is this enough to buy you a better coffin? Red banknotes were scattered all over the ground. Each one was like an invisible slap in the face, severely hitting Sun Tao's dignity. Everyone around was stunned. Domineering. So fucking domineering. They had long been unhappy with Director Sun, who accepted red envelopes and bossed patients around. Now, seeing him being trampled on the ground like a dead dog, everyone felt an indescribable sense of relief. Zhang Lan was also stunned. She covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, who was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Is this still the shy, introverted, and even somewhat inferior boy from back then? Sun Tao completely collapsed. He rolled and crawled to his knees in front of Jiang Chen, hugged his legs, and began to beg for mercy with tears and snot. Jiang. Master Jiang. I was wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. I'm not a human, I'm a beast. Please, have mercy on me and forgive me this time. Forgive you? Jiang Chen's lips curled up with a hint of cold sarcasm. Just now, when Aunt Qin begged you, did you forgive her? Jiang Chen slowly raised his foot and kicked Sun Tao hard in the heart. Roll! Sun Tao screamed, and his fat body rolled out like a ball, hitting the wall heavily. He grimaced in pain and couldn't get up for a long time. At this moment, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps, accompanied by an angry roar, came from the other end of the corridor. Sun Tao! You bastard! Get out here! Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in a white coat, with gray hair but in good spirits, leading a group of hospital leaders, their faces pale and running towards them panting. The person who came was none other than the director of Zhanghai City First Hospital, Li Jianmen. At this moment, Li Jianmen's face no longer had the dignity of a head of a hospital. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if the end of the world was approaching. 3 minutes ago, he was leisurely drinking tea in the office, and the next second, he received a private call from the chairman of the CCB head office, one of the top wealthy families in Beijing. The content of the phone call almost gave him a myocardial infarction. How dare a doctor under his supervision challenge the terrifying figure who even the chairman had to kowtow to and call Mr. Jiang? Moreover, the other party was so angry that he directly deposited 5 million into the hospital's account. This is not a donation, this is a naked humiliation. This is using money to slap Li Jianmen in the face. Li Jianmen couldn't even imagine whether his hospital would be able to see the sun tomorrow if Mr. Jiang used the power of capital in anger. He rushed out of the office, tumbling and crawling, and arrived at the scene at the fastest speed in his life. When he saw the young man standing in the middle of the corridor with cold eyes and a suffocating aura, his heart skipped a beat. He knew it was him. Li Jianmen did not dare to be negligent at all, and rushed to Jiang Chen in 2 steps, not caring about his identity and face. With a thump, he actually knelt down. Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not managing well and not keeping a strict discipline on my subordinates. I frightened you. I kowtow to you. After saying that, he actually slammed his head hard on the cold floor tiles. Bang! This muffled sound was like thunder from the sky, exploding in everyone's mind. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, petrified in place. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg, and their faces were filled with horror that overturned their worldview. Dean. That's the director of Jianghai First Hospital. He is a big shot who has a say in the entire medical community of Jianghai City. At this moment, he was actually kneeling and kowtowing to a young man in his early 20s like an ancient slave? What on earth is wrong with this world? Sun Tao, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was so frightened when he saw this scene that his eyes rolled back, he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Jiang Chen looked coldly at Li Jianmen, who was kneeling in front of him, his voice devoid of emotion. It seems that you are the person in charge of this hospital. Yes. Mr. Jiang, my name is Li Jianmen. Li Jianmen knelt on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. Jiang Chen didn't let him get up, but pointed at Sun Tao lying on the ground and said lightly, "This man has corrupt medical ethics, extorts patients' families, and treats human life as worthless. I don't want to see him in any hospital in Jianghai City again." Upon hearing this, Li Jianmen felt as if he had been pardoned, and nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will fire him immediately. I will also inform the entire medical system and permanently revoke his medical license. I guarantee that he will never touch a scalpel again in his life. One more thing." Jiang Chen's gaze turned to the door of the emergency room. "The patient inside is called Qin Mengyao. I want her to enjoy the highest level of treatment and care in this hospital. The expert I invited is on his way. If anything happens to the patient before he arrives..." Jiang Chen didn't finish his words, but his cold eyes said it all. Li Jianmen was so frightened that he trembled and quickly patted his chest to make a promise. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I've arranged for the best medical team to be on call 24 hours a day. Miss Qin's safety is our hospital's top priority. Anyone who dares to neglect me will be skinned alive." He paused, looked up cautiously, and added in an almost flattering tone, "Also, Mr. Jiang, CCB has informed me that the top cardiologist you invited, Professor Anderson from the Mayo Clinic in the United States, has already boarded your private plane. He said he wanted to see you as soon as he got off the plane." Jiang Chen nodded slightly in response. He turned around and helped the uneasy Zhang Lan to sit on a chair beside him, and said softly, "Aunt Qin, don't worry, Mengyao will be fine." After dealing with all this, Jiang Chen felt a little bored, so he turned and walked towards the terrace at the end of the corridor, wanting to get some fresh air. Li Jianmen did not dare to delay and followed behind like a pug. Just as Jiang Chen pushed open the terrace door, a figure walked out from the VIP ward next to him and almost bumped into him. She was a woman so beautiful that it was breathtaking. She looked to be about 40 years old, wearing a well-tailored Chanel suit that perfectly outlined her mature and plump figure. Time seemed to be particularly kind to her, leaving no trace on her face. Instead, it gave her a unique charm that a young girl did not possess, a blend of charm and nobility. The Hermes platinum bag in her hand further demonstrated her wealthy and noble status. The woman didn't seem to expect someone to suddenly come out. She took a half step back, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. When her eyes fell on the Dean Li Jianmen, who was fawning and nodding to Jiang Chen behind him, her pupils suddenly shrank. She knew Li Jianmen. Who in the upper-class circles of Jianghai City didn't know this big shot in the medical field? But now, this big boss is actually so respectful to a young man who looks like a college student? She subconsciously turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen. When she saw this, her body was struck by lightning and she froze in place. That face. She was so familiar with that face. Isn't this the poor boyfriend my daughter has been talking about every day for the past 3 years, yet she has always sneered at him? The woman was Lin Shuayue's mother, Shun Manli. She came here today to visit a business partner. I didn't expect that I would meet my daughter's poor boyfriend who was good for nothing here in such an unbelievable way. What made her even more incomprehensible was why he had a hospital director who was so servile to him. Shun Manli's mind was in chaos. She looked at Jiang Chen, her lips moved, and finally she mustered up the courage to ask in a tentative and somewhat uncertain tone. "You are Jiang Chen?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Chen slowly turned his head, and his cold gaze fell on the elegant lady in front of him. He didn't know her, nor did he want to. "What's up?" Two cold words, without a trace of emotion. Shun Manli was frozen by him. Chapter 7, showing the Centurion Black Gold card. the manager was so scared that his legs went weak. Facing Shin Manli's gaze filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of imperceptible scrutiny, Jiang Chen's face remained calm. It was as if he was looking at a stranger he had never met before. "We've split up." Jiang Chen uttered two words lightly. The tone was as if he was talking about a trivial matter like the weather was nice today, so calm that it was heart-wrenching. Shen Manli's heart sank suddenly. She had imagined countless possible reactions from Jiang Chen. It could be anger, sadness, questioning, or a humble plea. But the only thing she didn't expect was this kind of complete, heartfelt indifference. It was as if she and her daughter Lin Shuiyue had become two insignificant specks of dust in his eyes. This feeling made her feel an inexplicable panic. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and tried to find a trace of disguise on Jiang Chen's face. "Why? Shuiyue loves you so much." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Chen with a sneer. "Love me?" Jiang Chen seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He slowly took a step closer to Shen Manli. His powerful aura forced this usually pampered lady to take half a step back. "You love me, so you feel comfortable spending my money and living in the house I rent, and then you kick me away and throw yourself into someone else's arms? You loved me, so when we broke up, you didn't even say a proper goodbye, leaving behind only a cold 'we're not suitable'?" Every word Jiang Chen said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Shen Manli's heart hard, making her face pale. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to refute. Because she knew that everything Jiang Chen said was true. Over the years, she had often whispered in her daughter's ears that Jiang Chen was useless and had no future, and asked her to break up with him as soon as possible and find another partner. It can be said that she is half responsible for today's breakup. But she couldn't understand how this poor boy, who was worthless in her eyes, could suddenly transform into a big shot that even the hospital director had to kneel down to fawn over. "Jiang Chen, Auntie knows that it was Shuiyue who let you down." Shen Manli took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her strategy, forced a smile on her face, and played the emotional card. "But you've been together for 3.5 years. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding? How about I treat you, and you?" "No need." Jiang Chen interrupted her again coldly. He didn't even bother to look at the woman again, and turned to Li Jianmen behind him and said, "It's too stuffy here. I'm going out for a while. I don't want any mistakes in Qin Menyao's surgery." Yes. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will keep an eye on it myself." Li Jianmen nodded and bowed quickly. After saying that, Jiang Chen took a long stride and left, leaving Shen Manli with only a resolute and aloof back. Shen Manli froze in place, looking at the back, feeling mixed emotions. For the first time, she began to doubt her own values. Could it be that I really made a mistake? After leaving the hospital, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi. "Professor Anderson is about to arrive in Shanghai, and I can't take a taxi to the airport to pick him up. Buying a car has become an urgent need. Master, let's go to the largest Porsche center in Shanghai City." Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a magnificently decorated 4S store in the city center. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. He was immediately attracted by the luxurious sports cars with smooth lines and full of power in the exhibition hall. However, his outfit, which cost no more than 300 yuan in total, was out of place with the luxurious environment here. A female salesperson wearing a professional suit and exquisite makeup glanced at him lazily, then lowered her head and continued playing with her mobile phone, not even bothering to say welcome. In her opinion, people like Jiang Chen are just poor losers who come here to enjoy the air conditioning and take a few photos to post on WeChat moments. There is no way he can afford to buy a car here. Jiang Chen didn't care and just walked around the exhibition hall. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the Porsche 918 Spider in the center of the exhibition hall, which looked like a black beast ready to attack. "How much is this car for?" Jiang Chen asked the saleswoman calmly. The saleswoman raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot, with an undisguised sarcasm on the corner of her mouth. "Sir, are you sure you're asking about this car?" She extended her red nail-painted hand and pointed to the price tag next to the car. The Porsche 918 Spider, limited to 918 units worldwide, has a landing price of 13.88 million. She deliberately emphasized the words 13 million. The implication is self-evident. Is this price something you can imagine? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't do it because of the price, but because of the other party's condescending attitude. Swipe the card. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and directly took out a card from his pocket. A completely black card without any numbers, only with a portrait of an ancient Roman warrior engraved in the center. American Express, Centurion Black Card. When the saleswoman saw the card, she was stunned at first, and then she laughed exaggeratedly as if she had heard a huge joke. Put. Ha ha ha. Sir, are you kidding me? You want to buy a car with just a model card? This is not a toy store. She had seen this so-called black card countless times on the internet. Aren't they just those pretentious props that those vain losers bought on Pink Sixy for 9.9 yuan with free shipping? Several of her colleagues gathered around upon hearing the noise, and looking at the black card in Zhang Chen's hand, they all smiled with disdain. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a big belly walked out of the office. He is the manager of this store. What are you arguing about? Don't you know we have guests here? The manager yelled impatiently. When his eyes accidentally swept over the black card in Zhang Chen's hand, his body was like being struck by lightning and suddenly froze in place. The next second, the blood color on his face faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pupils contracted violently because of extreme fear. As the manager of the Porsche Center, he was fortunate enough to have seen this legendary card from afar at a gathering of top wealthy people. It is the world-recognized king of cards. All the holders are politicians, billionaires, and celebrities from various countries. This card not only has no upper limit on spending, it also represents unimaginable power and status. And now, this magical card that only exists in legends has appeared in his store. Appeared in the hands of a young man who was ridiculed by his employees. The manager felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to his knees. He rushed over, tumbling and crawling, pushed away the chattering saleswoman, and then with a thump, he actually knelt straight in front of Zhang Chen. I'm sorry, sir. I was blind. I didn't discipline you enough. Please, give us another chance. There was a cry in his voice and his body was shaking like a sieve. The whole audience was instantly silent. Everyone was like a duck with its neck strangled, and the mocking expressions on their faces froze in an instant. The female salesperson was so frightened that her face turned pale, her legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chen looked indifferently at the manager kneeling in front of him and slowly handed over the card. Now, can I swipe it? Chapter 8. A mansion worth 150 million is like buying cabbage. Zhang Chen's voice was flat, cold, and without a trace of emotion. But to the manager kneeling on the ground, it was no less than the final verdict of the god of death. Yes. Yes. Of course you can. The manager seemed to have grabbed the last straw, and he crawled up from the ground. With trembling hands, he took the thin card, as if he was holding a volcano that could erupt at any time. His face was filled with a flattering smile that was uglier than crying. His waist was bent at 90 degrees and his posture was humble to the ground. Sir, how dare you do such a small thing yourself? Let me do it. I'll help you brush it. As he spoke, he hurriedly snatched the mobile POS machine from a frightened employee nearby, preparing to serve Zhang Chen personally. However, Zhang Chen did not look at him, but slowly raised his finger and pointed at the female salesperson who was sitting on the ground, her face pale and trembling with fear. She. Zhang Chen only said one word. The manager's heart skipped a beat and sank to the bottom in an instant. He understood Zhang Chen's meaning in an instant. Without any hesitation, he turned around, pointed at the saleswoman, and yelled in a voice that was almost a roar. Lu Yin! You're fired! Right now! Right now! Get out of here! From today on, we at Porsche Center are officially issuing a ban on you to all high-end car sales in Shanghai City. I guarantee you won't even be able to find a job selling used Altos in Shanghai. These words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting the saleswoman Lu Yin hard on the head. Her face, which was delicately made up, instantly lost all its color and turned pale. Industry ban. These 4 words completely broke down all her psychological defenses. This means that the career she relies on for her livelihood has been completely sentenced to death today. She's finished. Her life is over. No. Don't. Manager. Lu Yin finally reacted and crawled to the manager's feet using her hands and feet, hugging his legs tightly and crying with tears and snot. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me another chance. The manager looked at her like this, without any pity in his heart, only endless disgust. If it weren't for this stupid woman, how could he have offended such a godlike figure that even he couldn't afford to offend? He kicked Lu Yin away fiercely. Get out. Don't dirty the eyes of our distinguished guests here. After dealing with Lu Yan, the manager turned back with a look of panic on his face and looked at Jiang Chen, his fat face filled with a flattering smile. Sir, are you satisfied with this solution? Jiang Chen's gaze slowly moved from Lu Yan to the manager's face. That look was calm, yet it carried a coldness that could see through everything. He opened his thin lips slightly and uttered a few words again. The same as you. What? The smile on the manager's face froze instantly. He felt as if struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. He never dreamed that even though he had behaved so humbly and decisively, he still couldn't escape this disaster. Sir, He wanted to beg for mercy again, but Jiang Chen was too lazy to even look at him. Get someone who knows how to swipe a card. Jiang Chen's tone left no room for doubt. A smart-looking young salesperson nearby quickly ran over and took the black gold card and POS machine from the manager who had already lost his mind. Sir, please tell me, is this the full payment? The young salesperson's voice trembled slightly due to nervousness. Jiang Chen responded calmly. Drop. The POS machine made a slight sound. A huge sum of 13.88 million, no password, no verification required, payment is successful instantly. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was unbelievable. Everyone around, looking at the printed purchase order, felt as if their worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. That's more than 10 million. It's not just over 1,000 yuan. Just like that. Without even blinking an eye? Sir, here are your car keys. We will complete all the vehicle procedures for you within 20 minutes. The young salesperson respectfully handed the key and purchase order back to Jiang Chen with both hands. Jiang Chen took the key, turned around and walked towards the black Porsche 918. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the salesmen who were already scared silly and the manager who collapsed on the ground. It was as if what he had just crushed were just two insignificant ants. The moment Jiang Chen opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, the cold mechanical prompt sound rang again in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the spend a lot spending achievement, with the spending amount exceeding 10 million. The Godly Rich Indulgence System activates special rewards. Reward, 1 villa, Yunding Tiangong in Shanghai City, estimated market value, 150 million. All documents including property ownership certificates and keys have been automatically stored in the system storage space and can be retrieved at any time. A villa worth 150 million? Jiang Chen's hand holding the steering wheel paused slightly. This system is indeed indulgent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he started this powerful beast. Buzz. The W-type 12-cylinder engine emits a deafening roar. The black car body rushed out of the 4S store like an arrow from a bow, and disappeared in the shocked, envious and terrified eyes of everyone. Feeling the powerful push on his back, Jiang Chen felt more relaxed than ever before. Instead of going to the airport immediately, he turned on the car navigation and typed in the 4 words Yunding Tiangong. He wanted to see what the 150 million mansion rewarded by the system looked like. Yunding Palace, located on Yunding Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Shanghai City, is a well-known top wealthy area in the entire Shanghai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Those who can live here are either rich or noble, and each of them is a super boss who can make Shanghai City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. The security here is also notoriously strict. When Jiang Chen drove the stylish Porsche 918 to the main entrance at the foot of Yunding Tiangong Mountain, he was immediately stopped by 2 burly security guards in neat uniforms. One of the security guards walked up to the car window and gave a standard military salute, but there was a subtle scrutiny in his eyes. He has seen too many luxury cars, and there are also many rich second generations who drive sports cars here to pick up girls and try to sneak in. Hello, sir. Yunding Tiangong is a private residential area. No entry without permission. The security guard's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, but carried a soldier's unique toughness. Excuse me, which owner are you visiting? Chapter 9, a rich second generation driving a Ferrari dares to show off in front of me? Facing the security guard's question, which was neither humble nor arrogant, but also carried a hint of scrutiny, Jiang Chen's face did not show any anger or offense. He just looked at the other person calmly and said lightly, I don't live here. The security team leader is Wang Meng, a veteran who has worked here for 5 years and has developed a pair of sharp eyes. He can tell at a glance who is a real guest and who is just pretending to be rich. Although the young man in front of him was driving a Porsche 918, his cheap clothes and overly young face made him instinctively classify him as someone who sneaked in to catch rich men. After hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the vigilance and contempt in Wang Meng's eyes deepened. Sure enough, I guessed it right. He was just about to issue an official order to expel them, but Jiang Chen's next words were like a bombshell that exploded in his ears. Because I just bought this place today. What? Wang Meng's brain completely crashed for a moment. He had worked here for 5 years, welcoming and seeing off countless top bosses from Jianghai City, and heard all kinds of bizarre reasons for admission, but this was the first time he heard such a fresh and unworldly, yet arrogant answer. Buy this place? What did he think this was? A rural vegetable market? This is Yunding Tiangong, Jianghai City's top wealthy area. Every villa here is worth over 100 million yuan, and there is no market for it. He said he bought this place? Who does he think he is? The richest man in Jiangnan province? A sarcastic smile, as if looking at a fool, appeared on Wang Meng's face involuntarily. Sir, the security system of Yunding Palace is directly connected to the police network. Please do not interfere with public affairs here. If you continue to make trouble, I will have to follow the rules and ask you to leave. His tone already held a hint of warning. Jiang Chen looked at his expression that said I've seen through everything and was not angry, but just found it a little funny. He was too lazy to even explain to such a small person, and just said it silently in his heart. System, retrieve the keys and property certificate for Yundingshan Palace Villa number 1. Ding. Item retrieved. The next second, in the shocked, stunned and unbelievable eyes of Wang Meng and several security guards nearby, Jiang Chen took out a bunch of keys that shone with a purple-gold metallic luster and a dark red real estate certificate out of thin air. Now, can you confirm my identity? Jiang Chen threw the keys and property certificate onto the center console casually, like 2 pieces of trash. He looked so nonchalant, as if what he took out was not the certificate for a luxury house worth hundreds of millions, but 2 insignificant pieces of paper. Wang Meng's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. His breathing completely stopped at this moment. As the security team leaders of Hentang Palace, they have all received the most professional training, so they naturally recognized the unique anti-counterfeiting stamp on the property certificate at a glance. And, on that bunch of keys, there is the unique purple-gold badge made of pure gold and purple diamonds, which symbolizes the most luxurious villa in Hentang Sky Palace, building number 1. Oh my god! Villa number 1. That is the king of buildings that exists like a legend in the entire Yunding Palace and even in the entire Jianghai City. It is said that this villa has never been sold to the public since it was built. It has always been owned by the developer of Hentang Palace, the mysterious richest man in Jiangnan province, as the ultimate symbol of status. But now, its property certificate and keys actually appeared in the hands of this young man whom he looked down upon. What does that mean? Wang Meng didn't dare to think about it anymore. He only felt a chill that penetrated deep into his bones, rushing madly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making all the blood in his body freeze in an instant. He had just actually stopped the real owner of this villa at the door and even insulted and mocked him? Thump! Wang Meng's legs went weak and he actually knelt straight on the ground. I'm sorry, sir. I'm blind. I didn't recognize the great man. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He saluted Jiang Chen with an unprecedented standard military salute, his body shaking violently due to extreme fear and excitement. The security guards nearby were all terrified, and they were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. At this moment, an extremely shrill horn sound, accompanied by an extremely arrogant curse, came from the back of the Porsche 918. The one in front. You think you're so great driving a lousy Porsche? Damn it, you're blocking my way. Get out of my way right now. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and saw through the rearview mirror a red Ferrari LaFerrari blocking the way behind his car. A rich second-generation man wearing a flowered shirt, with colorful hair and unsteady steps, who was obviously drained of his body by alcohol and sex, was leaning his head out of the car window and shouting at him impatiently. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Wang Meng, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly jumped up from the ground like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He is now worried about where to express his loyalty. This blind idiot is simply walking into trouble. Wang Meng rushed over, ran to the side of the Ferrari, and knocked on the other's car window. With a murderous look unique to soldiers on his face, he shouted angrily. Shut your stinking mouth. This is Yunding Palace. This is not a place for losers like you to run wild. Right now. Right now. Apologize to this gentleman. Otherwise, I promise that you and your lousy car will be permanently blacklisted from Yunding Palace. The rich second generation was obviously also a resident here. He usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly, relying on the money his family had. How could he have ever been scolded like this by a small security guard? He immediately got furious and was about to explode with anger. You're just a fucking watchdog, and you dare to talk to me like that? He pushed open the car door, pointed at Wang Meng's nose and cursed. Do you know who my dad is? My dad is Zhao Tianlong. He's the chairman of the Tianlong Group. He's worth billions. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you believe that with just one phone call from me, I can kick you out of here and leave your whole family starving? However, in the face of his threat, Wang Meng sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt and pity, as if he was looking at a dead person. Zhao Tianlong? Tianlong Group? He shook his head, his tone filled with endless sarcasm. Is it remarkable? He stretched out his finger and pointed at Zhang Chen's black Porsche 918 from a distance, his eyes filled with almost fanatical admiration and faith. Do you know who was in that car? Let me tell you, let alone your father Zhao Tianlong, even if your grandfather crawled out of his grave, he would have to kneel down and sing conquer in front of this gentleman. What? The rich second-generation Zhao Wei was stunned on the spot. He looked at the aggressive security guard in disbelief, then looked at the Porsche 918, which seemed ordinary to him, his mind in a mess. Did this watchdog take the wrong medicine, or is he completely crazy? Can a guy who drives a Porsche be so awesome that even his father, who was worth billions, kneel down? What a joke! This is even more fantastical than a movie. At this moment, Zhang Chen slowly opened the car door and got out. The cheap t-shirt he was wearing seemed a bit out of place against the backdrop of the luxurious surroundings. But the innate indifference and nobility in him, as if he was above all others, made everyone present feel an inexplicable palpitation. He didn't even look at Zhao Wei, who was jumping up and down like a clown. Instead, he walked straight up to Wang Meng, took out a few bills from his pocket, and casually stuffed them into his shirt pocket. Well done, this is a reward for you. To Zhang Chen, those few $1,000s were not even a drop in the bucket. But for Wang Meng, this was the highest recognition of his actions. It was the greatest honor he had ever received in his life. Thank you, sir. Protecting your dignity is my unshirkable responsibility. Wang Meng was so excited that his face flushed, his body stood straight, and his voice was sonorous and powerful, as if he had returned to the passionate military camp of that year. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then slowly turned around and, for the first time, glanced at Zhao Wei, who had already been stunned by the strange scene before him, with a look as if he were looking at an ant. He opened his thin lips slightly, his voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable and overbearing authority, like the judgment of a god. You'll have 3 seconds. Get out of my sight. Zhao Wei trembled all over when he was looked at by Zhang Chen's cold eyes, but then, a greater sense of humiliation surged in his heart. He's the crown prince of the Tianlong Group. When has he ever been treated like this? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Before he could finish his words, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang frantically. The caller ID showed that it was his usually extremely majestic father Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Wei picked up the phone impatiently and was about to complain when he heard a hoarse roar from the other end of the phone that he had never heard before, full of extreme fear and despair. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. Do you want to kill our entire family? Did you offend Mr. Jiang, who was driving a black Porsche 918 at the entrance of Yunding Palace? Chapter 10 will let you see what god-level driving skills are. From the other end of the phone came the usually aloof and majestic roar of his father, Zhao Tianlong, which was filled with extreme fear and despair, an unprecedented roar. That sound was like a basin of cold water mixed with ice chips, pouring down on Zhao Wei's head in an instant, making every pore of his body feel bitingly cold. Zhao Wei was completely stunned. He even suspected that he was hallucinating because of excessive indulgence. Mr. Jiang? A black Porsche 918? Is his dad crazy? How could a poor loser driving a junky Porsche possibly scare his multi-billionaire dad into this state? Dad, are you drunk? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Wei's mind was in a mess and he retorted subconsciously. I'm talking nonsense? Zhao Tianlong on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard a huge joke. The despair in his voice was instantly replaced by a surge of rage. You rebellious son! You idiot! Do you know who you've offended? Just now, the richest man in Jiangnan province, Mr. Wang Jioding, called me personally. Director Wang said that Mr. Jiang is a godlike figure that even he has to look up to and cannot afford to offend. Director Wang also said that if my son offended Mr. Jiang, then our Tianlong group would be completely wiped out from Shanghai City and from the face of the earth tomorrow. Boom! Every word Zhao Tianlong said was like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Zhao Wei's head fiercely. The richest man in Jiangnan province. Wang Jioding. That legendary figure who could shake the economy of the entire Jiangnan province with just a stomp of his foot, a dragon that is hard to find. This Mr. Jiang is actually someone that even Wang Jioding has to look up to? Zhao Wei's brain was completely blown. At this moment, the worldview that he was proud of was torn to pieces by an irresistible, terrifying force. He finally understood why that little security captain dared to point at his nose and curse. He finally understood why the security captain said that even if his father came, he would have to kneel down and sing conquer. It turns out that everything he said was true. How could I, like a clown, be jumping up and down and shouting like crazy in front of a godlike figure that even the richest man in the province looked up to? An indescribable fear, like a tide, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. His legs were shaking violently and uncontrollably, and he felt a warm and wet sensation in his crotch. He was actually frightened to the point of peeing. Rebellious son! What are you still standing there for? Zhao Tianlong's desperate roar came again on the phone. Kneel down. Right now. Right now. Kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Jiang. Beg for his forgiveness. If Mr. Jiang doesn't forgive you, you'll die right there. Our Zhao family will pretend we don't have a son like you. Thump. The moment the phone was hung up, Zhao Wei's legs went weak and he could no longer support the weight of his body. He knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. His face, which had already turned pale due to alcohol and sex, was now completely bloodless, like a dead person. Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I can't recognize a great man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I'm garbage. Please be magnanimous and let me go. As Zhao Wei spoke, he raised his hands frantically, slapping himself left and right. Snap. 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 The crisp sound of slapping seemed particularly loud in the silent air. He hit himself so hard that in a short while, he beat himself into a pig's head, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The security guards around were all stunned by the dramatic scene before them, feeling that their brains were no longer enough. A second ago, he was still an arrogant and domineering rich second generation. The next second, he knelt on the ground, like a dead dog, and slapped himself? This world is too fucking fantastical. However, facing Zhao Wei's humble plea for mercy, Jiang Chen's face remained indifferent for thousands of years. He didn't even bother to look at this ant anymore. It seems that looking at it for one more time will dirty your eyes. He slowly turned around, sat back in his Porsche 918, and started the engine. Buzz. The low and charming sound is like the roar of a wild beast. Jiang Chen rolled down the car window and spoke calmly to the pig-headed man who was still kneeling on the ground. Your junky car is blocking the road. Yes. I'll move away immediately. Zhao Wei felt as if he had been pardoned. He scrambled back to his Ferrari and moved it to the side at the fastest speed in his life, making a wide passage for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored him and stepped on the accelerator. The black Porsche 918 rushed out like a ghost and sped towards the top of the mountain. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for not killing me. Zhao Wei knelt on the ground, banging his head frantically at the rear of the car that had long since gone away, until his forehead was bleeding. The relief of surviving the disaster made him feel exhausted. The winding mountain road of Yunding Mountain is the most famous devil's racetrack in Shanghai City. The road is full of twists and turns and is extremely dangerous. However, at this moment, the black Porsche 918 was performing a dance of death that could be called an art on this track. The system had already implanted God-level driving skills into Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, he and this high-performance beast have become one. At every turn, he cuts in precisely with incredible speed and angle. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream, and the car body almost flew out under the action of centrifugal force. However, at the moment when the car is about to lose control, Jiang Chen can always pull the front of the car back on track with a micro-maneuver that is difficult to capture with the naked eye. Drift. Inertial drift. Drift. His movements were smooth and flowing, without any unnecessary operations, full of violent yet elegant beauty. At the observation deck on the top of the mountain, several racing enthusiasts who were playing with drones accidentally captured this shocking scene with their cameras. What the hell? What is that? It's a Porsche 918. Oh my god. Is he crazy? How dare he drive so fast in Hentang Mountain? This isn't fast. This is flying. His cornering speed is at least 200 mph. Is he still a human being? God of cars. This is definitely the god of cars. No. It's God. Several rich second generations went crazy when they saw the images sent back by the drone, which looked like movie special effects. They roared wildly, venting the shock and admiration in their hearts. However, Jiang Chen knew nothing about all this. He simply enjoyed the thrill brought by speed and passion. A few minutes later, the Villa number 1 that stood like a palace on the top of Hentang Mountain was already in sight. Jiang Chen slowly stopped the car and looked at the luxurious manor in front of him that covered thousands of square meters and had its own helipad and infinity pool. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He pushed open the car door and slowly walked towards the magnificent gate of the villa made of purple gold. Authentication in progress. Iris scan successful. Fingerprint matching successful. Welcome, Supreme Master. Accompanied by a burst of high-tech electronic sound, the door worth tens of millions slowly opened to both sides. However, the moment Jiang Chen stepped into the door, a graceful figure in a black high-end custom-made butler uniform, with a cool temperament, was already waiting quietly inside the door. She was a woman of about 25 or 26 years old, with delicate features like God's most perfect masterpiece. Her long black hair was meticulously tied behind her head, revealing her swan-like, white and slender neck. She has a unique abstinence and holiness in her. People dare not look at her directly, but they can't help but want to conquer her. Seeing Jiang Chen, she slowly bent down and made a standard 90-degree bow. Her voice was cold, yet with just the right amount of respect. Mr. Jiang, welcome home. I am your personal butler, Mu Qingxue. Chapter 11. Su Wanqing was shocked. What is his identity? Facing this exclusive butler who was stunning in appearance, figure and temperament, Jiang Chen's eyes did not show any ripples. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a beauty that could drive any man crazy, but an ordinary, talking tool. He just nodded faintly in response. This kind of indifference that came from the bones and treated the beauty as nothing made a barely perceptible glint of light flash in Mu Qingxue's cold and beautiful eyes for the first time. As a top-level butler carefully selected by the system to serve the god-level host, Mu Qingxue has undergone the most rigorous training in the world. She is fluent in 8 languages and has mastered dozens of skills including finance, fighting, and management. Whether she is handling a business contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars or flying a plane for her master in the midst of bullets, she can do it with ease and without blinking. She has seen more top wealthy people, powerful politicians and dignitaries than the average person would see on TV in their entire life. But she had never seen anyone like Jiang Chen. He has neither the arrogance and domineering nature of the nouveau riche, nor the arrogance and aloofness of the old money aristocrats. He just stood there calmly, yet seemed to be born above all the rules of this world. That is a kind of godlike indifference that truly regards all living beings as ants. Mr. Jiang, I have already arranged your itinerary for you. Mu Qingxue quickly collected her thoughts, resumed her professional and respectful demeanor, and reported in a cold voice. In half an hour, you need to go to Shanghai International Airport to meet Professor Anderson, a cardiac surgery expert from the Mayo Clinic in the United States. I have prepared a welcome dinner for you at. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. No need. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across this extremely luxurious yet somewhat empty and deserted villa, and he spoke lightly. I don't like eating at home. The venue of the dinner has been changed to a Western restaurant called Kinji Wexuan. Kinji Wexuan? When she heard the name, a hint of barely perceptible confusion flashed across Mu Qingxue's face. With her professionalism, she naturally knew this restaurant. Although it is considered one of the high-end restaurants in Shanghai City, no matter from which angle you look at it, it is definitely not worthy of Jiang Chen's current status, and it is even less suitable as a place to entertain a world-class expert like Professor Anderson. But she didn't ask any more questions, just lowered her head respectfully. Yes, sir, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Chen responded, turned around and walked out the door. I'll drive the car myself, you don't have to follow. Yes, sir. Mu Qingxue respectfully sent Jiang Chen to the door and watched the black Porsche 918 disappear like a ghost at the end of the winding mountain road. For the first time, a look of curiosity appeared in her cold eyes. At the same time, Shanghai International Airport, in the VIP lounge. A woman wearing a red Chanel long dress, with a graceful figure and noble and elegant temperament, was holding a cup of coffee, standing quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the planes taking off and landing below. The woman was about 30 years old, with delicate features, fair skin, and long, wavy chestnut hair that was casually draped over her shoulders. She exuded the unique charm of a mature woman, as mellow and charming as red wine. She is the behind-the-scenes boss of Kinji Wechuan Western Restaurant and a legendary female boss in the entire business world of Shanghai City, Su Wanqing. At this moment, there was a lingering solemnity and confusion on her face. Just a few hours ago, she received a call from the restaurant manager. The content of the phone call still makes her feel a little unbelievable. A young man, driving a Porsche 918 and holding a legendary Centurion Black Gold card, was furious because of a waiter's attitude and forcibly acquired her restaurant at a threefold premium. The whole process was clean, neat, and domineering. Su Wanqing has been in the business world for many years. What kind of wealthy and powerful people has she not seen? But this was the first time she heard of someone using tens of millions in cash to buy a restaurant as a toy just because of a disagreement. She mobilized all her connections to investigate, trying to find out the origins of this mysterious Mr. Jiang. However, the result she got made her even more shocked. Whether it was CCB's top-level VIP system or the Porsche Center's customer database, all information about this Mr. Jiang seemed to be shrouded in an impenetrable fog. The authority level was so high that even she could not reach it. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. This mysterious Mr. Jiang was like a bottomless iceberg, making her feel powerless and out of control for the first time. Just when Su Wanqing was feeling upset, the door of the VIP room was slowly pushed open. A slender figure walked in. Su Wanqing subconsciously glanced back, but this one glance made her beautiful eyes, which had been calm, suddenly freeze. The person who came was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was wearing a washed-out t-shirt and jeans, which seemed a bit out of place in the luxurious environment. But his indifferent and extraordinary temperament and his handsome face that was enough to make any woman look at him sideways made him the most dazzling presence in the crowd wherever he went. However, these were not what attracted Su Wanqing. But the car key of Porsche 918 in his hand, which was shining with a unique metallic luster. Could it be? An absurd and bold idea popped up in Su Wanqing's mind uncontrollably. Impossible. She immediately rejected the idea. According to the restaurant manager's description, although Mr. Jiang was young, he had a strong aura and cold eyes. His every word and action carried the aura of a superior who had the power of life and death. The young man in front of him, although he has a unique temperament, looks more like a boy next door who is inexperienced and has a clean temperament. There is a stark difference between the two. Maybe he is just a rich second generation who happened to buy a Porsche 918. Su Wanqing smiled self-deprecatingly, withdrew her gaze, and continued to savor the coffee in her hand. However, the scene that happened the next second made her feel like she was struck by lightning, and she froze in place. The general manager of the airport, a Mediterranean man who usually looked down on others and might not even personally greet the mayor, suddenly had a big smile on his face and trotted up to the young man. The way he nodded and fawned, and was extremely obsequious, was just like an ancient eunuch meeting the emperor on a secret visit. Mr. Jiang. Why did you come here in person? If you need to pick someone up, just give me a call and I'll immediately send someone to clear the helipad for you so your private plane can land directly. Private jet? These 4 words, like 4 bolts of thunder, struck Su Wanqing's heart fiercely. Her body trembled violently, and she lost her grip on the coffee cup in her hand. It fell to the polished floor with a bang and shattered into pieces. Brown coffee stains splashed all over her, but she was completely unaware. Her eyes were fixed on the young man, and her charming eyes were filled with horror and disbelief that overturned her worldview. It's him! Surprisingly, it was really him. The mysterious tycoon who spent a fortune to buy her restaurant. That terrifying existence that made her unable to find any information even after using all her connections. To think it was this harmless-looking boy next door? This extreme sense of contrast made Su Wanqing's brain go completely blank. Jiang Chen seemed to have noticed the movement here. He slowly turned his head and cast his gaze towards the beautiful woman in a red dress who was in a trance. The corner of his mouth curled up in a subtle, playful arc. He stretched out his long legs and slowly walked in front of Su Wanqing, looking down at her. His voice was calm, but it had a magical power that could see through people's hearts. You are Su Wancheng? Chapter 12, a 100 million yuan gift for meeting. Don't be afraid, auntie, it's just a small amount of money. Jiang Chen's voice was calm and magnetic, but it was like an invisible big hand, tightly strangling Su Wancheng's heart. For the first time, her heart, which had been calm and composed for many years after experiencing the ups and downs in the business world, began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. It's him. It's really him. This young man who looked harmless and even had some boy-next-door aura was actually the terrifying existence who was domineering and mysterious and had kept her tossing and turning for hours. Su Wancheng felt that her brain was completely blank and confused. The rationality, calmness and composure that she was proud of were shattered in front of this young man and disappeared without a trace. She subconsciously wanted to step back, to escape from the unprecedented feeling of oppression that this man brought her, which almost suffocated her. However, her beautiful legs and Jimmy Choo high heels seemed to be filled with lead, extremely heavy and unable to move at all. She could only watch Jiang Chen walking towards her slowly, step by step. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the beat of her heart, making her breathe rapidly and her heart in turmoil. The airport general manager standing by was so frightened that he retreated 100 meters away with all the staff, turning the entire VIP room into Jiang Chen's absolute territory. Finally, Jiang Chen stopped in front of Su Wancheng. He was a whole head taller than her, and his condescending attitude made her, the queen of the business world who usually had a strong aura and was used to looking down on everyone, feel for the first time a sense of insignificance and powerlessness, as if she were looking up to a god. Su Wancheng opened her red lips slightly, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, so dry that she couldn't utter a complete word. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on her beautiful face that was enough to drive countless men crazy. Jiang Chen looked at her like this, and the playful curve of his mouth became more intense. He likes this feeling. He likes to watch these queens who are usually high and mighty, take off all their disguises little by little in front of him, and expose their truest and most vulnerable side. It seems that you are it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, pulled over a sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at the mature and beautiful woman in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. His gaze was extremely aggressive. It was as if he could see through the expensive Chanel dress she was wearing and see through all the unknown secrets deep in her heart. Su Wancheng felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, and an unprecedented sense of shame and anger surged in her heart. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and regained the pride and aura of the queen of the business world. Mr. Jiang, I've long heard of your name. She forced a smile, but her voice trembled slightly, which she herself was not aware of. I wonder, Mr. Jiang, why did you spend tens of millions to buy my restaurant and wait for me here? What advice do you have for me? She deliberately emphasized the word guidance and tried to use this method to cover up her inner panic. However, Jiang Chen's next words broke her defense once again. Wait for you? Jiang Chen chuckled as if he had heard something funny. Boss Su, I think you may have misunderstood something. I'm here to pick up a friend. As for you. Jiang Chen paused, and the amusement in his eyes turned into pure mockery. You are just an unexpected surprise. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. Su Wancheng's face turned red in an instant. Wherever she, Su Wancheng, goes, isn't she the center of attention and the focus of all men's attention? But in this man's eyes, I was just an unexpected surprise? Mr. Jiang. Su Wancheng's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of anger that was difficult to suppress. If you just want to humiliate me, then I will not accompany you. After saying that, she turned around and wanted to leave. However, just as she took a step forward, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice came from behind her. Kinji Weixuan, I'm tired of playing. Su Wancheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned around slowly and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What do you mean? Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa, walked slowly in front of her, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What I mean is, I will return that restaurant to you now. Give it back to her? Su Wancheng was completely stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. He spent nearly 100 million in real money to buy it. Now, he said he would pay it back? What on earth does he want to do? Mr. Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. Su Wancheng suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Are you giving me alms? Alms? Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. No, I just feel that the restaurant is not worthy of my status. So, I decided to give it to you as a meeting gift. A meeting gift? A restaurant worth 100 million as a meeting gift? Su Wanqing felt that her worldview was once again pinned to the ground and repeatedly crushed by this man. She looked at Jiang Chen's face with a playful smile and was shaking with anger. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Do you think that just because you have a few bucks, you can do whatever you want and trample on other people's dignity? I'm telling you. I, Su Wanqing, am not one of those women you can buy with money. I won't take a cent of your filthy money or your crappy restaurant. Su Wanqing completely exploded. She pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and vented all the anger that had been pent up in her heart over the years towards those stinky men. However, facing her hysteria, Jiang Chen simply took out his cell phone calmly. Yeah. As he spoke, he casually operated a few things on his mobile phone. Drop. The next second, a crisp text message alert tone suddenly rang out from the phone in Su Wanqing's pocket. She subconsciously took out her cell phone and took a look. However, just this one glance made her feel like she was struck by lightning, and she was completely petrified on the spot. Dear Ms. Su Wanqing, your CCB savings account, ending in 8888, received a transfer of 100 million yuan at 5:47 p.m. on September 27. The current account balance is 100,089,543.21 yuan. 100 million? Su Wanqing stared at the screen of her mobile phone. The long string of zeros dazzled her. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She had never seen so much money in her life. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Jiang Chen's devilish voice once again sounded in her ears. Since Mr. Su doesn't like that small restaurant, then consider this 100 million in cash as my compensation for the emotional damage you incurred in breaking the cup today. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to her, stretched out his hand, gently lifted her smooth chin, and forced her to look at him. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, and his voice was full of deadly temptation. Auntie, don't be afraid. It's just a small amount of money. Chapter 13. Lin Shueyue cries and begs for reconciliation? Too late, get out. It's just a small amount of money. Jiang Chen's voice was light, but it was like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on Su Wanqing's heart. Her body was shaking violently due to extreme shock. Those charming eyes that usually made countless men bow down to them were now filled with humiliation, confusion, and a hint of fear that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Aunt? He actually called himself Auntie? This title has an even greater impact than the 100 million transfer. It was like the sharpest needle, precisely piercing through all her pride and disguise, making her queen-like heart feel completely crushed for the first time. Her dignity, her aura, everything she was proud of, were shattered in front of this excessively young man, becoming as cheap as dust. Jiang Chen looked at her distraught and tearful appearance, and the playful curve of his mouth became more and more intense. He slowly loosened his hand, as if he had just brushed away an insignificant piece of dust. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, slowly and methodically wiped the fingers that had just touched Su Wanqing's chin, and then casually threw the handkerchief into the trash can next to him. This action is extremely insulting. Su Wanqing's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. She wanted to explode, to scream, to curse the devilish man in front of her with the most vicious words. However, when she met Jiang Chen's deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, all her courage collapsed in an instant. She was scared. She was really scared. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, a rapid cell phone ring broke the suffocating silence. It's Jiang Chen's cell phone. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. An old and excited voice came from the other end of the phone, speaking fluent English. Oh. My dear Jiang. I've seen you. Oh my god. You look even younger and more handsome than in the photo. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired, but energetic, foreign old man in a tang suit, dragging a suitcase and running towards him with excitement on his face. It is none other than Professor Anderson, the world's top cardiac surgeon. Behind him, there was a large group of presidents and directors of major hospitals in Shanghai City. Each of them was like the humblest apprentice, following behind his master, with awe and admiration written all over their faces. Mr. Jiang. When the airport general manager saw this scene, he hurried over to introduce them. However, Professor Anderson didn't even look at him and just passed by him. He rushed to Jiang Chen in 2 steps, opened his arms, and gave him an extremely warm hug. Oh. My god. Jiang. I finally see you. It is the greatest honor of my life to serve you. Professor Anderson's voice was filled with irrepressible excitement, and his fanatical look was like that of a devout believer who had just seen the God of his faith. The group of experts and professors following behind him were so shocked when they saw the scene that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Is this still the same Professor Anderson who has a fiery temper and is known throughout the international medical community? He was actually so humble to a young man? Su Wanqing was also completely dumbfounded. Her body had become numb due to excessive shock. She felt that the shock she had received today was greater than that she had received in the past 30 years combined. Jiang Chen gently pushed away the enthusiastic Anderson, pointed at the beautiful woman beside him who had already lost her soul, and said lightly, "Let me introduce you, this is Ms. Su Wanqing. She will be responsible for arranging tonight's welcoming banquet." Upon hearing this, Anderson immediately turned around, extended his hand to Su Wanqing, and had the most gentlemanly smile on his face. "Oh, beautiful lady. Hello. I'm Anderson, nice to meet you." Su Wanqing finally woke up from her dream and hurriedly stretched out her hand to shake hands with him. "Hello. Hello, Professor Anderson, I'm Su Wanqing." Her voice still had an unconcealable tremor. Jiang Chen ignored them and turned around and walked towards the airport exit. "Let's go to the hospital first." "Yes. Mr. Jiang." Professor Anderson quickly followed closely like the most obedient primary school student. Su Wanqing followed behind in a daze, her mind still in a mess. She looked at the young and mysterious figure in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. For the first time, she felt a sense of powerlessness called fate towards a man. Perhaps, from the moment he bought his restaurant, he was destined to be entangled with him for the rest of his life. However, just as the group was about to walk out of the airport hall, two figures suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked their way. It was Lin Shueyue and her mother, Shen Manli. At this moment, Lin Shueyue no longer had the arrogance and determination she had in the Western restaurant a few hours ago. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her face, and regret and pleading were written all over her face. Shen Manli, who was standing beside her, also had a flattering and humble smile on her face. Jiang Chen." Lin Shueyue looked at Jiang Chen, her voice choked with sobs, tears falling uncontrollably like pearls from a broken string. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you. I shouldn't have betrayed our relationship for money. Can you give me another chance? Let's start over, let's." Before she could finish her words, when her eyes fell on Su Wanqing, who was standing next to Jiang Chen and completely crushed her in terms of appearance, temperament and figure, all her words were stuck in her throat. An indescribable feeling of inferiority and jealousy, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at her heart madly. She never dreamed that Jiang Chen would find such a perfect replacement so quickly after breaking up with her. "Jiang Chen. Who is she?" Lin Shueyue pointed at Su Wanqing, her voice sharp and full of questioning. However, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at her. He just calmly looked at the mother and daughter standing in front of him. There was no anger or sadness in his eyes, only pure disgust from the bottom of his heart. It was as if they were two dirty flies blocking his way. He slowly raised his hand, pointed at the airport gate, and uttered a word lightly. "Roll." This word, like the black ice from the sky, instantly froze all of Lin Shueyue's hopes. Her body trembled violently, and she looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, who was so cold that he made her feel unfamiliar. "Jiang Chen. How could you do this to me?" She was crying hysterically. "We've been together for 3.5 years. A full 3.5 years. You gave me back my youth. For you, I rejected the pursuit of so many rich second generations. Bang! A crisp slap suddenly sounded in the noisy airport hall. The one who took action was not Jiang Chen. But it's Su Wanqing. The business queen who was in a state of dismay just now looked like a lioness whose reverse scales had been touched. There was a raging fire burning in her charming eyes. She pointed at Lin Shueyue, who had already been stunned by the slap, and her voice was cold, full of unquestionable dominance and majesty. "My man, are you worthy of yelling here? Chapter 14 Spend 1 million and get 10 million in rebates? The system is awesome." Su Wanqing's voice was cold, domineering, and full of unquestionable majesty. This loud and crisp slap not only stunned Lin Shueyue, but also stunned everyone present. No one expected that this beautiful woman who looked noble and elegant, like a queen, would be so decisive and take action directly. Lin Shueyue covered her cheeks, which had instantly turned red and swollen, and looked at Su Wanqing in disbelief. Her eyes, red and swollen from crying, were filled with humiliation, jealousy, and a hint of fear. Who do you think you are? Why did you hit me? Lin Shueyue screamed hysterically, like a madman. However, what answered her was Su Wanqing's increasingly cold eyes, as if she was looking at a dead person. Why? Su Wanqing slowly raised her hand, and with her slender nail-painted fingers, she gently held Jiang Chen's arm and pressed her mature and plump body tightly against him. That posture was full of extreme possessiveness, as if declaring one's sovereignty to the whole world. Because I'm his woman. You're just a piece of outdated stuff that he threw away like trash, and you're not worthy enough to yell at my people here? Boom! Every word Su Wanqing said was like a sharp hammer, hitting Lin Shueyue's heart hard and smashing her pitiful self-esteem into pieces. Outdated stuff? Rubbish? Lin Shueyue's body was shaking violently, and her brain was blank due to extreme humiliation and anger. Shen Manli beside her was already scared out of her wits. Others didn't know Su Wanqing, so how could she not know her? This is Su Wanqing. She was a legendary queen renowned throughout Jianghai City's business community. Even her husband had to grovel and fawn upon her when he saw her. But now, this high and mighty queen actually took the initiative to admit that she was Jiang Chen's woman? What on earth is wrong with this world? Shen Manli felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. She finally understood what a terrifying existence she and her daughter had missed. How can this be considered as missing out on a rich husband? This clearly means that we missed a god. Jiang Chen looked at the woman beside him with interest. She suddenly became like a lioness protecting her food, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't pull his hand back, which was considered as tacit approval of her behavior. With Jiang Chen's tacit approval, Su Wanqing's aura instantly became even more powerful. She looked down at Lin Shueyue, whose face had already turned pale, and her voice was filled with endless sarcasm. You just said that you rejected so many rich second generations for him? But I heard that you dumped him this afternoon for some loser driving a junky BMW. What? Now that you see he's better than that loser, you want to come back crying and beg for reconciliation? Ms. Lin, I'm curious, what is your face made of? Is it a city wall? Every word Su Wanqing said was like the sharpest knife, precisely and cruelly cutting off Lin Shueyue's hypocritical mask piece by piece, revealing her dirty, materialistic, and vulnerable true face. I didn't. Lin Shueyue's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She shook her head frantically and made incoherent excuses. No. It's not like that. Jiang Chen. Listen to my explanation. It was Wang Hao who forced me to do this. He was the one who forced me to do this. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to even give her a glance. He just looked at Su Wanqing beside him calmly and said lightly, "Get it clean. I don't want to see any more garbage that pollutes my eyes." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the frightened mother and daughter, and walked straight towards the VIP channel of the airport with Professor Anderson and others. Yes, my master. Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's resolute back, a charming arc appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she whispered softly in a voice that only she could hear. She turned around and looked at Lin Shueyue and her daughter who were still trying to catch up. Her charming eyes were instantly replaced by a cold murderous intent. Stop them. If they dare to come within 100 meters of Mr. Jiang again, just break their legs. Yes. President Su. Behind Su Wanqing, two burly bodyguards in black suits immediately walked out, blocking the way of Lin Shueyue and her daughter like two iron towers. That cold and murderous look made Lin Shueyue and Shen Manli feel as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Every cell in their body was trembling wildly. They knew that this woman was not joking. She really dares. Half an hour later. Jianghai City First Hospital, top floor VIP intensive care unit. Professor Anderson personally conducted a most comprehensive examination for Qin Mengyao's mother, Zhang Lan. The situation is more serious than I thought. Professor Anderson put away his stethoscope and spoke to Jiang Chen with a serious expression. The patient's heart valve has already developed severe calcification and failure. Conventional bypass surgery is no longer meaningful. It is necessary to perform artificial heart valve replacement surgery immediately. When Zhang Lan and Qin Mengyao heard this, their faces turned pale instantly. Then the cost of this operation. Zhang Lan's voice was tearful and full of despair. Professor Anderson glanced at Dean Li Jianmen next to him. Li Jianmin quickly understood, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and spoke cautiously. Mr. Jiang, Professor Anderson is the best expert in the world. The success rate of surgery can be guaranteed to be over 99%. Just, the artificial heart valve flown in from the United States, the professor's consultation fees, plus our hospital's various expenses, in total, it'll probably cost 1 million. 1 million. This number was like a bolt from the blue, plunging Zhang Lan and Qin Mengyao into complete despair. Not to mention 1 million, they can't even come up with 100,000. However, Jiang Chen's face still looked calm and composed. He just calmly took out the Centurion black gold card. Brush. One word, simple, concise, yet full of unquestionable power. Li Jianmin did not dare to delay and quickly asked his men to bring the POS machine. Drop. A huge sum of 1 million was paid successfully in an instant. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. Qin Mengyao and Zhang Lan were completely stunned as they watched the dreamlike scene before them. At the moment Jiang Chen took back the card, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in his mind as expected. Ding. Detected that the host is spending money on behalf of friends and family. Qin Mengyao, favorability 95, has reached the friends and family standard, triggering a special rebate mechanism. This consumption amount, 1 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold crit rebate, 10 million yuan. The rebate amount has been automatically deposited into the system bank card. Spend 1 million and get 10 million in cash back? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. This system is really cool. He turned around and looked at Qin Mengyao, who had already burst into tears. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed her head. There was a hint of tenderness in his voice that he himself had not even noticed. Silly girl, why are you crying? As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. After finishing his business at the hospital, Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and saw that it was already late. He turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing, who had been standing quietly beside him, looking at him with complicated eyes. How are the arrangements for the welcoming banquet going? Su Wanqing finally woke up from her dream, quickly collected her thoughts, and answered respectfully. Mr. Jiang, everything has been arranged. The location is in the imperial box of Qingji Wexuan. She paused, raised her charming eyes, looked at Jiang Chen, and there was a subtle hint of temptation and expectation in her voice. I don't know, Mr. Jiang, do you have any other instructions? Chapter 15 My brother? I'll let him know what despair is. Facing Su Wanqing's watery and charming eyes that were full of temptation and expectation, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He was just about to say something to continue teasing the business queen whom he had completely conquered, but the cell phone in his pocket started vibrating wildly again at an inopportune time. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and took out his cell phone to take a look. The caller ID showed that it was his best friend from college and the only brother he recognized in his life, Xiao Hao. Jiang Chen's eyes softened instantly. He casually pressed the answer button, but before he could say anything, he heard a noisy and chaotic music and Xiao Hao's hoarse cry for help, which was full of pain and anxiety, from the other end of the phone. Chen, brother Chen. Save me. I'm in room 888 of the Royal No. 1 KTV. I'm almost beaten to death. Ah. After a shrill scream, the phone was suddenly hung up. Boom. An indescribable, bone-chilling murderous intent, like an ancient beast that had been sleeping for billions of years, suddenly awakened in Jiang Chen's body. Everyone present, including Professor Anderson, who was accustomed to witnessing life and death and had dissected countless corpses, felt at this moment an extreme fear that seemed to freeze their souls completely. In their eyes, Jiang Chen seemed to have become a different person in an instant. If we say that he was a bottomless and calm lake before. So, at this moment, he is a doomsday volcano that is about to erupt and burn the entire world to ashes. In his deep eyes, all the playfulness, mockery, and indifference disappeared without a trace in an instant, and were replaced by a pure, blood-red abyss that seemed to destroy everything. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang? Su Wanqing was frightened by the sudden terrifying aura from Jiang Chen. She subconsciously took a half step back, her voice filled with fear. She had never felt such pure and terrifying murderous aura from a person. That is a kind of murderous intent that is truly like a god or devil, treating human life as worthless. Jiang Chen didn't answer her. He just turned around suddenly and walked out of the hospital with big strides. With every step he took, the top-grade marble tiles beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand the terrifying aura from him, and let out a series of mournful cries of being unable to bear the heavy burden. Anderson, you are fully responsible for the operation. Su Wanqing, find someone to take care of him. Two bone-chilling commands came out of Jiang Chen's mouth without a trace of emotion. That tone was unquestionable, like a decree from God. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a room full of people were left, looking at each other in silence, not even daring to breathe. Buzz. The black Porsche 918, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, performed a crazy death shuttle in the traffic of Shanghai City. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face no longer had the usual calmness and indifference. His eyes were bloodshot, and his knuckles were turning white from the extreme force he exerted on the steering wheel. There was only one thought in his mind. Royal number 1. Zhao Hao. Whoever dares to touch his brother will die. No matter who it is. Even the emperor or the queen, it's the same. God-level driving skills, at this moment, were pushed to the extreme by Jiang Chen. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. 200 yards. 250 yards. 300 yards. In just a few seconds, the speed of the car soared to a terrifying value that was enough to drive everyone crazy. He narrowly left behind countless vehicles at an incredible angle and trajectory. The entire Shanghai City's transportation system was completely paralyzed and in chaos because of his madness. Countless traffic police frantically sounded the alarm in the rear, trying to catch up, but in the end, they could only watch the black rear end of the car turn into a smaller and smaller black dot in their sight, and finally, it disappeared completely. Less than 10 minutes. Jiang Chen crossed half the city and arrived at the door of the Royal number 1 KTV, which was full of lights, wine, women, sin and desire. Sizzle. A sharp sound of tire friction echoed through the night sky. The black Porsche 918, with a miraculous drift, precisely stopped sideways at the main entrance of the KTV. Due to the intense friction, the four tires emitted bursts of pungent green smoke. "Sir, I'm sorry, we can't." At the door, two burly security guards in black suits were about to step forward to stop them, but Jiang Chen had already opened the car door and walked down. What greeted them were Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes, which were extremely cold and devoid of any human emotion. The two security guards felt as if they were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast that had crawled out of hell. An indescribable fear instantly gripped their hearts. They couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground with a thump. Jiang Chen ignored these two pieces of trash. He went straight ahead and kicked open the luxurious KTV door made of pure gold. Bang! A loud bang, like thunder from the blue sky, exploded in the hall. In the dance floor, the men and women who were twisting their bodies wildly were startled by the sudden change. They stopped and followed the sound. However, when they saw the figure standing at the door, emitting murderous intent like a demon, everyone's face showed expressions of horror. Jiang Chen ignored these ants. His gaze, like the most advanced radar, instantly locked onto the KTV manager in the corner of the hall, who was hugging two heavily made-up women and flirting with them wantonly. He walked over slowly, step by step. He walked very slowly, but every step seemed to step on everyone's heart, making the air in the entire hall become oppressive, heavy, and almost solidified. "Where is box 888? A cold voice came out of Jiang Chen's mouth. The pot-bellied manager had already been frightened out of his wits by Jiang Chen's terrifying aura, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Subconsciously, he stretched out a trembling finger and pointed to the end of the corridor. Jiang Chen didn't say another word. He turned around and strode towards that direction. Anyone who stood in his way, whether they were guests or security guards, was blown away by the invisible and terrifying aura emanating from him. He is like an unstoppable human tank. Soon, he arrived at the door of box 888. That heavy gold-plated door couldn't stop him at all. Bang! Another loud bang. Jiang Chen kicked the entire door directly from the doorframe and sent it flying backwards, hitting the song request table in the box heavily, making a sharp and loud noise. In the box, there was a dead silence in an instant. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately locked onto the familiar figure curled up in the corner, covered in blood and beaten beyond recognition. Zhao Hao. Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing him to feel so much pain that he could hardly breathe. His gaze slowly moved upwards, and finally, it stopped at the bald man with a dragon tattoo on his neck and a face full of flesh, who was pressing Zhao Hao's girlfriend down on the sofa with ill intentions. That man is obviously the culprit here. He was startled by this sudden change, but he quickly reacted. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing alone at the door, wearing cheap clothes and exuding murderous aura. A cruel and ferocious smile appeared on his face. "Damn it! Another fearless guy coming here? Just right, I haven't had enough fun today. He pointed at Zhang Chen and gave arrogant orders to the dozen or so men holding steel pipes around him. Come on. Break his legs first. However, his words had just fallen. Zhang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. The next second, he appeared in front of the bald man like a ghost. Before anyone could react, he reached out and grabbed the bald man's neck, then lifted his body, which weighed at least 200 pounds, from the sofa with one hand as if he were lifting a chicken. The bald man's face was filled with extreme fear and disbelief. He struggled frantically, kicking his feet in the air, but he couldn't shake the hand that was like an iron clamp, not even a little bit. Zhang Chen ignored his struggle. He just slowly turned his head and looked at Zhao Hao's girlfriend, who had already been frightened silly. His voice was hoarse, but with a power that could see through people's hearts, he asked word by word. Which hand touched you just now? Chapter 16, Driving Cullinan to attend the class reunion. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Chen's voice was hoarse and cold, without a trace of human emotion. The pair of eyes that had long been dyed blood red by endless murderous intent calmly looked at the girl who had already been frightened out of her soul and was shaking like a sieve. Li Jing, Zhao Hao's girlfriend. Li Jing's brain had completely crashed and gone blank at this moment. She just subconsciously raised her trembling hand and pointed at the bald man who was held in the air by Zhang Chen with one hand, whose face had already turned as red as liver due to suffocation. It was the right hand that had just been wandering around her body, stained with filth and sin. Zhang Chen, I understand. He slowly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the bald man's face again. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely cruel, devilish arc. Crack! A teeth-grinding, bone-breaking sound suddenly rang out in the dead silent box. What followed was the bald man's scream, which was like a pig being slaughtered and so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Zhang Chen actually used one hand to forcibly remove the bald man's entire right arm from the shoulder. The white bones mixed with bright red flesh and blood were exposed to the air. The bloody and horrifying scene made all the men present feel a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The steel pipes in their hands fell to the ground with a clang, and their crotches were all wet without exception. Devil! This man is not a human being at all. He is a real devil who crawled out from the nine nether hell. Bang! Zhang Chen casually threw the bloody severed arm on the useless person who had already fainted from the pain onto the dirty floor, as if he were throwing away two insignificant pieces of trash. He slowly walked up to the group of thugs who had already been frightened silly. Plop! 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 More than a dozen people knelt down in unison, as if pushing a golden mountain or overturning a jade pillar. Master! Spare my life! Master! We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Please, just treat us like as if we were nothing and let us go. The sounds of kowtows, begging for mercy, and crying mixed together. However, Zhang Chen's face still had that unchanging indifference. He slowly lifted his foot. Then, he stepped down one step at a time. Crack! 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 The crisp sound of bones breaking never ceases to ring. Each sound was accompanied by a shrill scream. Zhang Chen actually crushed the kneecaps of these dozen men one by one with precise kicks. He didn't kill them. However, he wanted them to spend their entire lives like dogs, sitting in a wheelchair, regretting what they had done today. After doing all this, Zhang Chen slowly walked to Zhao Hao, who was curled up in the corner and was already dying, and helped him up. For the first time, there was a hint of warmth in his voice. Can you still walk? Chen, brother Chen. Zhao Hao looked at the brother in front of him who was both familiar and unfamiliar. His voice was weak, but his eyes were filled with endless emotion and shock. I am not fucking dreaming, am I? Zhang Chen didn't answer him, but directly carried him on his back, then turned around and walked out of the box. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at the losers rolling and wailing on the ground. Just like that, he carried his brother on his back and walked out step by step from this hell on earth filled with blood and sin. Wherever he passed, no matter who it was, they retreated to the sides frantically as if they had seen a ghost, making way for him. Return to Zhanghai First Hospital. Zhang Chen used the God-level medical skills awarded by the system to personally treat Zhao Hao's wounds. Although they were only superficial injuries, they were enough to keep him in bed for 10 days to half a month. Brother Chen, today, thank you. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhao Hao looked at Zhang Chen, who was peeling an apple for him, his voice full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, Xiao Xing and I would have been finished today. Jiang Chen shook his head and handed him the peeled apple. We are brothers. These 4 simple words are more powerful than any other words. Zhao Hao took the apple and took a big bite, but his eyes were a little red. He was silent for a while, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he slapped his thigh. Fuck. Brother Chen. I almost forgot. Class monitor Li Kai is organizing a class reunion at the Hyatt Hotel at 7 o'clock tonight. Are you going? Class reunion? Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He didn't have any good feelings towards the so-called classmates in college. Especially the squad leader Li Kai, a typical hypocrite. Relying on the few dollars his family had, he often mocked his poverty behind his back. He was about to open his mouth to refuse when the cold mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Special plot scene detected, class reunion. Trigger the system's ultimate mission, become the most handsome guy in the audience. Mission requirements: the host must debut in the most high-profile, luxurious, and shocking manner, and deliver the ultimate slap in the face to all former enemies. Mission reward: God-level investment skills. 10 billion in cash. God-level investment skills? 10 billion in cash? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. It seems that even if I want to, I can't not go to this class reunion. Go. Jiang Chen uttered a word lightly. But before I go, I need to change my clothes and then change my car. Although the Porsche 918 was cool, it was already badly damaged after the crazy driving just now, and it was too eye-catching. Occasions like class reunions require a kind of low-key luxury. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he opened the system mall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement standing firm for a brother. Reward: a Rolls-Royce Cullinan top-of-the-line custom version. Worth 15 million. Reward: a Patek Philippe Grand Complication watch. Valued at 18 million. Reward: a custom-made Armani suit. Valued at 1.2 million. All items have been automatically stored in the system storage space, and the host can retrieve them at any time. Looking at this series of system rewards, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This is more like it. After giving Zhao Hao a few words and asking him to take good care of his injuries, Jiang Chen left the hospital. Instead of going home, he drove the battered Porsche 918 directly to the door of the Hyatt Hotel, the most upscale hotel in Shanghai City. As soon as he got off the car, a tall receptionist wearing a cheongsam came up to him quickly. Hello sir, are you here for a college reunion? Jiang Chen nodded. Zhangzhou University, Department of Finance, Class 3, Grade 11. When the receptionist heard this, the smile on her face became even sweeter. Yes, sir, Mr. Li Kai has already booked a private room. It's in the Emperor's room on the top floor. Please follow me. Jiang Chen followed the receptionist into the elevator. At this moment, the luxurious Imperial Hall on the top floor, which could accommodate hundreds of people, was already bustling with people. A young man wearing a Versace suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking respectable, was holding a glass of red wine and was surrounded by a group of men and women, like the moon surrounded by stars. He is the organizer of this class reunion, the class monitor, Li Kai. Hey, you guys think that poor bastard Jiang Chen will come today? A fat man named Zhang Wei took a sip of wine and said with disdain. Him? What's he doing here? Coming here to eat and drink for free? Ha ha ha. Exactly. I heard that after graduation, he couldn't even find a proper job, and now he's still delivering food. He works himself to death all month, and I guess he can't even afford our meal, right? A gorgeously dressed woman named Wang Tingting also echoed in a sarcastic tone. She once confessed her love to Jiang Chen, but was ruthlessly rejected, and she has been holding a grudge ever since. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, there was only a girl sitting in the corner. She was wearing a white dress and had a pure temperament like a lily. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and there was a hint of worry on her face. She is Qin Mengyao. Li Kai listened to everyone's flattery and disparagement of Jiang Chen. A smug smile appeared on his face, but he still waved his hand hypocritically. Hey, everyone, don't say that. We're classmates. Maybe Jiang Chen is just not doing well. He said this, but he couldn't hide the contempt and superiority in his eyes. At this moment, the heavy wooden door of the box was slowly pushed open from the outside. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards the door. They thought it was a late classmate who had arrived. However, the moment they saw who was coming, the entire box instantly fell into deathly silence. Chapter 17. You ignored me back then, but today I've made it so that you can't reach me. The heavy wooden door of the box was slowly pushed open from the outside. The noisy laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards the door. The next second, the entire box fell into deathly silence. At the door, there stood a man. A man so handsome that he makes all the male creatures present feel ashamed and embarrassed. He was wearing a perfectly tailored Armani haute couture suit, the pure black fabric reflecting a low-key yet luxurious texture under the crystal chandelier. His shirt collar was casually undone, exuding a fatal, abstinent yet sexy charm. His hands were casually placed in his trouser pockets, but the watch on his left wrist, which shone brightly under the light and had a dazzlingly complex dial, instantly attracted everyone's attention like a black hole. Patek Philippe? A classmate whose family runs a watch business exclaimed in a trembling voice, his tone filled with horror that overturned his worldview. And, look at that unique and complicated dial. It's actually the legendary Grand Complications series, limited to less than 10 pieces worldwide and impossible to buy even with money. A watch in exchange for a top-notch luxury house in the center of Shanghai City. Everyone present felt that their breathing had completely stopped at this moment. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg, and their faces were full of horror and disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? What kind of fierce dragon is this that just dropped from the sky? Jiang Chen? An exclamation filled with uncertainty and even a hint of trembling came from the crowd. The person who spoke was Wang Tingting, who had once pursued Jiang Chen but was ruthlessly rejected. Boom! These two words, like two nuclear bombs, exploded in the silent box. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, petrified in place. Their eyes switched back and forth between the man at the door who was as unattainable as a god, and the poor boy in their memory who wore cheap clothes, was taciturn, and even had a little inferiority complex. How is that possible? How the hell could this be the same person? There must be something wrong. However, when the man slowly raised his head and scanned the entire audience with his deep eyes that were calm yet seemed to be able to see through everything, the pitiful fantasies in everyone's hearts were shattered in an instant. It's him. It's really him. Although the temperament has changed drastically, they would recognize that face even if it turned into ashes, the face that they had ridiculed and despised countless times behind their backs. This is impossible. Squad leader Li Kai, looking at the man in front of him whose aura was so strong that it almost suffocated him, turned pale and screamed subconsciously. Jiang Chen. Why are you here? Where did you rent these clothes, this watch, from? He couldn't accept it. He would never believe it. This poor guy who was stepped on by him and served as a background figure for 4 years would suddenly transform into someone he was not even qualified to look up to. This must be fake. It's all fake. Rented? A hint of cold sarcasm appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He ignored Li Kai, who was jumping around like a clown. His gaze passed through the crowd and finally fell on the girl sitting in the corner, Qin Mangyao, who was also looking at him with a complex expression of shock, confusion, and a hint of relief. He slowly walked towards her. All those who stood in his way, like the Red Sea before Moses, subconsciously made way for him. Mangyao, long time no see. Jiang Chen stood in front of Qin Mangyao, with a rare gentleness in his voice. Qin Mangyao looked at the man in front of her who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she stood up nervously. Jiang Chen, is it really you? Jiang Chen nodded, and then made a move that stunned everyone in the audience. He actually pulled Qin Mangyao's soft hand very naturally. The touch as warm as jade made Qin Mangyao's body tremble violently and her heart pounded. The air here is too dirty. I'll take you to a cleaner place. After saying that, he pulled Qin Mangyao, whose face was already blushing, turned around and prepared to leave. From beginning to end, he never looked at those classmates who had already been petrified. It seems that they are just a group of insignificant, breathing background boards. This kind of complete disregard from the bottom of one's heart is more lethal than any vicious words. Li Kai's face instantly turned the color of liver. Shame. This is a naked humiliation. When had Li Kai ever been treated like this? Especially, in front of Qin Mangyao, the goddess he had been thinking about for 4 years. Stop. Li Kai roared, rushed forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen. He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and roared ferociously. Jiang Chen. What the hell are you pretending to be? You think you can show off here just because you rented some clothes? I'm telling you. This Hyatt hotel is owned by my dad. With just one word from me, I can make you get out of here like a dog. Today, if you dare to take Mengyao away, I will fucking. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen's eyes finally, for the first time, fell on him. That look was calm, indifferent, without a trace of emotion. However, all of Li Kai's arrogance was completely frozen in an instant by an invisible ice. Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand and gently patted Li Kai's shoulder, who was wearing a Versace suit, with his right hand, which was wearing a Patek Philippe worth 18 million. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a dead person. The voice was not loud, but it was clear and spread throughout the silent box. You just said that this hotel belongs to your father? Chapter 18. The whole class is guessing my background, it's gonna scare you to death. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible hammer, hitting Li Kai's heart hard. His face, which had turned the color of liver due to anger, instantly lost all its color. Yes, so what? Li Kai roared fiercely but weakly, trying to use the volume to cover up his inner fear. Jiang Chen. I'm telling you. My dad is the chairman of this hotel. I'm calling security right now to get you, this charlatan, thrown out. As he spoke, he was about to take out his cell phone and call someone. However, Jiang Chen just looked at him with pity, as if he was looking at a dead person. No need. Jiang Chen said lightly. Because, from now on, it isn't. After saying that, Jiang Chen also took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. The call was connected almost instantly. Mu Qingxue. Jiang Chen's voice was still as calm and indifferent as ever. I'll give you 10 minutes. Acquire the Hyatt Hotel. Kick a man named Li Fugue and his entire family off the board of directors. I don't want to see any more trash named Li in my business. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone decisively. The entire box fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a madman. What did he just say? 10 minutes to acquire the Hyatt Hotel? Are you going to kick out the chairman and his entire family? Who does he think he is? The richest man in the world? After a brief silence, a thunderous laughter broke out in the box. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Has Jiang Chen gone crazy from delivering food? Buying Hyatt? Does he know the market value of Hyatt Group? 5 billion. What's he going to use to buy it? With that rented suit of his? Li Kai, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call security. Get this lunatic out. Don't let him ruin our class reunion. Wang Tingting laughed so hard that her body shook and tears almost came out. She pointed at Jiang Chen and said to Qin Mengyao with sarcasm on her face. Mengyao, do you see that? This is the man you fell in love with back then. A complete psychopath who lives in his own fantasy world. Qin Mengyao's pretty face was also pale. Although she believed that Jiang Chen was no ordinary person, but acquiring a 5-star hotel with a market value of 5 billion in 10 minutes, this was too unrealistic. Only Li Kai, after a brief moment of shock, felt an indescribable ominous premonition in his heart. He looked at Jiang Chen's calmness, as if he was just giving orders for a trivial matter. His arrogance had unconsciously dissipated for the most part. At this moment, the cell phone in Li Kai's pocket suddenly rang wildly. The caller ID showed that it was his usually extremely majestic father Li Fugue. Li Kai seemed to have grasped the last straw and hurriedly answered the phone. Just as he was about to open his mouth to complain, he heard a beast-like howl from the other end of the phone that he had never heard before, full of extreme fear and despair. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. Which god did you offend outside? Our family is finished. It's all finished. Boom. Li Fugue's desperate roar was like thunder from the sky, striking Li Kai's head fiercely. It was as if he was struck by lightning, and he was instantly petrified on the spot. Dad, what did you say? His voice trembled violently due to extreme fear. What's over? Hyatt. Li Fugue on the other end of the phone almost cried and roared. Just now, all of our Hyatt Group's shares were forcibly acquired by a mysterious overseas consortium in a manner that is completely incomprehensible to us and borders on plunder. Our family's 51% stake has now become a pile of waste paper. We're bankrupt. The board of directors just called and said that our whole family has been kicked off the board. It's over. It's all over. Put. After a muffled sound of blood spurting out, the phone was suddenly hung up. Li Kai was stunned, holding up the phone, listening to the busy tone, his brain was completely blank. Acquired. Really, acquired. Bankruptcy. Really, broke. The man whom he regarded as a pauper, a liar, and a psychopath, with just one phone call, in less than 10 minutes, turned him, a second-generation rich man with a net worth of billions, into a penniless, real pauper. Thump! Li Kai's legs softened and could no longer support the weight of his body. He knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. His face, which seemed a little puffy due to his pampered life, was now completely bloodless, like a dead person. The whole audience was in dead silence. The ridicule on all the classmates' faces froze instantly. Their eyes were fixed on Li Kai, who was kneeling on the ground, and then they looked at Jiang Chen, who had been calm and composed from beginning to end. Their faces were filled with horror and fear that overturned their worldview. Real. Surprisingly, it's all true. This man, he is not bragging. He really does possess that terrifying power that allows him to control everything like a god, with his words becoming laws. Wang Tingting was so frightened that her face turned pale, her legs went limp, and she collapsed on the cold floor. She looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with endless regret and despair. What kind of horrible existence did she miss? Jiang Chen ignored these ants that had already been frightened silly. He just calmly pulled Qin Mengyao, who was already shocked beyond words, turned around and walked out of the box. When he reached the door, his steps paused slightly. He didn't look back, but just left a word lightly. Tonight's expenses are on me. After saying this, his figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a room full of people were left, looking at each other in silence, feeling as if they had just had an absurd nightmare. I don't know how long it took, but finally, someone broke the dead silence with a trembling voice like a dream talk. Who is he? Is he the prince of some hidden wealthy family? Or a fierce dragon from the capital? No, didn't you notice? A classmate whose family had some background was pale and his voice was filled with extreme fear. From beginning to end, he never mentioned his family background, let alone his parents. Everything he used was his own power. How could there be such a young, yet such a terrifying, monster in this world? Chapter 19, Dating Shueyue's mother feels a bit exciting. Jiang Chen pulled Qin Mengyao and walked out of the Hyatt Hotel amidst the complex gazes behind him that were filled with shock, fear, and regret. Outside the luxurious hotel gate, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, completely black with lines full of power and dignity, like the king of the night, is parked quietly on the side of the road. A hotel doorman in a black suit and white gloves was standing respectfully by the car door, like the humblest servant. Seeing Jiang Chen and Qin Mengyao coming out, he immediately bowed 90 degrees and spoke in a pious tone that was almost like a pilgrim. Mr. Jiang, your car is ready for you. He had just witnessed with his own eyes the earth-shaking power storm inside the hotel. He knew better than anyone that the young man in front of him was the new and supreme owner of this hotel. Jiang Chen nodded lightly and personally opened the heavy and noble double doors of the car for Qin Mengyao, who was already shocked and at a loss. Get in the car. His voice is gentle and full of irresistible magic. Qin Mengyao's pretty face turned slightly red, and like a frightened deer, she carefully sat down in the extremely luxurious back seat that could accommodate a small conference room. Feeling the seat wrapped in top-grade Alcantara fabric, as soft and comfortable as clouds, and the dreamy atmosphere created by the starry sky ceiling and top-grade Burmester audio system in the car, Qin Mengyao felt as if she had suddenly broken into a fairy tale world that did not belong to her. All of this is so unreal. Jiang Chen got into the driver's seat and started this powerful beast. Unlike the violent roar of the Porsche 918, the startup of Cullinan is so quiet that almost no sound can be heard. The car body merged smoothly into the city's traffic flow. Jiang Chen, you. Qin Mengyao looked at the neon lights rapidly receding outside the window, and finally plucked up the courage to ask about the confusion in her heart. What have you been through these years? Jiang Chen skillfully controlled the steering wheel while looking at the nervous girl in the back seat through the rearview mirror, with a gentle smile on his face. Nothing much, just some adventures. He didn't explain too much because the system's problems were too unbelievable. In short, you just need to know that from now on, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you and your mother anymore. That's enough. His voice was calm, yet it carried an absolute power that was enough to convince anyone. Qin Mengyao's heart trembled suddenly. An indescribable warmth and sense of security instantly enveloped her whole body. She looked at Jiang Chen's well-defined profile, and for the first time, a glimmer of admiration appeared in her clear eyes. Perhaps, from the moment he handed her his only umbrella on that rainy afternoon and ran back to the dormitory in the rain, the seed had been quietly planted in her heart. But she was still too ignorant at that time. After driving the car to the downstairs of the hospital, Jiang Chen parked the car, turned around and said to Qin Mengyao, "Go up, Aunt Qin needs your company most right now." "Yes." Qin Mengyao nodded heavily. "Jiang Chen, today, thank you." "Silly girl." Jiang Chen rubbed her head. "Why are you being so polite to me?" After watching Qin Mengyao walk into the hospital building, Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and glanced at the Patek Philippe worth 18 million on his wrist. Time, 8:30 p.m. It's time to attend a certain woman's Hongmen banquet. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Kinji Weixuan Western Restaurant, Imperial Box. Su Wanqing was holding a glass of 1982 Lafite, sitting alone at the huge dining table that could accommodate 20 people. At this moment, she has changed out of the Chanel long dress she wore at the airport and put on a more sexy black high-slit evening dress that better highlights her mature and plump figure. The snow-white and slender legs are faintly visible under the skirt, exuding a fatal temptation. She had delicate makeup on her face, trying to regain her queen-like aura in this way. However, her slightly trembling hands holding the wineglass revealed her inner unrest. She is waiting. Waiting for the man who, like a god or demon, broke into her world and trampled all her pride and dignity into pieces. She didn't know why she was waiting. Perhaps it is unwillingness? Maybe it's curiosity? Or maybe it was a hint of expectation that even she herself was unwilling to admit? Squeak! The door of the box was slowly pushed open from the outside. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously raised her head, and when she saw the tall figure that made her hate and fear, her heart, which had been silent for many years, suddenly accelerated uncontrollably. "Jiang Chen, here he comes." He had changed out of his Armani suit and into a more casual Givenchy outfit. It's less formal, but more lazy and charming. He walked straight to the opposite side of Su Wanqing, pulled out a chair, sat down, and then poured himself a glass of red wine. Drinking alone? Jiang Chen picked up the wineglass and shook it gently, with a playful smile on his lips. Su Wanqing looked at him with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened, and a nameless fire surged in her heart. She suppressed the throbbing in her heart and said with a cold face, "Mr. Jiang, I think we need to have a good talk." "Oh?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "About that guy of yours who abandoned my good daughter for a junky BMW? Let's talk about the 100 million yuan in compensation for mental damages that I just transferred to you." Humiliation. This kind of naked humiliation again. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned red in an instant. She suddenly stood up from her seat, supporting herself on the table with both hands, and stared at Jiang Chen with her charming eyes burning with anger. "Jiang Chen, what on earth do you want to do? You bought my restaurant and gave it back to me. You humiliated me in public and then transferred 100 million to me. What on earth do you want from me?" She questioned hysterically, trying to vent her grievances and anger in this way. However, Jiang Chen just calmly took a sip of the red wine in the glass. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at her with those deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and a smile that was extremely evil appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not answer her question. Instead, he asked a question that made Su Wanqing feel like she was struck by lightning and completely petrified on the spot. "What do you think, if your daughter Lin Shueyue knew that her mother was having dinner with her ex-boyfriend? Do you think she would be interesting?" Chapter 20 Wang Hao's Revenge? He is simply giving me money. Jiang Chen's words, like a curse from the depths of the netherworld, were deeply imprinted in the depths of Su Wanqing's soul. Her heart, which had long been numbed by alcohol and shock, once again began to contract violently and uncontrollably. Interesting? He actually used the word interesting to describe a horrific scene that could subvert ethics and completely destroy an entire family? This man is not a human being at all. He is a real devil who enjoys playing with people's hearts and regards all living beings as pawns. You are shameless." Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's face with an evil smile, her voice full of fear, but with a fatal tremor that she herself did not even notice. She screamed hysterically, grabbed the glass of 1982 Lafite on the table, and without thinking, poured it on Jiang Chen's face that made her hate and fear him. However, Jiang Chen's movements were faster than hers. He just leaned back casually, and the wine that Su Wanqing had poured out in anger missed his target and spilled onto the $1 million handmade carpet behind him, leaving a glaring dark red stain. "It seems that Mr. Su doesn't like my proposal." There was no trace of anger on Jiang Chen's face, and the playful curve at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. He slowly stood up and walked towards Su Wanqing, who was already trembling all over because of her out-of-control emotions, step by step. You, don't come over here. Su Wanqing roared fiercely but weakly, and stepped back subconsciously. Her high heels stepped on the carpet, and she lost her balance and fell to the side. Just when she thought she was about to have an intimate contact with the cold floor, a strong hand stretched out like lightning, grasped her slender waist, and pulled her back into his arms. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed in surprise, feeling as if she had crashed into a hot wall. The domineering aura filled with male hormones instantly enveloped her whole body, causing her brain to go completely blank. She had never had such close contact with a man in her life. Let me go. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned red in an instant, and it was unclear whether it was out of shame or anger. She struggled frantically, trying to escape from the devil's arms. However, Jiang Chen's arms were like two steel shackles, preventing her from moving at all. Let you go? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc. He lowered his head and put his lips next to her crystal-clear earlobe that exuded an alluring fragrance. He whispered softly in a devilish voice that only the two of them could hear. Didn't you enjoy it just now? Enjoy that kind of immoral, taboo feeling, the thrill of being discovered by your daughter at any time? Boom! Every word Jiang Chen said was like an electric current, instantly running through Su Wanqing's limbs and bones. Her already limp body began to tremble violently once again. How could she know? How could he know the darkest and craziest thoughts deep in my heart? No, I didn't. Su Wanqing shook her head frantically and denied it incoherently, but her increasingly red cheeks and increasingly rapid breathing had already betrayed her true inner thoughts. Looking at the gorgeous woman in his arms, who had already lost her composure and completely lost her queenly aura, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The conquest has just begun. Just as he was about to take the next step and completely break down the woman's psychological defenses, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated again at an inopportune time. It's a text message. From his personal butler, Mu Qingxue. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, somewhat displeased, let go of Su Wanqing in his arms, and took out his cell phone. Mr. Jiang, urgent information. 5 minutes ago, Wang Tianba, chairman of the Wang Group, mobilized all of his media channels to frantically spread false negative news about the Lin Group, the company of Lin Shuiyu's father, Lin Jiangwo, evading taxes and having serious product quality issues. At the same time, the Wang Group, in conjunction with several other capitals, began maliciously shorting the Lin Group's shares in the secondary market. It is expected that the Lin Group's share price will face a devastating collapse as soon as the stock market opens tonight. According to intelligence analysis, Wang Tianba's actions are revenge for his son, Wan Hao. He seems to believe that by bringing down the Lin Group, he can drive you, Lin Shuiyu's impoverished ex-boyfriend, into despair. Looking at this text message, Jiang Chen was stunned at first. Then, he couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had seen some huge joke. Revenge? Wang Tianba? Destroy the Lin Group? This idiot, does he know that his current behavior is no different from someone holding a golden hoe and desperately digging for gold in his own home? He is simply a living Lei Feng in the new era, a model of delivering one's life thousands of miles away. Jiang Chen's laughter made Su Wanqing, who had just gotten up from the ground and was still in shock, feel an inexplicable palpitation. What are you laughing at? She looked at Jiang Chen's face with a strange smile and asked subconsciously. Jiang Chen did not answer her, because the cold mechanical prompt sound in his mind had arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is facing commercial retaliation. The Wealth Giving Boys special event has been triggered. Event rules: for every $1 million the enemy uses to suppress the host or their former enemies, the host will receive 10 times the pension as a rebate. Ding! Detected that Wang Group has spent 30 million on public relations expenses. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold rebate, 300 million in cash. Ding! Detected that Wang's group has joined forces with multiple capital sources to raise 500 million yuan to short sell Lin's group stock. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold rebate, 5 billion in cash. All rebate amounts have been automatically deposited into the system bank card. Listening to this series of heavenly system prompts, the curve of Jiang Chen's mouth became more and more upward. Wang Hao's revenge? How is this revenge? This is simply giving money to yourself. Moreover, he was the kind who was eager in begging me to accept it. Nothing. Jiang Chen put away his phone, slowly stood up from his seat, picked up the red wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the brightly lit city night scene below, which was like a galaxy. His eyes flashed with a cold light like a god, controlling everything. I just think that there are always some stupid ants who like to use their pitiful wealth to challenge the majesty of God. What do you think? Should I just stomp them all to death? Should we have some fun with them? Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Su Wanqing, who had already been suffocated by the terrifying aura he exuded, with an evil smile on his lips. He knew that Wang Tianba's revenge had just begun. The Lin Group is the first and most perfect hunting ground he prepared for himself. He slowly walked up to Su Wanqing, who was already pale and trembling all over, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked her smooth, silky cheek. His voice was full of fatal temptation. "Aunt Su, it seems that our date tonight is..." Chapter 21. The system releases a new task, goal, to acquire the Lin Group. A more interesting game is about to begin. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it was like an invisible hammer, hitting Su Wanqing's heart hard. More fun games? Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's face with a mysterious smile, and felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She didn't know what this man wanted to do, but her intuition told her that what was going to happen next would completely overturn her cognition. What do you want to do? Su Wanqing's voice was trembling with fear, which she herself was not even aware of. Jiang Chen didn't answer her, but slowly walked to the huge LCD TV that almost took up the entire wall. He picked up the remote control and turned on the financial channel. "Shu." Jiang Chen turned around, put a finger to his lips, and made a gesture of silence to Su Wanqing, with an evil smile on his lips. The show is about to begin. Su Wanqing subconsciously turned her gaze to the screen. On the screen, the beautiful host was reporting a sudden and breaking news in an extremely excited tone, which was enough to shock the entire Jianghai business community. "Good evening, everyone. This is Jianghai Finance Channel." Just now, the moment the US stock market opened, the share price of the well-known local company, the Lin Group, suddenly experienced an unprecedented, avalanche-like plunge. As if they had discussed it in advance, several top international capitals mobilized nearly $1 billion in terrifying funds to launch a frantic and devastating short-selling campaign against the Lin Group stock. In less than a minute, the Lin Group stock price plummeted by over 50%. Its market value evaporated by over $2 billion. Currently, the Lin Group has urgently suspended trading. However, according to our expert analysis, if they fail to come up with effective countermeasures tonight, the only possible outcome for the Lin Group will be bankruptcy and liquidation. Boom! Every word on TV was like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Su Wanqing hard on the top of her head. Her charming and beautiful eyes were fixed on the terrifying candlestick chart on the screen, which was cascading like a waterfall. Her brain was completely blank. Lin Group. Of course she knows. That was Lin Shui's father, Lin Jiangwo's company. It was something their family was so proud of. But now, this business empire with a market value of billions was actually brought to the brink of bankruptcy in just 1 minute? How is this possible? What kind of terrifying, all-powerful energy does it take to achieve this? At this moment, the text message on Jiang Chen's phone suddenly flashed through Su Wanqing's mind. And that strange and cruel smile on his face. An absurd thought that made her whole body cold popped up uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart. Could it be that all of this was all done by him? Su Wanqing suddenly turned her head and stared at the man with a look as if he were a monster. From beginning to end, she was calm and indifferent, as if she was watching a movie that had nothing to do with her. "You did it?" Her voice became sharp, distorted, and even a little hysterical because of extreme shock and fear. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at her pale face. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He likes this feeling. I like this feeling of being like a god, controlling everything and playing with the fate of all beings in the palm of my hand. It's me, Jiang Chen admitted calmly. The tone was as if he was talking about a trivial matter like the weather was nice today. However, these two words were like two invisible mountains, pressing down heavily on Su Wanqing's heart, causing her already broken heart to be completely crushed once again. It's him. It's really him. This man who was ruthlessly abandoned by her daughter, this man whom she regarded as a pauper, actually possessed such terrifying, godlike power that was enough to destroy a multi-billion-dollar business empire in the blink of an eye. Su Wanqing felt dizzy, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She finally understood what Jiang Chen had just mentioned as the more fun game. He finally understood what Jiang Chen meant by live broadcast. This man, he is not kidding. He really wanted to completely destroy her daughter's family bit by bit with his own hands in front of her, Lin Shui's mother. Just when Su Wanqing's worldview was completely overturned and she fell into endless fear and confusion, the cold mechanical prompt sound in Jiang Chen's mind came again as expected. Ding! God-level mission released, complete revenge. Quest background: your former lover ruthlessly abandoned you for money and vanity. Now, her family is facing catastrophic disaster. This is the perfect time for you to grant them salvation or to send them completely to hell. Mission objective: acquire the Lin Group within 24 hours and bring Lin Shueyue and her family down from the clouds to the dust, leaving them with nothing. Mission reward: God-level business management skills. 20 billion cash. Looking at this newly released system task, the curve of Jiang Chen's mouth became more and more upward. He slowly walked up to Su Wanqing, who was already pale and trembling all over, stretched out his hand, gently lifted her smooth chin, and forced her to look at him. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, and his voice was full of deadly temptation. Aunt Su, didn't you just ask me what I wanted from you? Now, I can tell you. I would like you to be my only audience and witness with your own eyes the demise of a family. Of course, in return, I can also give you a chance to choose. Is it a choice to save them and be their savior? Or do you choose to dance with me and become an accomplice in this feast of destruction? Chapter 22 Lin Tianxiong, from today on, I am your father. Jiang Chen's words, like a curse from the depths of the netherworld, were deeply imprinted in the depths of Su Wanqing's soul. Accomplice? This man was actually inviting her to become an accomplice in destroying his daughter's family? This is no longer the devil. This is, completely and utterly, madness. Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's face with an evil smile, and felt that her worldview, values, and all the rationality and moral bottom line that she was proud of were cruelly crushed inch by inch and turned into powder in front of this man. She wanted to scream, to escape, to wake up from this nightmare that was suffocating her. However, her body seemed to be imprisoned in place by an invisible force, unable to move at all. She could only watch Jiang Chen helplessly, slowly loosening her jaw, and then, as if nothing had happened, she sat back on the sofa and crossed her legs. It seems that Mr. Su hasn't thought of the answer yet. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. It's okay, I'll give you time. Before you make your choice, why don't we look at something more interesting first? As he spoke, he picked up the remote control on the table and turned the TV volume to the maximum. On the screen, the beautiful host's voice became more and more excited, even trembling a little. Dear audience! Urgent interruption for the latest news. Just now, Lin Jiangwo, chairman of the Lin Group, has been formally taken away by the relevant authorities for investigation due to suspected massive tax evasion and multiple commercial frauds. At the same time, all factories under the Lin Group were urgently sealed off due to serious product quality issues. According to insiders, Lin Jiangwo will likely face more than 20 years in prison. And the Lin Group will be declared bankrupt tonight and become history. Boom! Every word on TV was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Su Wanqing's already broken heart. It's over. Everything is over. Lin Jiangwo was arrested. The Lin Group is completely finished. Her daughter, Lin Shueyue, whom she regarded as her pride and whom she placed all her hopes on, would, from today on, change from a high and mighty rich girl to a real pauper, with her father in jail and the family business bankrupt. And the instigator of all this was sitting opposite her calmly, sipping red wine and admiring her distraught and collapsed look. No, no. Su Wanqing shook her head frantically, and for the first time, 2 lines of clear, desperate tears flowed from her charming and beautiful eyes. She suddenly got up from the ground and rushed to Jiang Chen like crazy. With a thump, she actually knelt down straight. I beg you. Let them go. I know I was wrong. I didn't recognize the true master. I didn't teach my daughter well. I kowtow to you. As she spoke, she banged her head frantically on the cold floor. Bang! 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 The dull sound breaks the heart of those who hear it. However, Jiang Chen's face still had the same unchanging expression that had remained for thousands of years, as if he were a god, indifferent to all living beings. He just calmly looked at the business queen kneeling at his feet, who was high and mighty not long ago but now as humble as dust, and said lightly, "Now, you come to beg me? It's too late." At this moment, the cell phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly rang frantically. It was an unfamiliar number from Yanjing. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Wanqing, who was kneeling on the ground and had already burst into tears. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He casually pressed the hands-free button. Hello? From the other end of the phone came an old, yet vigorous voice filled with the unquestionable authority of a superior. Is it Jiang Chen? I'm Lin Tianxiong. Lin Tianxiong. Hearing this name, Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. How could she not know this name? This is the true founder of the Lin Group. He is Lin Jiangmo's father and Lin Shuiyue's grandfather. He is the unwavering leader of the entire Lin family. However, he had retired behind the scenes as early as 10 years ago, handing over the company to Lin Jiangmo, while he himself has been living in Yanjing to enjoy his retirement. Unexpectedly, he actually called in person. "It's me." Jiang Chen responded calmly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. "Kid. I don't care who you are. I'll give you 1 hour to stop attacking the Lin Group immediately." Lin Tianxiong on the other end of the phone obviously hadn't figured out the situation yet, and his tone was still that of an order to a subordinate, with a condescending attitude. "Otherwise, I guarantee that within 3 days, you will completely disappear from this earth. I, Lin Tianxiong, have been operating in Yanjing for decades, so I do have some power." However, facing his threat, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard a huge joke. "Oh? Really?" Jiang Chen picked up the wine glass and shook it gently, with a hint of playfulness on his lips, like a cat playing with a mouse. "Mr. Lin, I think you may have misunderstood something. First of all, I'm not the one attacking your Lin Group. It was your useless granddaughter who provoked me first. Secondly..." Jiang Chen paused, and the teasing in his voice was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling murderous intent like a Siberian cold wave. "With your Lin family's pitiful power, are you worthy enough to threaten me?" The other end of the phone fell into dead silence in an instant. Lin Tianxiong obviously didn't expect that this young man would dare to speak to him in such a tone. Do you know who you're talking to?" Lin Tianxiong's voice was filled with incredible anger. "Of course I do." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "I'm just talking to an old man who's about to kneel down, beg me, and call me daddy, right? You are so outrageous." Lin Tianxiong was completely enraged. He was about to explode when a hoarse scream filled with fear and despair suddenly came from beside him. "Dad! This is bad. All of our Lin family's overseas assets have been frozen. Our bank accounts, our trust funds, everything we have, has been seized by a mysterious organization on the charge of suspected international money laundering." Boom! This news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely destroying all of Lin Tianxiong's psychological defenses. His last trump card, which he was so proud of, is gone. His so-called power, which he had cultivated in Yanjing for decades, was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this mysterious and terrifying young man. "No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Lin Tianxiong's voice was filled with horror and fear that overturned his worldview. He finally realized what a terrifying, godlike, invincible being he had provoked. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." Lin Tianxiong's voice came from the phone again. Only this time, all his arrogance and majesty disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless fear and pleading that was humble to the dust. "I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I didn't discipline him properly. Please, have mercy on us, Lin family, this time. I kowtow to you. As long as you let us go, you can let me do anything. Even if I call you. What's your name?" Jiang Chen's lips curled up in an icy arc as he spoke, word by word, about the humiliating title that he would never be able to escape from for the rest of his life. "Call me daddy?" Chapter 23, My ex-girlfriend's father was so scared that he knelt down and begged me. "Call me daddy?" Jiang Chen's voice was flat, cold, and without a trace of emotion. But it was like an invisible hammer of judgment from the ninth nether hell, hitting the depths of Lin Tianxiong's soul on the other end of the phone. Let his heart, which had long been filled with endless fear and despair, be completely crushed once again. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. All one could hear were waves of heavy and suppressed gasps due to extreme humiliation and anger. And an old man, after his faith completely collapsed, whimpered in pain like a wild beast. Su Wanqing, who was kneeling beside her, had already been shocked to the point of being completely numb by the magical scene before her. She even forgot to breathe. She just stared blankly at the young man who was sitting on the sofa calmly and nonchalantly, and who had forced a business tycoon who was once a powerful figure in Yanjing into such a desperate situation with just one phone call. She felt as if she was witnessing with her own eyes a god playing a trivial game on Earth. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a century. Finally, Lin Tianxiong's old, hoarse, trembling voice, filled with endless humiliation and despair, was heard again from the other end of the phone. That title, which he would never be able to get rid of for the rest of his life, was engraved on his soul like a brand. "Dad! The sound is very soft, very soft. Yet, it is as heavy as Mount Tai. Puff! After a muffled sound of blood spurting out, the phone was suddenly hung up. Obviously, after Lin Tianxiong shouted out that name, he finally couldn't bear the devastating blow. His blood rushed to his heart and he fainted on the spot. Jiang Chen slowly took the phone away from his ear and threw it on the table. There was no trace of emotion on his face. It was as if, just now, he had just crushed a reptile that didn't know whether to live or die. He slowly turned his head and set his gaze again on the beautiful woman who was already frightened, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Now, it's your turn. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Tell me your choice. At the same time, in Shanghai City, inside a heavily guarded interrogation room, Lin Jiangwo, the business tycoon who was full of vigor and vitality not long ago and had a net worth of billions, was now like a dead dog, being tortured on the cold interrogation chair, his face full of dejection and despair. He never dreamed that the business empire he had built for half his life would collapse and turn to ashes in just a few hours. At this moment, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He is his personal lawyer. Lawyer Wang. What's going on? When can I get out? Lin Jiangwo screamed madly as if he had seen the last straw. However, Lawyer Wang just looked at him with a look of pity, as if he were looking at a dead person. Mr. Lin, don't think about it. Lawyer Wang shook his head, his voice full of helplessness. Your case was personally supervised by the higher-ups. The evidence is irrefutable. No one can save you. I came here today just to tell you two more things. First, just now, your father, Mr. Lin Tianxiong, suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was sent to the ICU of Yanjing Union Hospital. To this day, his life or death is uncertain. Second. Lawyer Wang paused, took a deep breath, and then, in an extremely difficult tone, told the news that was enough to completely defeat Lin Jiangwo. The Lin Group has been fully acquired by someone. From today on, its surname is no longer Lin. Boom! These two pieces of news were like two nuclear bombs that exploded in Lin Jiangwo's brain. It was as if he was struck by lightning, and he was instantly petrified on the spot. Father, cerebral hemorrhage, life or death uncertain. The company was acquired? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiangwo shook his head frantically, looking like a madman. Who is it? Who did it? Wang Tianba? That old bastard, does he have so much power? It's not Wang Tianba. Lawyer Wang shook his head, his eyes filled with extreme awe and fear. He's a godlike figure that none of us can afford to offend. He only needed one phone call, less than 10 minutes, to bankrupt the chairman of the Hyatt Hotel. It only took him an hour to destroy the network of relationships your father had cultivated in Yanjing for decades. Mr. Lin, accept your fate. The person you offended is not a human being at all. But it's someone who can control the life and death of all of us at will. God. Every word that Lawyer Wang said was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Lin Jiangwo's psychological defenses that had already collapsed. He finally realized what a terrifying existence he had provoked. An indescribable fear instantly gripped his heart. He suddenly seemed to remember something, grabbed Lawyer Wang by the collar, and roared in an almost pleading tone. Jiang Chen. Is that Jiang Chen, that little bastard? It must be him. It must be him. Lawyer Wang. I beg you. Help me contact him. I want to speak to him. I want to beg him in person. Lawyer Wang looked at him and just shook his head with pity. It's too late. Mr. Lin, when your daughter chose to betray him for a mere BMW, everything was already too late. But. Lawyer Wang pondered for a moment and finally sighed. I can help you try. But I advise you to think carefully about how to speak to the newly appointed chairman of the Lin Group. Kinji Wexuan Western Restaurant, Imperial Box. Jiang Chen's phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and a cruel arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He casually pressed the hands-free button again. From the other end of the phone came a trembling voice filled with endless regret and fear, humble and downtrodden. Mr. Jiang, no. Mr. Jiang. I'm Lin Jiangwo. I'm Lin Shueyue's father. Director Jiang. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have allowed that rebellious girl to hurt you. please, have mercy on us and let us go. I'm kneeling down for you. From the other end of the line, there was a dull sound of knees hitting the ground. A business tycoon who was worth billions and high and mighty not long ago, now kneels down and begs for mercy over the phone to the young man whom he regards as a poor man and who was ruthlessly abandoned by his daughter. What an absurd and ironic scene this is. Su Wanqing looked at the man in front of her who was calm and in control of everything. For the first time, a look of acceptance emerged in her charming eyes that had long been blurred by tears. She knew that her life was over. She could no longer escape from this man's grasp. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard the plea for mercy on the phone at all. He just slowly raised his head and set his eyes on the beautiful woman who had already lost her mind and let him do whatever he wanted. With an evil smile on his lips, he asked word by word. Aunt Su, now, tell me. Do you want to be a savior, or an accomplice? Chapter 24, The Cold and Beautiful Female CEO Xia Yubing Looks Down on Me? Do you want to be a savior, or an accomplice? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it sounded like an ultimatum from the depths of the netherworld, exploding in Su Wanqing's ears. This is a multiple-choice question with no answer. Because, from the moment she knelt in front of this man, she no longer had the right to choose. Savior? What can we do to save him? Use the 100 million that Jiang Chen gave her? In the face of that godlike power that is enough to overthrow an entire business empire, that little bit of money is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Su Wanqing slowly raised her head. In her charming eyes that had long been blurred by tears, all the struggle, unwillingness, and anger disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was pure, resigned, dead silence. She looked at the man in front of her, who was calm and in control of everything. In a hoarse voice, like a dream talk, he uttered two words that were enough to nail her completely to the ethical cross. Accomplice. Saying these two words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. She collapsed on the cold floor as if her spine had been pulled out. Her beautiful face, which had captivated everyone, was filled with numbness and despair. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He likes this feeling. He likes to watch these queens who are usually high and mighty, take off all their disguises little by little in front of him, and eventually become his most loyal playthings. He slowly turned his gaze back to the phone from which Lin Jiangwo's humble plea for mercy was still being heard. Did you hear that? Jiang Chen said lightly. Your good wife has made her choice. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jiangwo's begging for mercy suddenly stopped. Instead, there were waves of extremely heavy and suppressed gasps due to extreme shock and disbelief. He obviously also heard Su Wanqing's dreamlike answer just now. His own wife actually chose to go along with the enemy who destroyed his family? No. Impossible. Wanqing. Are you crazy? Lin Jiangwo roared hysterically, like a madman. Have you forgotten that Xue Yue is your daughter? Have you forgotten how the Lin family treated you? However, what answered him was Jiang Chen's increasingly cold and emotionless voice. Noisy. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. It was as if I had just pinched an annoying fly to death. He slowly stood up from the sofa, walked to the beautiful woman who had already lost her soul and looked like a puppet, and stretched out his hand. Stand up. The game has just begun. The next day, morning. Jiang Chen sat leisurely on the open-air balcony of the #1 villa in Hentang Palace, which was worth tens of millions, and savored the Michelin 3-star breakfast prepared for him by his exclusive housekeeper Mu Qingxue. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his incredibly handsome face, making him exude a lazy and charming aura. After a night of fermentation, the news that the Lin Group went bankrupt, Chairman Lin Jiangwo was arrested, and his father Lin Tianxiong was hospitalized due to cerebral hemorrhage due to anger had already swept the entire Jianghai city business community like a tsunami. And a mysterious young man named Jiang Chen also entered everyone's sight for the first time with a domineering attitude of dominating the world. Everyone is crazy. They mobilized all their connections and relationships to try to find out the origins of this Jiang Chen. However, the result they got made them even more frightened. Because all the information about this man seemed to be shrouded in an impenetrable fog, completely blank. It was as if he was a god who appeared out of nowhere in this world. Sir, this is your schedule for today. Mu Qingxue, dressed in an elegant butler uniform, respectfully handed a document to Jiang Chen. At 10 o'clock in the morning, you need to go to the headquarters of the Ice River Group, located in the World Financial Building in the city center. Before the Lin Group went bankrupt, it signed a strategic cooperation agreement worth 3 billion yuan with the Ice River Group. Now that you have taken over the Lin Group, according to regulations, you must personally hold a handover meeting with the president of the Ice River Group. Glacier Group? Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He had heard of this name. In recent years, Shanghai City, and even the entire Jiangnan province, has been a business giant that has risen like a comet. Its business scope covers real estate, artificial intelligence, biomedicine, and other fields, and its market value has long exceeded 100 billion. And its founder is a legendary and mysterious woman. Xia Yubing. A man who was only 26 years old, but relied on his unpredictable business skills and cold and tough style of doing things to create a huge business empire that was beyond the reach of countless men in just 3 years. He was an unparalleled monster. She is also the ice goddess that all men in Jiangnan province want to conquer the most, but dare not approach the most. Interesting. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He was actually somewhat interested in this legendary iceberg president. 10 a.m., World Financial Center, top floor, President's office. A tall, slender woman in a white business suit, with a cool temperament, like an iceberg without a trace of worldly air, was sitting quietly behind the huge desk made of pure obsidian. Her facial features are extremely delicate, yet also extremely cold. Those narrow and long phoenix eyes were calm, indifferent, without a trace of emotion, as if they could completely freeze everything in the world. She is none other than Xia Yubing, the president of Binghe Group. Knock, knock, knock. There was a polite knock on the door. Enter. Xia Yubing didn't even raise her head, but just uttered a word lightly. The office door was slowly pushed open. Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the door. Xia Yubing slowly raised her head and cast her cold eyes towards the uninvited guest at the door. When she saw Jiang Chen's face, which looked a little too young, her beautiful brows frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. She doesn't like this kind of pretty boy who looks better than a woman. In her opinion, this kind of man has nothing good except his good looks. You are the new chairman of the Lin Group? Xia Yubing's voice is just like her temperament, cold and pleasant, but with an innate sense of alienation that keeps people at a distance. It's me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, walked to her desk, pulled out a chair and sat down. He didn't care about Xia Yubing's cold attitude. Because he knew that soon, this iceberg would melt completely in front of him, bit by bit. Xia Yubing looked at him, as if he was at home, casual and natural, and a trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed in her eyes. What she hates most is this kind of man who is ignorant of the immensity of the world and self-righteous. I don't care what means you used to obtain the Lin Group. Xia Yubing went straight to the point, his voice filled with the unquestionable authority of a superior. But I want you to understand that we at the Glacier Group never cooperate with waste. That 3 billion contract is void immediately. Of course, according to the contract, we will compensate you for the liquidated damages in full. 300 million, I think, should be enough for someone like you to squander for a lifetime. As she spoke, she took out a signed check from the drawer and threw it in front of Jiang Chen as if she was sending away a beggar. That condescending attitude seemed to be a silent charity to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at the check. On his face, there was still that calm and playful smile. He just slowly raised his head, looked at the self-righteous queen in front of him with those deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and asked word by word. Who do you think you're talking to? Chapter 25 Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Jiang Chen's voice was flat, cold, and without a trace of emotion. But it was like an invisible hammer of judgment from the nine nether hell, smashing hard on Xia Yubing's heart, the queen's heart that had been frozen for many years. Her beautiful cold eyes, which seemed to be as calm as a well and could completely freeze everything in the world, suddenly contracted violently for the first time. She, Xia Yubing, is the founder of Binghe Group, the most dazzling queen in the business world of Jiangnan province, and the creator of a multi-billion-dollar business empire. When has anyone dared to speak to her in such a tone? An uncontrollable, cold rage suddenly rushed up from the bottom of her heart. It seems that you are not only a waste, but also a lunatic who can't understand what people say. Xia Yubing slowly stood up from behind the huge desk made of pure obsidian. Her height of 1.75 meters, coupled with the pair of 10-centimeter Gucci high heels on her feet, gives her an absolute height advantage that is enough to look down on most men. She looked down at the man who was sitting on the chair calmly, her eyes filled with extreme contempt and disgust, as if she was looking at an ant. I'll say it one last time. Take your 300 million and get out of my office. Otherwise, I don't mind having my bodyguards throw you off this 300-meter-high building. Her voice was icy cold, filled with unquestionable authority to decide life and death. However, facing her threat, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard a huge joke. He. Boss Xia, do you know? You look so self-righteous and in control right now. You really do look like a pitiful grasshopper about to be crushed to death. You are looking for death. Xia Yubing was completely enraged. She suddenly pressed a red button on the desk. The next second, the heavy alloy door of the office was slammed open from the outside. Two men in black suits, with burly figures and bulging temples, who were obviously retired top special forces soldiers, rushed in with a cold murderous aura all over their bodies. President! Throw this lunatic down. Xia Yubing pointed at Jiang Chen and gave an order in a cold voice. Yes. Without any hesitation, the two bodyguards pounced towards Jiang Chen like two tigers descending the mountain. That powerful aura is enough to scare any ordinary person to death. However, Jiang Chen still looked calm and composed. He didn't even stand up from his chair. Just slowly, he raised his eyelids. Just when the two bodyguards were about to rush in front of him. Bang! Bang! Two dull loud noises suddenly rang out. The burly bodies of the two bodyguards seemed to be hit head-on by a speeding truck. They flew backwards at a speed even faster than when they came, and hit the tempered glass wall behind them heavily. Crack! In an instant, the entire wall was covered with dense cracks like a spider web. The two top soldiers slid down the wall like two puddles of mud, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness on the spot. From beginning to end, no one even saw clearly how Jiang Chen made his move. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Xia Yubing's cold and pretty face. She looked in disbelief at the man in front of her, who was still sitting on the chair calmly, as if he had just casually swatted two flies. What kind of monster is he? However, this is just the beginning. Jiang Chen slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call in front of her. Mu Qingxue. Jiang Chen's voice was still as calm and indifferent as ever. I'll give you an hour. I want the Glacier Group to completely disappear from this world. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone decisively. After a brief moment of shock, Xia Yubing's face instantly showed a hint of extreme sarcasm. Disappear? She felt like she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Just you? A reckless man who only knows how to use brute force. Jiang Chen, I admit, I underestimated you. Your skills are indeed quite good. But, this is a business society. Here, fists alone are useless. Do you know what the market value of my Glacier Group is? 120 billion. Do you know who's standing behind me? It's the Yi family, one of the four major families in Yanjing. Who do you think you are? God? She roared hysterically, trying to use this method to cover up the fear in her heart that was growing wildly because of the unknown. However, Jiang Chen just looked at her with a look of pity, as if he was looking at a dead person. Shoo! Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his chair, put a finger to his lips, and raised the corner of his mouth in a cruel arc. It's good to listen and see. Because, from now on, your pathetic, so-called business empire will be reduced to ashes, bit by bit, in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the cell phone in Xia Yubing's pocket suddenly rang frantically, like a death warrant. The caller ID showed it was her chief secretary. Xia Yubing's heart sank suddenly. An indescribable, ominous premonition instantly enveloped her whole body. She suppressed her uneasiness and answered the phone in a hurry. Boss. Something bad has happened. From the other end of the phone, there was an immediate burst of screams filled with extreme panic and despair. Just now, all of our group's overseas accounts were frozen by a mysterious organization on the charge of suspected illegal operations. All our working capital is gone. Boom! This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Xia Yubing hard on the top of his head. Her cold and pretty face instantly lost all color. What? Before she could finish her words, the phone in her office started ringing frantically. He is the chief technology officer of the group. Boss. It's over. It's all over. Our group's internal network has suffered a devastating attack by unknown hackers. All of our core data, all of our business secrets, have been stolen. Ding-ling-ling. Another phone call came in. He is the public relations director of the group. President. Help. Our competitor has gone crazy, suddenly throwing out all the negative information about us. Now, our group's stock price has hit the limit. One after another, bad news that is enough to make any business empire collapse, came like a mad tide. Xia Yubing stood there in a daze, holding up the phone, listening to the desperate wails coming from it. Her mind was completely blank. The trillion-dollar empire she was proud of. Surprisingly, in just less than 10 minutes, it was beaten to pieces and on the verge of collapse by an incomprehensible and irresistible terrifying force. This is not a business war. This is a one-sided massacre. She suddenly raised her head, staring at the man with eyes full of endless fear and horror, as if she was looking at a god or demon. From beginning to end, she was calm and composed, as if she was appreciating a fireworks display. She finally understood what Jiang Chen had just said. He is not bragging. He really does possess that terrifying power that allows him to control everything like a god, with his words becoming laws. No. Impossible. Xia Yubing shook his head frantically, looking like a madman. She seemed to have grasped the last straw, and frantically dialed the number of her biggest supporter Yi Tianan, the eldest son of the Yi family in Yanjing. Hello? Yubing? It's so late, did you miss me? From the other end of the phone came a laughter that was full of magnetism yet tinged with frivolity. Young Master Yi! Save me! The glacier group is almost finished. Xia Yubing roared in an almost pleading tone. However, there was a strange, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, Yi Tiannan's trembling voice, filled with endless fear and horror, was heard again. Did you offend a young man named Jian? Xia Yubing's heart sank suddenly. How do you know? How should I know? Yi Tianan on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard some horrific incident, and his voice became sharp and distorted. Fuck, I'm right downstairs from your company. I saw with my own eyes the two top soldiers our Yi family sent to protect you, thrown down from a 300-meter high building like two dead dogs. Xia Yubing. Fuck you. Which deity did you offend? I'm telling you. From today on, our Yi family will no longer have anything to do with you or your Bingha group. You'll be fine. Beep beep beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Xia Yubing stood there in a daze, holding up the phone and listening to the busy tone. The last trace of color on her cold and beautiful face completely faded away. The last support she was proud of was gone. She has absolutely nothing left. Thump! Xia Yubing's legs went soft and she could no longer support the weight of her body. She knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. For the first time, a look called despair appeared on that pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years. Jiang Chen slowly walked in front of her, stretched out his hand, gently lifted her smooth chin, and forced her to look at him. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, and his voice was full of deadly temptation. Woman! You have successfully caught my attention. Chapter 26, Throw money at her. Use money to beat her until she submits. Woman! You have successfully caught my attention. Jiang Chen's voice was calm and magnetic, but it was like a final judgment from the gods in the sky. It was deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart, which had long been filled with endless despair. Her beautiful eyes, which had long lost all their luster and were as cold as dead water, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably for the first time. She, Xia Yubing, is the founder of Bingha Group, the most dazzling queen in the business world of Jiangnan province, and the creator of a multi-billion-dollar business empire. When had anyone ever spoken to me in such a tone, as if examining an interesting toy? An indescribable feeling of humiliation that penetrated deep into her bones instantly spread throughout her limbs. However, she couldn't muster even the slightest bit of strength to resist. Because she knew that in front of this man, all her pride, all her dignity, and all her achievements were as fragile as a joke. She didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him. Jiang Chen looked at the Ice Queen kneeling at his feet. She had been so high and mighty not long ago, but was now as humble as dust. The playful curve of his mouth became more and more intense. He slowly loosened his hands, and then shook them casually as if he was getting rid of something dirty. This action is extremely insulting. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. The last trace of blood color on that cold and beautiful face completely faded away. She bit her lips so hard that she almost made them bleed, in order to maintain her last dignity which had already been crumbling. Okay, the game is over. Jiang Chen slowly sat back down on the CEO's throne behind Xia Yubing's huge desk made of pure obsidian. He crossed his legs and looked at Xia Yubing, who was kneeling on the ground, with an unscrupulous and scrutinizing gaze. Her proud curves were violently undulating due to extreme humiliation and anger. Now, let's talk about your indenture. Indenture? Xia Yubing suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What do you mean? That's what I mean. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, picked up a blank A4 paper and a Mont Blanc pen from the table, and threw them in front of Xia Yubing. Your glacier group is now worthless. But I have always been kind-hearted. I decided to invest $1 to acquire it. Of course, as a condition, you, Xia Yubing, will be mine from today on. Sign it. Be my personal secretary, or rather, canary. From now on, as long as I have something to eat, you won't go hungry. Boom. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Xia Yubing's already tattered psychological defenses. $1. He actually wanted to use $1 to buy out the multi-billion-dollar empire she had spent countless efforts to build? And he wanted her to be his canary? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. You, don't even think about it. Xia Yubing didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly jumped up from the ground. For the first time, her cold eyes burned with raging anger, as if to burn everything to ashes. Jiang Chen. Even if you kill me, I will never bow my noble head to a demon like you. She roared hysterically, like a madman. However, facing her hysteria, Jiang Chen simply took out his cell phone calmly. Yeah? As he spoke, he made a phone call in front of her. Mu Qing Xue. Order me 10 of the most luxurious superyachts in the world, the kind you can have parties on and park airplanes on. Money is not a problem. I only have one request, fast. Mu Qingshue's respectful and capable voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yes, sir. The yacht that best meets your requirements is the Eclipse, manufactured by the German shipyard Lesson. The cost of a single vessel is approximately 12 billion. 10 ships, totaling 120 billion. I've contacted the other company's chairman. He said that as long as the funds are in place, they are willing to turn down orders from the Middle Eastern royal family and give priority to production for you. Excuse me, sir, would you like to transfer the money immediately? Change. Jiang Chen uttered a word lightly, and then hung up the phone neatly. The whole process was smooth and took less than 30 seconds. It seemed as if what he had just transferred out was not 120 billion, but 1,200 yuan. Xia Yubing stared blankly at the man in front of her who was talking on the phone so calmly. Her mind was once again completely blank. 120 billion? Just to buy 10 toys for a party? And the market value of the entire Glacier Group, which she was proud of, was only 120 billion. She had spent countless efforts and sacrificed all her youth to build this business empire, but in this man's eyes, it was only fit to be treated as a toy? This devastating, dimensionality-reducing attack caused a bottomless crack to appear for the first time in Xia Yubing's queen's heart, which had been frozen for many years. However, this is just the beginning. Jiang Chen made the second call again. Sotheby's? I'm Jiang Chen. I heard that you're going to auction a legendary pink diamond called Heart of the Ocean tonight? Very good. I'm offering 10 billion now. Buy it. By the way, please help me buy your auction house as well. I don't want anyone to see that diamond again. It is a collection that belongs exclusively to me. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone again. Ding-ling-ling. The third call came almost seamlessly. This time, it was Jiang Chen's phone that rang. The caller ID showed that it was the richest man in Jiangnan province, Wang Jioding. Jiang Chen casually pressed the hands-free button. On the other end of the phone, Wang Jioding's humble voice, full of awe and flattery, was immediately heard. Mr. Jiang. I've already done what you asked me to do. The Yi family of Yanjing has completely disappeared from the map of China. All of their businesses have been forcibly acquired by us, and all of their members have been invited to go to Africa to dig for diamonds. I promise that they will never come back in this life. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with this approach? Boom. Every word Wang Jioding said was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in Xia Yubing's mind. Her already shaky worldview was blown to pieces and turned into ashes. The Yi family of Yanjing. That person has always been her biggest supporter. That one, a top-tier wealthy family that can make the whole of China tremble with just a stomp of its feet. Actually, just because I offended him. Just like that, it's gone? Their entire family was confiscated and exiled to Africa to dig for diamonds? This is no longer a business war. This is the punishment sent down by the gods on mortals. Thump! Xia Yubing's legs went limp and could no longer support the weight of her body. She collapsed on the cold floor as if all her bones had been pulled out. All the pride, dignity, and unwillingness on her pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years collapsed in an instant. What replaced it was endless fear and despair that penetrated deep into the bones. She finally understood what Jiang Chen had just said. Grasshopper. She, and the Yi family behind her, are really not even a pitiful grasshopper in front of this man. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the president's throne, walked step by step in front of her, and looked down at her condescendingly. His face still had that playful smile, as if he was appreciating an interesting work of art. He slowly stretched out his hand and handed the A4 paper with $1 written on it and the Mont Blanc pen to her again. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable magical power, like a divine decree. Now, tell me. Sign or not? Chapter 27. She was moved when she received a caring text message from Su Wanqing late at night. Sign or not? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it sounded like a final verdict from the 9 heavens gods, and it exploded in Xia Yubing's ears. Her last bit of dignity, which had already been filled with endless despair, was crushed to pieces. Sign? If she signs this agreement, she will completely lose the trillion-dollar empire she has spent countless efforts to build. She will be reduced from a high and mighty ice queen to a canary that this man can play with at will. Don't sign? She didn't dare to think about the consequences of not signing. Even a top wealthy family like the Yi family in Yanjing was easily wiped out like an ant in front of this man. What did she and her poor family mean to her? For the first time, 2 lines of clear, desperate tears flowed from Xia Yubing's beautiful eyes, which had long lost all their spirit and were as cold as stagnant water. She slowly stretched out her trembling hand and picked up the Mont Blanc pen on the ground, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Then, he signed his name stroke by stroke on the ridiculous acquisition agreement that only had $1 written on it. Summer. Language. Ice. Every word seemed to have exhausted all her strength and drained away all her soul. When the last stroke was made, she collapsed on the cold floor as if all the bones had been pulled out of her. Her pretty face, which had been frozen for 26 years, was filled with numbness and despair. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He slowly stood up from the president's throne, walked in front of her, and looked down at her condescendingly, as if he was admiring a perfect work of art that belonged only to him. Very good. Jiang Chen bent down and picked up the indenture that was enough to drive the entire Jiangnan province business community crazy, and then casually threw it on the obsidian desk that would change hands from today. He reached out his hand and gently patted Xia Yubing's beautiful cheek, which had become hot due to humiliation. From today on, you are mine. Remember, this is my stuff. No one can touch it without my approval. Including yourself. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the Ice Queen, who had completely become his plaything. He turned around and strode out of the office. Come to see me at Villa number 1 of Yunding Tiangong at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I don't like being late. A cold voice came from the door, like a decree from God, which could not be questioned. Xia Yubing knelt on the floor in a daze, looking at the back of the man who broke into her world like a god or demon and left in a leisurely manner. For the first time, a sense of powerlessness called fate emerged in her beautiful empty eyes. After leaving the World Financial Center, Jiang Chen did not go home immediately. He drove his newly bought Bugatti Veyron aimlessly in the city night. He had conquered Su Wanqing and Xia Yubing, 2 stunning women who were queens in their respective fields. For the first time, his heart, which had become somewhat cold due to Lin Shuiyue's betrayal, felt a little strange. Cool. It feels better than ever. This feeling of being in control of everything and playing with the fate of all living beings like a god made him extremely intoxicated. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It's a WeChat message. From someone he least expected. Su Wanqing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He wanted to see what tricks this woman, whose psychological defenses he had just completely broken down, was going to play next. He casually clicked on the message. However, the content of the message made him slightly stunned. Mr. Jiang, have you taken a rest? Today's events are very complicated, but I still want to say sorry to you on behalf of my ignorant daughter. Also, you've been dealing with both the company and your family today. You must be exhausted, right? I personally made some soup for you. Would you be honored to bring it to you? Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to express my apology and gratitude. Looking at this message, which was full of caution and humble flattery, yet revealed an imperceptible concern between the lines, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This woman is quite interesting. He was obviously scared to death, but he couldn't help but want to get closer. I hate myself to death, but I have to please him humbly. This kind of contradictory and complex emotion of fear, love, hate and inability to leave is the most interesting and addictive thing in the world. Jiang Chen didn't reply to her text message. Instead, he directly dialed the number. The person on the other end of the phone answered almost instantly. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang? Su Wanqing's voice was filled with nervousness, and even had a slight, barely noticeable tremor. Obviously, she didn't expect Jiang Chen to call her directly. Aunt Su. Jiang Chen's voice was lazy, magnetic, and full of fatal temptation. It's so late and you're still not asleep. It is. Chapter 28. Lin Shueyue had a big fight with her mother, and it was all because of me. Yes, do you miss me? Jiang Chen's voice was lazy and magnetic, but it was like an invisible hand carrying electricity, following the telephone line and tightly strangling Su Wanqing's heart. It made her heart, which had already been in a state of confusion, beat wildly and uncontrollably once again. Boom! Su Wanqing felt as if a depth charge had been dropped into her brain, and in an instant, everything went blank. On her beautiful face, which had just regained a trace of color, two extremely attractive and intoxicating blushes suddenly appeared again. This man! This devil! How could he say such shameless words in such a frivolous, ambiguous, and irresistible tone? I didn't. Su Wanqing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and subconsciously retorted sharply. However, her increasingly red cheeks and her increasingly rapid breathing, like that of a fluttering deer, had already betrayed her true inner thoughts. Oh? Really? Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone chuckled. That laughter was filled with a playful, penetrating feeling. Since you didn't miss me, Aunt Su, why did you call me? Is there something wrong? Or, do you regret it? Want to get your useless husband out of jail? Every word Jiang Chen said was like the sharpest needle, precisely piercing Su Wanqing's already sensitive and fragile nerves. No, it's not. Su Wanqing quickly denied it, her voice full of panic. She was afraid that this moody devil would plunge her and her family, which had long been in name only, into an abyss of no return because of her careless answer. Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. I just saw that you were tired today, so I wanted to bring you some soup. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, until it was as humble as the dust. Soup? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil arc. That's right, I'm hungry too. Yunding Palace, Villa number 1. I'm waiting for you. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone decisively. Only Su Wanqing was left, staring blankly, holding the phone, listening to the busy tone, her mind in a mess. He actually asked me to bring him soup? Go to that legendary, henteing Sky Palace Villa number 1? Go to that private space that belongs only to him? A man and a woman alone, in the same room. Su Wanqing didn't dare to think about it anymore. She just felt that her cheeks were so hot that they could almost fry an egg. To go or not to go? Reason told her that she should escape from this devil immediately. The farther away from him, the better. However, her body seemed to be possessed by a demon. She stood up from the sofa uncontrollably and walked into the kitchen. She put the pot of top-quality Buddha jumps over the wall, which she had spent several hours carefully preparing, into a limited-edition Hermes thermos worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then, he walked towards the gate of the villa in a daze. She knew that she was finished. She has completely fallen. However, just as she was about to push open the door, a cold voice filled with anger and questioning suddenly sounded from behind her. It's so late, you're dressed like this, carrying things, where are you going? Su Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened. She turned around slowly, and when she saw the man with red and swollen eyes, tear-stained face, staring at her daughter, Lin Shueyue, with a look as if she were an enemy, her pretty face, which was already pale to begin with, instantly turned as pale as paper. Shueyue? Why are you back? Her voice was filled with guilt and panic. Why am I back? Lin Shueyue seemed to have heard a huge joke, sneered, and approached Su Wanqing step by step. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known that my noble and elegant mother, who treated men like dirt, would actually dress up in the middle of the night and go out to have an affair. You're talking nonsense. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned red in an instant, and it was unclear whether she was embarrassed or angry. Shue Vue. I'm your mother. How can you talk to me like that? Mother? Lin Shueyue's laughter was filled with endless sarcasm and sadness. I'm not a mother who, when her husband is in jail and the family business is on the verge of bankruptcy, still has the mood to dress up beautifully and go out to meet other men in secret. You. Su Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She raised her hand and wanted to slap her daughter who spoke without thinking. However, as soon as she raised her hand, Lin Shueyue grabbed it tightly. What? Are you angry because I hit the mark? Lin Shueyue stared at Su Wanqing intently. Her eyes, which had long been dyed red by tears and jealousy, were full of madness. I want to see which vixen has seduced my mother's soul away. As she spoke, she suddenly stretched out her hand and snatched the Hermes thermos from Su Wanqing's hand. What are you doing? Give it back to me. Su Wanqing exclaimed and subconsciously wanted to snatch it back. However, Lin Shueyue, who had already fallen into madness, had astonishing strength. During the struggle, the cell phone in Su Wanqing's pocket fell out. The screen lights up. That WeChat message from Jiang Chen, full of ambiguity and provocation, was clearly presented in front of Lin Shueyue. Auntie Su, why aren't you sleeping so late? Are you thinking about me? Boom. After seeing this message, Lin Shueyue's mind completely exploded. She looked in disbelief at the WeChat avatar on the screen, which was so familiar to her that it couldn't be more familiar, and then looked at her mother in front of her, who was already frightened and pale. An indescribable feeling of extreme humiliation and anger, as if she had been betrayed by the whole world, instantly overwhelmed all her rationality. Jiang Chen? It's actually him? Su Wanqing. You shameless bitch. He's my ex-boyfriend. How dare you? How dare you seduce him? Bang! An extremely crisp and loud slap exploded in the silent living room. This time, the one who took action was Su Wanqing. For the first time, a hint of icy madness appeared on her pretty face, which had long been covered with tears and despair. I have no shame? Su Wanqing pointed at her nose, and her laughter was filled with endless sadness and self-mockery. Lin Shueyue. Do you think I'm willing? Did you know that your dad was arrested? Your grandfather is in the ICU because of you and his life is in danger. Do you know that our Lin family is finished? Completely finished. We are not even as good as an ordinary family now. And all this is because of whom? It's all because of you. Because of you, that blind idiot. Because you abandoned the one that none of us can afford to offend, God, for Wang Hao, for a mere shabby BMW. Every word Su Wanqing said was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Lin Shueyue's heart hard. Her pitiful, already shaky worldview was smashed to pieces and turned into ashes. No. Impossible, you're lying to me. Lin Shueyue shook her head frantically, looking like a madman. Jiang Chen is just a poor guy. He's just a delivery boy. How could he possibly? Poor bastard? Su Wanqing felt like she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Have you ever seen a poor guy destroy a group worth billions of dollars in just 1 minute? Have you ever seen a poor guy who could have the entire wealthy family of Yinjing executed with just one phone call? Lin Shueyue. Listen to me. Su Wanqing grabbed Lin Shueyue's collar and stared at her with a look that was icy cold and filled with endless hatred that she had never seen before, and roared word by word. Now, Jiang Chen is our Lin family's only lifeline. Don't say that, let me go get him a bowl of soup. Even now, he wants me to kneel down and lick his feet like a dog. I have to go too. After she finished speaking, she suddenly pushed Lin Shueyue, who had already been frightened silly, to the ground. Then, she picked up the already cold thermos on the ground and walked out of the door without looking back, which made her feel endless humiliation but had to step into. Only Lin Shueyue was left, slumped on the cold floor. For the first time, a hint of endless darkness called destruction emerged in her empty eyes that had long lost all their spirit. Chapter 29. The 10 billion contract was signed as soon as it was announced. Xia Yubing was completely convinced. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the No. 1 villa in Yunding Tiangong, which was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, Xia Yubing was already standing like a walking corpse in front of the purple gold gate that made her feel endless humiliation but dared not to come. She barely slept all night. That man, like a nightmare, lingered in her mind all night long. His tyranny, his mystery, his cruelty, and his terrifying power that controls everything like a god. The trillion-dollar empire she was so proud of seemed so fragile in front of him, like a joke. Her queen's heart, which had been frozen for 26 years, was ruthlessly torn to pieces by him in the most brutal and direct way. She hates him. I wish I could cut him into pieces. But she was more afraid of him. I'm so scared, deep in my bones and soul. Authentication in progress. Iris scan successful. Welcome, Ms. Xia Yubing. The cold electronic sound brought Xia Yubing's thoughts back to reality. The door worth tens of millions slowly opened to both sides. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a black high-end custom-made butler uniform, with a graceful figure, a cool temperament, and a look that was even more beautiful than hers, was quietly waiting inside the door. Good morning, Miss Xia. Mu Qingxue had a professional, impeccable smile on her face, but her voice was emotionless. Sir, we are having breakfast. Please follow me. Xia Yubing's pupils suddenly shrank. Of course she knew Mu Qingxue. In other words, in the entire upper-class circles of Jiangnan province, there is no one who does not know this legendary woman who was once hailed as the most talented woman in Jiangnan and who has demonstrated enchanting talent in many fields including business, finance, and art. However, 3 years ago, she suddenly and mysteriously disappeared from everyone's sight. I didn't expect that she would actually be here. Moreover, judging by her appearance, she was actually that man's exclusive housekeeper? This discovery once again dealt a heavy blow to Xia Yubing's already numb heart. To be able to make a proud girl like Mu Qingxue willingly submit to him. Who the hell is that man? With extremely complicated feelings, Xia Yubing followed Mu Qingxue through the palace-like, luxurious lobby and came to the open-air balcony that overlooked the entire Zhanghai city. Jiang Chen was leisurely sitting at the dining table carved from a whole piece of white marble, savoring the top-notch breakfast in front of him, which could be called a work of art in terms of both the ingredients and the presentation. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his incredibly handsome face, making him exude a lazy yet deadly, godlike aura. He didn't even look up at the former ice queen who was walking in front of him. It seemed that in his eyes, she was just an insignificant piece of air. This kind of complete disregard from the bottom of their hearts once again hurt Xia Yubing's queen heart, which had already been broken into pieces. She bit her lips so hard, her nails almost digging into her flesh, in order to maintain her last bit of dignity, which had already been crumbling. Gentlemen. In the end, it was Mu Qingxue who spoke first, breaking the suffocating silence. Miss Xia, we're here. Jiang Chen then slowly raised his eyelids and set his gaze on the icy beauty who was wearing a white professional suit but could not hide her haggardness and despair. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. It seems that our President Xia didn't sleep well last night. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She stared at Jiang Chen intently, her cold eyes burning with raging, humiliating anger. However, she couldn't utter a single word. Because she knew that any resistance in front of this man would be futile and ridiculous. Okay, no more nonsense. Jiang Chen put down the knife and fork in his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth elegantly with a napkin. He picked up a document from his side and casually threw it in front of Xia Yubing. Let's take a look. This is the first task you need to complete as my personal secretary. Xia Yubing's body stiffened again. She slowly lowered her head, and when she saw the title on the document clearly, her cold eyes, which had long lost all their luster, were instantly replaced by an extreme horror that overturned her worldview. Feasibility report on acquiring 30% of the shares of the Royal Saudi Energy Group. Saudi Royal Energy Group. That company is controlled by the Middle Eastern royal family and controls nearly a quarter of the world's crude oil production. It is a true giant. Not to mention acquiring 30% of its shares, even having a little relationship with it is enough to make business giants in any country crazy. And now, this man actually regarded acquiring it as a task assigned to her, his personal secretary? This is no longer crazy. This is a miracle. This is impossible. Xia Yubing's voice became sharp and distorted because of extreme shock. Jiang Chen. What on earth do you want to do? Are you humiliating me? Do you know that this company doesn't sell any shares to the outside world? The entire Middle Eastern royal family is behind it. Forget you, even if the world's richest man came, he would. She hadn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen, however, just calmly took out his cell phone and made a call in front of her, a number she could never imagine. The call was connected almost instantly. Jiang Chen didn't even speak. A humble voice full of awe and flattery immediately came from the other end of the phone. He spoke in extremely fluent Royal Arabic. Oh, my most high God. Your humblest servant, Abdullah, pays you the highest respects. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Abdullah, the eldest prince of the current Saudi royal family. The entire Middle East, the future, the heir. Even though Xia Yubing couldn't understand Arabic, how could she not know this name? She stared blankly at the man in front of her who was talking on the phone so calmly. Her mind was completely blank. Jiang Chen just responded indifferently. I want 30% of your company. Here you go, 100 billion US dollars. There was a strange, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, Abdullah's voice was heard again, trembling with endless ecstasy and excitement. God! My Lord God! You are torturing your humblest servant. Don't even mention 100 billion. Even if you want the entire company, it would be an honor for it. I'll have my team draft a contract right now. No. No need. I'll go myself. I'll personally fly to China, kneel before you, and personally present you with this contract, which symbolizes your supreme honor. Jiang Chen ignored the prince on the other end of the phone who had already fallen into madness. He just slowly hung up the phone. Then, he raised his head and set his gaze on the Ice Queen, who was already completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her, like a sculpture. The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Now, do you think it's possible? Thump! Xia Yubing's legs went limp, unable to support the weight of her body any longer. She knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. All the pride, dignity, and unwillingness on her pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years collapsed in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and submission that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. She knew she was wrong. So wrong, so outrageous. In her eyes, she and the Yi family behind her were the sky. But this man is the god who rules over everything in the world. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat, walked in front of her, stretched out his hand, gently lifted her smooth chin, and forced her to look at him. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable magical power, like a divine decree. Remember, there is nothing in this world that I cannot do. Now, as a reward for completing your first mission. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile. I decided to take you to a fun place. Chapter 30, Encountering a Secondary Schoolgirl, Top Hacker Tang Tang. A fun place? Xia Yubing stared blankly at Jiang Chen's face with that devilish smile on it, her mind completely blank. She didn't know what this man was trying to do. But she knew that she had no right to refuse. Half an hour later. When the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron slowly stopped in front of the age-old and quaint gate of Jianghai University, a look of confusion emerged for the first time in Xia Yubing's cold eyes that had long since lost all their luster. Jianghai University? Why did he bring himself here? This is her and Jiang Chen's alma mater. This is also the place where she spent 4 years of her youth and left countless beautiful memories. However, ever since she graduated and founded the Ice Age group, and climbed up step by step to the lonely throne of the queen, she has never come back. Get off! Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but unquestionable. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She slowly pushed open the car door, and her beautiful legs in Gucci high heels began to tremble slightly uncontrollably as she stepped onto this land that was both familiar and unfamiliar. She looked at the young, youthful, and energetic faces before her, and listened to the carefree, clear laughter. The queen's heart, which had been frozen for many years by the intrigues in the business world, was uncontrollably filled with a long-lost ripple. Once upon a time, she was just like them. I was once full of beautiful fantasies about the future. Jiang Chen ignored the Ice Queen who was lost in her memories. He just walked on his own, with long legs, towards the depths of the campus, the familiar place where he had lived for 4 years. Xia Yubing did not dare to delay and followed him like a humble secretary. However, just as the two of them walked to the square in front of the teaching building, something strange happened. In the center of the square, the huge LED screen that was usually used to broadcast campus news suddenly made a sizzling sound and flashed with dazzling snowflakes. Then, before the students around could react, the picture on the screen suddenly changed. A two-dimensional anime girl wearing a gothic Lolita skirt and pink twin tails suddenly appeared on the screen. She was holding a cute cat in her arms and winking playfully at everyone in front of the screen. At the same time, an extremely magical and brainwashing anime theme song suddenly sounded on the campus radio of Jianghai University. What the hell? What's going on? The school system was hacked? Awesome. Who did this? He's definitely my idol. After a brief moment of surprise, the students around all burst into earth-shaking, excited cheers. They all took out their mobile phones and took photos and videos crazily of the cute and adorable two-dimensional girl on the screen. The entire Jianghai University was completely plunged into a sea of joy because of this sudden prank. Only Xia Yubing, looking at the absurd scene in front of her, had a strange expression of neither knowing whether to laugh or cry on her cold and pretty face for the first time. However, Jiang Chen's face still looked calm and composed. It seemed that the hacker attack before his eyes, which was enough to give any network security expert a headache, was just a boring game like a child playing house in his eyes. There was even a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards the computer room on the top floor of the Computer Science College not far away. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said lightly. "Go and see our little girl who loves to play pranks." Xia Yubing was slightly stunned when she heard this. She didn't understand how Jiang Chen knew that the hacker was in the School of Computer Science. But she didn't dare ask more. I could only follow him silently. 10 minutes later. School of Computer Science, top floor, core computer room. Several school network security teachers and a dozen security guards were sweating profusely as they gathered in front of a locked door made of a special alloy. What should we do? Teacher Wang. This little bastard has hacked all the physical locks in the computer room. We can't get in at all. A young security guard was so anxious that he almost cried. The Mediterranean man known as Teacher Wang also had a look of despair on his face. What else can we do? Call the police. Call the police immediately. Tell the police. Our school has been attacked by an unknown hacker. Just when everyone was in chaos and at a loss of what to do, Jiang Chen, along with Xia Yubing, slowly walked over from behind them. Get out of the way. A cold voice, without a trace of emotion. Everyone subconsciously turned around, and when they saw Jiang Chen's incredibly handsome face and Xia Yubing, who stood behind him with a cool and queen-like temperament, they were all slightly stunned. You, who are you? Teacher Wang frowned and asked subconsciously. However, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at him. He just walked straight to the alloy door that was strong enough to withstand rocket attacks, and then slowly raised his foot. Bang! There was a loud bang, like thunder from the blue sky, exploding throughout the entire corridor. That indestructible alloy door worth millions was actually kicked off the doorframe by him and sent it flying backwards. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring at Jiang Chen with eyes as if he were a monster. Jiang Chen ignored these ants who had already been frightened silly. He walked straight into the core computer room filled with countless top-level servers. Then, at a glance, I saw the petite figure huddled in the corner, holding a pink laptop and typing frantically on the keyboard. She was a little girl who looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a gothic Lolita dress exactly like the anime girl on the screen, and had her hair tied up in unique pink twin ponytails. She wore a pair of large black framed glasses on her nose and a pair of cute cat ear headphones on her ears. At this moment, she was concentrating on staring at the screen, at the strings of data that were flying by like waterfalls, and she was muttering to herself. Hee hee, a bunch of mortals, you think you can capture me? How naive. Even if I give you another 10 years, you won't be able to break through my maze firewall. Just as she was feeling proud and talking to herself, a devilish, playful voice suddenly sounded behind her. Your maze is indeed quite interesting. Unfortunately, you made a fatal mistake while clearing the traces of your invasion. You revealed your physical address. Boom! This voice, like a bolt from the blue, struck the girl hard on the top of her head. Her petite body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head, and when she saw the handsome man behind her, who was looking at her teasingly with eyes like a cat playing with a mouse, all the pride and arrogance on her cute face with a hint of baby fat disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was endless, bone-deep horror and fear, as if seeing a ghost. You who are you? How do you know? Chapter 31 Broke your computer? Is a tech company enough to compensate you? How do you know? The girl's voice became sharp and distorted because of extreme shock and fear. Her big obsidian eyes hidden behind the black framed glasses were filled with horror that overturned her worldview. She wasn't surprised that the firewall was breached. After all, there is always someone better than you. However, the other party not only quietly broke through the maze that she was proud of, but also accurately tracked back to her physical address. This is no longer just a technical crush. This is the punishment bestowed by God on mortals. It doesn't matter who I am. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc, and he walked slowly, step by step, towards the two-dimensional girl who had already been scared silly. What matters is that you, as a thief, stole something you shouldn't have. Now, we've caught him red-handed. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it was like an invisible sword of Damocles, hanging fiercely over the girl's head. You're talking nonsense. I'm not a thief. The girl jumped up from the ground like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her cute face with a hint of baby fat was full of humiliation and anger. I was just joking with those useless teachers at school. I didn't steal any data. Yeah? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, and the teasing in his eyes became more intense. Then do you dare to open the background program on your computer and let me see it? Boom! These words, like a bolt from the blue, hit the girl hard on the top of her head. Her pretty face, which had just turned red with anger, instantly lost all its color. How could he know? She took advantage of this intrusion and secretly implanted a background program in the school server to steal some interesting things. It was impossible for anyone else to know about this except herself. Who is he? It seems that what I said was right. Jiang Chen looked at her pale face, and the smile on his face became brighter. Little sister, lying is not a good habit. You are slandering me. The girl's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She suddenly rushed back to her seat, and her hands began to type frantically on the keyboard like lightning. I don't care who you are. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. I want you to see with your own eyes how I completely erase your life from this world. She roared hysterically, like a madman. She would use all her strength to dig out all the information about this man who made her feel endless fear and humiliation from the internet, and then make it public. She wants to make him socially dead. However, the scene that happened in the next second made her big eyes, which had long been dyed red by jealousy and anger, suddenly widen. Suddenly, a strange, blood-red pop-up window appeared uncontrollably on the screen of her pink laptop, which she had modified herself and whose performance was comparable to that of a military server. In the center of the pop-up window was a line of English text filled with extreme irony that she would never forget. Hi, little girl. Welcome to my world. Hi, little girl. Welcome to my world. Then, before she could react, her computer screen suddenly went black. Instead, it was her own face, full of fear and horror, magnified countless times. The front camera of the computer was actually, reversely controlled by the other party without any sound. No, impossible. The girl shook her head frantically, and her hands, as if cramping, were typing frantically on the keyboard, trying to regain control of her computer. However, everything is in vain. In front of that invincible existence like a god or demon, her so-called genius hacking skills that she was proud of were so fragile that they were like a joke. Sizzle bang. A sharp sound of electric explosion suddenly rang out. Her pink laptop, which had been with her for several years and was regarded as her life, suddenly emitted a puff of pungent green smoke, and the screen flashed and went completely black. No! A shrill scream filled with despair and pain resounded throughout the entire computer room. The girl stared blankly at her computer, which had turned into a pile of scrap metal. All the light in her big obsidian eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was endless, stagnant darkness. It's over. Everything is over. Her life is over. Jiang Chen slowly walked in front of her, looking down at this poor little girl who had completely lost her soul. For the first time, a trace of pity appeared on his face. He slowly reached out his hand and gently rubbed her unique pink twin tails, with a rare gentleness in his voice. Okay, stop crying. It's my fault for breaking your toy. Jiang Chen paused, a wicked smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Let's do this. I'll compensate you with a technology company. Is that enough? Boom. Jiang Chen's words were like a nuclear bomb explosion, detonating in the silent machine room. Not only the girl who had already lost her soul, but even Xia Yubing, who was standing at the door and was completely numb from the shock of the miraculous scene before her, and the group of teachers and security guards from the school, all stared at Jiang Chen with eyes as if they had seen a ghost, as if they had seen a madman. Compensate. Compensate a technology company? What does he think a tech company is? Cabbages growing on the street? However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to notice their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He just calmly took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. Mu Qing Xue. What's the name of the largest cybersecurity company in Shanghai City? Mu Qingshue's respectful and capable voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Sir, it's Tiandun Network Technology Company, Limited, with a current market capitalization of approximately 20 billion. Very good. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Now, I order you to buy it for me at any price. Then, transfer it to Miss Tang Tang's name. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone decisively. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the two-dimensional girl who had been completely petrified by his series of divine operations. She was like a sculpture. An extremely evil smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she asked word by word. Now, tell me. This is a meeting gift. Are you satisfied? Chapter 32, The Top Club in Shanghai City, the proprietress is naturally charming. This is a meeting gift. Are you satisfied? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it was like the final judgment from the 9 heavens gods, which severely branded Tang Tang's genius heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and fear. For the first time, her big obsidian eyes, hidden behind the black-framed glasses, lost all focus. A meeting gift? A top domestic cybersecurity company with a market capitalization of 20 billion as a meeting gift? This man, who is he? Is he still human? Tang Tang felt that her worldview, values, and all the knowledge she was proud of were being cruelly crushed inch by inch and turned into dust in front of this man's godlike, earth-shattering operation. Her extremely proud heart, like that of a genius girl, was completely shattered at this moment. Thump! Tang Tang's legs went limp, unable to support the weight of her body any longer. She knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. All the resentment, anger, and pride on her cute face with a hint of baby fat collapsed in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and fanaticism that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. She knew she was wrong. So wrong, so outrageous. She thought she was the king of the internet world. But this man is the god who dominates everything outside the online world. Master. Tang Tang raised her head, her large obsidian eyes, which had long been soaked with tears and admiration, stared at Jiang Chen intently. Her voice was filled with extreme, fanatical, and oath-taking like that of the most devout believer. From today on, Tang Tang will be your most loyal, like a knife. Wherever you point, I will kill. No matter who it is, whether it's a god or a devil. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He likes this feeling. He likes to watch these unruly geniuses gradually lose all their edges and corners in front of him, and eventually become his sharpest weapons. He slowly walked up to her, reached out his hand, and gently rubbed her unique pink twin tails. Very good. From today on, Sky Shield technology will be your new toy. I have only one request. I want you to build an internet empire within 3 days that will make the whole world tremble. An empire that belongs exclusively to me, Jiang Chen. Yes. Master. Tang Tang nodded heavily, with a blazing fire called ambition burning in her big eyes. She knew that from today on, her life would completely change. She will no longer be that little hacker who can only play pranks in dark corners. She will follow this godlike man in front of her to conquer the sea of stars that she has never imagined. After dealing with Tang Tang's matter, Jiang Chen took a look at the Ice Queen, who had been standing at the door like a wooden man from beginning to end and had already been shocked to numbness. Let's go. Take you to a fun place. Jiang Chen's voice was unquestionable. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently, and like a most obedient, soulless puppet, she followed silently. Half an hour later. Shanghai City, the most mysterious, luxurious and top-level private club top of the Forbidden City. When the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron slowly stopped in front of the club's majestic archway, which was carved from a single piece of white marble, even Xia Yubing, the Ice Queen who was used to all kinds of grand scenes, couldn't help but flash a look of shock in her cold eyes. This is the den of indulging that all the upper-class people in the entire Jiangnan province flock to. It is said that the membership cards here are never sold publicly. Each one is issued by the boss lady herself. Being able to own a membership card here is itself the ultimate symbol of identity and status. Good evening, sir and madam. The two receptionists, who were wearing tailor-made Versace cheongsams, were tall and beautiful, bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. However, when their gazes fell on Jiang Chen's face, which looked a little too young, a hint of contempt flashed across his well-trained eyes, almost imperceptibly. Obviously, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was just another ignorant, foolish son of a nouveau riche who wanted to come here and see the world just because his family had some money. Sorry, sir, the Forbidden Peak is only open to members. One of the receptionists had a professional, impeccable smile on her face, but her voice was emotionless. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Jiang Chen didn't answer her. He just slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards the top floor of the brightly lit 9-story pagoda not far away. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Tell your boss lady. Just say that an old friend is visiting. Ask her to come down and pick me up in person. What? The two receptionists were stunned when they heard this. They looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a madman. Is this man crazy? Let their boss lady come down to pick him up personally? Who does he think he is? The richest man in Jiangnan province? Sir, please don't make trouble here. A hint of cold anger appeared on the face of the other receptionist. If you don't leave, I'll have to call security. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard her words at all. He just calmly took out his cell phone and made a call. Wang Jioding. I'll give you 1 minute. I want the Forbidden Peak to completely disappear from the map of Zhanghai City. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone decisively. After a brief moment of surprise, the two receptionists couldn't help but burst out laughing as if they had heard a huge joke. Disappear? Just by you? Sir, do you know who was standing behind us at the top of the Forbidden City? Let me tell you, even if Wang Jioding, the richest man in Jiangnan province, came, he would have to. She hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a rapid and flustered sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away and came madly. Then, a charming female voice filled with endless fear and despair, like the sound of nature, but with a hint of trembling, exploded in everyone's ears. Shut up! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a stunning woman in a red high-slit cheongsam. She had a graceful figure and was charming to the core, as if she had walked out of an ancient scroll. Her face was pale, she was holding up the hem of her skirt, and she was running towards them breathlessly. She is the boss behind the Forbidden City. The entire Jiangnan province is full of legendary and mysterious woman by Liuli. At this moment, where was the calmness and elegance she usually had on her face? Her charming peach blossom eyes, which were enough to capture any man's soul, were filled with extreme shock and fear that could subvert the world view. Just now, she received a private call from Wang Jioding, the richest man in Jiangnan province. On the phone, Wang Jioding, in an almost pleading, humble tone, told her that she and her forbidden city had offended a god whom even he could not afford to offend. If I cannot obtain the forgiveness of that god within 1 minute, then she and her forbidden city will completely disappear from this world. Bai Liuli didn't dare to delay at all and rushed downstairs at the fastest speed in his life. When she saw the handsome man standing at the door, exuding a godlike aura that made her feel endless palpitations, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She knew it was him. Thump! Everyone looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. This stunning queen, who usually makes countless big men crazy about her. She actually lifted up her skirt and knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen without hesitation. All the pride and dignity on her charming face, which was enough to turn everyone upside down, collapsed in an instant. Instead, there is endless, deep-rooted, humble pleading. No. I don't know, Lord God, please come. My humble daughter, Bai Liuli, failed to welcome you from afar. I deserve death. As she spoke, she madly banged her noble head heavily on the cold white marble floor tiles. The dull sound frightens those who hear it and terrifies those who see it. Jiang Chen slowly walked in front of her, stretched out his hand, gently lifted her smooth chin, and forced her to look at him. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, and his voice was full of deadly temptation. You just said you wanted to call security? Chapter 33, I am best at being a hero saving the damsel in distress. You just said you wanted to call security? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it was like a final judgment from the nine-nether hell, which was deeply imprinted on Bai Liuli's heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and fear. The last trace of blood color on her charming face, which was enough to turn everyone upside down, was completely drained away. No, I dare not. Bai Liuli's body was shaking violently because of extreme fear, and his voice was filled with endless pleading that was so humble that it was almost dusty. I was blind. I failed to discipline my child properly. I deserve to die. As she spoke, she madly banged her noble head heavily on the cold white marble floor tiles. The dull sound made the two receptionists standing by, who had already been frightened silly, and Xia Yubing, who collapsed on the ground, all terrified. Oh? Really? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc. His gaze slowly moved from Bai Liuli to the two receptionists, who were already pale and trembling like sieves. Bai Liuli understood instantly. She turned around abruptly, and those charming peach blossom eyes that were enough to capture any man's soul were instantly replaced by a bone-chilling, crazy murderous intent. You two, you're such stupid bastards. How dare you offend the Lord God? Someone come. She screamed hysterically. Drag them both away. 100 slaps for each person. Then, break their legs and throw them into the river to feed the fish. What? When the two receptionists heard this, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave and were scared out of their wits. They crawled and knelt in front of Jiang Chen, cowed out and begged for mercy frantically. Sir, please spare us. We were wrong. We are the ones who look down on others. Please, treat us like shit and let us go. However, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at them. It seems that looking at it for one more time will dirty your eyes. Soon, four burly bodyguards in black suits rushed out of the club and dragged away the two women who were still crying and begging for mercy like they were dragging dead dogs. After dealing with these two pieces of trash, Bai Liuli turned back again with a look of panic on her face and looked at Jiang Chen. Her charming and pretty face was filled with a flattering smile. God! Lord God, are you satisfied with this handling? Jiang Chen didn't answer her. He just slowly stood up from his seat, stretched out his long legs, and walked straight towards the brightly lit 9-story pagoda. Lead the way. Those two cold words leave no room for doubt. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Liuli was as if she had been pardoned. She quickly got up from the ground, not even bothering to tidy up her cheongsam, which had already been in a mess. Like the most humble little maid, she respectfully led the way for Jiang Chen in front. Xia Yubing also followed in a daze. She looked at the young and mysterious figure in front of her, who was surrounded by Bai Liuli like the moon surrounded by stars. For the first time, a look of acceptance appeared in her cold eyes. She knew that from today on, the world of Jianghai City would change. Walking into the Forbidden City, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The design here is truly amazing. The flowing water under the small bridge, pavilions and towers, the antique decoration style and the modern top luxury are perfectly integrated. Every piece of decoration is a priceless antique. Every inch of the carpet is hand-woven by the best craftsmen in Persia. The air was filled with an intoxicating scent mixed from top-grade agarwood and money. It is worthy of being called a den of brothel, famous throughout the entire Jiangnan province. My Lord God, the number 1 box on the top floor is reserved for you. I'll take you right away. Bai Liuli was about to introduce Jiang Chen with a flattering look on her face, but suddenly stopped. His brows furrowed slightly. Because he heard a burst of arrogant, obscene, and foul language coming from a box not far away. And the suppressed crying of a girl, full of helplessness and fear. Little beauty, don't be shameless. Master, I'm giving you face by asking you to drink with me. Believe it or not, with just one word from this young master, I can make you unable to survive in the entire entertainment industry? Whoa. No. Please, let me go. Let you go? He. Wait until this young master has had enough fun, then I will naturally let you go. Bai Liuli's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. She never expected that something like this would go wrong at this critical moment. God, please wait a moment, Before she could finish her words, Jiang Chen had already raised his foot and walked towards the box where the sound came from. Bang! A loud bang. That door of the box, which was made of a whole piece of golden nanma wood and was worth millions, was actually kicked directly from the doorframe by him, and flew backwards. In the box, there was a dead silence in an instant. A man wearing an Armani suit and with slick back hair, who looked like an arrogant and domineering rich second generation, was pressing a girl wearing a white dress, with a pure temperament and like a girl next door, down on the sofa. The girl's face was already covered with traces of tears, and her clear big eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. Seeing this scene, for the first time, a trace of cold murderous intent flashed across Jiang Chen's deep, calm eyes. Because he recognized this girl. Lu Ruyan. The hottest new generation diva in the Chinese entertainment industry today. With her pure image and heavenly voice, she is popular all over the country. She was also one of the few stars he liked in his previous life. Damn it! Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? The rich second generation known as Mr. Long suddenly jumped up from the sofa after a brief moment of surprise, pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. He obviously hasn't figured out the situation yet. However, when the lackeys beside him saw the man at the door, who was like a god or demon and had a suffocating aura, and the stunning proprietress by Lioli behind him, who was already frightened and pale, they all felt as if they had seen a ghost. Their legs went weak and they knelt down with a plop. "Bye, sister, bye." Upon hearing this, young Master Long was slightly stunned. He then turned his gaze to Bai Lioli behind Jiang Chen, and a lewd smile of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. "Oh, who was it I was thinking? Turns out it's Boss Bai. What? Is this pretty boy your new pretty boy? Looks good, actually. It just so happens that this young master hasn't had enough fun today." He pointed at Jiang Chen, then at Lu Ruyan, who was already frightened silly on the sofa, and Xia Yubing, the equally beautiful ice queen at the door, with a cruel and hideous smile on his face. "Today, I want all three of these women. As for you..." He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that were like looking at a dead person. "You have 3 seconds to cut off your arms and get out of here. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." However, facing his threat, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard it at all. He just walked straight up to Lu Ruyan, who was already trembling with fear and tears in her eyes, stretched out his hand, and helped her up from the sofa. Then, he took off his coat and gently put it on her delicate body, which was a little messy due to her struggle. After doing all this, he slowly turned around and looked at young Master Long, who had already fallen into a rage because of being ignored, with a look as if he were looking at an ant. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc, and his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the silent box. "I'll protect her. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 34, Are Wang Hao and his son up to some shady tricks again? Don't court death or you won't die. Do you have any objections? Jiang Chen's voice was flat, cold, and without a trace of emotion. But it was like an invisible, 1,000-foot-high sacred mountain from ancient times, pressing down heavily on the heart of the rich second generation known as Mr. Long and everyone present. The air in the entire box froze in an instant. Young Master Long, whose real name is Zhao Jinlong, is the only son of Zhao Debiao, chairman of the domestic entertainment giant Glorious Entertainment. Relying on his family's wealth and power, he usually acts arrogantly in Zhanghai City. The number of female celebrities he has played with, if not 100, must be 80. When had anyone ever spoken to me in such a tone, as if they were examining an ant? After a brief moment of astonishment, an uncontrollable, overwhelming rage suddenly surged up from the bottom of his heart. Opinion? Zhao Jinlong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed out of anger. Of course I have a fucking opinion. Boy, I don't care who you are. Today, if you dare to meddle in my business, I will make sure you die without a burial place. He pointed at Jiang Chen, and then at the two stunning women behind him who had already turned pale with fear but were still breathtakingly beautiful. Their faces showed increasingly ferocious and greedy smiles. Today, I want all three of these girls. I also want to play with them right in front of you. I want you to see with your own eyes how the woman you protect is enjoying herself under me. He roared hysterically, like a madman. He wanted to use the most cruel and vicious way to destroy this ignorant man who dared to challenge his dignity. However, facing his mad dog-like roar, Jiang Chen's face still showed the same unchanging indifference that had remained for thousands of years. He just slowly turned his head and set his eyes on the stunning proprietress, Bai Lioli, who was already frightened out of her wits and kneeling on the ground. Who is he? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Bai Lioli's body trembled violently. She didn't dare to be negligent at all, and quickly crawled on the ground like a pug and knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Her voice was filled with endless panic and awe. Go back to God. His name is Zhao Jinlong, and he's the son of Zhao Debiao, the chairman of Brilliant Entertainment. Brilliant Entertainment? Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He did have some impression of this name. It seems that he is a giant that is worthy of being ranked among the top 3 in the domestic entertainment industry. Oh. Jiang Chen responded calmly. Then, he slowly turned his head and set his gaze again on Zhao Jinlong, who was still jumping up and down like a clown. I'll give you a chance to live. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment of God. Now, kneel down. Eat back what you just said, word for word. Then, he cut off his own arms. I can spare your life. Boom! Jiang Chen's words were like a nuclear bomb explosion, detonating in the dead silent box. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Jinlong instantly became furious. What the hell did you say? You want me to kneel down? Who the hell do you think you are? He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. I'm telling you. Today, none of you three can leave. I'm going to call my dad right now and ask him to bring some people over. I will make you wish you were dead, but unable to live. As he said this, he really took out his cell phone and dialed the number of his father, who was usually very powerful in Shanghai City. However, the phone was just connected. Before he could open his mouth to complain, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone, which he had never heard before. It was full of extreme fear and despair, like a wild beast, and it was wailing at the top of its lungs. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. Which god did you offend outside? Our family is finished. It's all finished. Just now, all of our company's stocks were maliciously shorted by a mysterious organization. All of our artists have unilaterally announced that they have terminated their contracts with us. Our bank accounts, everything we have, has been frozen. It's over. It's all over. Put. After a muffled sound of blood spurting out, the phone was suddenly hung up. Zhao Jinlong held up the phone in a daze, listening to the busy tone. His mind was completely blank. Finished? All over? That, the multi-billion entertainment empire that he regarded as his pride and his backing. Actually, just because of a phone call from him, in less than a minute, everything collapsed and turned to ashes? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Jinlong shook his head frantically, looking like a madman. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the man with eyes full of endless fear and horror, as if he was looking at a god or demon. From beginning to end, he was calm and composed, as if he had just crushed an ant. He finally understood what kind of terrifying, godlike, invincible being he had provoked. Thump! Zhao Jinlong's legs went soft and he could no longer support the weight of his body. He knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. His face, which had seemed somewhat ferocious due to his arrogance, was now completely bloodless, like a dead person. He raised his hands frantically, slapped himself hard left and right. Snap! 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 Mr. Jiang. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Please be merciful and let me go. However, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at him. He just walked slowly to the front of the new generation little queen, Lu Ruyan, who was already completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her, like a sculpture. He reached out and gently rubbed her head, with a rare hint of tenderness in his voice. Okay, it's okay. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you again. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the man in front of her, who came down from the sky like a god and saved her from endless despair. For the first time, a bright light called worship appeared in his clear eyes that had long been blurred by tears. At this moment, the phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It's a text message. From his personal butler, Mu Qingxue. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He clicked on the text message, and when he saw the content clearly, for the first time, a trace of icy cold and murderous intent flashed in his deep, calm eyes. Sir, urgent information. After failing to suppress the Lin Group commercially, Wang Tianba, chairman of the Wang Group, became enraged and dispatched his most elite assassin organization, the Blood Wolf, to Shanghai City First Hospital. Their target is Qin Mengyao's mother, Zhang Lan. They want to use the people around you to threaten you. After reading this text message, Jiang Chen smiled. That smile was cold and cruel, without a trace of human emotion. Very good. Jiang Chen slowly put away his phone, turned around, and looked at Bai Liuli, who was kneeling on the ground, and the Ice Queen, Xia Yubing, who had already been frightened silly, with a look as if he were looking at a dead person. His voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was proclaiming the final judgment of God. It seems that there are always some ignorant ants who like to challenge my bottom line. In that case... He paused, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. His voice was not loud, but it was clear and spread throughout the silent box. Then I will accompany them and have some fun. Chapter 35. If you dare to touch my people, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Then I will accompany them and have some fun. Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a death sentence from the nine nether hell, causing the temperature of the entire box to drop to freezing point in an instant. Bai Liuli and Xia Yubing, who were kneeling on the ground, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. They looked at Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes, which had been replaced by an icy murderous intent without them knowing when. They felt a chill that penetrated deep into their bones, rushing madly from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They didn't know who was so ignorant of his own life that he dared to provoke this god and devil walking among the people again and again. God, Lord God. Bai Liuli's voice was filled with endless panic and awe. Yes. Is there anything I can do for you? However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard her words at all. He turned around suddenly and walked out of the box with big strides. The speed was so fast that it even left a trail of afterimages in the air. Take good care of her. A cold voice came from the door, like a decree from God, which could not be questioned. If she loses even a single hair before I return, I will make you and your forbidden peak disappear from this world completely. As soon as the words fell, his figure has disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a room full of women were left, looking at each other in silence, not even daring to breathe. Buzz. The black Bugatti Veyron, like a ghost in the dark night, performed a suicidal death shuttle in the traffic of Shanghai City. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face no longer had the usual calmness and indifference. His eyes were bloodshot, and his knuckles were turning white from the extreme force he exerted on the steering wheel. Qin Mengyao's mother. That was the elder he respected most in the world besides his parents. It is also the only Pure Land deep in his heart, a reverse scale that he will never allow anyone to touch. Wang Tianba. You have successfully angered the gods. God-level driving skills, at this moment, were pushed by Jiang Chen to an unprecedented, crazy state. He stepped hard on the accelerator and pushed it into the fuel tank. 300 yards. 350 yards. 400 yards. In just a few seconds, the car's speed soared to a terrifying value that would make any F1 racer despair. The entire Shanghai City's transportation system was completely paralyzed and collapsed because of his madness. He left countless vehicles behind dangerously with a divine trajectory that completely violated the laws of physics. Countless traffic policemen in the rear frantically sounded the alarm and tried to catch up, but in the end, they could only watch the black rear end of the car, which seemed to teleport, turn into a smaller and smaller black dot in their sight, and finally disappear completely. They didn't even see the other party's license plate number clearly. Less than 5 minutes. Jiang Chen crossed half the city and appeared at the entrance of the inpatient department of Shanghai City First Hospital as if teleporting. Sizzle. The sound of tires rubbing against each other, so sharp that it was enough to tear the eardrums, resounded through the night sky. The black Bugatti Veyron drifted 360 degrees on the spot, which was a miracle, and stopped precisely at the main entrance of the hospital. Due to the intense friction, the 4 tires emitted bursts of pungent green smoke filled with the smell of death. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He pushed open the car door and rushed into the hospital building like a cannonball. At the same time, hospital, top floor, VIP intensive care unit. Qin Mengyao was sitting in front of her mother's hospital bed, peeling an apple for her mother and telling her with a happy face about what happened at the class reunion today, which was like a dream. However, she didn't notice. Outside the locked door of the ward, which was made of special bulletproof glass, 5 men in black clothes, wearing masks, with cold eyes and a strong smell of blood all over their bodies, were approaching this side silently and slowly like ghosts. They are none other than Wang Tianbai's most elite killer organization, the Blood Wolf. Each one of them is a killing machine that crawled out from a real sea of corpses and blood. The leader was a man with a hideous scar on his face. He glanced at the photo in his hand, then looked at the 2 poor women in the ward who were still unaware of the danger. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He made a wiping neck gesture to the 4 men beside him. Then, he took out a P226 pistol with a silencer from his arms. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a chilling, horrifying murderous intent, as cold as the netherworld, which he would never forget for the rest of his life, suddenly erupted from behind him without any warning. The scarred man's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't even have time to look back before he felt his neck being strangled tightly by a huge pair of red-hot steel pliers. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. The scarred man didn't even let out a scream before his head tilted and he died completely. His eyes, which were wide open due to extreme fear, reflected the face of the young man behind him, who was like a demon descending, with murderous intent emanating from his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. Who sent you? Jiang Chen casually threw the still twitching body of the scarred man to the ground, and glanced at the 4 so-called elite killers in front of him with a cold look without a trace of human emotion. They were already frightened to death by the miraculous scene before them. The 4 people looked at their boss's corpse with his eyes open after death, and then looked at Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes that were not like those of a human. They felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't even think of resisting. Plop. 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 The four of them knelt down in unison, as if pushing a golden mountain or overturning a jade pillar. It's Wang Tianba from the Wang group. One of the killers almost cried and gave out the mastermind behind the scenes. Very good. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. He slowly lifted his foot. Then, he stepped down one step at a time. Crack. 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 The crisp sound of bones breaking never ceases to ring. Each sound was accompanied by a shrill groan that was forcibly suppressed in the throat. Jiang Chen crushed the hand and foot bones of the four killers one by one with precise steps. He didn't kill them. However, he wanted to make them spend their entire lives wailing on the bed like useless dogs. After doing all this, Jiang Chen slowly took out his cell phone and, in front of the four killers who were already in excruciating pain, made a call that they would never forget. The call was connected almost instantly. Hello? Who is this? From the other end of the line came a powerful and arrogant voice that was full of authority and authority of a superior. It's Wang Tianba. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely in his luxurious office worth billions, sipping red wine and waiting for the good news from his subordinates. In his opinion, no matter how good a fighter Jiang Chen was, he could never be a match for the Blood Wolf. However, the next second, a sentence coming from the phone made his face, which seemed a little red because of pride, lose all its color in an instant. Wang Tianba. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment of God. Wash your neck. I'm here to kill you. Chapter 36. Overnight, Tengfei Group was removed from Zhanghai City. I'm here to kill you. Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a death sentence from the Nine Nether Hell, which went along the telephone line and was deeply imprinted in the depths of Wang Tianba's soul. His face, which had seemed flushed with pride, instantly lost all color. Who are you? For the first time, a look of panic appeared in Wang Tianba's voice. He is not a fool. Being able to start from scratch in Zhanghai City and build a business empire with a market value of tens of billions, his intelligence is far beyond that of ordinary people. The Blood Wolf is the sharpest and most secretive knife in his hand. Only a handful of people know about the existence of this knife. The other party not only knew about it, but was even able to call his private cell phone the moment his people took action. This is no longer something that can be described as huge energy. This is a divine and devilish method that can reach the sky. However, what answered him was Jiang Chen's increasingly cold, emotionless, and sarcastic laugh. He. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, from now on, you and your Wang group will completely disappear from this world. Beep beep beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Wang Tianba was stunned, holding up the phone, listening to the busy tone. His brain was completely blank. An indescribable chill that penetrated deep into his bones instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. He suddenly seemed to remember something, and hurriedly dialed the internal number he had placed in Zhanghai City First Hospital. However, what came from the other end of the phone was a cold tone indicating that the call could not be connected. He then called several other members of the Blood Wolf squad. Without exception, all lost contact. It's over. Wang Tianba felt dizzy, his legs went limp, and he collapsed onto the Italian leather sofa worth millions. He knew something happened. Something big happened. He had provoked a terrifying existence that he absolutely could not afford to offend. No. Impossible. Wang Tianba shook his head frantically, and for the first time, a look called despair appeared on his usually dignified face. I, Wang Tianba, have been running Zhanghai City for half my life. I don't believe there's anyone I can't bring down. He seemed to have grasped the last straw, and frantically called his biggest backer Wang Jioding, the richest man in Jiangnan province. However, the phone was just connected. Before he could open his mouth to ask for help, a hoarse roar suddenly came from the other end of the phone, which he had never heard before, filled with endless fear and despair. Wang Tianba. I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Which god did you offend out there? I'm telling you. From today on, our Wang family will no longer have anything to do with you or your Wang group. You're on your own. Beep beep beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Boom. This phone call was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely breaking down all of Wang Tianba's psychological defenses. The last support he was proud of was gone. He has absolutely nothing left. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the phone in his office suddenly rang frantically, like a death warrant. It's his chief secretary. Dong. Chairman. Something bad has happened. From the other end of the phone came a hoarse scream filled with extreme panic and despair. Just now, all of our group's overseas accounts were frozen by a mysterious organization on charges of suspected international money laundering. All our working capital is gone. Ding ling ling. Another phone call came in. He is the chief technology officer of the group. Chairman. It's over. It's all over. Our group's internal network has suffered a devastating attack by unknown hackers. All of our core data, all of our business secrets, have been stolen. Ding ling ling. Another phone call came in. He is the public relations director of the group. Chairman. Help. Our company has been involved in tax evasion, product quality issues, and all the negative information you've accumulated over the years has been leaked online. Right now, our group's stock price has hit its limit down. One after another, bad news that is enough to make any business empire collapse, came like a mad tide. Wang Tianba held the phone in a daze, listening to the desperate wails coming from it. His mind was completely blank. The empire worth hundreds of billions that he was proud of. Surprisingly, in just less than 10 minutes, it was beaten to pieces and on the verge of collapse by an incomprehensible and irresistible terrifying force. This is not a business war. This is a one-sided massacre. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the brightly lit city night scene outside the window with eyes full of endless fear and horror, as if he was looking at a god or demon. He finally understood what kind of terrifying, godlike, invincible being he had provoked. Thump! Wang Tianba's legs went limp and could no longer support the weight of his body. He knelt straight on the cold floor, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. His face, which had seemed somewhat ferocious due to his arrogance, was now completely bloodless, like a dead person. At this moment, the locked door of his office, which was made of special bulletproof glass, was suddenly kicked open with a bang sound by someone from the outside and shattered. A slender figure, like a demon descending, slowly walked in from outside the door. It's Jiang Chen. He looked at Wang Tianba, who was kneeling on the ground, frightened out of his wits, with feces and urine all over his body. The corner of his mouth curled up in an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a dead person. I just said that. Jiang Chen walked slowly, step by step, in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly, as if he was examining an insignificant reptile. I'm here to kill you. No. Don't kill me. Wang Tianba rolled and crawled, knelt in front of Jiang Chen, hugged his legs, and began to beg for mercy with tears and snot. Mr. Jiang. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Please be merciful and let me go. As long as you are willing to forgive me, you can ask me to do anything. I am willing to give you all my property. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his plea for mercy at all. He just slowly raised his foot and kicked him to the ground. Then, she slowly squatted down, took out her cell phone from her pocket, and made a video call in front of him, a call that he would never forget. The call was connected quickly. A young face appeared on the screen, also filled with endless fear and despair. It was his beloved son, Wang Hao. Dad! Save me! Dad! As soon as Wang Hao saw Wang Tianba, he immediately started roaring wildly as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Mr. Jiang! No! Grandpa Jiang! I was wrong. Please forgive my dad. All of this is my fault. If you want to kill someone, kill me. However, Jiang Chen just looked at him with a clown-like look, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Want to die? That's too good for you. Jiang Chen slowly pointed his phone screen at Wang Tianba, who was kneeling on the ground and had already turned pale. I won't kill you. But I will let you see with your own eyes how your precious son is destroyed little by little in my hands. I will make him experience all the pain in this world. I will make him wish he could neither live nor die. And you can only watch helplessly. After saying that, Jiang Chen no longer paid any attention to this poor father and son who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless fear and despair. He slowly turned around and, with a cold voice devoid of any human emotion, softly delivered the final judgment into the air. Mu Qing Shui. Before dawn. I want the Wang Group to completely disappear from the map of Jianghai City. Yes, sir. A respectful, capable, and cold female voice was heard in the air. Jiang Chen did not stop. He walked straight towards the door. When he reached the door, his steps paused slightly. He did not look back, but left a word lightly, a word that was enough to make Wang Tianba live in endless fear and despair for eternity. It was the devil's words. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was the one who killed your blood wolf. The technique is a bit heavy. I hope your son likes it. Chapter 37. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top housekeeper and the king of soldiers as bodyguards. When Jiang Chen's devilish, icy words of judgment slowly fell beside Wang Tianba's ears, the last glimmer of light in the eyes of this business tycoon who had once been a powerful figure in Jianghai City and whose eyes were already filled with endless fear and despair was completely extinguished. He's finished. He and his stupid son were finished. They have offended a god whom they are not even qualified to look up to. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the pitiful father and son who were about to be dragged into the endless hell. He slowly turned around, like an elegant god of death, and left quietly after completing his work. All that was left in the room was despair and chaos. Buzz. The black Bugatti Veyron, like a ghost in the dark night, quietly returned to the 9-story pagoda which was still brightly lit. Jiang Chen opened the car door and walked down slowly. The murderous intent in him that was enough to make even gods and demons tremble has disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a look of indifference, as if nothing had happened. It was as if, just now, he had just gone out and ran over a reptile that didn't know whether to live or die. God, Lord God. Bai Liuli, who had been waiting at the door for a long time like the humblest servant, crawled over to greet him. Her charming face, which was enough to captivate everyone, was filled with endless awe and fear that penetrated deep into her bones. Behind her, Xia Yubing and Lu Ruyan were also pale and trembling all over. They didn't know what Jiang Chen had done just now. But they could feel that the sky in Jianghai City was about to change. Jiang Chen ignored them. He just walked straight into the box that was filled with blood and sin not long ago. The box had already been cleaned thoroughly, as if nothing had happened. The rich second generation, Zhao Jinlong, who had both arms broken and had already fainted from the pain, was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, Bai Liuli has dealt with all the garbage as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen walked over to the huge round table made of a whole piece of golden nanma wood, pulled out a chair and sat down. Open a bottle of Romanée Conti. Jiang Chen instructed calmly. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Liuli did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Like the most humble little maid, she immediately took out a bottle of top-grade red wine worth millions from the wine cabinet and filled it for Jiang Chen with her delicate hands, which were trembling slightly with fear. At this moment, on the other side of the box, a piece of urgent news suddenly appeared on the huge LCD TV, which was enough to shock the entire Jiangnan province. Good evening, everyone. This is Jiangnan Finance Channel. Just now, the well-known local company Wang Group suddenly announced bankruptcy and liquidation. Its chairman, Wang Tianba, and his son, Wang Hao, have been formally taken into custody by relevant authorities for investigation, suspected of multiple commercial crimes and commission murder. According to insiders, what awaits these two, father and son, will be the final judgment of the law. It's worth mentioning that from the first revelations about Wang Group's scandal, to the arrest of its chairman and the company's bankruptcy declaration, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. This is undoubtedly the darkest and most incredible night in the commercial history of our Jiangnan province. Boom! Every word on TV was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in the minds of Bai Liuli and Xia Yubing. Their hearts, which had long been shocked to numbness, were blown to pieces and turned into ashes. Wang Group. That business empire with a market value of tens of billions, deeply rooted in Jianghai City, and can be called a giant. Actually, it's gone just like that? In less than 10 minutes, he completely disappeared from this world? Moreover, it happened in such a tragic and humiliating way. They suddenly raised their heads, staring at the man with eyes filled with endless fear and horror as if they were looking at a god or demon. From beginning to end, they were calm and indifferent, as if they were just appreciating a fireworks display that had nothing to do with them. They finally understood what Jiang Chen had been doing just now. He is not going to kill anyone. He is going to destroy someone's heart. He was going to uproot and grind to ashes the so-called business empire that dared to challenge His Majesty in a way that was 100 times, 10,000 times more cruel than death. This is no longer a commercial war. This is the punishment sent down by the gods on mortals. Plop! Plop! Bai Liuli and Xia Yubing could no longer support the weight of their bodies. Their legs softened and they knelt in front of Jiang Chen. All the pride, dignity, and unwillingness on their breathtakingly beautiful faces collapsed in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and submission that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. Only Lu Ruyan was still standing there stupidly. For the first time, a bright light called obsession appeared in her big, clear eyes as she looked at the man who was in control of everything so calmly. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in Jiang Chen's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, God's Wrath. It has been detected that there is a lack of sufficient security and service personnel around the host. System Ultimate Reward, now activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level Steward Team Dragon Soul. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level Bodyguard Team Dragon Shadow. Dragon Soul consists of a Chief Steward and 10 Elite Stewards. They are proficient in all global etiquette and possess dozens of skills, including finance, law, and management. They will take care of all your affairs, even the most trivial. They only obey your orders and are absolutely loyal to you. Dragon Shadow consists of a King of Kings and 100 top-tier kings. They were once the aces of the top special forces of each nation. They are proficient in every killing technique in the world. They will become the sharpest and most secretive blade in your hands. They are born only for killing. They are absolutely loyal to you. All personnel are outside the Forbidden City, awaiting your call. Looking at this series of incredible system rewards, Jiang Chen's lips finally curled up in a satisfied arc. He slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, and then spoke lightly to the air in a cold voice without any emotion. Let them in. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the box's door, which had long been broken into pieces, there was suddenly a sound of uniform footsteps filled with endless murderous intent. Immediately afterwards, Bai Liuli and the other two looked in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. 111 men, wearing black suits and white gloves, exuding a suffocating and terrifying aura, rushed in like a tide. Then, led by the middle-aged man who was in the lead and had an elegant temperament but also an unfathomable aura like the abyss, they all knelt on one knee. The uniform movements and the deafening sound made the entire 9-story pagoda tremble violently. Dragon Soul. Dragon Shadow. Greetings, Master. Chapter 38. I flew back to my hometown in a helicopter and my parents were shocked. Dragon Soul. Dragon Shadow. Greetings, Master. The uniform sound, filled with endless solemnity and fanaticism, was like rolling thunder, exploding in the silent box. Bai Liuli, Xia Yubing, and Lu Ruyan, who had already been shocked to the point of complete numbness, were once again dealt a heavy blow from the depths of their souls. They stared blankly at the scene before them, which was a miracle and enough to subvert their worldview. Their brains were completely blank. 111 men, who are considered to be the best men in the world in terms of aura and spirit, at this moment, just like the most humble and devout believers, they kneel on one knee and swear allegiance to the young man who sits calmly on the throne and tastes red wine. This is no longer a power that a mortal can possess. This is God. It is a true God walking among the human world. Jiang Chen slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, and glanced at the two ace fighters kneeling below with his deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything. From today on, they would belong to him alone. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everyone, get up. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes. Master. 111 people, once again, responded in unison. The terrifying aura of strict discipline and like a torrent of steel made by Liuli and Xia Yubing, who were standing by, feel inexplicably palpitated and suffocated. Long E. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the middle-aged man who was in the lead. He had an elegant temperament, but also carried an aura that was as deep and unfathomable as the abyss. He is none other than the chief steward of Dragon Soul, Long E. Master, what are your orders? Long E took a step forward and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. From today on, all my properties will be handed over to you for management. Jiang Chen paused, stretched out his finger, and pointed at the frightened Ice Queen, Xia Yubing. Including her glacier group. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She looked up at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He actually, so casually, handed over a business empire worth hundreds of billions to a subordinate he had just met? What kind of courage and trust is this? Yes, Master. There was no trace of emotion on Long Yi's face. It seemed that what Jiang Chen entrusted him to manage was not a huge business empire that would drive any country crazy, but an insignificant small workshop. Dragon Shadow. Jiang Chen's gaze once again turned to the other side, to the man with a burly figure, who exuded a cold murderous intent like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. He is none other than the Dragon Shadow King of Soldiers, Dragon Shadow. Owner. Longing took a step forward and knelt on one knee. His voice was sonorous and powerful, full of endless enthusiasm. From today on, you and your people are my shadows walking in the darkness. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and emotionless. Anyone who disrespects me. Anyone who hurts my relatives and friends. Kill. No pardon. Yes. Master. Longing slammed his right fist heavily on his chest. His eagle-like, sharp eyes burned with a blazing flame called killing. After explaining all this, Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat. He glanced out the window and saw that the sky outside was already turning a little pale. I took another look at the date displayed on my phone. October 1st. National Day. Suddenly, a long-lost emotion called missing surged in his heart. It has been almost a week since I came to Jianghai City. I don't know how my parents are doing in that remote mountain village hundreds of kilometers away. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated gently. It was a number that he was so familiar with, etched in his bones. It was his mother, Li Fun. The indifference on Jiang Chen's face, which was like 10,000 years of black ice, melted away in an instant. Instead, there was a gentle smile that came from the heart. He casually pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Xiaochen. Are you okay outside recently? On the other end of the phone came a simple voice full of love and concern. I'm fine, Mom. Are you and Dad all right? Okay, we're all fine, I just missed you a little bit. Li Fun on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before asking cautiously in a tentative tone. Xiaochen, today is National Day. Do you have a day off? Do you want to come home and visit me? Hearing his mother's humble tone, which was full of anticipation but also afraid of disturbing him, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly ached. Go back. Jiang Chen's eyes were a little red, but his voice was full of unquestionable determination. Of course I will go back. Mom, you and my dad will wait at home. I will definitely go back today. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He slowly turned around and looked at the more than 100 subordinates beside him who were looking at him with fanatical eyes. He lightly issued the first private order since he took office. Dragon Shadow. Can you fly a helicopter? An hour later. A few hundred kilometers away from Jianghai City, there is a remote, poor, and even somewhat isolated mountain village. Boom! Suddenly, an unprecedented loud roar came from the edge of the sky, from far to near, madly. The entire small mountain village began to tremble violently. All the villagers who were working hard in the fields were startled by the sudden loud noise that sounded like the collapse of the sky and the earth. They all raised their heads and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The next second, everyone's face showed expressions of horror and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They saw a huge helicopter, completely black, with lines full of power and technology, like a futuristic fighter plane in a science fiction movie, hovering over their village. The huge propeller stirred up a huge wave of air, blowing the crops on the ground all over the place. Oh my God. What is that? It's a plane. It's a helicopter. Why is there a helicopter coming to our village? Is it some high-ranking official sent by the country to inspect our work? All the villagers were in a state of panic. They dropped their farm tools and rushed madly towards the only open space at the entrance of the village where the helicopter was about to land. In the crowd, a middle-aged couple who looked to be in their 50s, dressed simply and with weather-beaten faces, were also squeezed in the crowd with confusion on their faces, craning their necks to look at the giant that was getting closer and closer. They are Jiang Chen's parents, Jiang Dahai and Li Fun. Dad, what's going on? Li Fun grabbed her husband's arm in fear, her voice filled with anxiety. How would I know? Jiang Dahai also looked confused. At this moment, the top-level armed helicopter, which was enough to drive any military fan crazy, finally landed slowly on the open ground. The hatch slowly opened. A man wearing a black suit and white gloves, exuding a cold and murderous aura, was the first to walk down from the cabin. He is none other than the Dragon Shadow King of Soldiers, Dragon Shadow. As soon as he got down, he immediately turned around, bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, and placed one hand above the cabin door. That humble yet pious look was as if welcoming an emperor who was inspecting his territory. Under the gazes of the whole village, full of curiosity and awe, a slender young figure, dressed in Givenchy casual clothes, exuding a godlike aura that made them feel endlessly palpitating, slowly walked down from the cabin. When Zhang Dehai and Li Fen saw that handsome face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, they were completely petrified. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg, and their faces were filled with extreme horror and disbelief that subverted their worldview. Xiaochen? Li Fen's voice became sharp and distorted because of extreme shock. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, fearing that everything before her was just an unrealistic illusion. However, when that godlike young man slowly walked towards them with a bright smile on his face that they were so familiar with that was engraved in their bones, they finally collapsed. Dad, Mom. Zhang Chen walked up to his parents and looked at their faces that looked a little old due to overwork, and their temples that had long been whitened by the years. His divine hearts that had long been sharpened to be indestructible, for the first time, he felt a sharp and uncontrollable pain. With a plop, he knelt straight down in front of his parents. Son, you are unfilial. You're back late. Chapter 39 100 million donated to hometown, the county magistrate personally received it. Son, you are unfilial. You're back late. Zhang Chen's voice was hoarse and choked, filled with endless, heartfelt guilt. For the first time, those eyes, which had long been sharpened to be as still as 10,000 years of black ice, uncontrollably showed crystal tears. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. Zhang Dehai and Li Fen, a couple, looked at their son, who was kneeling in front of them and seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Their hearts, which had been smoothed out by the years, were severely hit at this moment. They completely collapsed. Son! What are you doing? Get up! Li Fen cried and rushed forward, trying to pull her son up from the cold, dusty ground. However, Zhang Chen's body seemed to have taken root and did not move at all. He just kowtowed his head heavily in front of his parents. Dad, Mom. Over the years, my son has been away from home, accomplishing nothing. He hasn't been able to give you a good life, and he's even made you worry about me. Son, you are unfilial. Bang. Another one, bang. Dad, Mom. From today on, my son promises you. I, Zhang Chen, will make you the happiest and proudest parents in the world. I want this day to never again blind your eyes. I want this land to never be able to bury your hearts again. I want all living beings to understand that you are my, Zhang Chen's, parents. You are the Ni Lin that I, Zhang Chen, will protect for the rest of my life. Boom! Every word Zhang Chen said was like a rolling thunder, exploding in the ears of all the villagers around him. Their brains, which had already been numbed by the shock of the miraculous scene before them, were hit hard once again. They stared blankly at the young man who was kneeling on the ground, yet seemed taller than the sky and prouder than God. I just felt an indescribable awe and worship that went deep into my bones, growing and spreading madly from the bottom of my heart. Good son. Zhang Dehai, this iron-blooded man who had never shed a tear in his entire life, finally couldn't hold back his tears at this moment. He took a step forward and grabbed Zhang Chen's arm tightly with his rough hands, which were covered with calluses from years of hard work. His voice was choked and hoarse. Stand up. I, Zhang Dehai's son, kneel to heaven, to earth, and to my parents. But I will never kneel. This is damn fate. With the support of his parents, Zhang Chen slowly stood up from the ground. He looked at the two simple farmers in front of him who had toiled all their lives for him. For the first time, his heart, which had long been sharpened to be indestructible, felt a trace of warmth called home. At this moment, a voice full of sarcasm suddenly rang out from the crowd at an inopportune time. Hey, isn't this Zhang Chen, the only college student in our village? What? You can't make it out there anymore, so you want to go home? And, you even rented a plane to come back? TSK. That must have cost a lot of money, right? Your parents, even if they worked their entire lives digging for food, probably wouldn't be able to pay it back, right? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fat man with a face full of flesh, wearing fake brand-name clothes and a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck. He was hugging a heavily made-up woman and walking towards them with a look of disdain on his face. He is the village chief, Zhao Dedu's son, Zhao Ergu. Relying on the little power his family has, he acts arrogantly in the village and often bullies honest people like Zhang Chen's family. The woman next to him openly looked up and down at Zhang Chen's ordinary Givenchy casual attire, with a hint of contempt on her lips. Brother Ergu, you know what? Your classmate is actually quite handsome. It's a pity that it's just a silver-plated spearhead that looks good but is useless. Look at his clothes. He can buy a set of them for 50 yuan at a street stall, right? Chuckle. The shrill laughter made the surrounding villagers frown subconsciously. Jiang Chen's parents were so angry that their faces turned red and they were shaking all over. However, Jiang Chen's face still had that calm and indifferent look. He didn't even bother to look directly at the couple who were jumping up and down like clowns. He just turned around slowly and gave a faint order to the dragon Shadow standing straight like a javelin behind him. Dragon Shadow. Contact the mayor of Jiangqing City. Tell him that I, Jiang Chen, am donating 1 billion yuan to my hometown, Jiangjia village, in my personal name, for the construction of a new countryside. In addition. Jiang Chen paused, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tell him that I don't like the head of this village. Let him change to someone who can speak human language. Boom! Jiang Chen's words were like 100,000 nuclear bombs, exploding in the silent crowd. All the villagers, including Zhao Ergo who was still jumping up and down, and the charming woman beside him, were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's calm words. 1 billion? Or, in a private capacity? And, with just one sentence, you replaced the head of an entire village? This is not a movie, right? Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence, Zhao Ergo laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Jiang Chen. Are you fucking crazy because you're broke? You're just bragging without even thinking. 1 billion? Have you ever seen what 100,000 yuan looks like? And replace my dad? Who do you think you are? The mayor? He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. However, his words had just fallen. A burst of extremely rapid and shrill sirens suddenly came from far away and came madly. Then, everyone looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. More than a dozen black Audi A6s with government license plates rushed into this remote mountain village like crazy. The car doors opened almost at the same time. A middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit, with his hair combed meticulously and exuding the majesty of a superior, was the first to rush down from the car, rolling and crawling. He is the mayor of Jiangqing City, Li Weigua. At this moment, where was the calmness and dignity he usually had on his face? His face, which had turned as pale as paper due to excessive fear, was filled with endless horror and fear that penetrated deep into his bones. Just now, he received a private call from Wang Jioding, the richest man in Jiangnan province. On the phone, Wang Jioding told him in an almost pleading, humble tone that a god, whom he and the entire Jiangqing city could not afford to offend, had descended on his territory. If I cannot obtain the forgiveness of that god within 10 minutes, then he, the mayor, can completely disappear from this world tomorrow. Li Weigua did not dare to be negligent at all. He summoned all the leaders of the city at the fastest speed in his life and rushed towards the coordinate that made him feel endless fear. When he saw the young man standing in the middle of the crowd, emitting a godlike aura that made him feel endless palpitations, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He knew it was him. Thump! The whole village looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. This person, the top leader of Jiangqing City, can only be seen on TV on weekdays. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, she knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Li Weigua's voice trembled violently because of extreme fear. It's my fault for not recognizing a great man. It's my fault for not managing well. I disturbed you. I kowtow to you. After saying that, he actually banged his head hard on the dusty ground. The whole audience was in dead silence. All the villagers, including Zhao Ergu, who had already been frightened out of their wits and sweat by the miraculous scene before their eyes, were all petrified in their places as if they had been cast under a spell. Their brains are completely blank. Jiang Chen ignored the so-called mayor kneeling in front of him. He just turned around slowly and looked at Zhao Ergu, who was already scared silly. With a cold arc on the corner of his mouth, he asked word by word. You just said, I'm not the mayor? Chapter 40 Jiang Chen's name shocked the whole county. You just said, I'm not the mayor? Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of emotion. But it was like a final judgment from the nine nether hell, slamming heavily into the depths of Zhao Ergu's pitiful soul, which had long been filled with endless fear and despair. His eyes, which seemed a little swollen due to his arrogance, lost all focus in an instant. Zhao Ergu's lips were trembling violently, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with a large piece of red-hot iron, so he couldn't utter a complete word. He looked in disbelief at the high and mighty mayor whom he could only see on TV. At this moment, he was like the humblest slave, kneeling in front of the poor guy whom he had mocked for a long time, and kowtowing like crazy. He looked at the young man again. He was calm and composed from beginning to end, as if he was just enjoying a farce that had nothing to do with him. His brain completely exploded. The pitiful worldview that he was proud of was, at this moment, torn to pieces and reduced to ashes by an incomprehensible and irresistible terrifying force. Thump! Zhao Ergu's legs went limp and could no longer support the weight of his body. He collapsed on the cold floor as if all his bones had been pulled out. There was a warm, wet feeling and a disgusting, foul smell coming from the crotch. He was actually so frightened that he shit and peed at the same time. The gorgeously dressed woman next to him screamed, rolled her eyes, and fainted on the spot. The whole audience was in dead silence. All the villagers, looking at this miraculous scene that could overturn their entire life's knowledge, were all petrified on the spot as if they were cast under a spell. Their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the clown couple. He slowly turned around and set his gaze again on the mayor, Li Weigua, who was still kneeling on the ground, shaking like a sieve. "Get up," Jiang Chen said lightly. "Don't dirty my land." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Weigua stood up from the ground, rolling and crawling, as if he had been pardoned. He did not even bother to pat his Zhongshan suit that was already covered with dust. He stood respectfully beside Jiang Chen like the most humble waiter, not even daring to breathe. Mr. Jiang, that billion yuan donation?" Li Weigua asked cautiously and tentatively. He was afraid that the god in front of him was just speaking casually. However, Jiang Chen just calmly took out the Centurion black gold card. Brush. One word, simple, concise, yet full of unquestionable, divine power. Li Weigua did not dare to be negligent at all, and quickly gave a wink to the group of city leaders behind him who had already been frightened silly. Soon, a leader who was in charge of finance came running over, sweating profusely, holding a specially made mobile POS machine, and crawling. Drop. A huge sum of 1 billion, no password, no verification required, payment is successful in an instant. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was unbelievable. All the villagers around, looking at the printed purchase order that was enough to dazzle them, felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, almost suffocating them on the spot. 1 billion. That's a full 10 billion. Not 100,000, not 1 million. Just like that, swipe it? Without even blinking? Mr. Jiang. Li Weigua held the purchase order with trembling hands, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and his voice was filled with endless, fanatical, and excited. "On behalf of Jiangcheng City and its over 3 million people, I want to thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Don't worry. I will personally supervise and ensure that every penny of this money is used for the development of Jiangjia village." Jiang Chen ignored him. He just slowly raised his finger and pointed at Zhao Ergu, who was already frightened and lying on the ground like mud. And the village chief, Zhao Dadu, who rushed over after hearing the news, was also pale and trembling all over. "I don't like them." Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. Li Weigua understood instantly. He turned around abruptly, and the face that was so humble in front of Jiang Chen was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling rage when he faced Zhao Dadu and his son. "Someone come!" he roared hysterically. "Arrest these two scumbags who are corrupt and exploit the people. Thorough investigation. I don't care what methods you use. Before dawn, I want to see all the evidence of the crimes committed by this father and son. I'm going to make them spend the rest of their lives in jail." "Yes, Mayor." Two uniformed policemen, without any hesitation, dragged the poor father and son away as if they were picking up chickens. The father and son were still crying and begging for mercy. After dealing with all this, Li Weigua turned around again with a flattering look on his face and looked at Jiang Chen, his face filled with a flattering smile. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with this approach?" Jiang Chen didn't answer him. He just walked slowly to his parents, who were already petrified like sculptures by the dreamlike scene before them. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his mother's eyes. His voice was filled with rare tenderness. "Dad, Mom. Let's go home." "Well." Zhang Dahai and Li Fen finally woke up from their dream, and hurriedly wiped away their tears. Their faces showed a bright smile of pride and pride that they had never had before. However, just as the family was about to leave this place of trouble that had already turned into a sea of fanaticism, suddenly, a huge roar, several times more terrifying than the one from the armed helicopter just now, came again from the edge of the sky, from far to near, madly. Then, everyone looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. 10 identical, completely black Apache attack helicopters, like steel demons from hell, covered the sky and appeared in the sky above Jiangjia village. The terrifying, doomsday-like scene made everyone present, including the knowledgeable mayor, Li Weigua, feel weak in the knees and almost fell to their knees on the spot. At this moment, the door of the leading helicopter slowly opened. A middle-aged man wearing an elegant tuxedo and white gloves, exuding an unfathomable aura, was the first to walk down from the cabin. He is none other than the chief steward of Dragon Soul, Long Yi. As soon as he came down, he immediately rushed to Jiang Chen in 2 steps and knelt on one knee with a thump. That humble yet pious look was as if he was worshipping a god who was patrolling his territory. Owner. Long Yi's voice was filled with endless enthusiasm and awe. The palace in your hometown has been prepared for you. Chapter 41. Su Wanqing took the initiative to invite. Is this a sign for a date? The palace in your hometown has been prepared for you. Long Yi's voice was filled with endless enthusiasm and awe. But it was like a billion-ton nuclear bomb that was powerful enough to blow through the entire earth, exploding in the depths of the fragile souls of all those who had already been shocked to the point of complete numbness. A temporary palace? Everyone present, including the knowledgeable mayor, Li Weigua, were completely petrified on the spot as if they were cast under a spell. Their eyes were fixed on the elegant man who was kneeling on one knee like a servant of God, and then they looked at the 10 Apache attack helicopters that covered the sky and the earth like a legion of doomsday. My brain is completely blank. They are no longer able to use any words to describe their feelings at the moment. Shocked? Shocked? Fear? No. These are not enough to describe the extreme absurdity and madness in their hearts, as if the entire universe has been overturned. Son. Li Fen trembled as she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. Her weather-beaten face was filled with endless panic and anxiety. What on earth is going on? Who are they? Did you get into trouble outside? In her simple worldview, where she has been working hard all her life, she could not understand the miraculous scene before her eyes. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at his parents' eyes filled with worry. For the first time, his heart, which had long been sharpened to be indestructible, felt a trace of emotion called apology. He knew that he had played a little too big. It's so big that it's beyond the parents' comprehension. Dad, Mom. Jiang Chen reached out and gently held his parents' hands, which were rough and calloused from years of hard work. His voice was filled with rare tenderness and comfort. Don't be afraid, my dear elders. They are not bad people. They are my son's men. As for the so-called temporary palace. Jiang Chen paused, a helpless smile showing on his face. But my son, I'm worried that you won't be comfortable living here, so I've had someone build a new house for you in advance. New house? Is it really necessary to send 10 armed helicopters to notify us? Everyone around, after hearing Jiang Chen's light-hearted yet extremely pretentious explanation, felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating them on the spot. However, Jiang Chen no longer paid any attention to these mortals who had already been played around by him. He just slowly turned around and set his gaze again on Long Yi, who was still kneeling on one knee on the ground. Get up. Jiang Chen said lightly. Next time, don't make such a big scene without my order. Yes, master. Long Yi stood up from the ground respectfully, his elegant face filled with endless self-blame and fear. It was Long Yi who was so stupid that he disturbed the master and the old master, the old lady. Long Yi, you deserve to die. Old master? Old lady? Hearing this name, Zhang Dahai and Li Fen felt their eyes go dark and they almost fainted on the spot. All right. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting his apology. Lead the way. I also want to see what the new house you prepared for my parents looks like. Yes, master. Long Yi did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, and hurriedly led the way respectfully in front. Under the complex gazes of the villagers, which were filled with awe, envy, and fanaticism, the group of people marched towards the east end of the village, which was originally a barren mountain. However, when they walked around the crooked tree at the entrance of the village and saw the new house in front of them that was enough to overturn their whole life's cognition, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. I saw that the barren mountain covered with weeds had disappeared without a trace. Instead, it is a huge manor covering tens of thousands of square meters, which perfectly integrates the classical Sioux-style garden style with modern top-level luxury. Pavilions, towers, bridges, flowing water, rockery and waterfalls, everything is available. In the center of the manor, there is even a huge artificial lake that is as big as a standard football field. The lake is sparkling, and several elegant black swans are playing leisurely. On the other side of the lake is a top-notch private golf course that is enough to drive any golf enthusiast crazy. How can this be called a new house? This is clearly the palace of an ancient emperor. Son, did you build this too? Li Fun's voice was trembling violently because of extreme shock. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Jiang Chen was also at a loss for words. He glanced at Long Yi, who was standing next to him and looking for credit, and sighed helplessly. It seems that I have underestimated the execution ability of these talents produced by the system. Dad, Mom. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and a bright smile appeared on his face, the brightest one he had ever seen. Welcome home. That night, when Jiang Chen finally put his parents, who were still sleepwalking, to rest and was lying alone in the luxurious bedroom that was even bigger than his old house, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It's a WeChat message. From someone he didn't expect, yet also someone who made sense to him. Su Wanqing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He wanted to see what tricks this queen of business, who had been completely conquered by him, would play next. He casually clicked on the message. However, the content of the message made him slightly stunned. Mr. Jiang, excuse me for interrupting you, but have you home yet? Today, I thought about it carefully and felt that what you said before was right. I am indeed an incompetent mother. So, I was wondering if I could treat you to a meal? Just consider it as me apologizing to you on behalf of my ignorant daughter. Of course, if you don't have time, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Looking at this message, which was full of caution and humble flattery, yet between the lines, it revealed a subtle, unnoticeable initiative and invitation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckled softly. This woman, as expected, doesn't want to be lonely. It seems that the so-called queen's heart has begun to stir. Jiang Chen didn't reply to her text message. Instead, he directly dialed the number. The person on the other end of the phone answered almost instantly. Mr. Jiang? Su Wanqing's voice was filled with nervousness, even with a hint of barely perceptible trembling and anticipation. Aunt Su. Jiang Chen's voice was lazy, magnetic, and full of fatal temptation. Just a meal? Chapter 42, Attending the auction of top wealthy people is like playing. Just a meal? Jiang Chen's voice was lazy and magnetic, but it was like an invisible hand carrying electricity, following the telephone line and tightly strangling Su Wanqing's heart. It made her heart, which had already been in a state of confusion, beat wildly and uncontrollably once again. Boom! Su Wanqing felt as if a depth charge had been dropped into her brain, and in an instant, everything went blank. On her beautiful face, which had just regained a trace of color, two extremely attractive and intoxicating blushes suddenly appeared again. This man. This devil. How could he say such shameless words in such a frivolous, ambiguous, and irresistible tone? So, what does Mr. Jiang mean? Su Wanqing bit her lips hard, and there was a hint of trembling and anticipation in her voice that she herself was not even aware of. She knew that she had no way out. In other words, from the moment she chose to become an accomplice, she had already willingly embarked on this road of no return leading to the abyss. Eating is so boring. Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone chuckled. Tonight, Sotheby's is having an internal charity auction dinner in Shanghai. You, go with me. His voice was calm, yet unquestionable, like a decree from God. Sotheby's? Internal auction dinner? Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. How could she not know about this dinner? This is the top wealthy club in the entire Jiangnan province, and even in the whole of China. All those who receive invitation letters are super big shots with a net worth of over 100 billion. Not to mention her, even her good-for-nothing husband who had already gone bankrupt was not qualified to step into that threshold in his prime. And now, this man actually wants to take her there? But, I don't have an invitation. Su Wanqing's voice was filled with uncertainty. However, what answered her was Jiang Chen's chuckle, which became more and more playful and domineering. Invitation? I, Jiang Chen, am the invitation. An hour later. When Su Wanqing, wearing a Givenchy Starry Sky Haute Couture evening gown worth tens of millions that Jiang Chen personally picked for her, and riding in the Koenigsegg 11, which was limited to only one in the world, slowly stopped in front of the door of the auction venue that was as magnificent as an ancient palace, her queen's heart, which had long been shocked to numbness, once again trembled uncontrollably and violently. She looked at the cars in front of her, one after another, the lowest of which were worth tens of millions, top-of-the-line luxury cars. Look at those, one by one, the legendary business tycoons that can only be seen on the covers of financial magazines. And around them, those top female stars, all dressed up in gorgeous outfits and competing with each other in beauty. She just felt that she had suddenly entered a world of God that did not belong to her. And the man who brought her into this world was now standing beside her calmly. On his unbelievably handsome face was an expression of indifference, as if he were a god, disregarding all living things. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said lightly. He didn't even show any invitation. He simply pulled Su Wanqing, who was already somewhat at a loss, straight towards the gilded gate that was heavily guarded by countless top security guards. "Sir, please show me your invitation." Sure enough, they were stopped. However, before Jiang Chen could speak, a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo and with his hair combed meticulously, who looked like the person in charge here, suddenly rushed out from inside, crawling and rolling as if he had seen a ghost. "Stop!" He roared hysterically, pushed away the two reckless security guards, and then, with a thump, he actually knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. "No. I don't know, Lord God, please come. I, a villain, failed to welcome you from afar. I deserve death." Boom! This scene made all the so-called big guys present, who thought they were used to all kinds of big scenes, completely petrified on the spot as if they were cast under a spell. Sotheby's, Greater China, General Manager. That top boss who has a say in the whole of China. He actually knelt like a lowly dog in front of a young man who looked to be in his early 20s? What on earth is wrong with this world? Jiang Chen ignored the person kneeling in front of him, this ant. He simply pulled Su Wanqing, who had already been completely numb from the shock, straight into the auction hall that could accommodate thousands of people and was so magnificent that it was outrageous. Then, under the complex gazes of everyone filled with awe, fear, and fanaticism, he sat on the unique imperial throne made of pure gold located in the center of the entire venue. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, was like the most humble little maid, standing beside him tremblingly, not even daring to sit down. At this moment, an inappropriate voice full of arrogance and jealousy suddenly sounded from not far away. "Oh, who am I to think it was? Such a grand display. So it's Mr. Su. What? Lin Jiangwo just went in, and you can't wait to come out and find a new love? And found such a young pretty boy?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing a white Armani suit, with a feminine and effeminate look, walking towards them with a glass of red wine and a look of disdain on his face. He is none other than Wei Zishuan, the sole heir of Tianyu Group, another business giant in Jiangnan province that is strong enough to compete with Binghe Group. He is also Su Wanqing's biggest rival in the business world. He obviously had not yet recognized that the man he called Pretty Boy was the mysterious Mr. Jiang who had been making headlines throughout Jiangnan province recently. Su Wanqing's pretty face suddenly became extremely ugly. She was about to open her mouth to refute, but Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand to stop her. He didn't even look at Wei Zishuan, who was jumping up and down like a clown. He just slowly raised his head and set his eyes on the finale item on the auction table that was about to be auctioned. It was a diamond as big as a pigeon egg, with a dreamy, starry blue color all over, a peerless pink diamond. Next, we are going to auction off the last and most precious item of tonight. Hand cut by the legendary jeweler, Mr. Harry Winston, the world-famous Tears of the Starry Night. Starting price, 1 billion. Each bid must not be less than 100 million. The auctioneer's passionate voice resounded throughout the entire venue. However, all the bigwigs present remained silent at the same time. Not them, can't afford it. But, they knew that this diamond was already in Wei Zishuan's pocket, and had already been chosen by him. He planned to use this diamond to propose to the ice goddess Xia Yubing, whom he had long admired. 1.1 billion. As expected, Wei Zishuan was the first one to raise the sign in his hand, with a determined and proud smile on his face. He even glanced provocatively at Su Wanqing, who was standing beside Jiang Chen. However, his words had just fallen. A voice that was plain and lazy, yet full of unquestionable godlike power, slowly resounded throughout the deadly silent venue. 100 billion. Chapter 43. He offered 100 million and I offered 1 billion. Are you angry? 100 billion. Jiang Chen's voice was flat, lazy, and without a trace of emotion. But it was like a billion-ton nuclear bomb that was powerful enough to blow through the entire Earth, exploding in the silent auction hall that could accommodate thousands of people. The fragile souls of all the so-called big guys who thought they were used to all kinds of big scenes were blown to pieces and turned into ashes. 100 billion? What did he just say? Crazy. This man must be completely crazy. After a brief, doomsday-like silence, the entire venue erupted into earth-shaking laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Has this pretty boy gone crazy because of poverty? Does he even know what 100 billion means? Forget about 100 billion. I guess he hasn't even seen 10 million, right? Master Wei, where did this idiot come from? How tactless. Don't you know that this tear of the starry night was chosen by you? That's right. Hurry up and call the security to kick this fool out. Don't let him stay here and dirty your eyes. All the big guys looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the imperial throne with a calm demeanor, as if he were a fool. Their eyes were filled with extreme contempt and mockery. They simply didn't believe that a young man who looked to be in his early 20s and dressed in casual clothes could come up with 100 billion. This is not money anymore. This is an astronomical figure that is enough to buy all of their belongings. Even Su Wanqing, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, was completely stunned by this terrifying number that was enough to overturn her entire life's cognition. Her charming eyes, which were wide open due to shock, stared at Jiang Chen's profile with a playful smile on it. Her brain was completely blank. 100 billion. He actually wanted to spend 100 billion to buy a diamond? How much money does he have? After a brief moment of astonishment, Wei Zishuan's face instantly revealed an expression of extreme ferocity and rage. He was actually provoked in public by a pretty boy who appeared out of nowhere? Giorgio. He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and roared ferociously. Are you fucking making fun of me? I'm telling you. If you can't come up with 100 billion today, I'm going to make you walk out of here lying there. However, facing his threat, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just slowly raised his head and set his eyes on the auctioneer, who was already frightened out of his wits by the absurd scene before him, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. How? No one, have you made an offer? Then this diamond should belong to me, right? The auctioneer's body trembled violently. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was about to say something to ease the awkward and weird atmosphere. Wei Zishuan raised the sign in his hand again, his face full of anger and madness. 110,000. He, on purpose, only added 10,000 yuan. He wanted to use this method to humiliate and tell everyone that the pretty boy was just bragging. However, his words had just fallen. Jiang Chen's voice, plain and lazy, yet full of unquestionable godlike power, once again slowly resounded throughout the dead silent venue. 200 billion. Boom. If the 100 billion just now is a nuclear bomb, so the 200 billion now is an antimatter annihilation bomb that is enough to completely destroy the entire solar system. Blast everyone's rationality, cognition, and pitiful worldview into pieces, leaving not even a trace of dust. The entire venue once again fell into a dead silence like a grave. There was only one expression on everyone's face. That is, it was like seeing a ghost, extreme horror and madness. Wei Zishuan's face, which seemed somewhat feminine due to his arrogance, turned as pale as paper in an instant. He finally realized that he seemed to have provoked a terrifying existence that he absolutely could not afford to offend. Mr. Sir. The auctioneer's voice trembled violently due to extreme fear. Are you sure you want to bid 200 billion? Any questions? Jiang Chen slowly turned his head and looked at him with those deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything, and asked lightly. No problem. The auctioneer was so frightened that he trembled and almost fell off the auction table on the spot. Then, according to the regulations, bids exceeding 100 billion require on-site capital verification. He spoke cautiously in a tone that was almost pleading and humble to the point of being humble. Can. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He slowly stood up from his seat, and then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes as if they had seen a ghost, he walked up step by step to the auction table that was enough to drive countless people crazy. He ignored the auctioneer, who was already frightened out of his wits. Instead, he walked straight to the specially made capital verification instrument. Then, he slowly took out the Centurion Black Gold card, which was completely black and symbolized the supreme power in this world. Drop. A soft sound. On the huge LCD screen of the capital verification instrument, a string of astronomical figures suddenly popped up, enough to make the entire Earth tremble violently. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. One of them, whose family was a big shot who owned a bank, subconsciously stretched out his trembling fingers and started counting 10 at a time. However, as he was counting, his eyes suddenly widened. His face, distorted by excessive shock, was filled with extreme horror and madness that overturned his worldview. 10, 13 digits. Yes, 1 trillion. US dollars. Boom. The 5 words 1 trillion US dollars exploded in the silent conference hall like the Big Bang of the universe. The pitiful, fragile souls of all the so-called big guys who thought they were already at the top of the world were blown to pieces, leaving not even a trace of their existence. Plop. 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 Thousands of top-tier tycoons in the entire venue, whose combined wealth was enough to buy half of Europe, unexpectedly slid down from their seats in unison, like pushing a mountain of gold or overturning a jade pillar. Kneeling in front of the young man who was standing on the auction table like a god, looking down at all of them. All the contempt, all the ridicule, and all the disdain on their faces disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and fanaticism that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. They finally understood what a horrible existence they had just laughed at. That is no longer a human being. That is God. He is the true God of wealth walking among the people. Wei Zishuan was so frightened that his soul was about to leave his body, he was pissing and shitting, and he collapsed on the cold floor, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Jiang Chen ignored these mortals who had already been played around by him. He just slowly turned around and set his gaze again on the so-called peerless pink diamond, which in his eyes was no different from a glass bead. The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He slowly reached out his hand and picked up the diamond worth 200 billion from the exhibition stand. Then, in the shocked gazes of everyone, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, he walked step by step to the front of Su Wanqing, a beautiful woman who was as stunning as a sculpture and had been completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her. He took hold of her delicate hand, which was trembling slightly with fear. Then, he gently placed the peerless pink diamond, which was enough to drive any country's royal family crazy, on her ring finger. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head and looked at her with those deep eyes full of fatal temptation. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, and he asked word by word. Now, are you willing to be my woman? Chapter 44. Lin Tianxiong goes bankrupt and kneels down in public at the entrance of the auction. Now, are you willing to be my woman? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and magnetic, but it was like a final marriage proposal from the gods of the 9 heavens. It was deeply imprinted on Su Wanqing's queen's heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and despair. Her charming eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble uncontrollably and violently for the first time. What did he just say? Do it, woman? Su Wanqing stared blankly at the man in front of her, who was kneeling on one knee like a god and offering her a peerless pink diamond worth 200 billion. Her mind was completely blank. She, Su Wanqing, is a divorced middle-aged woman with a disappointing daughter. How could I be so worthy as to receive the favor of this god walking among the mortals? An indescribable, extreme absurdity and madness instantly overwhelmed all her rationality. She wanted to refuse. But, could she refuse? Could she bear to refuse? Su Wanqing opened her red lips slightly, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't utter a complete word. I could only let the hot tears that had already burst the dam slide down uncontrollably like pearls with a broken string. Jiang Chen looked at her, with tears in her eyes and a pitiful look on her face. The playful curve of his mouth became more and more intense. He didn't push her anymore. Instead, he slowly stood up from the ground, and then, in front of the thousands of top tycoons who were still kneeling on the ground, he picked up the queen of the business world, who had already been completely conquered by him, by the waist. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed, and subconsciously stretched out her arms and hugged Jiang Chen's neck tightly. The domineering aura filled with male hormones instantly enveloped her whole body, causing her heart, which had already been in a state of confusion, to beat wildly and uncontrollably once again. From today on. Jiang Chen held the beautiful woman in his arms, and with his pair of deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything, he glanced at all the so-called big guys who were kneeling below and were already scared silly. His voice was flat, but it seemed as if he was reading out the final decree of the gods. She, Su Wanqing, is my, Jiang Chen's, woman. Who dares to be disrespectful to her? I will destroy his soul. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to these mortals who had already been played around by him. He walked straight ahead, holding in his arms the beautiful woman who had already buried her pretty face deeply in his arms out of shyness. Then he turned around and strode out of the auction hall. Wherever he passed, no matter who it was, they would knock their heads heavily on the cold marble floor like the humblest slave. Farewell, God, leave. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to walk out of the gilded gate that was heavily guarded by countless top security guards, suddenly, a burst of old cries filled with sorrow and despair rang out from outside the door at an inopportune time. Mr. Jiang! Immortal Jiang! Please, have mercy on us and spare our Lin family. I kowtow to you, old man. Then, everyone looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. An old man, wearing a washed-out Zhongshan suit, with gray hair and a face full of endless despair and regret, was thrown in from outside the door like a dead dog. Then, he rolled and crawled, knelt in front of Jiang Chen, and kowtowed madly. Lin Tianxiong? In the crowd, a big man who had some friendship with the Lin family subconsciously exclaimed. Boom! This name was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the silent crowd. All the big guys are like ducks with their necks strangled, with extreme horror and madness written all over their faces, which subverts their worldview. Lin Tianxiong. That legendary boss who once dominated Yinjing and could make the entire Chinese business world tremble with just a stomp of his foot. To actually appear here in such a humble, such humiliating way? Moreover, looking at his dusty and disheveled appearance, it was obvious that he had come all the way from Yinjing on his knees. Jiang Chen slowly stopped. When Su Wanqing in his arms heard the name that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her, her delicate body, which had already collapsed, suddenly froze. She slowly raised her head, and when she saw clearly the old man kneeling on the ground, who had lost all his former dignity and was wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a stray dog, her charming eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, showed for the first time a look called complexity. After all, he is her daughter's grandfather. It was her former father-in-law. Jiang Immortal. Lin Tianxiong, obviously, also saw Su Wanqing in Jiang Chen's arms. In his old eyes, which had long been filled with despair, a ray of light called hope suddenly burst out. He seemed to have grabbed the last straw of life, and he rolled and crawled until he knelt in front of Su Wanqing. He hugged her snow-white legs in Givenchy's starry sky haute couture evening gown, and cried with tears and snot. Wanqing! My good daughter-in-law! Please! For Xueyue's sake! For the sake of us, we were once a family. Please help me and ask for mercy from immortal Jiang. Our Lin family can't just end like this. His howls, filled with endless regret and despair, resounded throughout the silent auction hall. However, Su Wanqing just stared at him blankly. Her beautiful eyes, which had long lost all their spirit, were empty and without a trace of emotion. Her heart had died the moment this family forced her to divorce her beloved man for the sake of profit. Jiang Chen slowly lowered his head and looked at the expressionless woman in his arms, as if he was looking at a clown-like, beautiful woman who had nothing to do with him. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. He knew it was time for her to make the final choice. It is a complete break with the past. Or, being dragged into the abyss again by that ridiculous so-called family affection. Aunt Su. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. Look, that old dog from your ex-husband's house is barking at the door. You say, should we break his legs and throw him out? Still. Jiang Chen paused, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a dead person. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the dead silent venue. Keep it as a guard dog? Chapter 45 Jiang Chen, I was wrong, please give me a way out. Keep it as a guard dog? Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a sentence from the nine heavens God, the final judgment of God, which was deeply imprinted in the souls of everyone present. Crush and shatter their fragile worldview that has long been filled with endless shock and fear. Crazy. This man must be completely crazy. He actually wanted to make a legendary tycoon, who once dominated Yinjing and could make the entire Chinese business world tremble with a stomp of his foot, a guard dog? This is no longer a humiliation. This is God's punishment. It is God's punishment, which is 10,000 times more cruel than death. Lin Tianxiong, who was kneeling on the ground, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was completely petrified on the spot. All hope in his old eyes, which had long been filled with despair, was extinguished in an instant. Instead, there is endless, bottomless, dead silence like a black hole. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at him again. He just slowly lowered his head and set his gaze back on the beautiful woman in his arms who had already been completely conquered by him. He is waiting. Waiting for her, the final judgment. Su Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her head, and her charming eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, stared at Jiang Chen's handsome face with a playful smile. She knew it very well in her heart. This is the final token of allegiance Jiang Chen gave her. It was also her final ceremony of swearing allegiance to this godlike man. From today on, she will completely break away from the past. She will no longer be the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. She will no longer be Lin Shuiyue's mother. She is just his, Jiang Chen's, woman. A plaything that belongs only to him, and he can play with it as he pleases. After figuring it all out, all the struggle, all the unwillingness, and all the pain in Su Wanqing's beautiful, empty eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant. What replaced it was a pure, resigned charm. She slowly stretched out her pair of slender hands, as white as jade and smooth as silk, and gently stroked Jiang Chen's cheek. Her voice was hoarse, magnetic, and full of fatal temptation. "Oh nar." For the first time, she addressed Jiang Chen by a name that was enough to drive any man crazy. "You are truly so kind." She paused, slowly turned her head, and set her gaze on the former father-in-law who had already been frightened to death by her title. All the emotions in her charming and attractive peach blossom eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a chilling coldness, as if looking at an insignificant, reptilian being, with indifference. Break his legs and throw him out? The corner of Su Wanqing's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. It's too cheap for him. As for the guard dog? She shook her head, her voice filled with endless contempt. Is he worthy? People like him are old dogs that can't be tamed. Su Wanqing slowly stretched out her slender jade finger, which was adorned with a peerless pink diamond worth 200 billion, and pointed it at the poor old man who had already been frightened to the point of shitting and pissing because of her cold and ruthless words. That's right. Pull out his teeth and chop off his claws. Then, tie him with an iron chain in front of the Lin family's ancestral tomb. Let him, for eternity, kneel there and repent for his stupidity. Boom! Every word Su Wanqing said was like a hammer of judgment from the netherworld, smashing heavily into the depths of the souls of everyone present. Their worldview, which had already been riddled with holes, was smashed to pieces and turned into ashes. Ruthless. It's so fucking cruel. This woman is simply 100 times, 10,000 times more vicious than that godlike man. They finally understood what it meant to have a woman's heart, the most vicious. Lin Tianxiang completely collapsed. He looked in disbelief at the woman who not long ago he regarded as a good daughter-in-law. For the first time, 2 lines of regretful tears flowed from her old eyes that had long been filled with despair and fear. He regretted it. He really regretted it. He shouldn't have forced this woman, who was more vicious than snakes and scorpions, to leave the Lin family for that ridiculous benefit. He should not have allowed his short-sighted granddaughter to provoke an existence that was more terrifying than gods and demons. No, don't. Lin Tianxiang, using all his strength, let out a howl that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Jiang Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, give me a way out. I am willing to be your dog. I am willing to be your slave. Please. However, he had not finished speaking. Jiang Chen has slowly raised his hand. Behind him, 2 people suddenly stepped out from among the 100 dragon shadow bodyguards who were standing upright like javelins. They didn't even look at Lin Tianxiang, who was still wailing madly. However, just like dragging a dead dog, a man grabbed one of his legs and dragged him out of the magnificent auction hall. Only a long, foul-smelling yellow mark was left. And, waves of wailing, getting farther and farther away, becoming more and more shrill and desperate. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed the forehead of the beautiful woman, whose pretty face had already turned red due to extreme excitement. Very good. Jiang Chen's voice was full of fatal temptation. My queen. Su Wanqing's body suddenly trembled. An unprecedented, extreme pleasure, like an electric shock, instantly spread throughout her limbs. Let her mature and plump body completely collapse in Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen no longer paid any attention to those mortals who had already been played around by him. He simply held the absolutely beautiful woman in his arms, who already completely belonged to him, turned around, and strode towards the gilded door that symbolized another world. When he reached the door, his steps paused slightly. He slowly turned around and set his eyes on the Sotheby's general manager, who was already frightened silly in the crowd. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Tonight, this diamond, and all your expenses at Sotheby's." Jiang Chen paused, and spoke calmly in an unquestionable, godlike tone. "It's all up to you, Master Wei, to pay for it." Chapter 46, Su Wanqing's decision. It's better not to have such a husband. "It's all up to you, Master Wei, to pay for it." Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it sounded like a decree containing supreme divine power, echoing loudly in the silent auction hall. The general manager of Sotheby's, who had been frightened out of his wits and collapsed on the ground, trembled violently when he heard the words. Then, as if he had grabbed the last straw, he rolled and crawled towards Wei Zixuan, who had already fainted, his face full of ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Jiang Chen no longer paid any attention to the group of mortals behind him who had already been played around by him. He simply held the absolutely beautiful woman in his arms, who completely belonged to him, and under the protection of the dragon shadow bodyguards who were like a torrent of steel, he walked out of the gilded door that symbolized another world, step by step. Buzz. The Koenigsegg 11, limited to only one in the world, emits a low and charming sound, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, and silently merges into the city's traffic. Inside the car, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Su Wanqing collapsed in Jiang Chen's arms as if she had no bones. Her beautiful face, which was enough to captivate everyone, was already covered with an extremely seductive and intoxicating blush, and her charming and attractive peach blossom eyes were full of ripples and seduction. She completely fell. In front of this godlike man, with his world-shattering wealth and power, all her pride, all her dignity, all her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Even she herself didn't notice it. Deep down in her heart, she actually developed a morbid and fatal obsession with the feeling of being completely conquered and toyed with at will. "Oh nar." Su Wanqing's voice is hoarse, magnetic, and full of endless temptation. She slowly raised her pair of slender hands, as smooth as white jade, and gently stroked Jiang Chen's incredibly handsome and perfect profile. "Where are you taking me?" Jiang Chen didn't answer her. He just slowly stretched out his hand, and with his bony, slender, and powerful fingers, gently lifted her smooth chin, and a smile that was extremely evil appeared at the corner of her mouth. "I'll take you to a place where you can completely forget the past and be reborn." Half an hour later. When the Koenigsegg 11, which looked like a futuristic fighter plane, slowly stopped in front of the majestic purple-gold gate of the No. 1 villa in Yunding Tiangong, Su Wanqing's heart, which had been in a state of turmoil for a long time, began to beat wildly and uncontrollably again. This is the abode of God, which exists like a legend in the entire Zhanghai city. And from today on, she will live here as the hostess. Jiang Chen held her in his arms and walked into the master bedroom, which was so luxurious that it would put the royal family of any country to shame. He gently placed her on the huge dragon bed that was carved from a whole piece of icy jade and was worth billions. Then, he slowly leaned over and looked at her with his deep eyes that were full of fatal temptation, with a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. "Now, it's not too late to regret." "Regret?" Su Wanqing laughed at herself. At this point, does she still have the right to regret? She slowly stretched out her arms and hugged Jiang Chen's neck tightly. Her charming eyes, which had long been soaked in lust, stared at him intently. Her voice was hoarse, but full of unquestionable determination. "From the moment I chose to become an accomplice. Su Wanqing is already dead. Now I am just your most loyal maid. Mine, master." Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. However, just as he was about to take the next step and thoroughly enjoy his spoils, a burst of extremely harsh and rapid cell phone ringing suddenly rang at an inopportune time. It's Su Wanqing's cell phone. The caller ID showed a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Lin Jiangwo. Her nominal husband. Su Wanqing's pretty face suddenly turned as pale as paper. Subconsciously, she wanted to hang up the phone. However, as soon as she stretched out her hand, it was held down tightly by a strong hand. "Catch." Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but unquestionable. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She slowly turned her head, and when she met Jiang Chen's deep eyes that were full of amusement and teasing, she instantly understood this man's intention. He wants to kill people and destroy their hearts. He wanted to crush the last bit of dignity of her so-called husband with his own hands in front of her, his wife. Su Wanqing bit her lips so hard that she almost made them bleed. Finally, she slowly stretched out her trembling hand and pressed the hands-free button. "Hello? Her voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Wanqing. Is that you? You finally answered my call. From the other end of the phone came the cries of a middle-aged man, filled with endless regret and despair, humble and downtrodden. Wanqing. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have listened to that rebellious girl's slander. I shouldn't have given up on you for that ridiculous little benefit. Please. For the sake of our 10 years of marriage. Please ask Mr. John to let me go. I don't want to go to jail. Listening to the wailing of the man on the other end of the phone, who was so high and mighty not long ago but is now as humble as a dog, there was not a single ripple in Su Wanqing's beautiful, empty eyes. Her heart had died long ago. Are you done? Su Wanqing asked lightly. Lin Jiangwo on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect his wife to react so coldly. 1. Wanqing, you. If you're done. Su Wanqing slowly sat up from the bed, and the Givenchy Starry Sky Haute Couture evening dress worth tens of millions slowly slipped off her smooth, silky shoulders, revealing the perfect collarbone line that is enough to drive any man crazy. She looked at the man in front of her, who was looking at her playfully with the eyes of appreciating a work of art, and a cruel, charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, get ready and sign for this last gift I'm giving you. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to the loser on the other end of the phone who was still asking questions frantically. Straight away, he hung up the phone. Then, she slowly turned around and set her gaze again on the god who dominated everything for her. Her voice was hoarse, magnetic, and full of deadly temptation. Oh nar. The night is still long. Chapter 47. Seeing her mother getting divorced, Lin Shueyue went completely crazy. Oh nar. The night is still long. Su Wanqing's voice is hoarse, magnetic, and full of extreme temptation. Her charming eyes, which had long been soaked in lust, were like the brightest stars, staring intently at the god in front of her who dominated everything for her. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He slowly leaned over and gently placed a domineering, emperor-like kiss on those red lips that were enough to drive any man crazy. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling window onto the luxurious dragon bed carved from a whole piece of icy jade, Su Wanqing slowly woke up from her dream-like trance. She looked at the incredibly handsome man who was still sleeping beside her. For the first time, a charming blush called happiness appeared on that beautiful face that could captivate everyone. At this moment, the cell phone belonging to her on the bedside table suddenly vibrated wildly. The caller ID showed it was her personal lawyer. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Subconsciously, she wanted to hang up the phone. However, a strong hand suddenly reached out from behind her, took her mobile phone, and casually pressed the hands-free button. Explain. Zhang Chen's voice, full of laziness yet unquestionable, slowly sounded. On the other end of the phone, the lawyer, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately reported in an extremely respectful tone. Boss Su, I have already completed the task you requested. I've already drafted the divorce agreement. I can send it to Lin Jiangwo anytime. Also, all of the Lin Group's assets have been forcibly liquidated by us. This translates to 32.7 billion in cash, which has been deposited into your personal account. From a legal perspective, the Lin family now has nothing left. Boom! Every word the lawyer said was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Su Wanqing's heart, which had just felt a little warmth, pulling her back to the cruel, cold reality once again. She slowly turned her head, and when she met Zhang Chen's deep eyes that were full of amusement and teasing, she instantly understood this man's intention. He wanted her to put a bloody end to her tragic past with her own hands. Su Wanqing bit her lips so hard that she almost made them bleed. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes, her voice cold and without a trace of emotion. Send it over. Also, tell Lin Jiangwo. From today on, I, Su Wanqing, will no longer have any connection with him or the Lin family. Life and death are determined by fate. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to the lawyer on the other end of the phone who kept asking questions. Straight away, he hung up the phone. After doing all this, she seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed in Zhang Chen's arms. Zhang Chen didn't say anything. He just slowly stretched out his hand and held this beautiful woman who completely belonged to him tightly in his arms. However, what they didn't know was, at this moment, outside the magnificent purple gold gate of Villa No. 1 of Yunding Palace, a figure with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and a mad look, kneeled on the cold white marble floor tiles like the humblest ant. That's right, Lin Shueyue. She actually knelt here for a whole night. Her pretty face, which had once been enough to make countless men infatuated, was now covered with traces of tears and despair. In those eyes that were once as clear as water, there was only emptiness and numbness left, like stagnant water. She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure it out. Why, overnight, her world completely collapsed. Father, in jail. Grandpa was so angry that he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and his life or death is still unknown. The family and the business went bankrupt and were left with nothing. And the instigator of all this was actually her ex-boyfriend, who was ruthlessly abandoned by her. And that biological mother who betrayed her and the entire family. She is unwilling to accept it. She hates it. She wants to ask clearly in person. At this moment, a low and charming engine sound slowly came from far away. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan, completely black, with lines full of power and dignity, like the king of the night, slowly stopped in front of her. The car door slowly opened. A tall, slender, and cool woman in a white professional suit, like an iceberg without a trace of worldly air, walked down from the car. That's right, Xia Yubing. At this moment, she no longer had the embarrassment and despair of yesterday. Instead, there is a kind of coldness that emanates from the inside out, called surrender. She came to report to her new master. When she saw Lin Shueyue, who was no longer in human form, kneeling at the door, there was not a single ripple in her cold eyes. It was as if he was just looking at an insignificant reptile. Get out of the way. Xia Yubing's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. However, Lin Shueyue seemed to have grabbed the last straw, and she crawled and knelt in front of her, hugged her snow-white legs in black stockings, and cried with tears and snot. I beg you. Let me in. I want to see Jiangchen. I want to see that bitch. Xia Yubing frowned slightly, and a hint of barely perceptible disgust flashed across his eyes. She slowly raised her foot and kicked Lin Shueyue to the ground. Roll. One word, simple, concise, yet full of unquestionable, queenly majesty. However, at this moment, the purple gold door of the villa, which was worth tens of millions, suddenly and slowly opened from the inside. A lazy, magnetic, yet fatally tempting male voice came out slowly. Let her in. Xia Yubing's body suddenly stiffened. She did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and quickly and respectfully bowed 90 degrees. Yes, master. Lin Shueyue felt as if she had been pardoned. She crawled up from the ground and rushed into the abode of God like a madman, which made her feel endless humiliation but had to break in. However, when she rushed into the huge, luxurious, outrageous living room, the scene before her once again completely crushed her already broken heart. She saw that her biological mother, Su Wanqing, was wearing an extremely revealing black lace nightgown at the moment. She was kneeling like a docile kitten at the feet of the man whom she once despised the most. And that man was sitting calmly on the imperial throne made of a whole piece of gold. In one hand, he was holding a glass of red wine worth millions, and with the other hand, he was unscrupulously stroking her mother's smooth and silky hair. That picture is harmonious and beautiful, yet full of subversive and extreme excitement. No! Lin Shueyue's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. She let out a scream that was so shrill and inhuman, so desperate. She looked at the absurd and crazy scene in front of her in disbelief. For the first time, 2 lines of regretful tears flowed from her empty eyes that had long lost all their spirit. Su Wanqing. You shameless bitch. He's my ex-boyfriend. How could you? How dare you? She roared hysterically, like a madman. However, Su Wanqing seemed as if she didn't hear her words at all. She just slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a hint of icy madness appeared on that charming face that had long been soaked in lust. She looked at her daughter, and a cruel arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. She slowly reached out her hand and picked up a document that had been prepared long ago from Jiang Chen's feet. Then, he casually threw it in front of Lin Shueyue. Look. Su Wanqing's voice was cold and emotionless. This is the last gift I give to you and your useless father. Lin Shueyue's body trembled violently. She slowly lowered her head, and when she saw clearly the 3 blood-red characters on the document that were enough to send her into endless hell, she went completely crazy. Divorce, Marriage, Agreement. Chapter 48, Qin Mengyao, the White Moonlight School Beauty, is in trouble. Divorce, Marriage, Agreement. These 5 cold characters, as if written in blood, were like 5 poisoned daggers from the 9 nether hell, fiercely stabbing into Lin Shueyue's heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Her already shaky worldview and that pitiful last bit of fantasy were completely crushed to pieces. No, no. Lin Shueyue's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. She let out a scream that was so shrill and inhuman, so desperate. She looked in disbelief at the man who was sitting calmly on the imperial throne, as if he was enjoying a farce that had nothing to do with him from beginning to end. He looked again at his biological mother, who was kneeling at his feet with a cruel yet charming smile on her face. An indescribable feeling of extreme humiliation and anger, as if she had been betrayed by the whole world and the people closest to her, instantly overwhelmed all her rationality. Jiang Chen. Su Wanqing. You two bastards. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. She roared hysterically, like a madman, and like a mad lioness, she pounced on the man whom she once despised the most but now wanted to tear apart the most. However, before she could get within 3 meters of Jiang Chen, a cold, tall figure, like a ghost, suddenly stood in front of her. That's right, Xia Yubing. Roll. There was no emotion on Xia Yubing's face, she just uttered a word lightly. The voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to completely freeze a person's soul. Bitch. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Lin Shueyue, who had already lost her mind, pointed at Xia Yubing's nose and cursed. However, what answered her was an extremely crisp and loud slap. Bang! Xia Yubing didn't even look at her. However, just like slapping an annoying fly to death, he casually slapped her to the ground. Then, he slowly turned around and respectfully bowed 90 degrees to the god who had been calm and composed from beginning to end. Master, the garbage has been cleaned up. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He just slowly raised his hand and gently waved at the 2 dragon shadow bodyguards at the door who had already been frightened silly. Yes, master. The 2 bodyguards understood instantly. They dragged Lin Shueyue, who was still on the ground, crying, shouting and cursing madly, out like a chicken. The whole world is finally quiet. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the throne and walked to the 2 stunning women, one as charming as fire and the other as cold as snow. He stretched out his hands and hugged them in his arms, one on each side. Let's go. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Take you to a fun place. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to take his 2 trophies and enjoy this beautiful early morning time, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly and inopportunely started vibrating wildly. It was an unfamiliar, local number. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He casually pressed the answer button. Hello? Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang? On the other end of the phone came the crying voice of a middle-aged woman, full of anxiety and panic. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly fixed. Because he heard it. This voice is Qin Mangyao's mother, Zhang Lan. Aunt Qin? It's me. What happened? For the first time, Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Xiaochen. Please come and save us. Zhang Lan on the other end of the phone almost cried and roared. A group of thugs rushed into our house, saying that they had their eyes on our land and wanted that we move out immediately. If we refuse, they'll start beating us up. Mangyao was pushed down by them in order to protect me. Boom! A murderous intent, colder and more piercing than any before, was bursting out, as if an ancient beast that had been sleeping for billions of years suddenly awakened in Jiang Chen's body. His pair of deep, calm eyes were instantly replaced by a pure, blood-red abyss that seemed to completely destroy the entire world. Court death. The 2 cold words uttered from Jiang Chen's mouth caused the temperature of the entire villa to drop to freezing point in an instant. Su Wanqing and Xia Yubing looked at Jiang Chen's unprecedented terrifying appearance, and felt a chill that penetrated deep into their bones, rushing madly from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't even think of resisting. Wait for me right here. Jiang Chen threw down an unquestionable order into the phone. Then, he no longer paid attention to the 2 stunningly beautiful women behind him who had already been frightened silly, and rushed out of the magnificent purple gold gate like a cannonball. 10 minutes later. Zhanghai City, Old City, downstairs of a dilapidated residential building full of age. When the Koenigsegg 11, which is limited to only one in the world, stopped horizontally at the entrance of the corridor with a trajectory that completely violated the laws of physics, all the neighbors who were watching the excitement stepped back as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Chen didn't stop at all, pushed open the car door, and turned into a shadow as he rushed into the narrow and dark corridor. 3rd floor, room 302. When Jiang Chen kicked open the dilapidated wooden door that had long been crumbling, the scene before him made his eyes, which had long been dyed blood red by endless murderous intent, instantly filled with hideous bloodshot. Qin Mangyao, like a lioness protecting her cubs, opened her arms and tightly protected her mother, who was already frightened and trembling all over, behind her. In front of them, a bald man with a face full of flesh, wearing a flowered shirt and a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck, was hugging a heavily made-up woman and blowing smoke rings with a look of disdain on his face. Behind him stood a dozen thugs holding steel pipes. "My little beauty, I'll give you one last chance." The bald man looked at Qin Mengyao's proud curves, which were violently fluctuating due to anger, with lustful eyes as if he was looking at prey, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Or, just sign this demolition agreement. Or, just accompany me, your brother, and have some fun. When I have fun, maybe when I'm in a good mood, I can give your family a few tens of thousands of dollars to buy a coffin." Ha 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 ha. The harsh laughter filled Qin Mengyao's innocent face with tears of humiliation. She bit her lips tightly, and her eyes, as clear as water, were filled with the stubbornness of refusing to yield even in death. You guys, forget it. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed." "Oh? Pretty chaste?" The bald man laughed grimly, as if he had heard something funny. "I want to see how hard your bones are." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Mengyao's snow-white and tender face. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, a cold hand of death, as if stretched out from the nine nether hell, suddenly, like lightning, strangled his wrist. Crack! A sound that makes your teeth ache and bones break, suddenly rang out. Ah! A scream, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, resounded throughout the dilapidated residential building. The bald man didn't even see clearly how the other party made his move. His entire arm had been twisted into a pretzel by an irresistible and terrifying force. Who the hell dares to touch me?" The bald man used his other hand to tightly cover his completely deformed broken arm and roared with a ferocious look on his face. However, the one who answered him was a young man who looked like a demon descending, emitting murderous intent from his whole body, with bloodshot eyes. "Which hand did you use to touch her just now?" Chapter 49. Don't be afraid, I'm here and no one dares to touch a hair on your head. "Which hand did you use to touch her just now?" Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a final judgment from the nine nether hell, slamming heavily into the souls of the bald man and all the gangsters present. Let their nerves, which had long been paralyzed by alcohol and arrogance, completely break at this moment. The bald man felt a chill that penetrated deep into his bones, rushing madly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. All the blood color on his fleshy face faded away in an instant. He looked at the young man in front of him, who looked like a demon god descending, with murderous intent emanating from his body and bloodshot eyes. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Aye. The bald man's lips were trembling violently, and his throat felt like a large piece of red-hot iron was stuffed in it, and he couldn't utter a complete word. Subconsciously, he wanted to raise his intact left hand and point at the brothers beside him who were already scared silly. However, as soon as his hand was raised, crack! Another sound, a sound that makes your teeth ache and bones break, suddenly rang out. What followed was the bald man's desperate scream, which was 10 times more shrill than before and enough to tear the eardrums. Jiang Chen, unexpectedly, didn't even bother to ask. Directly, he twisted his left arm, which he had just raised, into a pretzel. After doing all this, Jiang Chen slowly let go of his hand. Bang! The bald man's fat body weighing more than 200 pounds collapsed on the cold concrete floor like a puddle of mud. All the arrogance and ferocity in his eyes, which were wide open due to extreme pain and fear, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and pleading, as if looking up to a god. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at him again. He slowly turned around and scanned the dozen or so hooligans in front of him with his pair of cold blood-red eyes without a trace of human emotion. They were already scared out of their wits and were shitting and pissing. Plop! 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 More than a dozen people knelt down in unison, as if pushing a golden mountain or overturning a jade pillar. Master! Spare my life! Master! It's none of our business. It's all his fault. He forced us to come here. Please, just treat us like as if we were nothing and let us go. The sounds of kowtows, begging for mercy, and crying mixed together. However, Jiang Chen's face still had that unchanging, calm and indifferent look. He slowly lifted his foot. Then, step by step, he walked towards the group of poor people who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless fear. He walks very slowly. But every step was like the death drumbeat of the god of death, hitting everyone's heart hard. You, just now, pushed my aunt. Jiang Chen walked up to a yellow-haired man who was already scared and pale, and said lightly. The yellow-haired man's body trembled violently. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes, which had long lost all focus due to fear, were filled with extreme horror that subverted his worldview. How could he know? Just now, in the chaos, it was indeed him who pushed that old woman. But, at that time, no one saw it. No. It's not me. The yellow-haired man shook his head frantically and made incoherent excuses. However, Jiang Chen didn't even have the interest to listen to his explanation. He just slowly lifted his foot. Then, he stepped down hard. Crack! Crack! Two extremely crisp sounds of bones breaking suddenly rang out. The two legs of the yellow-haired man, which were still alive and kicking just now, were instantly trampled into a strange V-shape by an irresistible and terrifying force. The white bone stumps even pierced through his jeans full of holes, exposing them to the air. Ah! A scream, so shrill that it was enough to make the entire residential building tremble, resounded through the sky. All the neighbors who were watching the excitement around them heard this horrible wailing as if it came from the 9 netherworlds of hell. They were all frightened and turned pale. They closed the doors and windows of their homes one after another. Jiang Chen ignored the loser who had already fainted from the pain. He slowly turned around and set his sights on his next prey. You, just now, pointed your finger at my girl. The gangster he targeted instantly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, his whole body freezing cold. He couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Just like the most humble ant, he knelt on the ground, cowed out madly, and wailed with tears and snot. Master! I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. However, what answered him was a cold sigh, like the sentence of death. It's too late. Crack! 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 A series of teeth-grinding, bone-cracking sounds continued to ring in the ears. Jiang Chen actually crushed the gangster's 10 fingers one by one with precision. After doing all this, Jiang Chen slowly took out his cell phone and made a call in front of a room full of scum who had already been tortured beyond recognition by endless fear and pain. Dragon Shadow. Zhanghai City, Old Town, Changelfang, Building 3, Room 302. Here, there is a bunch of blind trash. Get it clean. I don't want to see them in any corner of Zhanghai City again. Yes, master. From the other end of the phone came a cold response that was respectful yet filled with endless murderous intent. After hanging up the phone, the murderous intent in Jiang Chen, which was enough to make even gods and demons tremble, slowly receded. He slowly turned around and looked at the white moonlight girl, Qin Mangyao, who was already frightened and trembling all over by the bloody scene in front of her that was like the Shura hell. And the one behind her, Aunt Qin, also looked pale and frightened. For the first time, an emotion called heartache emerged in his deep eyes that had long since recovered and returned to their calm state. He slowly walked up to them, stretched out his hand, and gently hugged the still trembling poor mother and daughter tightly in his arms. His voice was no longer cold. Instead, there was an unprecedented tenderness. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one dares to touch even a hair of yours. Chapter 50. Principal Qin was shocked. This young man is unfathomable. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one dares to touch even a hair of yours. Jiang Chen's voice was calm and gentle, but it was like a warm spring breeze that could heal all the wounds in the world. It blew gently into the cold hearts of Qin Mangyao and her mother, which had long been filled with endless fear and despair. For the first time, their poor, shivering bodies felt a sense of warmth called safety. Qin Mangyao slowly raised her head, and her big eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, were as clear as water. She stared at the man in front of her who was like a god, descending from the sky and saving her from endless despair. Her girlish heart, which had long been deeply in love, was completely filled at this moment. Jiang Chen. Her voice was hoarse and choked, filled with endless dependence and love. However, she hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a burst of uniform footsteps filled with endless murderous intent came from outside the corridor, coming from far away and coming closer and closer, madly. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Qin Mangyao and her daughter, which was full of shock and confusion, 10 men in black suits and white gloves, exuding a suffocating and terrifying aura, appeared silently at the door of this already dilapidated, small rental house, like a death army from hell. They are none other than the Dragon Shadow. Owner. The 10 top soldiers knelt on one knee in unison without any hesitation the moment they saw Jiang Chen. The uniform movements and the deafening sound caused this already shaky and dilapidated residential building to tremble violently. Qin Mengyao and Zhang Lan looked at this miraculous scene before them, which was enough to overturn their entire life's cognition. They were all completely petrified on the spot as if they were cast under a spell. Their brains are completely blank. Jiang Chen ignored their shock. He just slowly released the poor mother and daughter who had already been frightened silly, and then slowly turned around and glanced with his cold eyes without a trace of human emotion at the scum who were still wailing on the ground in the room. Get it clean. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. Yes, master. The 10 Dragon Shadow members, without any hesitation, began to clean up the garbage at the scene like the most efficient killing machines. Their movements are clean, neat, and professional to the extreme. In less than a minute, the dozen or so scumbags who were still wailing madly on the ground, along with the bloodstains on the ground, all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared in this world. Jiang Chen. Zhang Lan looked at the horrific scene in front of her, which was like a Hollywood blockbuster, and her voice was filled with endless panic and anxiety. Who are they? Did you get into trouble outside? In her simple worldview, where she had to work hard all her life, she could not understand the miraculous scene before her eyes. Aunt Qin. Jiang Chen slowly walked in front of her, with a gentle smile on his face that was enough to convince anyone. Don't be afraid. They are my bodyguards. As for that garbage just now. Jiang Chen paused, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his voice. They asked for it. By the way, Aunt Qin, why are these people looking for trouble with you? Hearing Jiang Chen's question, a trace of humiliation and anger instantly appeared on Zhang Lan's weather-beaten face. It's all because of our land. Zhang Lan pointed outside the window at the old city area that had long been dilapidated, her voice choked and hoarse. Some time ago, a developer called Triumph Real Estate took a fancy to our land and wanted to build a high-end residential complex here. The compensation they gave us for relocation was pathetically small. It wasn't even enough to buy a toilet in the suburbs. Of course, we old neighbors wouldn't move. In the end, they found that group of thugs and harassed us every day. They forced us to sign. Today, if you hadn't arrived in time, we, mother and daughter, would have really. Having said that, Zhang Lan could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Triumph Real Estate? Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He slowly turned around and set his gaze on the dilapidated buildings outside the window, which were full of age. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. He already knew what to do. At this moment, a burst of extremely rapid and harsh cell phone ringing suddenly rang from the pocket of Qin Mengyao's washed-out jeans. Qin Mengyao hurriedly took out her cell phone. When she saw the caller ID, a look of confusion instantly appeared on her pretty and innocent face. Hello? Principal Qin? Principal Qin? Principal Qin? The president of Jianhai University? Why would he call me suddenly? Mengyao. Where are you now? Are you okay? From the other end of the phone came an old voice full of anxiety and concern. I'm fine, Principal, what's wrong with you? I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Principal Qin on the other end of the phone seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief, and then, in an unprecedented serious tone, he gave an instruction. Mengyao. Listen carefully. Is there a Mr. Jiang next to you? Yes. Qin Mengyao subconsciously glanced at the young man next to her who was looking at the scenery outside the window calmly. No matter what happens. You absolutely cannot offend Mr. Jiang. Principal Qin on the other end of the phone almost roared in a roaring tone. He is the god that the entire Jianghai city cannot afford to offend. You must stay with him. Do whatever he asks you to do. If he wants the moon in the sky, pick it down for him. Otherwise, all of us will be finished. Boom. Principal Qin's words were like nuclear bombs that exploded in Qin Mengyao's mind. Her girlish heart, which had long been filled with endless shock, was blown to pieces and turned into ashes. God? He actually used the word God to describe Jiang Chen? What, exactly, is going on? Just when Qin Mengyao's brain was completely blank and fell into endless chaos and madness, Jiang Chen slowly turned around and took the phone from her hand. Principal Qin? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. You seem to know too much. Chapter 51, The Four Great Families of Zhanghai? Are they that awesome? You seem to know too much. Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a final judgment from the ninth nether hell, which flowed along the telephone line and was fiercely imprinted on the old heart of Principal Qin on the other end of the phone, which had long been filled with endless shock and fear. His old face, which had turned red due to excessive excitement, instantly lost all its color. Mr. Jiang. You misunderstood. Principal Qin's voice was trembling violently due to extreme fear. I don't know anything. I just heard Mr. Wang Jioding, the richest man in Jiangnan province, mention you once or twice. He said you are a god. A god that we in the entire Jiangnan province absolutely cannot afford to offend. I was just worried that Mengyao, this silly girl, was ignorant and might offend you, so I said a few more words. Please, sir, please be magnanimous and let me go. A principal of a top-tier university who has a say in the domestic education community and whose students are all over the world. At this moment, across the phone, like the most humble primary school student who had made a mistake, he was begging madly. What an absurd and ironic scene this is. Qin Mengyao and Zhang Lan, who were standing aside, looked at the man in front of them who was calm and in control of everything. Their hearts, which had long been shocked to numbness, began to twitch violently and uncontrollably once again. They are no longer able to use any words to describe their feelings at the moment. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard the plea for mercy on the phone at all. He just slowly raised his head and set his gaze on the old man who was already frightened out of his wits, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Triumph Real Estate. Jiang Chen said lightly. Do you know him? On the other end of the phone, after a brief moment of astonishment, Principal Qin's humble voice, filled with endless fear and awe, came immediately. Recognize no. The chairman of Triumph Real Estate is Zhao Desheng. He's a collateral branch of the Zhao family, one of Zhanghai City's four great families. Relying on the Zhao family's support, he has always been domineering and evil in Zhanghai City. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. I will immediately contact the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Wuji. Let him, personally, bring his unworthy nephew to you and kowtow and confess his guilt. Very good. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He slowly took the phone away from his ear and casually threw it back to the white moonlight girl, Qin Mengyao, who had been completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her. She was like a sculpture. Then, he slowly turned around and set his gaze on the old, dilapidated buildings outside the window that were full of age. The corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Zhanghai, the four major families? Is it awesome? He would like to see it. It's their bones that are hard. Still, his fist is hard. At the same time, in Zhanghai City, in the city center, on the top floor of a top-notch skyscraper that overlooks the entire city at night, an old man, wearing a white tang suit, with gray hair, but in good spirits, exuding an aura of majesty and superiority, was standing quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, sipping a cup of top-grade Dahongpo worth millions. He is none other than the current head of the Zhao family, one of the four great clans in Zhanghai City, Zhao Wuji. Just by stomping his feet, he could shake the entire economy of Zhanghai City. He was truly an underground emperor. At this moment, a burst of extremely rapid and harsh cell phone ringing suddenly broke the silence that was enough to suffocate anyone. The caller ID showed a name that he absolutely dared not ignore. Zhanghai University, President Qin. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. Although, he is not afraid of this old guy. But, after all, the other party was sent down from Yanjing. He has many students all over the world and his network of relationships is unfathomable. He didn't want to offend anyone easily unless it was absolutely necessary. He casually pressed the answer button. Hello? Principal Qin? It's so late, what can I do for you? His voice was calm, yet it carried an innate, condescending arrogance. However, what came from the other end of the phone was not the greetings and courtesies he had imagined. It was a roar filled with endless panic and despair. Zhao Wuji. I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Are you fucking tired of living? Boom. Principal Qin's two sentences were like two nuclear bombs that exploded in Zhao Wuji's mind. His old face, which seemed a little rosy due to his pampered life, instantly lost all its color. Qin. Mr. Qin. What do you mean? His voice trembled violently due to extreme shock and anger. He, Zhao Wuji, had been in charge of the Zhao family for 30 years. How could he have ever suffered such a great humiliation? What do I mean? Principal Qin on the other end of the phone looked like he had heard some huge joke and laughed out of anger. Fuck you, I also want to ask you what it means. Did your useless, foolish nephew, Zhao Dixing, offend a god that our entire Zhao family absolutely cannot afford to offend? I'm telling you. Zhao Wuji. That god is now at the home of Qin Mengyao, the best student at Jianhai University. Because your good-for-nothing nephew demolished it. Now, that god is very angry. The consequences are serious. Wang Jioding just called me. That god only said one sentence. Before dawn, he wants Triumph Real Estate, and the Zhao family behind it, to completely disappear from the map of Jianhai City. Zhao Wuji. Take care of yourself. Beep beep beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Zhao Wuji stood there in a daze, holding up his cell phone and listening to the busy tone. His mind was completely blank. An indescribable chill that penetrated deep into his bones instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the night view of the city outside the window with eyes full of endless fear and horror, as if he was looking at a god or demon. This was the city view that he had stepped on and controlled for half his life. He knew that from today on, the world of Jianhai City would change. And he, and the entire Zhao family behind him, will become the first batch of pitiful sacrifices under the wrath of God. No! Zhao Wuji, using all his strength, let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. He rolled and crawled out of the office and rushed to the elevator like a madman. He's going to beg for mercy. He wanted to pray for forgiveness from the god in the most humble and pious manner. However, as soon as he rushed out of the elevator, a cold, tall, ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That's right, Xia Yubing. At this moment, she no longer has the embarrassment and despair of yesterday. Instead, there is a kind of coldness that emanates from the inside out, called Servant of God. She looked at the underground emperor in front of her, the one who had made her wary not long ago. There was not a trace of emotion in his cold eyes. It was as if he was just looking at a reptile that was about to be stepped on to death. Master Zhao, it's so late. Where are you going? Chapter 52, Zhao Wuji, the eldest son of the Zhao family, a hypocrite with a dagger hidden behind his smile. Master Zhao, it's so late. Where are you going? Xia Yubing's voice was cold and pleasant, but it was like a death curse from the nine nether hell, which struck Zhao Wuji's old heart, which had long been filled with endless fear and despair. His body, which seemed to be staggering due to extreme panic, suddenly froze. He slowly turned around, and when he saw clearly that the person standing in front of him was the Ice Queen who had made him feel wary not long ago, his old eyes that had long been filled with despair suddenly burst into a ray of light called hope. Xia! President Xia! Zhao Wuji seemed to have grabbed the last straw of life. He rolled and crawled to Xia Yubing and grabbed her arm. His voice was filled with endless, humble pleading. President Xia! You must also know Mr. Jiang, right? Please. For the sake of us being one of the four great families of Jianhai, please help me and ask Mr. Jiang for mercy. Our Zhao family can't just end like this. His wails, filled with endless regret and despair, resounded throughout the silent, luxurious hall. However, Xia Yubing just looked at him with a look of pity, as if he were a clown. She slowly stretched out her hand and used her fingers, as cold as white jade, to pry open Zhao Wuji's hands, one by one. The hands looked a little hideous and withered because of excessive force. Master Zhao. Xia Yubing's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. I think you might have misunderstood something. First of all, from today onwards, there will no longer be four major families in Jianhai. Secondly, Xia Yubing paused, then slowly raised her cold, beautiful eyes without a trace of human emotion, and looked at the former underground emperor who had already been frightened silly. The corners of her mouth curled up cruelly, as if she was examining an insignificant, reptile-like ark. You are worthy of talking about face with me? Boom! Every word Xia Yubing said was like a hammer of judgment from the nine nether hell, smashing heavily on Zhao Wuji's psychological defense line, which had already been riddled with holes. His pitiful, last bit of dignity was smashed to pieces and turned into ashes. He looked in disbelief at the woman in front of him, who not long ago had to rely on him for survival, but now was like a servant of God, an unattainable ice queen. His mind was completely blank. You. Zhao Wuji's lips were trembling violently, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with a large piece of red-hot iron, so he couldn't utter a complete word. It seems that Patriarch Zhao still hasn't figured out his own situation. Xia Yubing shook her head, her voice filled with endless sarcasm. Whatever. I'll let you die, understand? She slowly turned around and, with an almost pilgrim-like, pious attitude, bowed respectfully 90 degrees to the empty air behind her. Oh no. Xia Yubing's voice was cold, yet full of endless enthusiasm. Your loyal servant, Xia Yubing, has already stopped that ignorant old dog for you. Excuse me, should he be executed on the spot? Or should I take it back and give it to you as a new toy? Her voice was not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the silent, luxurious hall. Zhao Wuji stared blankly at the absurd and crazy scene in front of him. His heart, which had stopped beating long ago, was once again filled with endless fear and despair that penetrated deep into his bones. She was actually talking to the air? No. Wrong. She was reporting to that terrifying existence that was like a god and omnipresent. At this moment, from the miniature Bluetooth headset on Xia Yubing's ear, which Jiang Chen had put on her personally and looked like an ordinary ornament, slowly came the voice of the god that made her both respect and fear him. Tell him. A dog should act like a dog. Let him crawl all the way back from here to Qin Mingyao's home. Bark like a dog 3 times. I can consider sparing his life. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a look called pity appeared in her cold eyes. She knew that this underground emperor who had been a powerful figure in Jianghai City for half his life would completely become a pitiful creature, worse than a dog, from today on. Master, there is an order. Xia Yubing slowly turned around and set his gaze back on the old man who had long been completely overwhelmed by endless fear. His voice was cold and without a trace of emotion, as if he was reading out the final judgment of God. From here, climb to Changelfang, Building 3, Room 302. Learn 3 times, a dog barks. Master, yes, I will spare your life. Boom. Every word Xia Yubing said was like a world-destroying divine thunder that was enough to completely destroy the entire universe, and it struck Zhao Wuji's crown fiercely. Let his soul, which had long been filled with despair, be completely crushed once again. Climb, crawl over? Also, learn to bark like a dog? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. You guys, you're going too far. Zhao Wuji, using all his strength, let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and slammed into the huge floor-to-ceiling window next to him like a mad beast. He would rather die. I will never accept this great shame and humiliation. However, his body just jumped up. A ghostly, cold, and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That's right, Xia Yubing. Want to die? Xia Yubing's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. Without the master's permission. You don't even have the qualifications to die. She slowly raised her slender hand, which was as cold as white jade. Then, a palm gently landed on Zhao Wuji's chest. Crack! A very crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Zhao Wuji couldn't even utter a scream, and collapsed on the cold marble floor like a puddle of mud. His master-level cultivation, which he was so proud of, was actually destroyed just like that? He looked in disbelief at the woman in front of him who was as cold, powerful, and invincible as the Queen Mother of the West. For the first time, 2 lines of tears of regret flowed from her old eyes that had long lost all their spirit. He regretted it. He really regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked that god. Xia Yubing ignored this poor guy who had completely become a waste. She just turned around slowly and bowed respectfully 90 degrees to the empty air once again. Master, the garbage has been cleaned up. Excuse me, is there anything else you need? Jiang Chen's plain, lazy, divine decree could be heard again from the earphones. Tell this to all the so-called upper class in Jiangnan province. Tomorrow morning, at 10 o'clock. Zhanghai City, Old Town, Changelfang. I, Jiang Chen, will hold a wedding of the century for my woman on top of those ruins. Those who don't come. Die. Chapter 53. The system rewards god-level fighting skills. Who can beat me now? Those who don't come. Die. Jiang Chen's plain, lazy, divine decree without a trace of human emotion was clearly transmitted throughout the silent, luxurious hall through the small Bluetooth headset. It was also deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and awe. Wedding of the century? And all the upper-class people in Jiangnan province should come to watch the ceremony? Those who fail to arrive will die. Xia Yubing looked at the former underground emperor in front of her, who had all his cultivation destroyed by her and was lying on the ground like mud. For the first time, a look called pity appeared in her cold eyes. She knew that this man's fate would be 100 times, 10,000 times more miserable than death. He will be the first poor chicken to be killed by the god to serve as an example to others. As you command, my master. Xia Yubing slowly turned around and once again bowed respectfully 90 degrees to the empty air. Then, he no longer paid attention to the mud on the ground, which had long been completely submerged by endless fear and despair. Walk straight towards the door. She was going to carry out the will of God. She was going to make the entire Jiangnan province tremble for the upcoming wedding of God. Zhanghai City, Old Town, Changelfang, Building 3, Room 302. When Jiang Chen slowly put down his phone, a look of tiredness appeared in his deep, calm eyes for the first time. The endless killing and conquest made even he feel a little tired. He slowly walked to the white moonlight girl, Qin Mangyao, who was curled up in the corner, trembling with fear and tears in her eyes. He stretched out his hand and gently held her in his arms. Okay, it's okay. Jiang Chen's voice was gentler than ever before. From today on, this is no longer your home. I'll take you to a new home. Qin Mangyao's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, her big eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, stared at Jiang Chen intently, her voice hoarse and choked. Jiang Chen, She wanted to say that she was not worthy of him. She is just an ugly duckling from the slums. But he is the god who shines brightly above the 9 heavens. However, she hadn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen slowly lowered his head and used his warm lips to gently block her chattering cherry lips. I did. Jiang Chen's forehead was against hers, his deep eyes full of fatal temptation staring at her intently, his voice was overbearing, yet full of unquestionable tenderness. You are my woman. It's me, Jiang Chen, the one I married in a formal ceremony, my wife. Tomorrow, I will let everyone in the world know that you, Qin Mengyao, are the only one I, Jiang Chen, will protect for the rest of my life. Boom. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Qin Mengyao's heart hard, which had already been deeply in love. Melt her completely. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she stretched out her arms and hugged the man in front of her tightly, the man she loved for her entire youth. She nodded heavily and buried her pretty face deeply in his arms, letting her tears of happiness completely wet his clothes. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in Jiang Chen's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, Oath of Love. It has been detected that although the host possesses the power of gods and demons, his own fighting skills are still at the level of mortals. To better protect your beloved woman. System Ultimate Reward, now activated. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level reward, God-level fighting skills. God-level fighting techniques, the ultimate fighting technique that combines all killing techniques from ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. Including, but not limited to, Chinese traditional martial arts, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Israeli Grave Krav Maga, and the top-level, one-hit kill techniques of special forces from various countries. From now on, you are the only god of martial arts in this world. Boom! An extremely huge and terrifying stream of information instantly rushed into Jiang Chen's mind like a flood that broke through the dam. His brain, which had long been transformed by the system to be far superior to that of an ordinary person, felt an inexplicable tingling pain. However, soon, the stinging pain turned into an unprecedented comfort and power. He felt as if he had been reborn from the ashes. He could clearly feel that every muscle and every bone in his body were cheering and jumping for joy like crazy. He could even clearly hear the sound of an ant crawling 100 meters outside the window. He could clearly see every speck of dust floating in the air. He could even clearly feel every heartbeat and every breath of this beautiful girl in his arms who had already fallen asleep. This absolute sense of power that completely controls the entire world in his own hands makes him extremely intoxicated. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the sleeping face of the angelic, holy, and beautiful girl in his arms. For the first time, a firm light called protection emerged in her deep, calm eyes. The next day, early morning. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he seemed like a completely different person. If we say that he before was a peerless sword hidden in a sheath. So, at this moment, he is the sword of Zhuxian, which has been completely unsheathed and is powerful enough to kill gods and demons. He slowly sat up from the small bed which was worn out but full of the smell of home. He glanced at the girl beside him who was still sleeping with a happy smile on her face. I took another look at the poor mother and daughter in the next room, who were also sleeping peacefully. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He slowly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and then quietly walked out of this shabby rental house that was full of his childhood memories. Outside the door, the dragon's shadow had already been waiting there quietly, like the most loyal guardian angel. Onar. Longing knelt on one knee, his voice sonorous and powerful. Have you found out? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Return to the master. For the first time, a look called solemn appeared on Long Ying's face. Found it. In Zhanghai City, besides the Zhao family that you have already wiped out, there are still 3 major families. They are, respectively, the Sun family, which specializes in real estate. The Li family, who specializes in the entertainment industry. And the Qian family, the most powerful and mysterious family with the most mysterious background. Just now, these 3 major families suddenly made a joint announcement. They will jointly contribute 100 billion yuan to the ruins of Changelfang as a gift for your wedding, and Miss Qin. Oh? Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a playful arc. Gift? Why do I feel like they're here for a funeral? Long Ying's body trembled violently. Master, what do you mean? Jiang Chen didn't answer him. He just slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards the ruins of Changelfang, which had long been razed to the ground by countless bulldozers. The corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Tell this to all the so-called upper class in Jiangnan province. Today's wedding will go on as usual. But before watching the wedding, Jiang Chen paused, his voice filled with unquestionable, godlike, and domineering power. I want to watch a more exciting fireworks display first. Chapter 54, All expenses will be paid by me, Master Jiang. I want to watch a more exciting fireworks display first. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it was like a decree containing supreme divine power, which spread clearly throughout the entire, silent ruins of Changelfang. It also deeply imprinted itself on the souls of all the so-called upper-class people in Jiangnan province present there. Fireworks show? In an instant, everyone's heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, almost suffocating them on the spot. They don't know what kind of horror game the god walking among the human world is thinking of playing that will subvert their worldview. But they know that today's so-called wedding of the century will never be as simple as it seems. This isn't so much a wedding as it is a wedding. Rather, it is a final judgment by the gods to cleanse the entire underground world of Jiangnan province. 10 o'clock in the morning. When the crystal wedding hall, which was built by countless heavy transport helicopters that dropped from the sky overnight and was like a miracle, was completely completed, which was enough to make all the top architects in the world ashamed. All the prominent figures in the entire Jiangnan province gathered here trembling with fear, like prisoners awaiting the final judgment. Each of their faces was filled with awe and fear deep in their bones. At this moment, 3 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms with consecutive license plates of 88,888 slowly stopped at the door of the Crystal Palace like 3 ferocious beasts from ancient times. The car door slowly opened. 3 old men, dressed in white tang suits, with gray hair but in good spirits, exuding an aura of majesty and superiority, slowly got out of the car. It is the head of the only 3 remaining families in Zhanghai City. Sun Padian from the Sun family. Li family, Li Kanglin. And Jian Kuan from the Qian family. They are the last kings of Zhanghai City. Humph. I want to see which ignorant and immature dragon dares to stir up trouble in Zhanghai City. Sun Padian snorted coldly, and his sharp eyes, like an eagle's, were filled with disdain and murderous intent. That's right. Just a nouveau riche who appeared out of nowhere. How dare you ignore our 4 great families? Li Kanglin followed suit, echoing in a sarcastic tone. That useless Zhao Woji is dead, so what? It's just right that the assets he left behind can be divided equally among the 3 of us. Only Qian Kuan, the most powerful and mysterious patriarch of the Qian family, remained silent from beginning to end. In his old eyes, as deep as an ancient well, there was a flicker of barely perceptible solemnity. He always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Just as the 3 of them, each with their own ulterior motives, were about to step into the crystal palace that made them feel a palpitation in their hearts. Suddenly, a huge engine roar, which was 100 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, came from the edge of the sky, from far to near, madly. Then, everyone looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. A car, completely black, with lines full of futuristic technology, as if it does not belong to this era, the car of God Koenigsegg 11, appeared silently in front of everyone like a black lightning. The car door slowly opened. A slender young figure, wearing an Armani haute couture suit, exuding a godlike aura that made them feel endlessly palpitating, slowly walked down from the car. He is none other than Jiang Chen. And next to him, the absolutely beautiful girl, wearing a dreamy wedding dress hand-sewn by a legendary master, whose beauty was enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison, was none other than Qin Mengyao. When Sun Padian and the other two saw Jiang Chen's face, which looked a little too young, they were all slightly stunned. Then, a look of extreme contempt and mockery appeared on everyone's face. That's it? A pretty boy with barely all his hair grown? How dare you stir up such a big storm in Shanghai City? It seems that they really overestimated him. Boy! Sun Padian was the first to stand up, pointing at Jiang Chen's nose and shouting in a condescending tone as if he was ordering a subordinate. Our three great families, considering your youth and innocence, are giving you a chance to survive. Now, kneel down. Hand over all the property under your name. Then, take your woman and get out of Shanghai City. We can just pretend that nothing happened. However, facing his threat, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard a huge joke. He. 3 ignorant old dogs. You dare to bark in front of me? You are looking for death. Sun Padian and the other two were completely enraged. They were just about to give orders to the thousands of family soldiers lying in ambush all around to hack this ignorant kid to death with their swords. Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand. He didn't even look at them. Just speaking lightly to the air. Long E. The fireworks are about to begin. Yes, master. A respectful, competent, and cold response echoed through the air. Immediately afterwards, before Sun Padian and the other two could react, the cell phones in their pockets suddenly rang like death warrants. The three of them subconsciously took out their cell phones and pressed the answer button. The next second, all the arrogance, all the ferocity, and all the disdain on their faces disappeared without a trace in an instant. What replaced it was endless, bone-deep horror and madness, as if seeing a ghost. Dong. Chairman. Something bad has happened. All of our group's overseas accounts have been frozen by a mysterious organization. All our working capital is gone. Chairman. It's over. It's all over. Our group's internal network has suffered a devastating attack by unknown hackers. All of our core data, all of our business secrets, have been stolen. Chairman. Help. Our competitor has gone crazy, suddenly throwing out all the negative information about us. Now, our group's stock price has hit the limit. One after another, bad news that is enough to make any business empire collapse, like 3 devastating tsunamis, are coming madly. The fragile souls of these 3 so-called kings of rivers and seas who were so arrogant not long ago were washed away, shattered and turned to ashes. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 3 people were shaking their heads frantically, looking like madmen. They suddenly raised their heads, staring at the man with eyes filled with endless fear and horror as if they were looking at a god or demon. From beginning to end, they were calm and indifferent, as if they were just appreciating a fireworks display that had nothing to do with them. They finally understood what Jiang Chen meant by fireworks show. Plop. 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 The 3 of them knelt down in unison, as if pushing a golden mountain or overturning a jade pillar. Mr. Jiang. We were wrong. We didn't recognize the real man. Please be merciful and let us go. However, Jiang Chen ignored these 3 poor creatures who had already been ruined by him. He just turned around slowly, and looked at the beautiful girl beside him with an unprecedented gentle look. She had already been completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her. Mengyao. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. The fireworks are over. Our wedding can begin. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the mess and despair on the ground behind him. He walked straight ahead, holding the beloved girl who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless happiness and sweetness, and walked step by step into the temple of God that belonged only to the 2 of them. When they walked to the center of the wedding stage, which was carved from a whole piece of 10,000-year-old ice jade, Jiang Chen slowly turned around and glanced at the thousands of so-called upper class who had already been silent in the audience with his deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything. The corner of his mouth curled up in a godlike, indifferent, playful arc. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the dead silent Crystal Palace. Today's wedding was a bit hasty. I hope everyone will forgive us for the poor hospitality. Certainly. Jiang Chen paused and spoke calmly in an unquestionable, godlike tone. All expenses in this venue will be paid for by me, young Master Jiang. Chapter 55, the IC CEO Xia Yubing actually took the initiative to ask me out? When the wedding of God, which was worthy of being recorded in history, came to an end. The entire underground world of Jiangnan province has also been completely unified in an unprecedented way. Jiang Chen, these two ordinary words replaced the so-called four great families overnight and became the only taboo in the hearts of all the upper-class people in the entire Jiangnan province. The only one, God. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window lattice carved from a whole piece of 10,000-year-old ice jade, onto the luxurious dragon bed that was enough to make any country's royal family ashamed, Jiang Chen slowly woke up from his dreamlike trance. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a sleeping face so beautiful that it made everything in the world pale in comparison. Qin Mangyao, like the most docile kitten, curled up in his arms obediently. On her pretty and innocent face was a sweet smile that looked like an angel, happy and satisfied. The indifference on Jiang Chen's face, which was like 10,000 years of black ice, melted away in an instant. Instead, there is a touch of tenderness that comes from the heart. He slowly lowered his head and placed a kiss full of doting on that smooth jade-like forehead. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in Jiang Chen's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate mission, becoming the most handsome guy in the audience. Task rewards are now distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level investment skill. Congratulations to the host, you have won 10 billion in cash. God-level investment skills integrate the ultimate wisdom of all investment masters, past and present, both in China and abroad. From now on, you are the world's one and only god of finance. You can easily see through the future direction of any industry and any company. You can turn stone into gold, and your words are always true. Boom! A stream of information that was 10 times larger and 100 times more terrifying than the previous, God-level fighting technique, instantly and madly poured into Jiang Chen's mind like a flood that broke through a dam. His brain, which had long been transformed by the system to be far superior to that of an ordinary person, felt an inexplicable tingling pain. However, soon, the stinging pain turned into an unprecedented comfort and power. He felt as if he had been reborn from the ashes once again. In his mind, there are countless future business codes that are enough to drive any country's consortium crazy. Bitcoin. Internet. AI. Virtual reality. One after another, the golden tracks that had created countless trillion-dollar myths in his previous life appeared clearly before him. He knew that from today on, he would no longer be a reckless man who only knew how to solve problems with brute force. He will become a god who truly controls the economic lifeline of the entire world. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in this unprecedented strength and confidence, the black satellite phone on his bedside table suddenly and inopportunely vibrated slightly. It's a text message. From someone he didn't expect, yet someone who made sense to him. Xia Yubing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He wanted to see what tricks this ice queen, who had been completely played by him, would play next. He casually clicked on the text message. However, the content of the message made him slightly stunned. Master, 10 a.m., Shanghai City, Van Gogh Art Center, 3rd floor, Starry Sky Exhibition Hall. Your loyal servant, Xia Yubing, awaits your judgment. Trial? Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. This woman is quite interesting. She didn't beg for mercy or try to please. Instead, I chose a place that is so literary and so full of a sense of fate, to meet my unknown destiny. It seems that the queen's heart, which had been frozen for 26 years, was not crushed as easily as he imagined. Instead, on the ruins of despair, a strange flower called surrender bloomed. Interesting. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile. He decided to meet this unconventional ice queen. 10 o'clock in the morning, Shanghai City, Van Gogh Art Center. When Jiang Chen, alone, slowly walked into the huge exhibition hall filled with Van Gogh's most famous painting Starry Night. A tall, cool figure in a white dress, with a seemingly incompatible beauty with the entire world, had been waiting there quietly like a perfect ice sculpture. That's right, Xia Yubing. At this moment, she no longer has the embarrassment and despair of yesterday. She didn't even wear makeup. But, that pretty face without makeup is still beautiful enough to make any woman in the world who wears heavy makeup feel ashamed. She just stood there quietly in front of the famous painting filled with endless madness and loneliness. It seemed as if she was the brightest and loneliest star in the painting. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He just walked slowly to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. The two of them just looked at the painting in front of them quietly. No one spoke first. It seemed as if the whole world only contained the two of them. And this room full of stars. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a century. Xia Yubing slowly turned her head, and her beautiful cold eyes, which had long since recovered their calmness, stared at Jiang Chen's incredibly handsome and perfect profile. Her voice was hoarse, but full of unquestionable determination. I gave you everything I have. Now, I want to see. What am I following, exactly? Chapter 56, Taking Billionaire Su Wanqing to Eat at a Roadside Stall. What am I following, exactly? Xia Yubing's voice was hoarse and cold, but it was like an invisible sword, cutting through the starry sky in the room and pointing straight to the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. She was questioning. Also looking for an answer. An answer that would make her willingly and completely surrender. Jiang Chen turned around slowly, and his pair of eyes, which were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything, for the first time, looked directly at the Ice Queen who already belonged to him. He didn't answer her question. Because some answers do not need to be answered with words. He just slowly stretched out his hand, and with his bony, slender, and powerful fingers, gently touched the famous painting Starry Sky, which was full of endless madness and loneliness. Do you know? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was telling a secret of God from ancient times. Van Gogh, when he painted this, was a complete and utter madman. He was locked up in a mental hospital and abandoned by the whole world. He has nothing. But he also has everything. Because, in his heart, there is a starry sky that belongs only to him. Jiang Chen paused, slowly withdrew his hand, and set his gaze again on the icy beauty who had long been confused by his inexplicable words. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. One day, you'll understand. What are you following, exactly? After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the woman who was still thinking hard. He turned around and walked out of the exhibition hall with big strides. Owner. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. Subconsciously, she wanted to follow. However, Jiang Chen's unquestionable divine decree slowly came from the door. Here, wait for me. Half an hour later. Zhanghai City, an old snack street full of the flavor of life. When the Koenigsegg 11, which is limited to only one in the world, slowly stopped in front of a wonton stall with a faded sign in a domineering manner that was out of tune with the dilapidated environment around it. All the diners around who were working hard put down their chopsticks as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at the magical scene before them in disbelief. My brain is completely blank. The car door slowly opened. A young figure, dressed in Givenchy casual clothes and emitting a godlike aura that made them feel endless palpitations, slowly walked down from the car. That's right, Jiang Chen. And behind him, there was a gorgeous woman wearing a Givenchy Starry Sky haute couture evening gown worth tens of millions. She had a hot body and a charming temperament to the core. It was Su Wanqing, the one who had just come out of an auction that was enough to drive the entire Jiangnan province crazy. At this moment, she no longer has the embarrassment and despair of yesterday. Instead, there is an ultimate charm called surrender that emanates from the inside out. However, when she looked at the greasy roadside stall in front of her, which even had a few flies flying around, a hint of disgust flashed across her charming peach blossom eyes. She, Su Wanqing, has been eating the best, Michelin 3-star food since she was a child. What we drank was the most expensive, 1982 Lafite. Have you ever been to a garbage dump like this where there's no place to even step? However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not noticed the expression on her face at all. He just walked to the only empty, greasy little table, pulled out the equally greasy plastic bench, and sat down. Then, he smiled faintly at the elderly stall owner who was already shocked and at a loss by the miraculous scene before him. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang. Haven't seen you for a long time. Same old thing, 2 bowls of 3 fresh wontons. The old couple, who looked to be at least in their 70s, with faces full of frost, were stunned for a moment. Then, in an instant, a gleam of surprise flashed in their old eyes, which had long been smoothed out by the years. Xiaochen? It's really you. You little brat. It's been almost a year since you last visited us, hasn't it? Aunt Wang wiped her hands excitedly, and scolded with a look full of love from an elder to a younger person. This is not busy. A rare, heartfelt, bright smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Aunt Wang, are you and Uncle Lee okay? Good. It's great. Everything tastes delicious. Uncle Lee smiled cheerfully as he skillfully began to wrap wontons for Jiang Chen. You finally made it big, kid. You're driving such a nice car. This car must be worth a lot of money, right? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and did not answer. Instead, he slowly raised his head and set his gaze on the beautiful woman who was still standing there stupidly like a wooden stake. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. What are you still standing there for? Wait for me, will you please sit down? Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. For the first time, a look of grievance appeared on her charming face with delicate makeup. Su Wanqing, wherever she goes, isn't she the center of attention? Isn't she the focus of all men's attention? But now, this man actually let himself sit on this greasy plastic bench? However, when she met Jiang Chen's eyes that were filled with unquestionable dominance, all her grievances and resentment disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was endless, bone-deep awe and submission. She knew that she was not qualified to choose. She could only bite her lips tightly, carefully lift up the expensive skirt worth tens of millions, and then, like a wronged young wife, trembling, sit opposite Jiang Chen. At this moment, a burst of extremely harsh and arrogant roar of motorcycles suddenly came from far away and came madly. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with disgust and fear, 7 or 8 illegally modified Ghostfire motorcycles rushed in front of the already narrow wonton stall like a group of mad stray dogs. The leader was a man with a shaved head, a dragon tattooed on his neck that went over his shoulders, and a scarred face full of flesh. As soon as he got out of the car, he kicked over a table next to him, pointed at Uncle Lee, who was already trembling with fear, and shouted arrogantly in a commanding tone. Old man! Isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee? Chapter 57. Her smile is more precious than all the wealth in the world. Old man! Isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee? That arrogant and overbearing voice, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly broke the tranquility of the snack street. All the diners around were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They didn't even have time to pay and ran away in panic. The stall, which was originally quite lively, suddenly had only Jiang Chen's table left. The wrinkled old faces of Uncle Lee and Aunt Wang instantly lost all color. Long? Brother Long. Uncle Lee looked at the notorious local tyrant in the area, his voice filled with endless fear and pleading. Our business is not good this month. Can we give you a few more days? Grace? The scarred man known as Brother Long laughed grimly as if he had heard some huge joke. With one kick, he smashed an innocent table next to him into pieces. Old man! Are you fucking bargaining with me? I'm telling you! Today, if you can't come up with 5,000 yuan in protection money, I'm going to smash your shabby stall. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the pot of steaming wonton soup. Don't want! Aunt Wang screamed, and without thinking, she rushed over and hugged the boiling hot pot tightly. This pot of soup is everything the old couple relies on for their livelihood. You old bastard! You have no shame! Seeing this, Brother Long became furious. He raised his sturdy arm covered with hideous tattoos, and without thinking, smashed down hard on Aunt Wang's old back, which had long been bent by the years. However, just when he was about to succeed, a plain, lazy voice, yet one that carried an unquestionable, godlike power, slowly resounded throughout the dead silent wonton stall. Did I let you move? The sound is not loud. But it was like a death curse from the 9th nether hell, hitting the depths of the souls of all the gangsters present. Let their nerves, which had long been paralyzed by alcohol and arrogance, completely break at this moment. Brother Long's body suddenly stiffened. He turned around slowly. When he saw clearly the young man who had been sitting there calmly from beginning to end, and even didn't bother to lift his eyelids, his eyes, which seemed a little swollen due to his arrogance, suddenly burst into a flame called rage. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his words at all. He just slowly picked up the spoon, scooped up a large, crystal-clear wonton from the bowl, blew on it gently, and then gracefully put it into his mouth. Yeah, it still tastes the same. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. It seemed that the tense atmosphere before him, which was on the verge of breaking out at any moment, was just a boring episode in his eyes. This kind of complete disregard from the bottom of his heart instantly ignited Long Ji's already furious mood. Fuck you. Pretty boy. Are you fucking deaf? He roared hysterically, like a madman, grabbed a plastic bench on the ground, and without thinking, smashed it hard at Jiang Chen's handsome and perfect face. He wanted to destroy this face that made him feel endless jealous. However, at that moment, the greasy and dirty bench was about to touch Jiang Chen. A sudden change occurs. Jiang Chen didn't even stand up. Just slowly, stretched out 2 fingers. Then, gently, pinch it. That plastic bench, carrying a tremendous force, just stopped in mid-air strangely. Not moving at all. The whole audience was in dead silence. All the gangsters looked at this miraculous scene that completely violated the laws of physics. They all looked like they had seen a ghost, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Brother Long was like being struck by lightning, and his entire body was completely petrified on the spot. He looked in disbelief at his arm, which had bulging veins from overexerting, and then at the young man who had easily neutralized his full-strength attack with just 2 fingers. My brain is completely blank. It's noisy. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He doesn't like being disturbed while eating. Crack! An extremely crisp sound suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen actually used only 2 fingers to crush the bench made of hard plastic into pieces. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head and looked at the poor guy in front of him who was already scared out of his wits with his cold eyes that were devoid of any human emotion. You, just now, wanted to hit me in the face? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. No. No. Sir. I was wrong. At this moment, Brother Long's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He fell straight to his knees with a plop, cowed out madly, and wailed with tears and snot. I'm blind and blind. I'm too audacious. Please, treat me like shit and let me go. However, what answered him was a cold sigh, like the sentence of death. It's too late. Bang! A loud, dull sound suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen didn't even stand up. Just casually, he kicked Brother Long in the chest. Brother Long's fat body weighing more than 200 pounds was like a broken sack that was hit head-on by a high-speed truck. He flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came. Boom! In a row, 7 or 8 tables were knocked over before the box crashed heavily against the wall more than 10 meters away. Then, like a puddle of mud, he slid down the wall and fell to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, and lost consciousness on the spot. From beginning to end, no one even saw clearly how Jiang Chen kicked. The remaining gangsters, seeing their boss miserable end like a dead dog, were all terrified, their livers and gallbladders bursting, and they were shitting and pissing. They couldn't even think of resisting. Just like the most humble ant, he knelt on the ground, kowtowed and wailed madly. Jiang Chen ignored these rubbish that had already been scared out of their wits. He just slowly took out his cell phone and made a call. Dragon Shadow. Zhanghai City, Old Town, Ping'anli Snack Street. Here, there are a few blind flies. Get it clean. I don't want to see anyone collecting protection money on this street again. Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, the murderous intent in Jiang Chen, which was enough to make even gods and demons tremble, slowly receded. He slowly turned around and looked at the poor old couple who had already been frightened and pale by the bloody scene in front of them, which was like the hell of Shura. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, don't be afraid. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. He took out the Centurion black gold card from his pocket and gently placed it on the greasy table. There's 100 million in here. The password is your wedding anniversary. From today on, don't work so hard anymore. Take this money and go travel around the world. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head and set his gaze on the beautiful woman who had been looking at him quietly like an outsider from beginning to end, with those charming peach blossom eyes filled with endless obsession and fanaticism. He looked at her, a bright smile on his face. That smile was clean and pure, without a trace of impurities. It seemed as if the man who was as ruthless and murderous as a demon god just now was just an unrealistic illusion. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently wiped away a drop of dirty blood that had splashed on her smooth jade-like cheek at some point. His voice is gentle, magnetic, and full of fatal temptation. Did it scare you? Chapter 58, Invest in a sunset industry casually and shock the world in the future. Did it scare you? Jiang Chen's voice was gentle and magnetic, full of fatal temptation. His slender fingers gently brushed across Su Wanqing's smooth jade-like cheek, completely wiping away the dirty blood that did not belong to her. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, and her charming eyes, which had long been filled with endless shock and fanaticism, stared at the man in front of her, who was half devil and half god. She didn't answer his question, because she knew that any language seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. She just slowly stretched out her pair of slender hands, as smooth as white jade, and gently stroked Jiang Chen's incredibly handsome and perfect profile. Then, under the gaze of Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, who had already been frightened silly, they were filled with shock and confusion. There, the diners who had been silent for a long time, their eyes filled with awe and fanaticism. She stood on tiptoe. She gently pressed her red lips, which were enough to drive any man crazy, against the lips of the god who dominated everything for her. "Mine, master." Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse and magnetic, filled with endless submission and obsession from the depths of her soul. "You are my god. I am willing to give you everything I have, including my soul." A satisfied smile finally appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He knew that from this moment on, this once high and mighty queen of the business world finally belonged to him completely and truly. He slowly lowered his head and placed a domineering, king-like kiss on her soft, sweet red lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful girl in his arms, whose pretty face had already flushed and whose eyes were as charming as silk. The playful arc of his mouth became more and more intense. "Now, are you hungry?" Su Wanqing's pretty face turned even redder. She nodded obediently, like a docile little kitten. "Sit down." Jiang Chen pulled open the greasy plastic bench and said lightly. Su Wanqing didn't hesitate at all. She didn't even care about the dirty bench that might stain her Givenchy Starry Sky haute couture evening dress worth tens of millions. Just like a most obedient young wife, she sat down obediently. "Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, 2 more bowls of wontons, please." Jiang Chen smiled faintly at the old couple who had already been shocked by the miraculous scene before their eyes. Okay. Uncle Li finally woke up from his dream and hurriedly started to make wontons for Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming hot and fragrant wontons were served. Jiang Chen didn't move. Instead, he picked up a spoon, scooped up a crystal clear wonton, blew on it gently, and then handed it to Su Wanqing's mouth as if feeding a pet. "Open your mouth." Jiang Chen's voice was unquestionable. Su Wanqing's pretty face instantly turned red, almost bleeding. Wherever Su Wanqing goes, she is the center of attention and the focus of all men's attention. But now, this man was actually going to feed her food in front of so many people? This is even more shameful than killing her. However, when she met Jiang Chen's eyes, which were filled with unquestionable and overbearing power, all her shame and unwillingness disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and submission that goes deep into the bones. She knew that she had no right to refuse. She could only, like the most obedient canary, slowly open her tempting cherry mouth and gently put the wonton full of the taste of home into her mouth. "Is it tasty?" The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned even redder, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito, barely audible. However, her charming eyes, which had long been completely filled with happiness and sweetness, had already betrayed her true inner thoughts. She had never eaten anything so delicious. At this moment, the phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It's a push notification of financial news. Shock. Jiangnan Heavy Industry, China's largest traditional shipbuilding company, has officially announced bankruptcy and restructuring today due to poor management and a broken capital chain. It is reported that Jiangnan Heavy Industry's total debt is as high as 370 billion. It is already insolvent. Industry experts analyze that with the continued decline of the global shipping industry and the rapid development of new energy technologies, the traditional shipbuilding industry, once an extremely glorious sunset industry, may completely withdraw from the stage of history. Looking at this horrific news that is enough to deter any consortium from any country, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. Sunset industry? Bankruptcy reorganization? 370 billion in debt? In the eyes of others, this may be a bottomless black hole that can swallow everything. But in his eyes, who possessed the God-level investment skills, this was a golden treasure that could shake up the future of the world. Because, he knows. In the near future, a groundbreaking technology called controlled nuclear fusion will emerge. The most critical element for realizing this technology is a rare element called deuterium, which exists in large quantities in the deep sea. Whoever masters the most advanced deep-sea exploration and mining technology will become the only god in the world. However, Jiangnan Heavy Industries' seemingly outdated and backward traditional shipbuilding technology is precisely the most solid foundation for achieving all this. Long E. Zhang Chen was even too lazy to call. He just gave a light order to the air. I want Jiangnan Heavy Industry. Yes, master. A cold response came from the air, respectful, competent, and cold. However, when Su Wanqing, who was standing by, heard the words Jiangnan Heavy Industry, her charming face, which was already flushed red, instantly lost all color. Master, master. Her voice trembled violently due to extreme shock and confusion. You want to acquire Jiangnan Heavy Industry? That's a bottomless pit. Forget the 370 billion in debt. Even if we could save it, it would have no future value. This is simply business suicide. As the former queen of the business world, she questioned Jiang Chen's decision for the first time. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard her advice at all. He just slowly raised his head, looked at her with those deep eyes full of fatal temptation, and asked word by word with an extremely evil smile on the corner of his mouth. You are here, teaching me how to do things. Chapter 59, I accidentally met the big star Lu Feifei. Do you want her autograph? You're here, teaching me how to do things? Jiang Chen's voice was flat and playful, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a supreme divine judgment from the ninth nether hell, which slammed heavily into Su Wanqing's queen's heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and submission. Let her fragile soul, which had just mustered a bit of courage, be completely crushed once again. Boom! Su Wanqing felt as if her brain was hit by a billion-ton depth bomb, and it went blank in an instant. The last trace of blood on her charming face, which was already red and hot, also completely faded away. Thump! She actually slid down from the greasy plastic bench without even thinking, kneeling straight on the dirty cement floor covered with oil. Master! Master! I was wrong. Her voice trembled violently because of extreme fear. Damn it, slave! I won't dare to do it again. She even dared not call herself I anymore. Instead, she used that humble title that was enough to crush her last bit of dignity. The couple around them, Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, who had already been frightened silly, looked at the magical scene before their eyes. They were all completely petrified in place as if they had been cast a spell. They looked in disbelief at the beautiful woman who had been as unattainable as a fairy not long ago, but was now kneeling in front of Jiang Chen like the most humble servant. What the hell is wrong with this world? However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not noticed the beautiful girl kneeling in front of him, whom he had already played with. He just slowly picked up the spoon, scooped up another crystal clear, large wonton, blew on it gently, and then gracefully put it into his mouth. It seems that nothing in this world is as good as this bowl of fireworks in front of me, which is full of the taste of home. Get up! Not until he finished the last wonton in the bowl did Jiang Chen slowly raise his eyelids, look at her with those deep eyes that were calm yet seemed to see through everything, and speak lightly. Don't dirty my eyes. Yes, master. Su Wanqing stood up from the ground, as if she had been pardoned. She did not even bother to pat her expensive skirt, which was already stained with oil and worth tens of millions. She stood beside Jiang Chen tremblingly like a humble maid, not even daring to breathe. Jiang Chen ignored her. He just slowly took out the Centurion black gold card and gently placed it on the table. Then, he slowly stood up and walked straight towards the god's chariot that was out of tune with the dilapidated environment around it. From beginning to end, there is no drag. Su Wanqing didn't dare to be negligent at all, and quickly followed closely like the most humble little follower. However, just as the two were about to get in the car and leave this troubled place, suddenly, an extremely loud and chaotic scream came from the not-so-distant alley, which was also dilapidated. Ah, Lu Feifei. It's Lu Feifei. Oh my god, am I dreaming? I can actually see my goddess here. Quick! Take a picture and post it on social media. Lu Feifei? The hottest new generation diva in the Chinese entertainment industry today. Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze towards the alley that had long been surrounded by people, with a playful smile on his face. He wanted to see which blind guy dared to make such a big scene on his territory. Owner? Su Wanqing asked cautiously and tentatively. Go and take a look. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes, master. The two of them walked slowly, one in front and one behind, towards the crowd that had already turned into a frenzied sea. Wherever he passed, everyone backed away as if they had seen a ghost. They looked in disbelief at the young man who was like a god and had a suffocating aura. And the gorgeous woman behind him, whose appearance, figure, and temperament are enough to crush the big star Lu Feifei, whom they regard as a goddess, to pieces. Who the hell is this? Soon Jiang Chen passed through the crowd that automatically separated like Moses parting the sea. I saw the scene in the alley clearly. I saw a beautiful girl in a white dress, with a pure temperament, like a girl next door, being blocked by a group of crazy fans holding long guns and short guns in a dead-end alley full of garbage. Her face was already covered with tears of fear and helplessness. Those big eyes, clear as water, were filled with fear and despair that went deep into the bones. Next to her, there was a man wearing a Versace suit, with his hair combed sleekly, looking like a decent man. Instead of stepping forward to help, the middle-aged director did not. Instead, he said to the girl who had already been frightened, with a face full of gloating, "Hey, our great star Lu, isn't he very noble? No, you don't even want to have a drink with the investors? What? Now that you know, you're scared? I'm telling you." Lu Feifei. A hideous, smug smile instantly appeared on the director's face. "If you don't serve Mr. Zhang well today, I'm going to make it impossible for you to survive in the entire entertainment industry." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Feifei's snow-white and tender face. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, a cold hand of death, as if stretched out from the netherworld, suddenly grabbed his wrist like lightning. Crack! A sound, a sharp, tooth-grinding sound of bones breaking, suddenly rang out. Ah! A shrill scream that was not human-sounding resounded throughout the dilapidated alley. The director didn't even see clearly how the other party made the move. His entire arm had been twisted into a pretzel by an irresistible and terrifying force. Who the hell dares to touch me? The director used his other hand to tightly cover his completely deformed broken arm and roared with a ferocious look on his face. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who Mr. Zhang is?" However, the one who answered him was a young man who exuded murderous intent and had bloodshot eyes, like a demon descending from the sky. "I don't care who you are." Jiang Chen's voice was flat, cold, and without a trace of human emotion. "That's all I know. You guys, you're disturbing my meal." Chapter 60, Help you terminate the contract? I will buy your agency directly. Excuse me for disturbing you, I'm eating. Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a final judgment from the nine nether hell, slamming heavily into the souls of the director and everyone present. Let their nerves, which had long been paralyzed by alcohol and arrogance, completely break at this moment. The director only felt a chill that penetrated deep into his bones, rushing madly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The blood color on his face, which was twisted by extreme pain and fear, faded completely in an instant. Who are you?" The director's voice trembled violently due to extreme fear. He is not a fool. The person who could twist his arm, which had killed people in the underground boxing ring, into a knot in just one encounter could not be an ordinary person. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his question at all. He just slowly loosened his hand and let the useless guy, who was already in excruciating pain, collapse on the ground like a puddle of mud. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the beautiful girl, Lu Feifei, who had been completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her, with an unprecedented gentle look. "It's okay." Jiang Chen's voice was filled with irresistible warmth and a sense of security. Lu Feifei stared blankly at the man in front of her, who came down from the sky like a god and saved her from endless despair. For the first time, a bright light called obsession appeared in his clear big eyes, which had long been blurred by tears. At this moment, a greasy voice full of endless arrogance and rage suddenly rang out from the entrance of the alley at an inopportune time. "Who the hell dares to touch Zhang Debiao's people?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Mediterranean man wearing an Armani suit, with a big belly and a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck. He was leading dozens of strong men in black clothes holding machetes, with murderous looks on their faces, walking towards them. He is the chairman of Brilliant Entertainment, a top boss who has a say in the entire Jianghai city's underground world, Zhang Debiao. Yes, that's the Mr. Zhang mentioned by the director. The director, who was lying on the ground, as soon as he saw Zhang Debiao, immediately, as if he had found a life-saving straw, rolled and crawled, knelt in front of him, and cried with tears and snot. "Boss Zhang! Help me! It's this guy. He broke my hand." Zhang Debiao heard this, and his triangular eyes, as cold as a poisonous snake, instantly burst out with a hint of cold murderous intent. He slowly raised his head and set his eyes on the young man who had been calm and indifferent from beginning to end, and even didn't bother to look at him straight in the eye. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Boy, you have some guts. I don't care who you are or what your background is. Today, if you touch my people, I will make sure you die without a burial place. He slowly raised his hand and calmly issued the final judgment to the dozens of black-clad strong men behind him who had already sharpened their knives. Give it to me, come on. Kill him. However, his words had just fallen. Jiang Chen, however, seemed to have heard a huge joke and couldn't help but laugh softly. He. He slowly turned around, looked at him with a clown-like, pitying look, and spoke lightly. Zhang Debiao, right? I'll give you a chance to live. Now, kneel down. Eat back what you just said, word for word. I can consider sparing your life. Boom. Jiang Chen's words were like a bombshell that exploded in the dead silent alley. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Debiao was instantly furious. What the hell did you say? You want me to kneel down? Who the hell do you think you are? He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. However, he had not finished speaking. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang like a death warrant. The caller ID showed a name that he absolutely dared not ignore. The richest man in Jiangnan province, Wang Jioding. Zhang Debiao's heart suddenly sank. An indescribable ominous premonition instantly enveloped his whole body. He suppressed his uneasiness and answered the phone in a hurry. Wang. Mr. Wang, you. Zhang Debiao. I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Before he could open his mouth, a hoarse roar filled with endless fear and despair came from the other end of the phone. Are you fucking tired of living? Do you know who you offended? That's a fucking god. He can, with just one word, turn all of us into ashes, God. I'm telling you. Zhang Debiao. From today on, we're finished. It's all over. Beep beep beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Zhang Debiao was stunned, holding up the phone, listening to the busy tone, his mind was completely blank. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the man with eyes full of endless fear and horror, as if he was looking at a god or demon. From beginning to end, he was calm and indifferent, as if he was just enjoying a farce that had nothing to do with him. He finally understood what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. Thump! Zhang Debiao's legs softened and he could no longer support the weight of his body. He knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen. Behind him, dozens of strong men in black clothes holding machetes looked like they had seen a ghost. They threw their weapons to the ground with clangs and knelt down in unison. That scene was so spectacular. Jiang Chen ignored these rubbish that had already been scared out of their wits. He just walked slowly to the front of the beautiful girl, Lu Feifei, who was like a sculpture and had been completely petrified by the miraculous scene before her. He reached out and gently rubbed her head, with a rare hint of tenderness in his voice. Okay, it's okay. Lu Feifei stared blankly at the godlike man in front of her. For the first time, a ray of hope appeared in his clear eyes that had long been blurred by tears. But, my contract. Her voice was filled with helplessness and despair. They signed me with a 10-year, tyrannical contract. If I don't obey, I will have to pay 1 billion yuan in liquidated damages. 1 billion? Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc. He slowly took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. Long E. Brilliant entertainment. I want it to completely disappear from this world within 10 minutes. Then, set up a new company. The name of the company is... Jiang Chen paused, and slowly turned his gaze back to the girl who had already been shocked and at a loss by his devastating operation. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's Feichen Entertainment. She is the company's legal representative and sole shareholder. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone decisively. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the beautiful girl who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless happiness and sweetness. With an extremely evil smile on his lips, he asked word by word. Now, do you still need to terminate the contract? Chapter 61, Want to take advantage of my artist? Director Zhang, how do you want to die? Now, do you still need to terminate the contract? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it was like the final judgment from the Nine Heavens God, which was deeply imprinted on Lu Feifei's heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and despair. Her clear big eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble uncontrollably and violently for the first time. Termination of contract? Does she still need to terminate the contract? This man, just for her, completely wiped out an entertainment empire worth tens of billions with just one phone call. With just one phone call, a brand new empire was tailor-made for her, one that belonged entirely to her. This is no longer a domineering president. This is God. It is a true God walking among the human world. Thump! Lu Feifei's legs went limp and could no longer support the weight of her body. She knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen, as if all her soul had been sucked out of her. On her innocent and pretty face, which was enough to drive countless fans crazy, all the resentment, all the anger, and all the despair collapsed in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and fanaticism that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. Master, master! Lu Feifei raised her head, her clear eyes that had long been soaked with tears and admiration stared at Jiang Chen intently. Her voice was filled with extreme, fanatical, and oath-taking like the most devout believer. From today on, Feifei's life is yours. If you let me give birth, I will give birth. If you let me die, I will never frown. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He likes this feeling. I like to watch these goddesses who usually shine brightly under the spotlight, gradually lose all their halos in front of him, and eventually become his most loyal believer. He slowly walked up to Zhang Debiao, who was already frightened out of his wits and pissing himself, and looked down at him condescendingly, as if he was examining an insignificant reptile. You, just now, wanted me to die without a burial place? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. No, I dare not. Zhang Debiao's body was shaking violently because of extreme fear, and his voice was filled with endless pleading that was so humble that it was almost dusty. Mr. Jiang. Immortal Jiang. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Please be merciful and let me go. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his plea for mercy at all. He simply raised his head slowly, and with a cold voice devoid of any human emotion, he softly issued the final decree of God to the air. Dragon Shadow. Clean up this garbage that has soiled my eyes. I don't want to see them in any corner of Jianghai City again. Yes, master. A cold response came from the air, one that was respectful yet filled with endless murderous intent. Immediately afterwards, before Zhang Debiao and others could react, dozens of cold and tall figures, like ghosts, suddenly walked out silently from the shadows of the alley. They are none other than the Dragon Shadow. They didn't even look at the garbage on the ground that was still wailing madly. Just like dragging a dead dog, they dragged them out one by one from the alley full of filth and sin. Only long, foul-smelling yellow marks were left. And, waves of wailing, getting farther and farther away, becoming more and more shrill and desperate. The whole world is finally quiet. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to the beautiful girl who was still kneeling on the ground, stretched out his hand, and gently pulled her up from the ground. Get up. Jiang Chen's voice regained a touch of gentleness. My woman won't kneel to anyone. Just kneel to me. Lu Feifei's body trembled violently. In an instant, two extremely seductive and intoxicating blushes appeared on her innocent face. However, at this moment, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly and inopportunely started vibrating wildly. It was a name that she was both familiar with and afraid of. Zhang Guotao. One of the three most popular directors in the Chinese entertainment industry today. Notorious for its perverted control and dirty unspoken rules. Lu Feifei's pretty face lost all color in an instant. Subconsciously, she wanted to hang up the phone. However, a strong hand suddenly reached out, took her mobile phone, and casually pressed the hands-free button. Hello? Jiang Chen's voice was flat and lazy. Lu Feifei? How dare you not answer my call? From the other end of the phone came the roar of a middle-aged man, full of endless arrogance and rage. I'm telling you. Don't think that just because Brilliant Entertainment goes bankrupt, you'll be free. Your overbearing contract with the company is now in my hands. I'll give you two choices. Or, compensation, 10 billion, liquidated damages. Or, tonight, be a good boy, wash up, come to my room, and we'll talk about the script. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will never make a name for yourself in the Chinese entertainment industry. Boom. Every word Zhang Guotao said was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Lu Feifei's heart, which had just seen a glimmer of hope. Once again, she was thrown into the endless abyss of despair. However, Jiang Chen still had that calm and playful smile on his face. He was even too lazy to talk nonsense to the poor guy on the other end of the phone who was jumping up and down like a clown. He just slowly raised his head and set his eyes on the beautiful girl who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless fear. The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. It seems that there are always some ignorant ants who like to challenge my bottom line. He slowly brought the phone to his lips and spoke in a calm voice that was filled with unquestionable godlike power. I was the one who destroyed brilliant entertainment. Fachin Entertainment was opened for her by me. The other end of the phone instantly fell into a strange, deathly silence. Jiang Chen ignored him. He just turned his head slowly and looked at the girl who had been shocked and at a loss by his devastating operation with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation. With an extremely evil smile on his lips, he asked word by word. How do you want him to die? Chapter 62, in one sentence, a big director is kicked out of the entertainment industry. How do you want him to die? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it was like the final judgment from the nine nether hell, branding it harshly on Lu Feifei's heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and despair. Her clear big eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably for the first time. Die? This man was actually asking her how she wanted the famous director, who not long ago was so high and mighty and controlled her entire destiny, to die? Lu Feifei's body trembled violently. Though she hated that beast, it almost destroyed her. But, after all, she is just an ordinary girl who has never even killed a chicken. Aye. Lu Feifei's lips trembled violently, and her throat felt like it was stuffed with a large ball of cotton, so she couldn't utter a complete word. Jiang Chen looked at her, with tears in her eyes and a pitiful look on her face. The playful curve of his mouth became more and more intense. It seems that my little Feifei is still too kind. He slowly brought the phone, which was still on a call, back to his mouth. The other end of the phone had already fallen into a strange, deathly silence. Zhang Guotao had obviously also heard Jiang Chen's devilish, icy judgment words just now. He couldn't even think of resisting. Because he knew that for this terrifying existence that Wang Jioding described as God, crushing him to death would be easier than crushing an ant. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Guotao's voice trembled violently due to extreme fear, and was filled with endless pleading that was so humble that it was as low as dust. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Please be merciful and let me go. As long as you are willing to forgive me, you can ask me to do anything. I am willing to give you all my property. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his plea for mercy at all. He just slowly raised his head and looked at the poor creature who had been completely overwhelmed by endless fear with his cold eyes that were devoid of any human emotion, and said lightly, "Your money is too dirty. I find it disgusting." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the loser on the other end of the phone who was still wailing madly. Instead, he softly delivered the final divine decree to the air. Long E. I want the name Zhang Guotao to completely disappear from the entertainment industry in China and even the world from today onwards. I don't want to hear or see this name again in any film, any crew, or any film-related industry. In addition, all ill-gotten gains in his name will be confiscated. Establish a charitable foundation in the name of Fachin Entertainment, specially used to help those poor girls who have been hurt by the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Yes, master. A respectful, competent, and cold response echoed in the air. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Guotao's wails, filled with endless despair and regret, suddenly stopped. Instead, there were waves of extremely heavy and suppressed gasps due to extreme fear. He's finished. He knew that he was completely finished. This man, he doesn't want to kill him. He wants to destroy my heart. He wanted to make him lose his reputation, become penniless and become a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone in the entire entertainment industry. This is 100 times, 10,000 times more cruel than killing him. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the phone in his office suddenly rang frantically like a death warrant. Yes, the president of the China Film Association. Zhang Guotao. Who the hell did you offend out there? As soon as the phone was connected, there was a hoarse roar filled with endless fear and despair. Just now, the 8 major Hollywood film companies jointly issued us the highest level ban order. They want us to remove you from the Directors Guild immediately. Otherwise, they will jointly boycott all Chinese movies. Ding-ling-ling. Another phone call came in. Yes, his biggest investor. Zhan. I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Our company is finished. It's all finished. All our overseas accounts have been frozen. All our projects have been stopped. Fuck you, just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail. Ding ling ling. Another phone call came in. Yes, his wife. Zhang Guotao. You bastard, will die a miserable death. All those mistresses you've been hiding out there, your mistresses, your illegitimate children, have all been exposed online. Let's get divorced. Immediately. Right now. One after another, bad news that was enough to plunge him into endless hell came like a mad tide. Zhang Guotao stood there in a daze, holding the phone and listening to the waves of desperate wailing and cursing coming from the other end. His mind was completely blank. No. He used up all his strength and let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. His fat body collapsed like a puddle of mud on the luxurious office chair made of pure gold. His eyes rolled back and he died on the spot. Jiang Chen slowly took the phone away from his ear and casually threw it back to the beautiful girl who was already shocked by the miraculous scene before her and was completely petrified like a sculpture. He slowly walked up to her, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed her head, with a rare hint of tenderness in his voice. Okay, it's okay. From today on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Lu Feifei stared blankly at the godlike man in front of her. For the first time, a bright light called eternity appeared in his clear big eyes that had long been blurred by tears. She knew that from today on, she would be completely lost. However, at this moment, the cell phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It's a text message. From someone he, too, hadn't expected. Xia Yubing. Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He clicked on the text message and when he saw the content clearly, a look of interest flashed across his deep, calm eyes for the first time. Master, the Yi family in Yanjing has sent someone. Chapter 63 Lu Meier's information is indeed well deserved. Master, the Yi family in Yanjing has sent someone. Looking at the text message sent by Xia Yubing, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a cold and playful arc. Yi family? That group of poor souls who had been wiped out from the territory of China by his own hands? You actually have the guts to send people to Zhanghai? It seems that there are always some ignorant ants who like to challenge my bottom line. Jiang Chen slowly put away his phone, and a look of interest flashed across his deep, calm eyes. He slowly turned around and set his eyes on the beautiful girl, Lu Feifei, who was still kneeling on the ground and looking at him with an almost fanatical and worshipful look. Get up. Jiang Chen's voice regained a touch of gentleness. From today on, you are free. Go, do whatever you want. No one in this world dares to restrain you anymore. Lu Feifei's body trembled violently. She slowly stood up from the ground, her big clear eyes, which had long been filled with tears and happiness, stared at Jiang Chen intently. Her voice was hoarse, but full of unquestionable determination. Owner. Feifei, my only wish in this life is to follow you. I'll be your slave, even if it means death. Jiang Chen looked at her tearful yet extremely stubborn appearance and smiled helplessly. He didn't say anything more. Because he knew that some beliefs, once planted, could never be uprooted. He just slowly took out his cell phone and dialed the number of his only woman. Aunt Sue. Jiang Chen's voice is lazy and magnetic. Come, pick up your new daughter. After dealing with Lu Feifei's matter, Jiang Chen did not immediately return to Yunding Palace. He has one more interesting thing to do. He drove the Koenigsegg 11, which was limited to only one in the world, and slowly stopped at the entrance of an ancient street in Zhanghai City. At the end of the alley is a seemingly unremarkable tea house. On the plaque, 3 large characters were written in a flamboyant style. Listening to the Wind Pavilion. Jiang Chen slowly opened the car door and walked in. There was no one in the tea house. There was only one, a stunning woman wearing a red high-slit cheongsam, with a graceful figure and charm to the core, as if she had walked out of an ancient scroll. She was kneeling quietly behind a tea table made of a whole piece of golden nanmu wood, brewing tea elegantly. She is the owner of this tea house. Also, in the entire Jiangnan province, in the underground world, the most mysterious and feared person is the intelligence queen Lu Meier. When she saw Jiang Chen, there was not a trace of surprise in her charming peach blossom eyes that were enough to capture any man's soul. It was as if she had known that he would come. Mr. Jiang, you are here. Lu Meier's voice was so numbing and bone-deep that it was enough to make any weak-willed man surrender on the spot. Meier, I've been waiting for you for a long time. She slowly raised her pair of slender hands, as white as jade and as smooth as silk, and filled a cup for Jiang Chen with the top-grade Dahompo tea that had been brewed long ago. You knew I was coming? Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a playful arc. Mr. Jiang, how could you possibly hide your every move in Shanghai City from Mayer's eyes? Lu Mayer covered her mouth and chuckled. Her charming look was enough to make any man in the world fall in love with her. However, Jiang Chen's face still had that calm and indifferent look. It seemed that the beauty in front of him, who was enough to drive any man crazy, was just a talking, pink skeleton in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense, Jiang Chen said lightly. Who did the Yi family of Yanjing send? How many people did you bring? What do you want to do? Facing Jiang Chen's cold words, which were like interrogating a criminal, there was no displeasure on Lu Mayer's face. On the contrary, a hint of increasingly intense fanaticism and admiration flashed in those charming peach blossom eyes. She knew that only this godlike man in front of her could resist her charm. Reply to Mr. Jiang. Lu Mayer's voice instantly became extremely respectful. The Yi family has sent the Yi family's old man's younger brother this time. He's the third most influential person in the entire Yi family, Yi Zongfeng. On the surface, he only brought a negotiation team, saying he came to apologize to you. But, according to my intelligence, he also secretly brought with him the Yi family's most elite secret armed force Dragon Fang. 36 people in total. Every one of them is a master of ancient martial arts at the Grandmaster level. Their real purpose for this trip is to find out your true background. If you are just an ordinary business genius. Lu Mayer paused, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in her charming peach blossom eyes. They will, at any cost, wipe you out. Oh? Really? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc. It seems that there are always some ignorant ants who like to test the waters on the edge of death. He slowly picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he slowly stood up and walked straight out of the tea house. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Lu Mayer asked subconsciously. Jiang Chen didn't look back. He just left behind a few words lightly, one word that was enough to make the entire Yanjing flow like a river of blood. It was God's judgment. I'm going to kill someone. When Jiang Chen returned to Villa No. 1 of Hentaying Palace again. More than a dozen black Hongqi L5s with Yanjing license plates have already surrounded the entire villa like poisonous snakes waiting to bite anyone. An old man, wearing a white tang suit, with gray hair, but in good spirits, exuding an aura of majesty and superiority, was standing with his hands behind his back in front of the magnificent purple gold gate. He is none other than Yi Zongfeng. Beside him, the one wearing a white professional suit, tall and with a cool temperament, yet standing respectfully like the most loyal servant of God, was none other than Xia Yubing. President Xia. Yi Zongfeng spoke lightly in a condescending tone, as if he was ordering a subordinate. I've been waiting here for half an hour. You, the so-called master, are being too arrogant, aren't you? Don't you think he doesn't know that I represent the entire Yi family in Yanjing? However, Xia Yubing seemed to have not heard his words at all. She just slowly raised her head and cast her cold, beautiful eyes without a trace of human emotion towards the car of God that was slowly approaching in the distance. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc, as if he was looking at a dead person. At this moment, Jiang Chen slowly opened the car door and walked down. Yi Zongfeng frowned slightly. He obviously didn't recognize this man who was too young. He even thought that this was Xia Yubing's driver or bodyguard. He didn't even bother to look at Jiang Chen. However, he shouted at Xia Yubing in an increasingly impatient tone. Xia Yubing. I'm talking to you. Are you fucking deaf? Right now. Immediately. Get your reckless master out of here. Kneel down and welcome the wrath of the Yi family. Chapter 64, The inconspicuous broken bowl on the street stall is actually a priceless treasure. Kneel down and welcome the wrath of the Yi family. Yi Zongfeng's voice was arrogant and domineering, full of the unquestionable majesty of a superior, and it echoed like thunder in front of the silent purple gold gate. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, stared at Xia Yubing, as if he was looking at a humble slave whose life and death could be decided at will. However, Xia Yubing seemed not to hear his words at all. She just turned around slowly and bowed respectfully 90 degrees to the young man who had just stepped down from the throne of God with an almost pilgrim-like piety. Onar. Xia Yubing's voice was cold, yet full of endless enthusiasm. Your loyal servant, Xia Yubing, awaits your arrival. Boom. These two simple words were like a billion-ton hammer from the nine nether hell, smashing heavily on Yi Zongfeng's old heart, which had long been filled with endless arrogance and pride. His old face, which seemed a little rosy due to his pampered life, instantly lost all its color. Master! Master? He turned his head in disbelief and, for the first time, fixed his eyes on the young man who had been so calm and composed from beginning to end, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. He was the mysterious master who had manipulated the Bingha group overnight? He was the terrifying existence that even Wang Jioding, the richest man in Jiangnan province, bowed down to him? You are Jiang Chen? Yi Zongfeng's voice trembled violently because of extreme shock and disbelief. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his question at all. He was even too lazy to look at this thing any longer. In his eyes, it was just a pitiful creature, no different from a talking reptile. He just walked straight to Xia Yubing, stretched out his hand, and gently lifted her smooth chin with his bony, slender, and powerful fingers, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems that there are guests who have disturbed our world of two. Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. In an instant, two extremely alluring and intoxicating blushes appeared on Xia Yubing's pretty face. A trace of deadly murderous intent flashed in her cold eyes. Master, do you need me to help you get rid of these idiots? No need. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There are always some ignorant ants who like to test the waters on the brink of death. Today, I will personally play with them. After saying that, he slowly turned around and set his gaze again on the old man who had already been furious with his intimate behavior without paying any attention to others. Yi Zongfeng, right? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc. I heard that you came here to test my background? Yi Zongfeng's body trembled violently. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How could he know? The existence of Dragon Fang is the most core secret of their Yi family. Apart from the head of the family and him, there is no way that a third person could know. This young man, is he a human or a ghost? It seems that what I said was right. Jiang Chen looked at his expression as if he had seen a ghost, and the smile on his face became even brighter. In that case, I will grant you your wish. He slowly raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers at the empty air. Come out. Don't hide like a bunch of rats that can't stand the light. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, from the dozen or so black Hongqiel 5 vehicles around, 36 terrifying auras erupted, which were powerful enough to terrify the special forces kings of any country. Immediately afterwards, 36 ghostly black figures appeared silently around Jiang Chen. He and Xia Yubing behind him were surrounded tightly. They are none other than the Yi family's most elite secret armed force Dragon Teeth. 36 Grandmaster level ancient martial arts masters. Enough to easily destroy a small country. However, facing this situation that is enough to make anyone despair and kill them, Jiang Chen still had that calm and playful smile on his face. It seemed as if it was not him who was surrounded. But, those 36 poor souls had already stepped into the gates of hell. Boy, I admit that I underestimated you. After a brief shock, Yi Zongfeng instantly regained the calmness and arrogance of a superior. In his opinion, no matter how good Jiang Chen was at fighting, he could never be a match for the 36 masters. Today, he will definitely die. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Yi Zongfeng pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted in a condescending tone, as if he was judging a death row prisoner. Cut off your arms and kneel down to beg for mercy. Then, hand over all the property under your name. I can consider leaving you an intact body. However, what answered him was a cold sigh, like the sentence of death. Noisy. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. The next second, he appeared in front of Yi Zongfeng as if by teleportation. Before anyone could react, he reached out and grabbed Yi Zongfeng's neck. He lifted his withered body, which had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, from the ground with one hand, as if he were picking up a chicken. Yi Zongfeng's face was filled with extreme fear and disbelief. He struggled frantically, kicking his feet in the air, but he couldn't shake that hand that was like an iron clamp, not even a little bit. You. He looked in disbelief at the young man in front of him who was so close to him and looked like a devil. He didn't even see clearly how the other party broke through the tight net of the 36 masters. I did. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. In front of me. So-called Grandmaster. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. As he spoke, he slowly turned around and glanced with his cold eyes that were devoid of any human emotion at the 36 so-called experts who had already been frightened to death by the miraculous scene before them. You two, are you going together? Or are you coming to die one by one? Chapter 65. One phone call and the antique master became my disciple on the spot. You two, are you going together? Or are you coming to die one by one? Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a final death judgment from the Nine Nether Hell, fiercely branded in the depths of the souls of the 36 so-called masters who had long been filled with endless fear and horror. Their martial arts hearts, which had long been tempered by blood and killing and had become indestructible, completely collapsed at this moment. Kill. After a brief period of silence, there were still people who could not bear this terrifying pressure that was like the arrival of a god. The Dragon Fong member who was closest to Jiang Chen let out a desperate roar like a wild beast, brandished the special alloy dagger in his hand, and without thinking, stabbed Jiang Chen's heart fiercely. He wanted to use the most brutal and insane way to defend his already shaky dignity as a warrior. However, his knife had just stabbed out. Crack! A very crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen didn't even look back. Just, casually, kicked backwards. The master, who was powerful enough to easily kick down a century-old tree, couldn't even let out a scream. His iron bones, which he was so proud of, broke into pieces in an instant. The whole person flew backwards like a broken sack and fell heavily on the white marble lion more than 10 meters away. The stone lion, weighing several tons, was smashed into pieces. As for himself, he had already turned into a pool of mud, with flesh, blood, and bones indistinguishable. One hit. Flash sale. The whole audience was in dead silence. The remaining 35 so-called masters looked at their companion's miserable end, like dead dogs, and they were all terrified as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't even think of resisting. Plop. 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 35 people knelt down in unison, as if pushing a golden mountain or overturning a jade pillar. God! God, please spare my life. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at them again. He just slowly let go of Yi Zongfeng, who had been strangled by him and was almost dying. Then, he clapped his hands gently, as if patting a dirty piece of clothing. Dragon Shadow. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. Destroy them. Then, pack them up, along with the old dog, and send them back to the Yi family in Yanjing. Tell that old man from the Yi family. This is the first and last gift I gave him. Yes, master. A cold response came from the air, one that was respectful yet filled with endless murderous intent. After dealing with all this, you are still ignorant of the danger, ants. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and set his gaze on the Ice Queen, Xia Yubing, who had already been frightened and trembling all over by the bloody scene before her, which was like a dance of gods and demons. Let's go. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Take you to a fun place. Half an hour later. Zhanghai City is most famous for its antique street. When the Koenigsegg 11, which is limited to only one in the world, slowly stopped in front of a seemingly inconspicuous street stall, a look of confusion once again appeared in Xia Yubing's cold eyes. She couldn't figure it out. What on earth does this man, who is like a god or devil, want to do? Jiang Chen ignored her. He simply got out of the car, slowly squatted down, and picked up a palm-sized broken bowl covered with dust and rust from the pile of scrap metal that looked no different from garbage. At this moment, a voice full of sarcasm suddenly sounded from not far away. Oh, who did I think he was, so tasteless? So it's our Zhanghai City's newest ice queen, Ms. Xia. What? He just got a new owner, and he couldn't wait to bring him here to scour the garbage dump for treasures? Xia Yubing's pretty face suddenly turned cold. She turned around slowly, and when she saw clearly the young man wearing a white Armani suit, with a feminine look and a sissy look, a trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed across her cold eyes. Wei Zixuan. The only heir of Tianyu Group. Yes, a few days ago, at the auction, Jiang Chen scared him so much that he peed and shit all over the place. That poor guy. Unexpectedly, he actually dared to appear in front of me. Wei Zixuan, do you want to die? Xia Yubing's voice was icy cold. However, Wei Zixuan seemed to have not heard her threat at all. He didn't even bother to look at her. He just looked at Jiang Chen, who was squatting on the ground and playing with the broken bowl with great interest, with a look of contempt as if he were a fool. Boy, I admit that you have some money. Wei Zixuan's face was filled with a determined and triumphant smile. But in the antique business, money alone is useless. Here, we rely on our eyesight. That broken bowl in your hand, don't even think about it, it's a treasure. Even the bowl I used to feed the dog at home is cleaner than it. As he spoke, he winked at the old man next to him, who was wearing a long robe and had an immortal look. Master Ma, could you please give this Mr. Jiang some consideration? Upon hearing this, the old man known as Master Ma immediately stepped forward, picked up the broken bowl in a pretentious manner, took a look at it, and then snorted coldly with disdain. Humph. Crudely made, devoid of any spirit. Looks fake at first glance. Only an amateur would consider this kind of modern handicraft, sold at 10 yuan each on the street stall, as a treasure. Ha 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 ha. All around, in an instant, there was an earth-shaking burst of laughter. However, Jiang Chen still had that calm and playful smile on his face. He was even too lazy to talk nonsense with these two pathetic guys who were jumping up and down like clowns. He just slowly took out his cell phone and, in front of everyone, made a call that was enough to make the entire Chinese antique world tremble violently. The call was connected almost instantly. Hello? Is this Ma Weidu, Mr. Ma? An old voice full of surprise and fear came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Jiang? How come you have time to call me? I have a lotus bowl with celadone glaze from a wood-fired kiln in my hand. Jiang Chen said lightly. It's just that the appearance is not very good. There's a chip on the bottom of the bowl. What? On the other end of the phone, Ma Weidu's voice suddenly became sharp and distorted. See wood-fired kiln? Or celadone glaze? Mr. Jiang. Are you kidding me? Where are you now? I'll be there right now. No, that's not necessary. I'll go myself. I'll take a plane to Shanghai right now. Mr. Jiang. Please wait for me. As long as you allow me to take a look at that divine bowl, you will be my dear master, Ma Weidu. Chapter 66, Something happened to Xia Yubing's family? Ask me for help? You are my Ma Weidu's real master. On the other end of the phone, Ma Weidu's almost insane roar filled with endless enthusiasm and excitement came through the small receiver clearly, spreading throughout the dead silent antique street. It was also deeply imprinted in the souls of everyone present. Crushed their fragile worldview, which has long been filled with endless shock and fear, into pieces. Ma Weidu? The one who is like a god in the entire Chinese antique world, the Taishan Beidu? I actually want to worship this man who is a little too young as my master. Moreover, this was over the phone, when they had absolutely no connection at all? Crazy. This world must be completely crazy. Wei Zixuan was even more shocked, as if he had been struck by lightning, and was completely petrified on the spot. His face, which seemed somewhat feminine due to his arrogance, suddenly turned as pale as paper. He looked at the young man in disbelief as he calmly hung up the phone. My brain is completely blank. The so-called expert known as Master Ma felt his legs go weak and he fell straight to his knees with a plop. His old face, which had turned red due to guilt, had long since lost all its color. God. I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I lied to you. Please, sir, please be magnanimous and let me go. As he spoke, he raised his hands frantically and slapped himself hard left and right. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his plea for mercy at all. He was too lazy to even look at this poor clown-like creature any longer. He just slowly lowered his head and set his gaze on the broken bowl in his hand, which was covered with dust and rust, and a playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in his mind as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered a provocation in the professional field. The God-level slap in the face special event has been triggered. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level reward, God-level treasure appraisal skills. God-level treasure appraisal skills integrate the ultimate wisdom of all treasure appraisers from ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. From now on, you are the world's only treasure appraiser. You can easily see through the past and present of any antique. You can turn stone into gold and your words can be used to predict the future. Boom! An extremely huge and mysterious stream of information instantly rushed into Jiang Chen's mind like a flood that broke through the dam. A flash of light flashed across his deep, calm eyes, piercing through the vicissitudes of the past and present. Do you know why there's a gap in it? Jiang Chen slowly stood up and gently stroked the inconspicuous gap at the bottom of the bowl with his long, strong fingers with distinct joints. His voice was plain, but it seemed to be telling an ancient legend from thousands of years ago. Because it was once the beloved possession of a king who had lost his country. When his country was destroyed and his family was ruined, the king embraced it and jumped off a 1,000-foot-high building. The bowl is broken. My heart is broken too. So, its name is not Sky Blue Blaze. And called, after the rain the sky clears and the clouds break. Jiangchen paused slowly, turned around, and set his eyes on the street vendor who was already shocked by his miraculous words and was at a loss. The corner of his mouth curled up into a bright smile. Boss, please give me a price. I want this bowl. The middle-aged stall owner, who looked honest, was frightened out of his wits after a brief moment of shock. He fell to his knees with a plop. Master! I don't want money for this bowl. I'll give it to you. Just consider it as a token of my respect for you. Joke. Even Ma Weidu wants to be his disciple. What a godlike figure. He, a common man selling things on the street, dared to take his money? Isn't that like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? Jiangchen looked at his terrified expression and smiled helplessly. He didn't say anything more. He just slowly took out the Centurion black gold card from his pocket and gently placed it on the already tattered cloth on the floor. There's 100 million in here. Password, 6 zeros. Take it and stop, it's so hard. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the stall owner who had already been stunned by this astronomical figure. He walked straight ahead, grabbed Xia Yubing, who was already completely numb from being shocked by the miraculous scene before her, turned around, and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the cell phone in Xia Yubing's pocket suddenly rang frantically, like a death warrant. The caller ID showed a name that was both familiar and terrifying to her. Her father. Xia Yubing's pretty face turned pale as paper in an instant. Subconsciously, she wanted to hang up the phone. Because she knew what this call meant. However, a strong hand suddenly reached out, took her mobile phone, and casually pressed the hands-free button. Explain. Jiang Chen's voice was calm but unquestionable. An old voice filled with endless panic and despair immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yu Bing. Help. Our Xia family is finished. It's all finished. Just now, the disciplinary department of Yanjing suddenly sent people over and sealed off our house. Your eldest brother, second brother, and your uncles have all been taken away for investigation. They said that our Xia family was suspected of multiple violations and they wanted to throw us off completely. Yu Bing. You're the only one who can save our Xia family now. You should go and ask Mr. Jiang for help. Only he can save us. The wails filled with endless regret and despair from the other end of the phone echoed throughout the dead-silent antique street. Xia Yubing held up the phone in a daze, listening to the cries coming from inside, which were like the blood-curdling cuckoo's cry. For the first time, a look called pain appeared on her pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years. Slowly, she turned around. Then, with a thump, he knelt straight in front of the god who had been calm and composed from beginning to end. For the first time, 2 lines of clear, desperate tears flowed from her beautiful, cold eyes that were devoid of any human emotion. She couldn't even utter a complete sentence. I could only stare at him with those broken eyes that were already filled with endless pain and despair. Jiangchen slowly lowered his head and looked at the Ice Queen kneeling at his feet. She had been so high and mighty not long ago, but was now as humble as dust. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. He knew that from this moment on, the iceberg had truly melted completely. He slowly reached out his hand and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to look at him. His voice was calm, yet filled with unquestionable, godlike dominance. Please me? Chapter 67. It's very simple, be my personal secretary for 3 months. Please me? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a hammer of judgment from the 9th nether hell, smashing heavily into Xia Yubing's cold heart that had long been filled with endless despair and pain. Her beautiful cold eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably for the first time. She is Xia Yubing, the founder of Binghe Group, the most dazzling queen in Jiangnan province's business world and the creator of a multi-billion-dollar business empire. When have you ever knelt so humbly before a man, begging for mercy? An indescribable feeling of humiliation that penetrated deep into her bones instantly spread throughout her limbs. However, she couldn't even muster the strength to resist. Because she knew that in front of this man, all her pride, all her dignity, and all her achievements were as fragile as a joke. She didn't even deserve to be looked at by him. Mr. Jiang. Xia Yubing's red lips were trembling violently, and her throat felt like a large piece of red-hot iron was stuffed in it, making every word she spoke extremely difficult. Please, please, please spare our Xia family. As long as you let them go, I'll do anything you ask me to do." As she spoke, she banged her noble head frantically on the dirty, oily cement floor. Bang! 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 The dull sound breaks the heart of those who hear it. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard her plea for mercy at all. He just slowly lowered his head and looked at the Ice Queen kneeling on the ground with an unscrupulous look as if he was appreciating a work of art. She was so high and mighty not long ago, but now she was as humble as dust. Anything? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil arc. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. Of course she knew what the man meant. She bit her lips so hard that she almost made them bleed. For the first time, a sickly blush called humiliation appeared on that pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes, her voice hoarse but full of unquestionable determination. "Yes. As long as you are willing, let my family go. From today on, I, Xia Yubing, will be your most humble dog. You can play however you want." Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He likes this feeling. He likes to watch these queens who usually act high and mighty in front of him, gradually shedding all their disguises and eventually becoming his most loyal playthings. Very good. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the worn plastic bench and walked in front of her, looking down at her as if he was examining an insignificant reptile. "I can manage your family without killing them." Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She looked up in disbelief, and a ray of light called hope suddenly burst out from her cold and beautiful eyes that had long been filled with despair. However, Jiang Chen's next words made her heart, which had just risen with a glimmer of hope, fall into the endless abyss again. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. "From today on, you are mine. I want you to be my personal secretary for 3 months." Personal secretary? Xia Yubing was slightly stunned. She obviously didn't expect this man to make such a simple request. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen's devilish voice, full of deadly temptation, slowly rang out again. "Of course, this secretary needs to do more than just serve tea and water." Jiang Chen slowly reached out his hand and used his long, bony, and powerful fingers to gently lift her smooth chin, forcing her to look at him. "I want you to be on call 24 hours a day. I want you to obey me absolutely. I tell you to go east, but you can't go west. I told you to kneel, but you can't stand. I want you to forget that you used to be that high and mighty Ice Queen. You are my exclusive plaything, Jiang Chen. Do you understand?" Boom! Every word Jiang Chen said was like a hammer of judgment from the netherworld, smashing heavily on Xia Yubing's already tattered psychological defenses. Her pitiful last bit of dignity was smashed to pieces and turned into ashes. She looked in disbelief at the young man in front of her who was like a devil and so close to her. "My brain is completely blank." She finally understood what this man was trying to do. He doesn't want her money. I don't want her body. What he wants is her soul. He wanted to completely transform her, the once high and mighty Ice Queen, into a soulless puppet that belonged only to him. This is 100 times, 10,000 times more cruel than killing her. However, does she have the right to choose? No. Xia Yubing slowly closed her eyes. For the first time, 2 lines of clear, resigned tears flowed from those cold, beautiful eyes without a trace of human emotion. "I will." Those 3 words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. Very good. Jiang Chen finally showed a bright smile from the heart on his face. He slowly loosened his hand, then took out his cell phone as if nothing had happened and made a call in front of her, a number she could never imagine. The call was connected almost instantly. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." An old voice filled with endless panic and awe immediately came from the other end of the phone. "It's the head of the disciplinary department of Yanjing. The Xia family's affairs end here." Jiang Chen's voice was calm, yet unquestionable, like the decree of God. "Yes. Yes. Mr. Jiang." The guy on the other end of the phone could make the whole of China tremble with just a stomp of his feet. The top boss nodded and bowed madly as if he had received an imperial decree. I will make them get out of the Xia family right now. I promise that from now on, no one will dare to go and disturb you." Jiang Chen ignored him. But he just hung up the phone. Then, she slowly lowered her head and looked at the Ice Queen, who had been completely petrified like a sculpture by his devastating operation. An extremely evil smile appeared on her lips. He slowly stretched out his hand. Get up. My secretary. Chapter 68, Strong Capital Injection to buy the Xia family's rival company. Get up. My secretary. Jiang Chen's voice was flat and lazy, but it was like a decree containing supreme divine power, which was deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart that had long been filled with endless despair and pain. Her beautiful cold eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble uncontrollably and violently for the first time. She slowly stood up from the dirty, oil-stained cement floor. She didn't even dare to look up at the god who dominated everything for her. I could only stand beside him trembling like the most humble little maid who had made a mistake, not even daring to breathe. Jiang Chen ignored her. He just slowly turned around and looked at the white moonlight girl, Qin Mangyao, with an unprecedented gentle look. She was already shocked and at a loss for words by the miraculous scene before her. Mangyao, let's go. Well. Qin Mangyao finally woke up from her dream and followed Jiang Chen closely like a frightened deer. Jiang Chen did not stop. He walked straight out of this place full of filth and sin, pulling his beloved girl, who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless happiness and sweetness. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at the Ice Queen who was standing there stupidly like a puppet. As if she was just an insignificant piece of air. However, just when Jiang Chen was about to step onto the car of God, a cold and hoarse female voice, yet filled with endless panic and despair, suddenly rang out from behind him. Master, master. Jiang Chen slowly stopped. He didn't look back. He just uttered a word lightly. Explain. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She bit her lips so hard that they almost drew blood. Finally, she mustered up the greatest courage in her life and said in a trembling voice that was almost pleading and humble. Please, please, save our Xia family. She knew that this request was excessive. It's even ridiculous. She is a traitor who just betrayed her own family. What qualifications did she have to ask the god she had offended to save her family, which had already become corrupt? However, she couldn't help but ask. Because that's where she was born and raised. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at her with his deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything. A playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Save them? Why? Xia Yubing's pretty face instantly lost all color. Of course she knew what Jiang Chen meant. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, and for the first time, 2 lines of clear tears of humiliation flowed from her beautiful eyes that were cold and without a trace of human emotion. By me. Xia Yubing's voice was hoarse, yet full of unquestionable firmness. As long as you are willing to save them. My life, Xia Yubing, is yours. Play however you want. Even if you ask me to be your humblest dog. I am willing to. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He likes this feeling. He likes to watch these queens who usually act high and mighty gradually shed all their disguises in front of him, and eventually become his most loyal playthings. Very good. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to her, stretched out his hand, and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to look at him. Remember what you said today. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to this beautiful beauty who already completely belonged to him. He took out his cell phone and made a call in front of her. Long Yi. Who is the biggest business rival of the Yanjing Xia family? There was an immediate, respectful, efficient, and cold response from the other end of the line. My lord, it's the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in Yanjing. This time, the action against the Xia family was planned by them behind the scenes. Very good. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc. Now, I order you to acquire all the properties under the Wang family at all costs. Then, it will be transferred to the Xia family's name free of charge. I don't want to see any company with the surname Wang on the map of Yanjing before dawn. In addition, Jiang Chen paused and slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the Ice Queen who had been completely petrified by his devastating operation. The corner of her mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile. Tell that old man from the Xia family. I don't like to owe favors to others. I wonder if he is satisfied with this dowry. Boom. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Xia Yubing's queen's heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Melt her completely. Dowry? He actually used the downfall of a top-tier wealthy family that had been passed down for hundreds of years as her dowry? This is no longer overbearing. This is God. He is the true God of creation. Thump! Xia Yubing's legs went soft and could no longer support the weight of her body. She knelt straight in front of Jiang Chen as if all her soul had been sucked out. All the pride, dignity and unwillingness on her pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years collapsed in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and fanaticism that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. She knew she was wrong. So wrong, so outrageous. She had just surrendered to his power before. But now, she is willing to dedicate her entire soul to this godlike man. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in Jiang Chen's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, Queen's Heart. It has been detected that the host has completely conquered the Iceberg CEO Xia Yubing. System Ultimate Reward, now activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level reward, God-level medical skills. Jiang Chen ignored the system prompt. He just slowly lowered his head and looked at the beautiful woman kneeling at his feet, who completely belonged to him. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Get up! My queen! He slowly stretched out his hand. Now, tell me. Are you ready for your new world? Chapter 69, Mr. Xia, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Now, tell me. Are you ready for your new world? Jiang Chen's voice was flat and lazy, but it was like a decree of creation from the 9 heavens gods, which severely branded Xia Yubing's cold heart, which had long been filled with endless shock and fanaticism. Her beautiful cold eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably for the first time. New world? Does she still have a new world? Xia Yubing slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes, as cold as dead water, which had long lost all their spirit, stared at the god in front of her who dominated everything for her. Her red lips opened slightly, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't utter a complete word. She could only slowly lower her once extremely noble head like the most devout believer. Finally, a bright smile from the heart appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't say anything more. However, he slowly took out his cell phone and dialed the number of his only butler in front of her. Long E. Yes, master. Notify the old man from the Xia family in Yanjing. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. I will speak to him in person in 10 minutes. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Yanjing, the ancestral home of the Xia family. An old man wearing a washed-out tang suit, with gray hair but vigorous and energetic, exuding the aura of a superior who was intimidating without even getting angry, is pacing back and forth frantically in the quaint study room like a desperate beast trapped in a cage. He is none other than Xia Zhenghua, the pillar of the Xia family in Yanjing. At this moment, where was the calmness and dignity he usually had on his face? His old face, twisted by extreme panic and despair, was filled with horror and madness deep in his bones. Have you found out? Which immortal is targeting our Xia family? He used all his strength to let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. However, what answered him was the dead silence in the room. And his poor sons, who were also pale and trembling like sieves. At this moment, the heavy door of the study, which was made of a whole piece of golden manhwa wood, suddenly banged and was violently knocked open from the outside. A family butler in a black suit rushed in, crawling all the way. Old man. Something bad has happened. His voice was trembling violently with extreme fear, filled with world-shattering, extreme horror. Just now, our Xia family's biggest rival, the Wang family, suddenly announced bankruptcy. Boom! This news was like a bombshell exploding in the silent study. Xia Zhenghua and his sons were all completely petrified on the spot as if they were cast under a spell. Wang family? That top-tier wealthy family that has been passed down for hundreds of years and has deep roots in the entire Yanjing, a behemoth that can be called a giant? Surprisingly, it's gone just like that? And. The butler seemed to have remembered something even more terrifying, and his voice became sharp and distorted. All of the Wang family's businesses were forcibly acquired by a mysterious organization and then transferred free of charge to our Xia family. Now our Xia family's total assets have exceeded 1 trillion. We become the only trillion-dollar family in all of China. Boom! If the news just now is a bombshell. So, the news now is a billion-ton nuclear bomb that is enough to completely destroy the entire Earth. Xia Zhenghua's already broken and fragile soul was blown to pieces and turned into ashes. He looked at the butler in front of him in disbelief, who had already been frightened silly, his mind completely blank. Of course he knew what this meant. This is not a gift. This is God's punishment. Yes, that God walking among the human world was declaring to him his absolute and invincible power like the God of creation in a terrifying way that he didn't even have the qualifications to look up to. At this moment, the red encrypted phone on the desk suddenly rang frantically, like a death warrant. The caller ID showed a name that he absolutely dared not ignore. The richest man in Jiangnan province, Wang Jioding. Xia Jingguo's body trembled violently. He crawled to the desk and pressed the hands-free button with his trembling hands that were already filled with endless fear. Wang. Mr. Wang. Xia Jingguo. Do you still want to live? Before he could open his mouth, a hoarse roar filled with endless fear and despair came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhang's call will be here soon. I don't care what method you use. Whether you kowtow or call me grandpa. If you can't get Mr. Zhang's forgiveness within 3 minutes, I will make your entire Xia family disappear from this earth completely. Beep beep beep. The phone was suddenly hung up. Xia Jingguo held the phone in his hand and listened to the busy tone. A miserable smile called death determination suddenly appeared on his old face, which had long lost all its color. He knew that he and the entire Xia family were finished. But at this moment, the red phone rang again. It's an unfamiliar number. Xia Jingguo's body trembled violently. He knew that the final judgment was coming. He used all his strength to press the answer button. A plain, lazy, yet unquestionable divine decree came from the other end of the phone. Xia Zhenguo? Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Without thinking, Xia Jingguo fell straight to his knees with a plop. His once extremely noble head hit heavily on the cold Nanma floor. Mr. Jiang. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Please have mercy on us and spare our Xia family. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard his plea for mercy at all. He just slowly handed the phone to the Ice Queen who was beside him. She was so shocked by the miraculous scene that she was completely petrified like a sculpture. Then, he said lightly, "Your family is here, talking to you." Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She slowly took over the phone that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Listening to the desperate howls coming from inside, which were both familiar and unfamiliar. For the first time, a brilliant smile called liberation appeared on her pretty face that had been frozen for 26 years. She knew she had made the right bet. What she follows is not power. No, wealth. But it is a God who can create everything and destroy everything. At this moment, Xia Jingguo's old voice, filled with endless regret and despair, rang again on the other end of the phone. Yu Bing. My wonderful granddaughter. Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa was really wrong. Please. Talk to Mr. Jiang, as long as he is willing to let our Xia family go. From now on, you will have nothing to do with him. My Xia family will just treat you as an unrelated granddaughter. I will personally entrust you to him. Chapter 70, it's Qin Mengyuo's birthday, and I'm giving her a private island. I will personally entrust you to him. Xia Jingguo's wails, filled with endless regret and despair, were clearly transmitted through the small receiver throughout the silent antique street. It also deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart, which had already been broken into pieces. In trust? She is Xia Yubing, a once powerful queen of the business world. In the eyes of his own grandfather, he was just a commodity that could be given away at will? How sad. How ridiculous. Xia Yubing slowly closed her eyes. The 2 lines of tears that had long since dried up began to slide down uncontrollably again. But this time, it's not for the family, but for her own pitiful dignity which had long since passed away. Jiang Chen ignored the poor guy on the other end of the phone who was still wailing madly. He just hung up the phone casually. Then he slowly lowered his head and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who seemed to have lost all her soul. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his bony fingers. From today on. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was reading out the final decree of God. You belong only to me. When Jiang Chen returned to Villa No. 1 of Yunding Palace with 2 beautiful women who had completely become his playthings. It's late at night. He ignored the 2 poor women who had already been ruined by him. Instead, he walked straight into the luxurious bedroom that belonged only to him and Qin Mengyao. Looking at the girl on the bed, her sleeping face is as holy and beautiful as an angel. For the first time, Jiang Chen's cold heart, which had long been filled with killing and conquest, felt a trace of warmth called home. He slowly sat down on the edge of the bed and reached out to gently stroke her smooth, silky hair. His eyes were gentler than ever before. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound in his mind suddenly rang. Ding! Detected that today is the 22nd birthday of White Moonlight School Belt Qin Mengyao. Trigger the system's ultimate mission, give her the most romantic gift in the world. Task requirements: the host must celebrate Qin Mengyao's birthday in a romantic way that will drive all the women in the world crazy. Mission reward: divine level medical skills. 50 billion in cash. Birthday? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. He actually forgot such an important thing. For the first time, an emotion called guilt grew and spread wildly from the bottom of his heart. He slowly lowered his head and gently placed a kiss full of pampering and apology on the smooth jade-like forehead. Silly girl. Sorry. But I promise. From now on, every birthday of yours will become the happiest holiday in the world. After saying that, he slowly stood up and quietly walked out of this bedroom full of warmth and sweetness. Outside the door, Long Yi had been waiting there quietly like the most loyal guardian. Oh no. Long Yi knelt on one knee, his voice sonorous and powerful. Check. Jiang Chen's voice was cold yet full of unquestionable determination. The best birthday gift in the world, a private island. I don't care where it is or who has it. I want to see it before dawn, the property deed. Yes, master. The next day, early morning. When Qin Mengyao slowly woke up from that dream-like sleep, what greeted her was not the glaring sunlight. Instead, it is a sea of roses that is enough to drive any girl crazy. The entire huge bedroom of thousands of square meters was completely filled with countless top-quality blue roses that were airlifted from the Netherlands overnight. The air is filled with an intoxicating romantic fragrance. And there, in the center of the sea of flowers, an incredibly handsome man in a white Armani suit was walking towards her slowly, holding a bouquet of Heart of Eternity made of 999 top-grade pink diamonds from South Africa. Mengyao. Jiang Chen had an unprecedented bright smile on his face. Happy birthday. Boom. Qin Mengyao's mind was completely blown. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief, which was like a fairy tale dream. Those eyes, as clear as water, were instantly filled with 2 lines of hot tears of happiness. Jiang Chen. Her voice was hoarse and choked with sobs, filled with endless emotion and love. However, Jiang Chen just shook his head slowly. Silly girl. This is just the appetizer. As he spoke, he picked up the girl who had already been overwhelmed by happiness. Then, under the protection of the Dragon Shadow bodyguard, who was like a torrent of steel, they walked out of the magnificent purple gold gate step by step. Outside the door, a private jet with silver white lines and a futuristic sense of technology has been waiting there quietly. Where are we going? Qin Mengyao hugged Jiang Chen's neck tightly like a frightened deer, and her voice was full of endless curiosity and anticipation. You'll know when you go there. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. An hour later, when that top-level private jet, which was enough to make any head of state ashamed, slowly landed over the azure sea, Qin Mengyao was completely shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of her, which was like a fairyland on Earth. All I saw was a heart-shaped private island below. The island is full of birdsong and flowers, and is covered with green trees. The white sand beach is as soft and holy as the finest flower. In the clear sea water, you can even see schools of colorful tropical fish playing freely. And there, in the center of the island, a dream castle made of a whole piece of pink crystal stands there quietly. Millions of top-quality roses flown in by air were used around the castle to form 5 enormous blood-red characters. Qin Meng, Yawa, I love you. Do you like it? Jiang Chen's voice is gentle and magnetic. From today on, this island is called Mengyao Island. It's your exclusive kingdom. Chapter 71: The most romantic fireworks in the world bloom only for you. It is your exclusive kingdom. Jiang Chen's voice is gentle and magnetic, full of irresistible magic. But it was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Qin Mengyao's girlish heart that had long been filled with endless happiness and sweetness. Melt her completely. Exclusive kingdom? She, Qin Mangyao, was an ugly duckling who came from a slum and could barely afford the tuition. She actually has a kingdom all her own? This is no longer a fairy tale. This is a miracle. No. Jiang Chen, this is too expensive. Qin Mangyao's brain completely exploded. She shook her head incoherently, her clear eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, staring at the godlike man in front of her, her voice hoarse and choked. I can't have it. Although she loved him, she could not accept with peace of mind this gift that was enough to drive all the women in the world crazy. Because she knows that she is not worthy. However, Jiang Chen just shook his head slowly. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his bony fingers, a doting yet overbearing smile on his lips. Silly girl. I said that from today on, every birthday of yours will become the happiest holiday in the world. It's just an island, what's that? As long as you like. Even if you want the moon in the sky, I will pick it down for you. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the girl in his arms who had already been overwhelmed by happiness. Holding her in his arms, he walked down the private plane that symbolized God's power step by step, escorted by the dragon shadow bodyguards who were like a torrent of steel. When Qin Mengyao's pair of jade feet and crystal high heels stepped on the white sand beach that was as soft and holy as the finest flower for the first time, her heart, which had been overloaded for a long time, began to beat wildly and uncontrollably again. So beautiful. This place is 100 times or 10,000 times more beautiful than the paradise on earth she had imagined. Master. Princess. Long Yi, who had been waiting on the shore for a long time, brought a dozen top butlers in elegant tuxedos and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. King, princess? When Qin Mangyao heard this name, her pretty face instantly turned red so much that blood almost dripped out. Like a frightened deer, she subconsciously buried her pretty face deeply in Jiang Chen's arms and didn't even dare to raise her head. Jiang Chen looked at her shy and cute appearance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He likes this feeling. He likes to watch Bai Yue Guang, who is always like a little girl who never grows up in front of him, showing him the unique shyness that belongs only to him. Long Yi. Jiang Chen's voice regained a touch of calmness. How are the preparations going? Return to the master. Long Yi's face was filled with endless fanaticism and awe. Everything is ready. The world's top Michelin 3-star chef team has been waiting in the castle for a long time. The Royal Symphony Orchestra from Vienna's Golden Hall is also ready. In addition, Long Yi paused, a mysterious smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. I have also prepared an unprecedented surprise for you and the princess. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see what surprises this always meticulous butler could bring him. That night, when Qin Mangyao, wearing a dreamy wedding dress sewn by a legendary master, took the arm of the godlike man and enjoyed the top-notch feast that would make the royal family of any country ashamed in the dream castle made of a whole piece of pink crystal, she thought that everything today had reached the pinnacle of romance. However, she still underestimated the surprise this man had prepared for her. Mangyao. Jiang Chen slowly took her slender hand, which was as warm as white jade, and placed a gentle, doting kiss on the back of her smooth hand. Close your eyes. Qin Mangyao nodded obediently. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like two small brushes, showing her inner unrest. Jiang Chen held her hand and walked step by step up to the open-air balcony on the top floor of the castle, which overlooked the entire sea. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Jiang Chen's voice was gentle and magnetic, full of fatal temptation. Qin Mangyao slowly opened her big eyes, which were as clear as water and had already been completely filled with endless happiness and expectations. Next second, she felt like she was struck by lightning and was completely petrified on the spot. In the vast and originally pitch-black night sky, billions of meteors appeared at some point, which were 100 times or 10,000 times brighter than the stars in the sky. Those meteors were colorful and dazzling, like a dreamy meteor shower from the kingdom of God, pouring down towards this heart-shaped island. That devastating yet breathtakingly beautiful miraculous scene once again completely detonated Qin Mengyao's heart, which had already been overloaded. This is. Her voice trembled violently due to extreme shock. She looked in disbelief at the terrifying yet romantic scene before her, which was enough to overturn her entire life's cognition. My brain is completely blank. Jiang Chen slowly stretched out his arms from behind her and held her already limp body tightly in his arms. Then he slowly lowered his head, put his lips close to her crystal-clear earlobe that exuded an alluring fragrance, and whispered softly in a devilish voice that only the two of them could hear. Do you like it? This is a special fireworks display I prepared for you. Fireworks? This is actually fireworks? Using intercontinental missiles that are powerful enough to easily destroy a medium-sized country as fireworks? Is this man a devil? Or God? Shin Mangyao can no longer tell the difference. She only knew herself, and it was over. She has completely fallen into the devastating romance that this man has woven for her. Can't help myself. Jiang Chen. Shin Mangyao slowly turned around and stared at him with her clear big eyes that had been completely filled with tears and happiness. Her voice was hoarse, but full of unquestionable determination. I love you. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe. She pressed her hot red lips, which had long been filled with endless love, hard on the lips of the god who dominated everything for her. However, at this moment, the cell phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly and inopportunely vibrated wildly. It is an encrypted, unknown number. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone, which was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Jiang Chen, I'm Lin Shuiyue. Chapter 72, Junior Sister Tang Tang takes action, and the official website of Zhao Group turns black and white in seconds. Jiang Chen, I'm Lin Shuiyue. That cold, hoarse, yet extremely familiar voice was like a poisoned dagger that followed the telephone line and fiercely stabbed into Jiang Chen's divine heart, which had just been filled with endless happiness and sweetness. His brilliant smile, which was enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison, froze in an instant. Shin Mangyao in his arms was struck by lightning and was completely petrified on the spot. Lin Shuiyue. This name is like a nightmare. Why would she call? Jiang Chen. Save me. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a hoarse scream filled with endless panic and despair came from the other end of the phone. I've been kidnapped. It's someone from the Zhao family. They said it was because of you that the Zhao family was destroyed. They want revenge on you. They want to kill me. Jiang Chen. I beg you. For the sake of our past love. Please come and save me. I'm in the abandoned steel mill in the west of the city. They only give you 1 hour. You must come. Lin Shuiyue's wails filled with endless regret and fear from the other end of the phone echoed throughout the dead silent crystal balcony. However, there was not a single ripple on Jiang Chen's face. There was even a hint of cold sarcasm flashing in his deep and calm eyes. He knew Lin Shuiyue too well. This woman will do anything for money. In order to survive, she would do anything. Kidnapping? Revenge? It was just another ridiculous self-torture plot directed and acted by her. Are you done? Jiang Chen's voice was flat, cold, and without a trace of human emotion. Lin Shuiyue's crying on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. She obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to react so coldly. Jiang Chen. If you're done. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and set his gaze again on the poor girl in his arms, who had already been frightened and pale by the sudden change. A gentle, apologetic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, go to hell. After saying that, he hung up the phone without thinking. Don't want. On the other end of the phone, Lin Shuiyue let out a desperate scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Then, a rough and hoarse male voice filled with endless violence and murderous intent rang out. Jiang Chen. Damn it, if you dare to hang up the phone. I'm gonna fucking tear her apart right now. Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. It seems that this time it is not entirely a self-torture tactic. Surprisingly, there are indeed some fish that slip through the net without knowing the consequences. Oh? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Are you a remnant of the Zhao family? That's right. The man on the other end of the phone laughed sinisterly. Boy. I don't care what kind of god you are. Today, you destroyed my Zhao family. I'll let you watch with your own eyes how your woman dies bit by bit in my hands. I'll give you half an hour. Come to the abandoned steel mill west of the city alone. Otherwise, wait for her body to be collected. However, what answered him was Jiang Chen's chuckle, which became more and more playful and domineering. Collecting bodies? Just you? After saying that, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the poor guy on the other end of the phone who was still yelling crazily. Straight away, he hung up the phone. Then he slowly took out another black satellite phone and sent a text message. A fly, ignorant of its own danger, is chirping. Help me find him. then crush him to death. At the same time, far away in Shanghai University, in a girls' dormitory filled with the atmosphere of the second dimension, a cute girl in a gothic Lolita dress and pink twin tails was lying bored on the equally pink princess bed. Yawning, she was playing Landlord online with 7 of the world's top hackers on her pink laptop, which had performance comparable to that of a military server. She is Tang Tang. At this moment, a chat box belonging exclusively to that godlike man suddenly popped up on her pink laptop. When she saw the command filled with dominance and pampering, her big eyes, which were already as bright as obsidian, instantly burst into a brilliant light called excitement. Hee hee, finally, there's something fun again. She jumped up from the bed with a somersault. That pair of slender hands, as smooth as white jade, were like 2 butterflies dancing madly on the piano keys, leaving afterimages on the keyboard that were difficult for the naked eye to capture. Found it. Less than 3 seconds. A cute, cunning smile appeared on Tang Tang's face, like that of a little fox. So he was hiding in the garbage dump in the west of the city. You still dare to threaten my master? It's just like an old man who hangs himself because he thinks his life is too long. While she was talking to herself, she gently tapped the last enter key on the keyboard with her chubby little hands. Done. West of the city, abandoned steel plant. That, the remnant of the Zhao family who had just hung up the phone, was looking at the poor woman, Lin Shuiwe, who was so scared that she was already pissing and shitting, with a ferocious face. Bitch. It's all your fault. He kicked Lin Shuiwe to the ground. If it weren't for you, the jinx. How could our Zhao family have fallen to this point today? However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang like a death warrant. He was the last spy planted in the Zhao Group headquarters. Long. Brother Long. Something bad has happened. As soon as the phone was connected, there was a burst of horse wails filled with endless fear and despair. Our company's official website was hacked. What? Brother Long was slightly stunned when he heard this, then sneered disdainfully. It's dark, so what? The company is almost bankrupt anyway, why would we care about a crappy website? No. No. Brother Long. The voice on the other end of the phone was almost crying. They turned our official website into a black and white morning hall. Hanging above is a photo of you and Miss Lin Shuiwe. Chapter 73, Zhao Woji's evil plan, wants to ruin my reputation? Hanging above is a photo of you and Miss Lin Shuiwe. On the other end of the phone, the horse wails filled with endless fear and despair were like a poisoned dagger from the 9th nether hell, piercing fiercely into Brother Long's heart that had long been filled with endless violence and arrogance. His ferocious face, covered with flesh, instantly lost all its color. Posthumous photo? In disbelief, he took out another mobile phone and opened it with his trembling hands that were already soaked with cold sweat. It was the official website of the Zhao Group, which he was once very familiar with. Next second, he was struck by lightning and was completely petrified on the spot. I saw that the originally magnificent official website had now turned into a strange black and white. In the center of the webpage hung 2 huge portraits framed with black gauze. One is himself. The other photo was of the poor woman, Lin Shuiwe, who had been kicked to the ground by him and was so scared that she was shitting and pissing. Below the photo, there was even a line of elegiac couplet written in a blood-red, eerie font that he would never forget for the rest of his life. They are in cahoots with each other, and their infamy will last forever. There is no door to hell, break in and be damned forever. No, no. Brother Long's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. He let out a desperate scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. He had been around for half his life, had he ever seen anything so bizarre, so terrifying? This is no longer a hacker attack. This is a divine and demonic death curse. Bitch. It's all because of you, bitch. The extreme fear instantly transformed into tremendous rage. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and pounced on the poor woman, Lin Shuiwe, who had already been frightened silly, like a mad beast. He wants to kill her. He wanted to kill this jinx with his own hands, the jinx that brought him endless fear and despair. However, his body just jumped up. The black, encrypted phone in his pocket suddenly rang like a death warrant. The caller ID showed a name he absolutely dared not ignore. The Zhao family's last trump card, Zhao Wao Qi. Brother Long's body suddenly stiffened. He crawled to the phone and pressed the hands-free button with his trembling hands. Old man. Save me. His voice trembled violently due to extreme fear and was filled with extreme horror that overturned his worldview. However, what came from the other end of the phone was not the thundering wrath he had imagined. Instead, it was a cold laugh filled with endless resentment and madness. He. Waste. You can't even handle such a small matter. But this is fine. Zhao Wuji on the other end of the phone seemed to be talking to himself or passing the final judgment on a dead person. The more he is, the more mysterious he is. The more powerful he is. Then, the next scene will be even more exciting. Long? Brother Long. What do you mean? Brother Long was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why the old man could still laugh at this time. What's the meaning? Zhao Wuji on the other end of the phone sneered. What I mean is that you and your bunch of losers are just pawns I'm using to lure you into a trap. Now the chess pieces are in place. The prey is about to fall into the net. Right now, turn on all the high-definition cameras at the scene. Connect to the dark web, live broadcast worldwide. I want everyone in the world to see with their own eyes how that so-called God gradually fell from the altar and became a murderous demon hated by everyone. I want to ruin his reputation. Eternally, you will never be able to turn over. Boom. Every word Zhao Wuji said was like a devastating thunderbolt, striking Brother Long's head fiercely. Let his poor soul, which had long been filled with endless fear, be completely crushed once again. Live streaming? Global live broadcast? Is the old man crazy? He actually wanted to use this method, enough to bring eternal damnation to the entire Zhao family, to retaliate against that terrifying godlike existence? However, he dared not disobey. Because he knew that if he didn't do as he was told, he would be subjected to torture 10,000 times more cruel than death. He could only tremble like the most obedient dog, taking out a black remote control from his arms and pressing the red button that was enough to send him into endless hell. At the same time, far above Mangyao Island, in the divine chariot, Jiang Chen slowly let go of the beloved girl in his arms, who had already been completely overwhelmed by endless happiness and sweetness. He slowly turned around and looked out the window with his deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything, at the dreamy fireworks outside the window that were like a miracle. The corners of his mouth raised a cold arc as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Of course he knew that Lin Shueyue's phone call was a trap. A death trap tailor made for him. But, so what? In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery seemed so pale and powerless. Jiang Chen was going to walk step by step into their carefully set trap in front of the whole world. Then, step by step, their pitiful last glimmer of hope will be completely crushed. Long E. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was reading out the final judgment. Connect, dark web. I want this Hongmen banquet, set up just for me, to be the Zhao family's final guillotine. Yes, master. 10 minutes later. West of the city, abandoned steel plant. When the Koenigsegg 11, which is limited to only one in the world, stopped precisely in front of the huge iron gate that had long been rusted with a trajectory that completely violated the laws of physics. The entire steel plant was in an uproar. Here he comes. He's coming. Brother Long looked at the young figure on the screen, who looked like a god descending from the sky, and a sick and crazy smile appeared on his face. Quick! Turn on all the searchlights. I want everyone in the world to see clearly the ugly face of the so-called god. However, his words had just fallen. Bang! A loud noise suddenly rang out, enough to make the entire steel plant tremble violently. The huge iron door, made of a 10-centimeter thick special steel plate, was kicked to pieces by someone from the outside. A slender young figure wearing an Armani haute couture suit and emitting a godlike aura that made them feel endlessly palpitating walked in slowly from outside the door. He is Jiang Chen. He looked at the death trap in front of him that had been laid out like a dragnet. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc as if he was looking at a group of dead people. The voice was not loud but clear, and it spread throughout the silent steel mill. Zhao Wuji, is that so? Wash your neck. I'm here to kill you. Chapter 74. Sorry, in front of absolute financial power, you are just a younger brother. I'm here to kill you. Jiang Chen's voice was flat and cold, without a trace of human emotion. It was like a final judgment from the nine nether hell, which was fiercely imprinted through the countless high-definition cameras throughout the steel plant onto Zhao Wuji's old heart, which had long been filled with endless resentment and madness in the Zhao family's ancestral home thousands of miles away. His hideous old face, which seemed distorted because of the imminent revenge, froze instantly. He is coming. He actually dared to come alone. After a brief moment of silence, a sick and crazy smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. Okay. Okay. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break in. Jiang Chen. Today I will let everyone in the world see with their own eyes how you, a so-called god, wag your tail and beg for mercy like a dog in front of me, Zhao Wuji. He roared hysterically like a madman, and suddenly pressed the red button on the remote control in his hand. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar like an ancient beast awakening rang out from all directions of the steel plant. Then, on the dark web, hundreds of millions of viewers watched with eyes filled with shock and enthusiasm. Hundreds of top international mercenaries wearing black combat uniforms, holding submachine guns, and exuding a strong smell of blood, rushed out from the dark corner like a death army from hell. The young figure who looked like a god was surrounded by a crowd of people. At the same time, all the searchlights in the entire steel plant were turned on in an instant. The originally pitch-black death trap was now illuminated as bright as day. Jiang Chen. Zhao Wuji's arrogant laughter, which was filled with endless resentment and madness, resounded through the loudspeaker throughout the silent steel plant. Aren't you a god? Aren't you in control of everything? Now I want to see how you can escape from my trap. Fire! He roared hysterically and issued the final judgment. However, he had just finished speaking. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard a huge joke. He slowly raised his head and looked at the high-definition camera in the air that was flashing red light with his deep eyes that were calm but seemed to be able to see through everything. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc as if he was looking at a dead person. Zhao Wuji. You seem to have made a mistake. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was reading out the final decree of God. In front of me. The so-called dragnet. It's just a bigger piggy bank. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the poor guy who was already confused by his inexplicable words. He took out the black satellite phone. Then, in front of the hundreds of millions of viewers on the dark web, he casually made a phone call that was enough to make the entire underground world tremble violently. The call was connected almost instantly. Long E. Yes, Master. Issue a top-level global wanted order on the dark web in my name. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was announcing the final judgment. Target, Zhao family in Yanjing, Zhao Wuji. And all his family members and collateral descendants. Time limit, 24 hours. Mission reward. Jiang Chen paused, slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on the hundreds of top mercenaries around him who were already shocked and at a loss as to what to do by his devastating operation. With an extremely evil smile on his face, he spoke word by word. 1 trillion. US dollars. Boom! If the 200 billion that Jiang Chen shouted out at the auction was an antimatter annihilation bomb that was enough to completely destroy the entire solar system. So the 1 trillion US dollars now is a singularity bomb that is enough to return the entire universe to chaos. The fragile souls of the hundreds of millions of so-called dark kings on the dark web will be blown to pieces without leaving even a trace of their existence. The entire dark web, after a full 10 seconds of dead silence, suddenly became completely boiling. What the hell? $1 trillion? To buy the life of a Huaxia family? Who the hell is this Mr. Jiang? God. He is absolutely a god. He is the walking god of wealth. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Brothers. Grab your weapons. Go to Yanjing. Steal the money. From today on, I will be Mr. Zhang's most loyal dog. Countless greedy and crazy roars resounded throughout the underground world. And in that abandoned steel plant. When the hundreds of so-called top mercenaries heard the astronomical figure that was enough to drive even gods crazy, they all seemed to be cast under a spell and were completely petrified on the spot. Their nerves, which had long been numbed by blood and killing, were completely broken at this moment. They looked in disbelief at the young man in front of them, who was like the god of creation, and whose wave of his hand was enough to drive the whole world crazy. My brain is completely blank. Next second. Their eyes, which had turned red due to endless greed, all fell on the poor wretch, Brother Long, who had already been frightened out of his wits and was pissing and shitting. Long? Brother Long. 1. The mercenary leader's voice was hoarse, dry, and full of endless madness. Zhao. Where is that old man Zhao Wuji now? Chapter 75 Su Wanqing's Confession, I can't live without you anymore. Zhao. Where is that old man Zhao Wuji now? The hoarse question filled with endless greed and madness was like the last fuse that lit the powder keg, exploding in the silent steel mill. In Yenjing, the Zhao family's ancestral home. Brother Long seemed to have grabbed the last straw, and without a second thought, he betrayed his once high and mighty master. Next second, the entire abandoned steel plant has completely turned into a hell on earth filled with endless blood and killing. Those hundreds of top international mercenaries who had gone completely crazy for the $1 trillion were biting each other madly like a group of hungry beasts from hell. Every one of them wants to be the lucky one who gets to pocket this astronomical sum that is enough to drive even gods crazy. Thousands of miles away, Zhao Wuji witnessed this bloody, cruel, and crazy scene through the high-definition camera in the Zhao family's ancestral home. It was as bloody, cruel, and crazy as the ancient Roman Colosseum. His old heart, which had long been filled with endless hatred and madness, was completely shattered at this moment. He's finished. He knew that he and the entire Zhao family were completely finished. What awaits them will be the endless pursuit from the world's top killer hyenas and hungry wolves. No! Zhao Wuji used up all his strength and let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Puff! A mouthful of dark blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. His withered body, which had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, collapsed like a puddle of mud on the luxurious dragon throne made of pure gold. His eyes rolled back and he died on the spot. Until his death, his old eyes, which were wide open with extreme fear and unwillingness, reflected the young figure who stood in the center of the bloody Shura hell as calmly as a god descending. Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the death trap behind him, which had already turned into a hell on earth. He just turned around slowly, like an elegant god of death who left quietly after completing his work. When he returned to Mengyao Island, which was like the abode of God. It's late at night. The divine fireworks display that was enough to drive the whole world crazy had already come to an end. The entire heart-shaped island fell into an unprecedented tranquility. Only the dream castle made of a whole piece of pink crystal still had a warm light on. Jiang Chen slowly pushed open the crystal door worth tens of millions and walked in. Su Wanqing was seen wearing an extremely sexy black lace nightgown, curled up on the luxurious velvet sofa like a docile kitten. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. That beautiful face that captivated everyone was filled with endless fatigue and haggardness. But when she saw the young man who was walking slowly towards her like a god, her charming eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, suddenly burst into a brilliant light called obsession. Without thinking, she fell straight to her knees with a plop. Then, like the most humble little bitch, she crawled to her knees in front of Jiang Chen, hugged his straight thighs wearing Armani high-end custom-made trousers, and cried with tears and snot. Master! You are finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Her humble appearance filled with endless panic and dependence is enough to break any man's heart. However, Jiang Chen's face still had the same unchanging indifference. He doesn't like crying women. Stand up. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but unquestionable. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly got up from the ground. She stood beside Jiang Chen trembling like the most humble little maid, not daring to even breathe. Jiang Chen ignored her. He just walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the endless blue sea shrouded in bright moonlight, with a playful smile on his lips. He knew that this woman had been completely ruined by him. She can no longer live without him. Not because of love. It was because of the divine power that was like a drug, making her both afraid and crazy about it. Onar. Su Wanqing's voice is hoarse and magnetic, full of endless temptation. She slowly stretched out her pair of slender hands, as warm as white jade, from behind Jiang Chen and tightly hugged his back, which was as broad as a mountain. I know, I'm dirty. I know I am not worthy of you. But... Su Wanqing paused and buried her pretty face deeply in his arms. Her charming eyes, which had long been filled with tears and obsession, stared at him intently. Her voice was hoarse but full of unquestionable firmness. I can't live without you anymore. I love you. Even if you just treat me as a bitch that you can play with as you please. I am willing to. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at the gorgeous woman in his arms, who had already completely fallen for him, with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head and pressed a domineering, emperor-like kiss on those soft, sweet red lips to declare his sovereignty. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, whose face had already turned red and eyes were as charming as silk. The playful curve of her mouth became more and more intense. However, at this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated lightly at an inopportune time. It's a text message. From another, equally beautiful woman. Xia Yubing. Zhang Chen's brows raised slightly. He clicked on the message, and when he saw the content clearly, a look of interest flashed across his deep, calm eyes for the first time. The Xia family has received the dowry bestowed by you, master. My grandpa is very happy. He said he wanted to express his gratitude to you. He wants to give you another gift. Chapter 76 Lin Shuayue's End, regretting her whole life in a mental hospital. Looking at the humble text message sent by Xia Yubing, which was full of endless humiliation and submission, Zhang Chen's mouth curled up in a cold and playful arc. Gift? It seems that the old man from the Xia family is more sensible than he imagined. Oh nar. The absolutely beautiful Su Wanqing in his arms, who had already been completely melted by lust, slowly raised her peach blossom eyes that had already been as charming as silk, and her voice was hoarse and magnetic, full of endless temptation. Are you going to have a new sister? Her voice was filled with an imperceptible bitterness called jealousy. How? Zhang Chen slowly lowered his head, looked at the corner of her mouth with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation, and raised a wicked smile. Are you jealous? Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She didn't dare to answer. She could only bury her pretty face deeply in his arms like the most docile kitten. Zhang Chen ignored her. He just slowly took out the black satellite phone and casually sent out a divine decree that was enough to decide the ultimate fate of a top wealthy family. Tell this to Xia Zhenhua. I am very satisfied with his gift. Xia family, you can live. After dealing with the Xia family's affairs, Zhang Chen slowly turned his gaze back to the trembling beautiful woman in his arms. He knew that this woman was completely dependent on him. But that's not enough. He wanted more than just her body. More importantly, her soul. He wanted her to cut off all ties with the past with her own hands. Aunt Su. Zhang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was announcing the final judgment. Your good, ignorant daughter. What do you want to do with her? Su Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened. She looked up in disbelief, her charming eyes that had been completely filled with tears and obsession stared at Zhang Chen intently, her voice hoarse and choked. Master. Master. I'll give you two choices. Zhang Chen's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. 1. I will personally make her disappear from this world completely. 2. You personally send her to a place where she can stay quiet for the rest of her life. You choose. Boom. Every word Zhang Chen said was like a hammer of judgment from the nine nether hell, smashing hard into Su Wanqing's motherly heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Let her fragile soul, which had long been filled with endless happiness and sweetness, be completely crushed once again. She looked at the devil-like young man in front of her in disbelief. My brain is completely blank. She knew Zhang Chen was not joking. He would really kill her daughter. No, don't. Su Wanqing used all her strength to let out a shrill, desperate wail that was not like a human voice. She rolled and crawled like the most humble little bitch and slid down from the luxurious velvet sofa. He knelt straight in front of Zhang Chen. Master. I beg you. Don't kill her. After all, she is my biological daughter. I choose to. I choose to. As she spoke, she banged her noble head hard on the cold marble floor. The dull sound breaks the heart of those who hear it. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He slowly reached out his hand and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to look at him. Very good. Zhang Chen's voice was full of fatal temptation. Remember your choice. 3 days later. On the top floor of Jianghai No. 1 Psychiatric Hospital, in the VIP intensive care unit. A woman in a blue and white striped hospital gown, with disheveled hair and a haggard face, looking like a madman, was pacing back and forth frantically in that pure white room wrapped in special soft materials, like a desperate beast trapped in a cage. She is Lin Shuayue. At this moment, she no longer has the pride and glamour of the past. Those eyes that were once as clear as water now only had a stagnant emptiness and numbness in them. And that endless regret and madness that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Why? She kept repeating these 3 words as if she was possessed by a demon. She couldn't figure it out. Why did her world completely collapse overnight? Father, in jail. Grandpa was so angry that he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and his life is still in danger. The family and the business went bankrupt and lost everything. And the poor ex-boyfriend whom she looked down upon the most suddenly turned into a god that she didn't even have the qualifications to look up to. What she couldn't accept the most was the person who sent her into this hell on earth was actually her closest person, her mother. No. Lin Shueyue used all her strength to let out a desperate scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. She banged her head against the soft yet indestructible wall frantically. She wants to die. She is done for once. However, at this moment, the LCD TV on the wall that was broadcasting the news 24 hours a day suddenly interrupted with an urgent news item that was enough to plunge her into an endless hell from which there was no escape. Dear viewers, we are now broadcasting a live broadcast of a divine wedding that will be recorded in human history. The girl in the picture, a godlike young man who was so familiar to her that he is engraved in his bones, is holding the arm of another beautiful girl who is so beautiful that everything in the world is eclipsed by her, step by step, and walking towards the temple of God that belongs only to the two of them. That's the ultimate romance. That, the ultimate pampering. That ultimate happiness. It should have belonged to her. Puff. With a mouthful, dark blood suddenly spurted out of Lin Shueyue's mouth. Her fragile soul, which had long been completely overwhelmed by endless jealousy and regret, was completely crushed at this moment. She is completely crazy. She pointed at the happy girl on TV who was smiling so brightly and screamed and cursed madly. Qin Mengyao. You bitch. You took everything from me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. She pointed at the young man who was as unattainable as a god, crying and begging frantically. Jiang Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Can you give me another chance? I love you. I really love you. However, the only answer she got was the four cold walls. And that TV scene was enough to make her live in endless regret and despair for eternity. At this moment, the heavy iron door of the ward suddenly creaked and was slowly pushed open from the outside. A beautiful figure wearing a black lace nightgown, with a hot body and charming temperament, slowly walked in from outside the door. That's right, Su Wanqing. At this moment, she no longer has any previous struggles and pains. Instead, there is a kind of coldness called liberation that emanates from the inside out. She looked at her poor daughter, who had long lost her human form, in her charming and moving peach blossom eyes, without a trace of emotion. It was as if I was just looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with me. It's so noisy. Chapter 77 Tonight, I want you to be my real woman. It's so noisy. Su Wanqing's voice was cold, without a trace of human emotion. But it was like a poisoned dagger from the nine nether hell, stabbing fiercely into Lin Shueyue's already broken heart. Her already shaky worldview and that pitiful last bit of fantasy were completely crushed to pieces. Mom, what did you say? Lin Shueyue looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief. She was both familiar and unfamiliar. For the first time, a look called fear appeared in her empty eyes that had long lost all their spirit. However, Su Wanqing seemed not to have heard her question at all. She just slowly walked to the huge LCD TV, picked up the remote control, and completely turned off the picture of the god's wedding that was enough to make Lin Shueyue completely collapse. The whole world fell into silence in an instant. I'm not your mother. Su Wanqing slowly turned around, staring at her poor daughter who was no longer in human form with her charming eyes that were already filled with endless obsession and fanaticism, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. From the moment I chose to follow my master, Su Wanqing was already dead. Now I am just a humble bitch serving my master. Boom! Every word Su Wanqing said was like a world-destroying divine thunder that was powerful enough to completely destroy the entire universe, striking Lin Shueyue's head fiercely. Let her soul, which had long been filled with endless jealousy and regret, be completely crushed once again. No. Lin Shueyue's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. She let out a desperate scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. You lied to me. You must be lying to me. You're saying this to save me, right? As if grabbing the last straw, she crawled to her knees in front of Su Wanqing, hugged her snow-white legs in black lace nightgown, and cried with tears and snot. However, Su Wanqing just looked at her with contempt as if she were trash. She slowly raised her jade foot wearing Chanel high heels and kicked Lin Shueyue to the ground. Save you? Su Wanqing felt like she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Lin Shueyue, who do you think you are? Do you know that because of your stupidity, our Lin family is finished? Your father and grandfather are all finished. Do you know that if it weren't for the master's kindness, all of us with the surname Lin would have completely disappeared from this world? I save you? Su Wanqing's laughter was filled with endless sarcasm and sadness. I wish I could kill you with my own hands, you fool who doesn't know how to live or die. After saying that, she no longer paid any attention to the poor guy on the ground who had already been frightened silly by her cold and ruthless words. He pressed the emergency call button on the wall. Soon, several doctors and nurses in white coats rushed in. Ms. Su, Ms. Su. The leading doctor looked at the strange scene in front of him, his voice filled with endless panic and awe. Of course, he knew the identity of the woman in front of him. She also knew how terrifying the god standing behind her was. She's too loud. Su Wanqing's voice was cold and emotionless. I don't want to hear any more of her voice. Use the best medicine. Let her live in her own dream forever. Yes. Yes. Ms. Su. The doctor did not dare to be negligent and quickly gave a wink to his subordinates. Several nurses immediately rushed up with the tranquilizers that had been prepared long ago. No. Lin Shueyue let out the last desperate scream of her life, which was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. But it was all in vain. The cold liquid was injected into her body. Her eyes, which were wide open with extreme fear and unwillingness, slowly lost all focus. Instead, there was an endless, bottomless silence like a black hole. From this moment on, her life was completely over. When Su Wanqing returned to Mengyao Island, which was like the abode of God. It's late at night. She slowly pushed open the crystal door worth tens of millions and walked into the huge living room that was so luxurious that it was outrageous. Jiang Chen was sitting alone on the imperial throne made of a whole piece of gold, sipping a glass of top-quality red wine worth $1 million. The bright moonlight shone on him through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making him exude an aloof and mysterious aura like a god. Oh nar. Su Wanqing slowly walked up to him, and without thinking, she knelt down with a plop. Her once extremely noble head hit the cold marble floor heavily. Slave girl, I'm back. Jiang Chen slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, and with his deep eyes that were as calm as a well but seemed to be able to see through everything, he looked at the beautiful beauty kneeling at his feet who had completely cut off all her past. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. He knew that this woman belonged to him completely. Not just the body. It's the soul. Get up. Jiang Chen's voice was calm but full of unquestionable magic. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, and her charming eyes, which had long been filled with endless obsession and fanaticism, stared at Jiang Chen intently. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the imperial throne, walked in front of her, stretched out his hand, and pulled her up from the ground. Then he picked up her mature and plump body by the waist. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed and subconsciously stretched out her arms to hug Jiang Chen's neck tightly. Oh nar! Her voice is hoarse and magnetic, full of endless temptation. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen didn't answer her. He just held her in his arms and walked up the luxurious staircase leading to the master bedroom on the second floor. He slowly lowered his head and put his lips next to her crystal-clear earlobe that exuded an alluring fragrance, and whispered softly in a devilish voice that only the two of them could hear. Didn't you say that you could never leave me again? Didn't you say you loved me? In that case... Jiang Chen paused and a smile that was extremely evil appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tonight, I want you to be my real woman. Chapter 78 Jianghai City is too small, my goal is the whole world. Tonight I want you to be my real woman. Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse and magnetic, full of unquestionable god-like dominance. But it was like the final heavenly sound from the Nine Heavens fairyland, which deeply imprinted on Su Wanqing's queen's heart which had long been filled with endless obsession and fanaticism. Her mature and plump body, which had long been completely melted by lust, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably for the first time. She slowly closed her peach blossom eyes that had already become as charming as silk. For the first time, a resigned smile called happiness appeared on that beautiful face that captivated everyone. When the first ray of golden sunlight shines through the huge crystal floor-to-ceiling window onto the luxurious dragon bed carved from a whole piece of 10,000-year-old ice jade, Su Wanqing slowly woke up from the extreme decadence that was like a dream. She slowly opened her charming eyes that were already filled with endless love and tenderness, and the first thing she saw was a handsome, perfect sleeping face that was enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison. Jiang Chen lay quietly beside her like a child who had obtained his favorite toy. The face that usually showed amusement and indifference was now filled with rare tranquility and peace. Su Wanqing's heart trembled suddenly. An unprecedented tenderness called maternal love instantly overwhelmed all her rationality. She slowly stretched out her pair of slender hands, as smooth as white jade, and gently stroked Jiang Chen's perfect profile with distinct lines. The corners of her mouth curled up into a happy smile that she herself didn't even notice. She knew that from this moment on, she was truly alive. At this moment, Jiang Chen's long eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, which were calm yet seemed to be able to see through everything. Their eyes met. The air froze instantly. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned red, so red that blood almost dripped out. Like a frightened deer, she subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. However, a strong hand suddenly stretched out like lightning and grabbed her delicate and boneless hand tightly. "Good morning." Jiang Chen's voice was a little hoarse from just waking up, yet full of deadly temptation. "My queen." Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She didn't even dare to look up to see the god who dominated everything for her. She could only bury her pretty face deeply in the soft velvet quilt like a shy little wife. Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing at her shy and cute appearance. He likes this feeling. He liked to see this usually high and mighty queen of the business world showing off her unique shyness in front of him, which belonged only to him. At this moment, the black satellite phone on his bedside table suddenly vibrated slightly at an inopportune time. It was sent by Long Yi, the daily briefing. Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. He casually clicked on the encrypted message. "Master, good morning. Jiangnan Heavy Industry, which you acquired yesterday, is currently operating normally. Only. According to our Dragon Soul Global Intelligence Network analysis. Because of your strong intervention, several major financial groups on Wall Street suffered heavy losses. They seem to have united. 3 days from now, the moment global stock markets open, we will mobilize all our forces to launch an unprecedented and devastating financial attack on all Chinese companies under your name. Their goal is clear. They will make you, and the entire Chinese nation behind you, pay the price in blood for your willfulness yesterday." Looking at this urgent information filled with endless smoke and murderous intent, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold and playful arc. Financial sniping? Wall Street? Cost? Interesting. Jiang Chen slowly put away his phone. For the first time, a glimmer of excitement flashed across his deep, calm eyes. He was worried about where to use his newly acquired, god-level investment skills. "I didn't expect that there would be such a fool who didn't know how to live or die and came to my door on his own initiative." "Oh no." Beside him, Su Wanqing, a beautiful lady who had already been dressed neatly, looked at Jiang Chen's strange expression and her voice was filled with endless concern and worry. "Yes, what happened?" "Fine." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and slowly stood up from the luxurious dragon bed and walked to the other side. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, he overlooked the exclusive kingdom outside the window, which was like a fairyland on earth. He slowly stretched out his arms as if to embrace the whole world. "I was just wondering." Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at the beautiful woman with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation. She had already been suffocated by his terrifying aura, which was like that of the god of creation and could destroy the world. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile. "Shanghai City is too small. Huaxia is too small. This tiny earth can no longer hold me. My goal is the land we have never conquered." Jiang Chen paused, then slowly raised his finger and pointed at the vast and boundless starry sky outside the window. His voice was flat, but it seemed like he was reading out the final decree of God. The entire universe. Boom. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Su Wanqing's queen's heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Melt her completely. She looked in disbelief at the godlike man in front of her who seemed to have merged with the entire universe. "My brain is completely blank." At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in Jiang Chen's mind as expected. Ding. Host detected, the ultimate hidden mission has been triggered, conquer the Starry Sea. Mission requirements, the host must lead human civilization beyond Earth and into the true interstellar era within 10 years. Quest reward? Jiang Chen looked at this ultimate mission that could be said to be against the will of heaven, and the smile on his lips became brighter. He slowly took out the black satellite phone and dialed the number of his only butler in front of Su Wanqing. Long Yi. Yes, master. Notify the entire world, all heads of state. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, yet filled with the unquestionable absolute power of the god of creation. 3 days later. I'm going to throw the biggest party ever on Wall Street. Chapter 79, Integrate all industries and establish Chinching Group. I'm going to throw an unprecedented grand party on Wall Street. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it was like a decree of creation that was enough to make the entire earth tremble violently, and it was deeply imprinted on Su Wanqing's queen's heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Her soul, which had long been filled with endless shock and fanaticism, was once again completely detonated. Party? On Wall Street? And we have to inform all the heads of state in the world? What on earth does this man want to do? Does he want to single-handedly declare war on the world's financial hegemony? Su Wanqing looked at the godlike man in front of her in disbelief, as if he had merged with the entire universe. My mind is completely blank. Oh nar. For the first time, a look of worry appeared on her charming face that had long been soaked in lust. Those Wall Street financial groups are deeply entrenched and powerful. You are taking this risk, right? She knew she shouldn't question her master's decision. But she couldn't help it. Because she didn't want to see the man who had just saved her from the endless abyss fall into any danger. However, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard a huge joke. Adventure? He slowly turned around, and with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation, he looked at the gorgeous beauty in his arms who had already completely belonged to him, with an evil smile on his lips. Aunt Su, I think you made a mistake. In front of me. The so-called top consortium. They are just a group of fatter pigs. The only reason for their existence is to wait for me to kill them. Boom. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Su Wanqing's queen's heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Melt her completely. She stared blankly at the man in front of her who was extremely domineering and arrogant, but also made her madly obsessed with him. All the worries and fears in those peach blossom eyes, which had already become as charming as silk, disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is endless awe and fanaticism that goes deep into the bones, as if looking up to a god. She knew she was wrong. So wrong. How could a mortal like her comprehend the world of God? What she needs to do is not to question, but, unconditionally, surrender. At this moment, Jiang Chen slowly let go of the beautiful beauty in his arms who had already been completely conquered by him. He slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the exclusive kingdom outside the window that looked like a paradise on earth, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. But before we go and slaughter the pig, we need to repair our own pig pen first. As he spoke, he slowly took out the black satellite phone and dialed the number of his only butler in front of Su Wanqing. Long E. Yes, master. All the property I own. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was announcing the final judgment. Lin Group, Hyatt Hotel, Glacier Group, Feichen Entertainment, Sky Shield Technology, Jiangnan Heavy Industry. And all the assets I just borrowed from those ignorant old men. Within an hour, I want to see them all put together. Establish a brand new group. The name of the group is... Jiang Chen paused, slowly raised his head, and cast his gaze towards the vast and boundless starry sky outside the window. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, like the god of creation, indifferent to all living beings, and spoke word by word. Chun. Star. Gather. Group. Chen is Jiang Chen's Chen. Stars are the stars in the sea of stars. He wants to use this name to announce it to the whole world. Jiang Chen's journey is to the endless sea of stars. On the other end of the phone, Long Yi's body trembled violently. For the first time, a brilliant light called fanaticism appeared on his elegant face. Yes. Master. Long Yi, obey your command. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen slowly turned around and set his gaze on the beautiful woman who had been completely petrified by his devastating operation and was as beautiful as a sculpture. Aunt Su. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into an evil smile. From today on, you are the only wife of the president of our Chinching Group. The president's wife? Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, and for the first time, a bright light called happiness appeared in her charming eyes that had long been filled with tears and obsession. However, before she could speak, Jiang Chen slowly shook his head. However, just having a CEO's wife is not enough. A qualified empire also requires several queens who can expand my territory. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone again and called another equally beautiful woman in front of her. Xia Yubing. Yes, master. From the other end of the line came a cold, yet beautiful female voice filled with endless submission. I'll give you 10 minutes to come to Mengyao Island. Jiang Chen's voice left no room for doubt. By the way, bring Tang Tang and Lu Feifei along as well. I want to hold our Qinqing group's first board meeting. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the Ice Queen on the other end of the phone, who was already somewhat bewildered by his sudden order. He hung up the phone. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was already shocked beyond words by his series of divine operations. With an extremely evil smile on his lips, he asked word by word. Now, my Mrs. President, are you ready to meet your queen sisters? Chapter 80, Qinqing Group suddenly appeared, and the situation in Shanghai City changed completely. Now mine, Mrs. President. Are you ready to meet your queen sisters? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and playful, but it was like the final divine judgment from the 9 heavens gods, which was deeply imprinted on Su Wanqing's queen's heart, which had long been filled with endless obsession and fanaticism. Her mature and plump body, which had long been completely melted by lust, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably again. Queen's sisters? Of course she knew what Jiang Chen meant. This man is as domineering and possessive as a god, so outrageous. How could he possibly be content with only her as his woman? An indescribable bitterness called jealousy instantly overwhelmed all her rationality. However, when she met Jiang Chen's eyes that were full of unquestionable and domineering power, all her jealousy and resentment disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was endless awe and submission that penetrated deep into the bones. She knew she didn't have the qualifications to choose. I have no right to be jealous. She was just the first one to be conquered among this man's many trophies. Yes, my master. Su Wanqing slowly lowered her once extremely noble head, and her voice, hoarse and magnetic, was full of endless temptation and resignation. I will obey your orders unconditionally. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He likes this feeling. He liked to see these queens who were usually high and mighty, being jealous in front of him but not daring to complain at all. At this moment, an extremely loud roar of a helicopter suddenly came from far away and came madly closer. Then, under Su Wanqing's gaze full of complexity and curiosity, 3 Apache attack helicopters with black lines all over their bodies and full of futuristic technology slowly landed in front of the dream castle made of a whole piece of pink crystal like 3 steel demons from hell. The hatch slowly opened. 3, a beautiful figure, so beautiful that it could drive any man in the world crazy, slowly walked down from the cabin. Leading the way was none other than the Ice Queen, Xia Yubing, who was wearing a white professional suit, tall and with a cold temperament like an iceberg, without a trace of worldly air. Behind her followed the absolutely beautiful girl Tang Tang, who was wearing a gothic Lolita dress and pink twin ponytails, and looked like she had walked out of the second dimension. And, the new generation little queen who wears a white dress and has a pure temperament like the girl next door Lu Feifei. When they saw clearly the young man standing at the castle gate like a god, they all knelt on one knee without any hesitation. Honor. Those 3 heavenly sounds were enough to make any man infatuated, and merged into a torrent of faith filled with endless fanaticism and worship, resounding throughout the entire Mengyao Island. Su Wanqing stared blankly at the miraculous scene in front of her, her mind completely blank. She finally understood what Jiang Chen meant by queen sisters. Jiang Chen ignored these 3 beautiful beauties who had already been completely conquered by him. He just turned around slowly and looked at the beautiful woman behind him with an unprecedented gentle look. She was already completely petrified by the scene before her, which was enough to overturn her whole life's cognition. Now everyone is here. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Our first family meeting can begin now. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the 4 stunning women behind him, each of whom had their own ulterior motives but were equally breathtakingly beautiful. He turned around and walked straight towards the temple of God that belonged to him alone. 10 minutes later. On the top floor of the castle, in front of a huge round table that is comparable to the UN Security Council meeting room, Jiang Chen sat high up on the throne made of a single piece of gold, like an emperor inspecting his territory. And below him, Su Wanqing, Xia Yubing, Tang Tang and Lu Feifei, 4 stunning women who were enough to drive any country's head of state crazy, sat on both sides trembling with fear like 4 humble little maids, not daring to even breathe. I called you here today for 3 things. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. First, he slowly extended a finger. From today on, all my businesses will be integrated into a brand new group. The name of the group is Chinching. Chen, it's my Chen. Stars are the stars in the sea of stars. Second. He slowly extended his second finger and set his gaze on Xia Yubing, the Ice Queen who had remained expressionless from beginning to end. From today on, you are the sole CEO of our Chinching Group. I don't care what method you use. I want to see Chinching Group become the sole commercial overlord in all of China within a month. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She looked up in disbelief, and for the first time a bright light of excitement appeared in her cold eyes. She knew that this was a test from God. It was also her only chance to prove her worth to the gods. Yes. Master. Xia Yubing's voice was cold, yet full of unquestionable firmness. Promise, complete the mission. Third. Jiang Chen slowly extended his third finger and set his gaze on the two-dimensional girl, Tang Tang, whose pretty face had already flushed with excitement. From today on, you will be the top person in charge of our Chinching Group's cybersecurity department. I do the same, no matter what method you use. Within 3 days, I want to see a global Skynet that belongs only to me, Jiang Chen. I want there to be no more secrets in this world that I don't know. Tang Tang's body trembled violently. Her big eyes, as bright as obsidian, suddenly burst out with a brilliant light called madness. Yes. Master. Tang Tang's voice was crisp yet full of endless enthusiasm. Promise, complete the mission. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He slowly stood up from the throne and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the vast blue sea outside the window. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, as if he was the god of creation, indifferent to all living beings. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in his mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate hidden achievement, creating an empire. It has been detected that the host already has his own business empire. System ultimate reward, now activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level reward, the design drawings of the future technology, arc reactor. Looking at this incredible reward that was enough to drive the entire human civilization crazy, Jiang Chen's smile grew even brighter. He slowly turned around and looked at the 4 stunning women who had already been completely conquered by him with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation. He raised the corners of his mouth with an extremely evil smile and asked word by word. Now mine, queens. Are you ready to conquer this boring world with me? Chapter 81 Chinching Group's first morning meeting, everyone was shocked. And now, my queens. Are you ready to conquer this boring world with me? Jiang Chen's voice, which was plain and lazy, yet filled with the absolute power of the god of creation, was like millions of thunders that struck deeply into the souls of the 4 stunning women, Su Wanqing, Xia Yubing, Tang Tang, and Lu Feifei. Once again completely detonate their hearts, which have long been filled with endless shock and fanaticism. Conquer the world? They stared blankly at the godlike man in front of them who seemed to have merged with the entire universe. My mind is completely blank. They knew that this man was very strong enough to subvert their cognition. But they never dreamed that his ambition had expanded to such a terrifying extent. That's the whole world. However, after a brief silence, their 4 beautiful faces, which were so beautiful that they could make everything in the world pale in comparison, simultaneously showed a sick and crazy smile. Yes. My master. Those 4 heavenly sounds that were enough to make any man infatuated merged into a torrent of faith filled with endless fanaticism and worship, resounding throughout the entire Mangyao Island. Dance with God and conquer the world? Just thinking about this kind of thing is enough to drive them crazy. Jiang Chen finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. He slowly turned around and looked at the gorgeous woman behind him with an unprecedented gentle look. She was already completely petrified by the scene before her that was enough to overturn her whole life's cognition. Now mine, Mrs. President. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into an evil smile. Are you ready to meet your sisters, the Queen? The next morning. Mangyao Island, the top floor of the crystal castle that looks like the abode of God. In front of a huge round table that is comparable to the UN Security Council meeting room. Jiang Chen sat high up on the throne made of a whole piece of gold, like an emperor inspecting his territory. Below him, Su Wanqing, Xia Yubing, Tang Tang, and Lu Feifei, 4 stunning women who were enough to drive any head of state crazy, sat on both sides trembling with fear like 4 humble little maids, not daring to even breathe. This is the first formal morning meeting since the establishment of Chinching Group. Xia Yubing. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was announcing the final judgment. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She quickly stood up from her seat and bowed respectfully 90 degrees. Owner. Yesterday I asked you to see Qinqing Group become the sole commercial overlord in all of China within a month. Jiang Chen slowly raised his eyelids and looked at her with his deep eyes that were calm yet seemed to be able to see through everything. What's your plan? Xia Yubing took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness and excitement in her heart, and took out a business plan of hundreds of pages that she had prepared long ago from the folder she carried with her. Return to the master. Xia Yubing's voice was cold, yet full of endless confidence. I have already conducted a comprehensive review and integration of all the industries under our Qinqing Group overnight. We have also developed detailed sniping plans for all commercial rivals in China that may pose a threat to us. I'm confident that within a month, through various means like mergers and acquisitions, stock market sniping, and public opinion campaigning, I can completely defeat them. Let Qinqing Group become the only king of China. Her voice is sonorous and powerful, full of queen-like dominance and confidence. However, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard a huge joke. He. A month? Too slow. Jiang Chen shook his head slowly, his face full of disdain and disappointment. Xia Yubing's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head in disbelief, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared in her cold eyes. This is the fastest and craziest expansion plan she can think of. It can even be said to be a suicide attack that completely disregards the cost. But in this man's eyes, it was still too slow? Tang. Jiang Chen ignored her. Instead, he slowly set his gaze on the two-dimensional girl whose pretty face had already flushed with excitement. Yes. Master. Tang jumped up from her seat with a somersault, her voice clear and full of endless enthusiasm. I want you to breach the internal networks of all Chinese business groups with a market value of over 100 billion by today. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was announcing the final judgment. Steal all their core data, business secrets, and those shady black materials. Then, make it public. I will make them fall from heaven to hell in one day. Boom! Every word Jiang Chen said was like a billion-ton nuclear bomb that was enough to completely detonate the entire Earth, hitting Xia Yubing and Su Wanqing's queen's hearts that had already been broken. The business awareness they had just established was shattered into ashes. This is not a business war. This is fucking a dimensionality reduction attack. It is God, punishing mortals with divine punishment. Yes. Master. Tang's face showed a cunning and cute smile like a little devil. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Long E. Jiang Chen once again gave a faint order to the air. Cooperate with Tang's actions. Any prey marked by Skynet. I don't care what method you use. I want to see their company's name completely wiped out from this world within 24 hours. Or, bankruptcy. Or, be acquired by us, Qinqing. Yes, Master. A respectful yet competent cold response echoed through the air. After doing all this, Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the imperial throne. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the vast blue sea outside the window, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc as if he was the god of creation, indifferent to all living beings. He knew that from today on, the entire business landscape of China would be completely rewritten because of his will. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound in his mind came again as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, God's Layout. The host's ongoing Conquer the Starry Scene mission has been detected to be extremely difficult. System ultimate rewards are now activated in advance. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level reward, the core technology of the future technology curvature engine. Looking at this incredible reward that is enough to drive the entire human civilization crazy, Jiang Chen's smile became brighter. He slowly turned around and looked at the four stunning women who had already been completely conquered by him with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation, and a smile of extreme evil charm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a three-dimensional model full of futuristic technology, gleaming with blue light, appeared out of thin air in his palm. It is the warp engine that is capable of leading human civilization into the interstellar age. And now, my queens. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final decree of God. Are you ready to join me in creating a brand new era? Chapter 82: A 100 billion project is launched, causing a major earthquake in the Shanghai business community. Are you ready to join me in creating a brand new era? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it was like a decree of creation that could make the entire universe tremble. It was deeply imprinted in the souls of the four stunning women, Su Wanqing, Xia Yubing, Tang Tang, and Lu Feifei. Once again completely detonate their hearts, which have long been filled with endless shock and fanaticism. They stared blankly at the blue halo that was constantly spinning in Jiang Chen's palm, at the three-dimensional model that was full of futuristic technology, as if it didn't belong to this era. My mind is completely blank. Warp drive. Although they don't know what it is. But they could feel that what was contained therein was divine power that was enough to subvert the entire human civilization. After a brief silence, a hint of morbid madness appeared on their four beautiful faces, which were so beautiful that everything in the world would pale in comparison. We will follow our master till death. Those four heavenly sounds that were enough to make any man infatuated merged into a torrent of faith filled with endless fanaticism and worship, resounding throughout the entire Mangyao Island. Dance with God and create the era? Just thinking about this kind of thing is enough to drive them crazy. Jiang Chen finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. He slowly withdrew his hand, and the blue halo that was enough to drive the whole world crazy disappeared. He sat back on the golden throne and glanced at the four gorgeous women who completely belonged to him with his deep eyes that were calm but seemed to see through everything. Xia Yubing. Jiang Chen's voice returned to normal. Owner. Xia Yubing quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. The plan to become China's commercial hegemon has been put on hold for now. Jiang Chen's voice left no room for doubt. From today on, Qinxing Group has only one goal. Stop all costs and turn what's on the drawing into reality. I want you to use all of Qinxing Group's resources to acquire land around the world, build bases, and recruit the best scientists. Money is not a problem. I just want the result. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. For the first time, a look of confusion appeared in her cold eyes. She didn't know what was on the drawing. But she knew that this would be the most difficult and glorious challenge she would ever face in her life. Yes. Master. Xia Yubing's voice was cold, yet filled with unprecedented determination. Tang Tang. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted again. Master. I'm here. Tang Tang jumped out excitedly like a little rabbit. Your Skynet has too small a range. Jiang Chen said lightly. From today on, I don't want you to just focus on China. I want your network to cover the world. I want to know the White House's Wi-Fi password. I want to know the Kremlin's nuclear bomb password. I want this world to have no secrets from me anymore. A brilliant light called madness suddenly burst out from Tang Tang's big eyes that were as bright as obsidian. Yes. Master. I promise to complete the task. Su Wanqing, Lu Feifei. Jiang Chen's gaze finally fell on the two equally breathtakingly beautiful women. I want you to, 1. Mobilize all media channels, and the other, mobilize all entertainment resources. From today on, we will promote a brand new concept to the world. An interstellar era of clean energy. I want to make all of humanity go crazy for my upcoming new world. Yes. Master. The two beautiful women responded respectfully in unison. They knew that from today on they would no longer be vases beside that God. They will become the sharpest spears in the hands of God to subvert the entire world. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the vast blue sea outside the window. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, as if he was the god of creation, indifferent to all living beings. He knew that from today on he would no longer be a wealthy man who only knew how to slap people in the face and pick up girls. He will become a true guide to civilization. At this moment, he slowly took out the black satellite phone and dialed the number of his only butler in front of everyone. Long E. Yes, Master. In the name of Qinxing Group, we will issue a top-level press conference to the world. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final decree of God. Announced that we will invest $10 trillion. Build the world's first arc reactor energy base above the East China Sea in Zhanghai City. What? On the other end of the phone, Long Yi's usually calm and elegant face showed a look of shock for the first time. $10 trillion? We also need to build an energy base? What on earth does the master want to do? However, he didn't dare ask more questions. Yes. Master. Long Yi's voice trembled violently due to extreme excitement. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at the four stunning women who had been completely petrified by his devastating move with his deep eyes full of fatal temptation. The corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile. "And now, my queens." Jiang Chen slowly stretched out his hand, and a three-dimensional model full of futuristic technology, shining with blue light, appeared out of thin air on his palm again. It is the arc reactor that is enough to drive the entire human civilization crazy. The game begins. Half an hour later. The moment when Qinqing Group held its press conference was enough to make the entire Earth tremble violently. The whole world is crazy. All stock exchanges around the world triggered circuit breakers at the same time. All stocks related to traditional energy hit their limit down in an instant. Countless business empires were reduced to ashes in an instant. Countless top tycoons became paupers in an instant. The entire world's financial system completely collapsed because of a single word from Jiang Chen. At the same time, far across the ocean, in the White Palace that symbolizes the highest power in the world, an old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit, exuding the aura of a superior who is intimidating without even getting angry, is staring at the overwhelming doomsday news on the screen with a pale face. He is the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States. Quick! Connect me to China, direct line number 1. He used all his strength to let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. However, his words had just fallen. A White House secretary in a black suit rushed in, crawling and rolling. "Mr. President, something bad has happened." His voice trembled violently due to extreme fear, filled with extreme horror that overturned his worldview. Huaxia has replied. "They say." The secretary paused, took a deep breath, and then, in an extremely difficult, dreamlike tone, uttered the divine decree that was enough to plunge the entire White House into complete silence. "They said Mr. Jiang from Qinqing Group doesn't want to talk to you." Chapter 83, The Contempt of the Four Major Families, just an upstart. "They said Mr. Jiang from Qinqing Group doesn't want to talk to you." Those words, which were spoken lightly but were filled with the absolute power of God's judgment, were clearly transmitted through the small receiver to the entire White Palace, which symbolized the highest power in the world. It was also deeply imprinted in the souls of all the so-called world elites present. Crush and shatter their fragile worldview that has long been filled with endless shock and fear. He actually didn't even give face to the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States? Crazy. This mysterious man from the East must be completely crazy. The leader of the United States was completely petrified on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. The blood color on his old face, which was distorted by extreme anger and humiliation, faded completely in an instant. He wants to have a fit. He wanted to immediately order the nuclear arsenal, which was enough to completely destroy the entire Earth, to be aimed at that ignorant Eastern country. But he didn't dare. Because he knew that in front of that terrifying existence who controlled the future energy lifeline like the god of creation, his so-called military hegemony, which he was so proud of, was as fragile as a joke. He could only watch helplessly as the overwhelming, doomsday-like news flooded the screen. I watched helplessly as he and the entire United States' long-rotten financial hegemony behind him gradually collapsed and were destroyed because of that man's words. At the same time, far away, thousands of miles away in Yanjing, China, it is an unremarkable-looking, antique courtyard house where even the top leader has to respectfully hand over his visiting card. For old men, dressed in washed-out Zhongshan suits and with gray hair, but looking vigorous and energetic, exuding the aura of a superior who was intimidating without even getting angry, were sitting quietly around a chessboard made of a whole piece of golden nanmu wood. They are the four major families that truly control all underground orders in China. The Li family controls the economic lifeline of China. The Wang family controls all of China's intelligence networks. And the Chen family, whose generations of service in the army have an unshakable position in the army. As for the Yi family, the last family that once had the final say in the political arena, they had been completely wiped out from this world by that godlike man a few days ago. At this moment, their faces were filled with unprecedented solemnity. "Tell us all." Li Jianguo, the head of the Li family, slowly placed a black piece in his hand on the chessboard. His voice was hoarse but full of unquestionable majesty. "Who is this Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared?" "Nothing." Wang Daolin, the head of the Wang family, slowly shook his head. For the first time, a look of fear appeared in his old eyes, which were as deep as an ancient well. "I used all the power of the sky. But all information about this man seems to be shrouded in an impenetrable fog. A blank. It's as if he is a ghost that appeared out of thin air in this world. Snort! Chen Zhan, the patriarch of the Chen family with the hottest temper, suddenly slammed the table, his eyes, like a tiger full of endless murderous intent, burning with rage. I don't care who he is. How dare you do this on Chinese soil and stir up trouble? It's simply courting death. I'll mobilize Dragon Fong right now. I want to see how many heads he has, enough for me to chop off. Confused, Li Jianguo blared suddenly, and the terrifying majesty that had been in a superior position for a long time burst out instantly. Chen Zhan was so stressed that he could hardly breathe. Have you forgotten how the Yi family disappeared? Have you forgotten how those 36 grandmasters Yi Zongfeng brought with him were packed up like dead dogs and sent back? You. Then what do you say we should do? Chen Zhan roared in dissatisfaction. Are we just going to sit there and watch this brat who came out of nowhere ride on the necks of our 4 major families and poop and pee? He's not a little kid. Wang Daolin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke slowly. There was a hint of imperceptible fear flickering in his wise, star-like eyes. He is a dragon. It's a fierce dragon crossing the river that none of us can afford to offend. No. Li Jianguo, who was in the lead, slowly shook his head. A cold arc of disdain flashed across his cloudy old eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. He is not a dragon. He's just a lucky upstart who got some kind of fortuitous encounter. He has money, power, and even strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But Li Jianguo paused, and a cunning sneer like an old fox appeared on the corner of his mouth. He doesn't understand the rules. He doesn't even understand the true laws governing the operation of this world. This world has never been ruled by money and fists. It's about connections, qualifications, and that invisible yet omnipresent network. So, Chen Zhan and Wang Daolin simultaneously turned their attention to the most cunning old fox among the 4 major families. We need to teach him the rules. A cold smile appeared on Li Jianguo's face, a smile that concealed a dagger. Send people to Jianhai. Send him an invitation. Let's just say we, the 4 major families in Yanjing, want to invite him to Yanjing for a cup of tea. By the way, talk to him about cooperation. I want to see if he knows the situation and becomes a good dog for us, the 4 great families. Still, he's so ungrateful that he forces us to break his legs ourselves. At the same time, on Mengyao Island, Jiang Chen was lying leisurely on the luxurious beach chair, enjoying the meticulous service of Su Wanqing and Xia Yubing. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It was a text message from Long Yi. Master, the 4 great families of Yanjing have sent people here. They said they would like to invite you to have a cup of tea in Yanjing. Looking at this text message full of temptation and arrogance, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. He slowly took out the black satellite phone and casually sent out a divine decree that was enough to turn the entire Yanjing city into a river of blood. Tell them. I want tea, drink tea. If you want to see me, you can. Let them wash their necks themselves. Come to the rivers and seas, and receive death. Chapter 84. Xia Yubing took the oath of office. The former queen became my employee. Come to the rivers and seas, and receive death. The plain yet earth-shattering divine decree was clearly transmitted to the entire silent Mengyao Island through the small satellite phone. It was also deeply imprinted on the hearts of Su Wanqing and Xia Yubing, 2 queens whose hearts had already been filled with endless shock and fanaticism. Their beautiful bodies, which had already been completely melted by lust and submission, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably again. Crazy. This man must be completely crazy. That is Yanjing, the 4 major families. He is the uncrowned king who truly controls all of China's underground order. And he actually issued a death challenge to them so casually? However, it was short-lived, after which there was dead silence. Their 2 beautiful faces, which were so beautiful that everything in the world was eclipsed by them, simultaneously showed a sick and crazy smile. Dance with God, against the world? Just thinking about this kind of thing is enough to drive them crazy. All right. Jiang Chen slowly put away his phone, and a look of boredom flashed across his deep, calm eyes. It was as if he had just casually crushed a group of ignorant reptiles. He slowly turned around and set his eyes on the Ice Queen Xia Yubing, who was wearing a white professional suit, tall and cold, but standing respectfully like the most loyal servant of God. The game is over. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final judgment. Now it's time to work. Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She did not dare to be negligent and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Yes. Master. Half an hour later. The top floor of the global financial building in the center of Shanghai City, which once symbolized the pinnacle of Jiangnan province's commerce. When Xia Yubing once again stepped into the CEO's office that she was once so familiar with, her cold heart, which had long been filled with endless awe and submission, still uncontrollably rippled with a trace of complexity. This was once her kingdom. But now, she can only return here as a humble worker. However, when she saw the young figure who was already sitting as high as an emperor behind the huge desk made of pure obsidian that should have belonged to her, the last trace of unwillingness in her heart disappeared. Instead, there is an endless, bone-deep sense of self-righteousness. It was as if that position should have belonged to him. It was as if he was born to rule the world and look down on all living beings. Oh nar. Xia Yubing slowly walked to the desk and bowed respectfully 90 degrees again. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He just slowly raised his finger and pointed at the bustling city scene outside the window. From today on. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was reading out the final decree of God. This is the headquarters of our Qinqing group. And you, Xia Yubing, are me, the first and only CEO appointed by Jiang Chen. Boom! Every word Jiang Chen said was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Xia Yubing's queen's heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Melt her completely. CEO? The only one, CEO? She looked up in disbelief, and for the first time a bright light of excitement appeared in her cold eyes. She knew that this was a test from God. This is also her only chance to prove her worth to the gods. But Jiang Chen paused, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's not easy to be my CEO. As he spoke, he casually projected a three-dimensional blue drawing that he had prepared long ago into the air in front of Xia Yubing. It is the arc reactor that is enough to drive the entire human civilization crazy. This is. Xia Yubing looked at the creature in front of him, which was full of futuristic technology and seemed to be a creation of God that did not belong to this era. His cold eyes were instantly replaced by an extreme horror that overturned his worldview. I want you to turn it from a blueprint into reality within a month. Jiang Chen's voice left no room for doubt. A month? Xia Yubing's voice became sharp and distorted because of extreme shock. Master. This is impossible. This is completely beyond our current level of technology. Let alone a month, even if we give all the scientists in the world 100 years, there's no way they could create it. She, the founder of a business empire worth hundreds of billions, questioned Jiang Chen's orders for the first time. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have not heard her question at all. He just slowly stood up from the imperial throne, walked step by step to her, stretched out his hand and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to look at him. Xia Yubing. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Are you questioning me? Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She looked at the young man who was so close to her and looked like a devil. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from him that was enough to make the entire universe tremble. Her queen's heart, which had just ignited a glimmer of hope, was completely shattered at this moment. Thump! Without thinking, she straightened up and knelt down. Master! Master! I was wrong. Her voice trembled violently because of extreme fear. Damn it, slave! I won't dare to do it again. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He slowly loosened his hand and sat back on the imperial throne as if nothing had happened. Remember. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final decree of God. I don't have the word impossible. You must do what I ask you to do. Even if it means asking you to pick the sun from the sky. Yes. Master. Xia Yubing knocked his head heavily on the cold, obsidian floor. His voice was hoarse but filled with unprecedented determination. Yubing, as you command. She knew that from this moment on, she had truly become the only queen of this divine empire. At this moment, the black satellite phone on Jiang Chen's desk suddenly vibrated slightly. It was a text message from Long Yi. Master, the guest from Yanjing has arrived. I'm waiting for you downstairs. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. He slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on the Ice Queen who was still kneeling on the ground, with an evil smile on his face. It seems some ignorant flies have come to entertain us. He slowly stood up and walked to the huge French window, looking down at the convoy of cars downstairs that were as tiny as ants. Their voices were flat, but it seemed as if they were announcing the final judgment of God. Let him wait. Chapter 85, The Zhao family dares to blockade? Then let me show you what capital overwhelms you. Let him wait. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, yet it was like a decree imbued with supreme divine power, clearly transmitted throughout the silent CEO's office. It was also deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart, which had long been filled with endless awe and submission. She didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and quickly bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Yes. Master. In the luxurious reception room on the first floor of the World Financial Building, which is comparable to the lobby of a 7-star hotel. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. 3 old men, dressed in washed-out Zhongshan suits and with gray hair, but looking vigorous and energetic, exuding an aura of authority without even getting angry, were sitting quietly behind the huge tea table made of a single piece of golden nanmu wood. They are the current heads of the Li, Wang and Chen families, the only remaining of the 4 major families in Yanjing. Behind them stood dozens of top bodyguards wearing black suits and white gloves, with bulging temples and exuding a cold and murderous aura. Each of them is a master of ancient martial arts at the grandmaster level. However, at this moment, their faces were all filled with unprecedented solemnity. And the humiliation that goes deep into the bone marrow and cannot be concealed. They have been waiting here for a whole hour. How dare that reckless so-called Mr. Jiang keep them waiting for so long? How can this be possible? The one with the hottest temper, Chen Zhan, the head of the Chun family, slammed the table hard, his eyes, like a tiger full of endless murderous intent, burning with rage. He's just a nouveau riche who appeared out of nowhere. How dare he look down upon the 4 great families of Yanjing? I'll lead my men forward right now. I want to see how many heads he has left for me to chop off. Confused. Li Jianguo, the head of the Li family, glared suddenly, and the terrifying majesty of being in a high position for a long time burst out instantly. Have you forgotten how the Yi family disappeared? Have you forgotten how those 36 grandmasters Yi Zongfeng brought with him were packed up and sent back like dead dogs? Chen Zhan's body suddenly stiffened. His old face, which had turned red with anger, instantly lost all its color. Of course he didn't forget. That bloody scene that resembled the Azura hell had already become a nightmare that he could never escape from for the rest of his life. Then what do you say we should do? Chen Zhan roared, unconvinced. Are we just going to sit there and watch this ignorant brat shit and piss on the necks of our 4 major families? He won't be able to jump around for much longer. Wang Daolin, the head of the Wang family who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke slowly. His wise, star-like eyes flashed with a cunning and cold light like an old fox. I have already joined forces with several of the top financial groups on Wall Street. And we'll use all of our Wang family's overseas assets as collateral. We have laid a net strong enough to completely engulf the entire Qinxing group. As long as he dares to show his head. Let's destroy him and his ridiculous business empire. That's right. Li Jianguo also showed a cold smile with a hidden dagger on his face. In the face of absolute capital, any individual's force seems so pale and powerless. What's he to do as a reckless man who only knows how to solve problems with his fists? We want him to see with his own eyes how the kingdom he fought so hard for is gradually destroyed in our hands. We're going to make him kneel before us and beg for mercy like a dog. Ha 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 ha. The cold, resentful, and crazy laughter resounded throughout the dead-silent living room. However, their laughter had not yet died down. The crisp, pleasant, yet icy sound of high heels hitting the ground suddenly came slowly from far away. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with curiosity and disdain, a tall and beautiful figure wearing a white professional suit, with a cold temperament like an iceberg without a trace of worldly air, slowly walked out of the elevator. That's right, Xia Yubing. Xia. President Xia? Li Jianguo and the other 2 were all slightly stunned when they saw Xia Yubing. Then, a look of extreme contempt and ridicule appeared on everyone's face. Of course they knew that this former ice queen had now become that man's plaything. What? President Xia is not upstairs. Serve your new master well. Li Jianguo said with a sarcastic smile. What are you doing here? Are you here to beg for mercy on behalf of your cowardly master? However, Xia Yubing seemed not to hear his ridicule at all. She just walked slowly to the huge LCD TV, picked up the remote control and turned on the financial channel. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at them with a look of pity as if he were looking at a dead person, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc as if he was judging a group of poor creatures. My master asked me to bring you a message. Xia Yubing's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. He said the game has begun. As soon as the words fell, the voice of the beautiful host on TV suddenly became extremely sharp and distorted, filled with extreme horror and madness that subverted the worldview. Dear viewers, urgently interrupting with a piece of breaking news that will make the entire world tremble violently. Just now, when the Wall Street stock market opened, the 7 top financial groups, led by the Rothschild family, were suddenly subjected to a devastating financial attack by a mysterious force from the East. In less than a minute, the stock prices of the 7 major financial groups have all been wiped out. Market value evaporated by more than $100 trillion. The entire Wall Street collapsed completely. The world's financial system is completely paralyzed at this moment. And all their assets were forcibly acquired by a mysterious group called Xinqing. From today on, there is no more Wall Street in this world. What we have is that Xinqing is the only dominant company. Boom! Every word on TV was like a supernova that was enough to completely detonate the entire universe, and it hit Li Jianguo and the other 2 hard on the top of their heads. Blow their fragile souls, which have long been filled with endless arrogance and pride, into pieces and turn them into ashes. They stared at the horrific scene on the screen in disbelief, as if the end of the world had come. My brain is completely blank. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Daolin used all his strength to let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. His so-called dragnet of heaven and earth. In front of that terrifying existence that was like the god of creation, he was so fragile that it seemed like a joke. Plop. 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 The 3 of them knelt down in unison, as if they were pushing a golden mountain and overturning a jade pillar. Their once extremely noble heads knocked heavily against the cold marble floor. However, at this moment, a dull, lazy, yet unquestionable divine decree slowly came from the elevator entrance. Xia Yubing. Tell them. The game has just begun. Chapter 86, System Mall is unlocked, and all that is sold here is future technology. The game has just begun. Jiang Chen's plain, lazy yet unquestionable divine decree came through the cold receiver, clearly transmitted throughout the silent and luxurious reception room. It was also deeply imprinted in the souls of Li Jianguo, Wang Daolin and Chen Zhan, the 3 so-called kings of Yanjing who were high and mighty not long ago but are now as humble as dogs. Once again, their fragile souls, which had long been filled with endless fear and despair, would be completely crushed. It's over. They knew that they and their entire family were completely finished. What awaits them is God's judgment, which is 10,000 times more cruel than death. Mr. Jiang. Li Jianguo used up all his strength and let out a desperate wail that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. He crawled and knelt in front of Xia Yubing like a humble dog, and hugged her beautiful white legs in black stockings. President Xia. I beg you. Please ask Mr. Jiang for mercy on our behalf. We were wrong. We were really wrong. We are willing to offer all our family assets. We only ask Mr. Jiang to spare our lives. However, Xia Yubing just looked at him with a look of pity, as if he were looking at a dead person. She slowly raised her jade foot wearing Gucci high heels and kicked the so-called big boss whom she once looked up to the ground. My master. Xia Yubing slowly turned around and bowed respectfully 90 degrees to the young figure who looked like a descended god with an almost pilgrim-like piety. What do you want to do with these ignorant rubbish? Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He just walked out of the elevator slowly, step by step, and came in front of the 3 poor guys who were already scared out of their wits and shitting. He looked down at them as if he were examining 3 insignificant reptiles, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Die? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's too cheap for you. He slowly turned around and sat back on the huge tea table made of a whole piece of golden nanmu wood, and casually poured himself a cup of top-grade dahongpo that had already gone cold. From today on, you 3 are my 3 dogs in Yanjing. I won't kill you. But I want you to completely dismember your so-called family with your own hands. All assets will be confiscated. All personnel, disband. I want you to fall from the clouds to dust and become nothing. Then spend the rest of your lives repenting to this world you have polluted. Boom. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a ray of divine thunder that was powerful enough to completely destroy the entire universe, striking Li Jianguo and the other two on the top of their heads. Let their souls, which have long been filled with despair, be completely crushed once again. This is 100 times or 10,000 times more cruel than killing them. But do they dare to resist? I dare not. Yes, yes. Master. The three of them seemed to have grabbed the last straw and kowtowed frantically, looking even more humble than dogs. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound in Jiang Chen's mind came again as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate hidden achievement, unifying China. It has been detected that the host has become the only uncrowned king in the entire China. The system's ultimate module is now activated. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the God-level system mall. System mall? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he thought about it, a three-dimensional interface full of futuristic technology that only he could see appeared in front of him. Gene Optimization Fluid Primary, priced at $100 billion. It can fully optimize human genes, increasing strength, speed, and reflexes tenfold, and extending lifespan by 100 years. Artificial Intelligence Alpha, priced at $500 billion. This super AI, capable of autonomous learning and evolution, can control the global network and become your most powerful right-hand man. God Series Individual Combat Mecha, priced at $1 trillion. Utilizing the most advanced memory metal and arc reactor technology, it's powerful enough to easily destroy an entire aircraft carrier battle group. Space Folding Technology Basic, price? Time Travel Technology Basic, price? Looking at the incredible products in the mall that were enough to drive the entire human civilization crazy, even Jiang Chen's already indestructible divine heart couldn't help but twitch violently. Where is the mall? This is clearly a god's arsenal. With these things, it is only a matter of time before we can conquer the world, let alone the entire universe. Owner? Xia Yubing looked at Jiang Chen's strange expression, her voice filled with endless concern and worry. Fine. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and slowly stood up from his seat. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city scene outside. For the first time, a bright light called ambition flashed in his deep and calm eyes. He knew that from today on, his life would enter a new chapter. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound in his mind rang again. Ding! Detected that the host has opened the system mall for the first time. Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie gift pack. Obtain Gene Optimization Fluid Basic X1. Receive 10,000 mall points. Note: 1 point equals 100 million US dollars. Jiang Chen finally showed a bright smile from the heart on his face. He slowly turned around and set his eyes on the Ice Queen, who was still kneeling on the ground. He slowly stretched out his hand, and out of thin air, a mysterious potion flashing with blue light and full of futuristic technology appeared in his palm. It is the gene optimization liquid that is enough to drive the head of any country crazy. Xia Yubing. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final decree of God. Do you want to see God's world? Chapter 87 released a chip that silenced all technology companies around the world. Do you want to see God's world? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it was like a decree of creation containing supreme divine power, which was deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart that had long been filled with endless awe and submission. Her beautiful cold eyes, which had long been blurred by tears, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably for the first time. God's world? She stared blankly at the mysterious potion in Jiang Chen's palm that was flashing with blue light and full of futuristic technology. Her mind was completely blank. She didn't know what it was. But she knew that it must be a gift from God that mortals were not even qualified to look up to. After a brief silence, for the first time, a sickly and crazy smile appeared on Xia Yubing's beautiful face that had been frozen for 26 years. She didn't answer. She just stretched out her hands slowly like the most devout believer, and with an attitude of piety almost like a pilgrimage, she took over the divine creation that could change her life from the hands of the God who dominated everything for her. Then, under Jiang Chen's amusement-filled gaze, without hesitation, he injected the cold mysterious potion into his already cold body. Boom! A terrifying pain that was enough to completely tear her entire soul apart instantly spread throughout her limbs and bones. Ah! She used up all her strength and let out a desperate scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. She felt as if she was thrown into a steel furnace with a temperature of 10,000 degrees. Every inch of her skin, every bone, and every cell in her body was being torn and reassembled again and again. The inhuman pain that penetrates deep into the bone marrow was enough to make any determined warrior collapse on the spot. However, Xia Yubing gritted her teeth tightly. For the first time, a blazing fire called ambition burned in those beautiful, cold eyes without a trace of human emotion. She knew that this was a test from God. It is also her only ticket to the world of God. She can't lose. Also, I can't afford to lose. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a century. The horrific pain that was enough to completely destroy her finally slowly subsided. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of comfort and power, as if one had been reborn from the ashes. She felt as if she had broken free from the shackles of mortal life and become a brand new life. She could clearly feel the terrifying power surging in her body. She could clearly hear the sound of a butterfly flapping its wings 1,000 meters outside the window. She could clearly see the movement trajectory of every speck of dust floating in the air. She could even clearly feel the heartbeat of this godlike man in front of her, which was as vast as the universe. This feeling of absolute power to completely control the entire world in her own hands made her extremely intoxicated. Thump! Without thinking, she straightened up and knelt down. Her once extremely noble head hit the cold obsidian floor heavily. Xia Yubing, thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. Her voice was icy yet filled with endless enthusiasm and eternal loyalty. Get up. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He slowly walked up to her, stretched out his hand and pulled this beautiful woman, who had been completely transformed, up from the ground. From today on. Zhang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed as if he was reading out the final decree of God. You are my agent walking in the world. Yes. Master. Xia Yubing's voice is sonorous and powerful. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound came again in Zhang Chen's mind as expected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, God's gift. It has been detected that the host's Conquer the Starry Sea mission requires massive computing power support. System Ultimate Reward, now activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving a God-level reward, a complete set of design drawings and manufacturing processes for the future technology quantum chip. Looking at this incredible reward that is enough to drive all the technology companies in the world crazy, Zhang Chen's smile became brighter and brighter. He slowly turned around and set his gaze on the Ice Queen, who was still kneeling on the ground, with an evil smile on his face. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a three-dimensional model full of futuristic technology, shining with silver light, appeared out of thin air in his palm. It is the quantum chip that is enough to enable the entire human civilization to enter the next era ahead of time. Xia Yubing. Zhang Chen's voice left no room for doubt. I want you to make it a reality within 3 days. I want you to use this to completely monopolize the global high-end chip market. I want to make the so-called technological hegemony of the United States become a ridiculous piece of trash in front of our Qinxing group. Boom! Every word Zhang Chen said was like a billion-ton nuclear bomb that was enough to completely detonate the entire Earth, hitting Xia Yubing's queen's heart that had just been reborn. Detonate her completely. Yes. Master. Xia Yubing's voice trembled violently due to extreme excitement. She knew that this was the true plan of God. This is the first step to conquering the world. Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He slowly took out the black satellite phone and dialed the number of his only internet king in front of her. Tang Tang. Master. You finally remembered me. A cute girl's voice filled with endless resentment and expectation came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Chen ignored her coquettishness. However, he issued the final decree of God in a calm tone. I want you to hack into the official websites of all the tech companies in the world within 1 hour. Then give this gift to them. Chapter 88 Lumiere News, there is an overseas consortium that wants to mess with us. Then, give this gift to them. Zhang Chen's voice was calm, but it was like a decree of creation that was enough to make the entire earth tremble. It was clearly transmitted through the small receiver to the entire Silent CEO office. It was also deeply imprinted on Xia Yubing's cold heart, which had long been filled with endless awe and submission. Yes. Master. From the other end of the phone came Tang Tang's cute girlish voice filled with endless excitement and enthusiasm. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen slowly turned around and set his gaze again on the Ice Queen, who was still kneeling on the ground. Now the game begins. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth curled up into a playful arc, as if he was the god of creation, indifferent to all living beings. An hour later. The whole world is crazy. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Samsung, Intel. At the same time, the official websites of all the world's top technology companies were completely breached by a mysterious force from the East in a terrifying way that they could not understand or resist. Their homepages all turned into a strange, pure darkness. And in the center of the darkness, there was only a thing shining with silver light, full of futuristic technology, as if it did not belong to the creation of God of this era. Quantum chip. And the complete design drawings and manufacturing process are enough to drive all scientists in the world crazy. The moment this gift was announced to the world, the entire world's technological community is completely silent. What followed was an unprecedented earthquake. All stocks related to traditional chips in the world were instantly halted. 0. Countless technological empires were destroyed in an instant. Countless top tycoons became paupers in an instant. The entire world's technological landscape has been completely rewritten because of the will of Jiang Chun alone. Madman. He's a complete madman. Far away in the White Palace on the other side of the ocean, the President of the United States looked at the overwhelming doomsday news on the screen and let out a shrill and desperate wail that was not like a human voice. He knew it was over. The so-called technological hegemony that he was proud of seemed as fragile as a joke in front of this mysterious man from the East. However, this is just the beginning. Just as Jiang Chen's world-shaking plan was creating huge waves around the world, the black satellite phone on his bedside table suddenly vibrated at an inopportune moment. It's an encrypted text message from the equally mysterious intelligence Queen Lumiere. Jiang Chen raised his brows slightly. He clicked on the text message, and when he saw the content clearly, a look of interest flashed across his deep and calm eyes for the first time. Mr. Jiang, you're playing a little too big. Those old dogs on Wall Street, crippled by you, don't seem willing to leave the stage. They united the Western world, all the ancient consortiums hidden behind the scenes. In the deepest reaches of the dark web, an unprecedented bounty for God-killing has been placed on you. Reward, $3 trillion. Now all the top killer organizations in the world have gone crazy. Among them, the legendary Azura is included. Azura? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. Of course he knew the name. The world's #1 killer organization. Legend has it that they even assassinated gods. Interesting. Jiang Chen slowly put away his phone. In his deep, calm eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashed across his face. He was worried about where to use the god-level fighting skills he had just acquired. I didn't expect that there would be an idiot who would not know how to live or die and would come to my door on his own initiative. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound in his mind came again as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is threatened by a top killer organization. The God's Majesty's special event has been triggered. Mission objective: crush all invading enemies in front of the whole world. Quest reward? Jiang Chen finally showed a bright smile from the heart on his face. He slowly turned around and set his eyes on the Ice Queen, who was still kneeling on the ground. Xia Yubing. Owner. You said, what if I trample all the killers in the world under my feet? Jiang Chen's lips curled up into an evil smile. Then, will the world become a little more interesting? Xia Yubing's body trembled violently. She raised her head in disbelief, and for the first time, a bright light called madness appeared in her cold eyes. She knew that this man was going to do something horrible that would make the whole world tremble. But she is not afraid. She only felt endless excitement and enthusiasm. Yes. Master. Xia Yubing's voice was sonorous and powerful. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He slowly took out the black satellite phone and dialed the number of his only killer king in front of her. Dragon Shadow. Owner. Notify the 100 losers under your command. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it seemed like he was reading out the final decree of God. Get ready. A guest is coming.